Chapter 1, Rebirth. Awakening Infinite Plunder. Is it the distortion of human nature or the collapse of morality? Ji Wushuang, hailed as the most talented beast master in Dragon Country. Actually, for novice beast masters, experts suggest taking out loans to provide higher quality resources for their beasts. Better to suffer oneself than let the beasts go without. With the major exam approaching, experts emphasize that this is the most critical stage for every novice beast master. Luadu, the Bai family, listening to the broadcast outside the window, gazing at the familiar ceiling. The dazed Bai Yi snapped out of his trance. This is, after a moment, when he came to his senses, his face immediately lit up with joy. I've been reborn, and he even reincarnated 10 years in the past, on the very day he was about to apply to become a beast master? In this world of global catastrophe and alien invasions, upon reaching a certain age, one can undergo awakening, with a chance to unlock talents and a beast taming space. Only by becoming a beast master can one rise above the masses. But in his previous life, Bai Yi worked part-time through high school, diligently saving for 3 years to finally accumulate 50,000 yuan. He thought he could undergo awakening, become a beast master, and change his destiny. Yet, little did he expect. The money was taken by Ji Shirwan, his stepmother, under the pretext that you can't guarantee a 100% chance of awakening as a beast master, and given to his younger sister Bai Ying to curry favor with her so-called crush, causing Bai Yi to miss the optimal time for awakening. 3 years of hard work were instantly ruined. Later attempts to argue about it. Instead, Bai Yi was hung up by his father Bai Yu and given a brutal beating. After raising and providing for you all these years, what's wrong with taking some of your money? This whipping not only left his entire body covered in wounds, it also made him completely disillusioned with this family. And in the following 2 years, unwilling to give up, Bai Yi went to great lengths. At the risk of losing his life, he finally obtained the awakening crystal. Just when he thought he could successfully awaken and fulfill his wish, little did he expect, there was no time to rejoice. Yet fate played a cruel joke on him. The awakening crystal he treasured like a priceless gem, was actually stolen by his younger brother Bai Yu to curry favor with his goddess. By the time Bai Yi found the other party's goddess, the awakening crystal had already been used. Bai Yi once again missed the beast master by a hair's breadth. A full 5 years. Opportunities slipped away time and again. Just as Bai Yi was consumed by rage, he suffered another brutal beating from Bai Yu, locked in a pitch-black basement for 2 full days without food or water, until he was on the verge of death. As the eldest sister, Bai Yan showed not a trace of pity in her eyes. Instead, she began lecturing Bai Yi from the sidelines. He's your younger brother. As the elder brother, what's wrong with yielding to him? This time, the entire Bai family completely shattered Bai Ye's heart. He was utterly disappointed with this family, and in the days that followed, a chance encounter, with the help of the Luo family's eldest daughter, Luo Xue, Bai Yi awakened as a beast master, growing into a 7th-tier beast master in just 4 short years. He left behind the home that had left him covered in wounds. Bai Yi had thought that he could finally embrace the hard-won happiness meant for him, but he never expected, had long been coveting the Luo family's assets from the shadows. His own father colluded with outsiders to jointly target the Luo family and Luo Xue. Recalling her previous life, Luo Xue cast a bewildered gaze at him in her dying moments. Bai Yi only felt a dull ache in his heart. The happiest thing in life is undoubtedly encountering a girl who truly loves you and whom you genuinely adore. Yet Bai Ye's happiness was utterly destroyed by the Bai family behind him. They stole his happiness, took everything from him. In the end, even his own family betrayed him, leaving him torn to pieces and devoured by a monstrous beast. The ferocious expressions of his family were something Bai Yi could never forget, even after rebirth, since fate had given him a chance to start over. This time, Bai Yi was determined to seize his own happiness, and then, take revenge on those hypocritical beasts from his past life. After a moment, he calmed his mind. Bai Yi began to contemplate his next move. The original 50,000 yuan had been taken by Ji Shirwan. Getting it back was impossible. It would only result in a pointless beating and missing the optimal moment for awakening. The conventional path of awakening as a beast tamer wasn't suitable for Bai Yi. Thus, there was only one method left for Bai Yi. Head to the northern forest and, 5 years ahead of time, obtain that undiscovered awakening crystal. Only in this way can he awaken as a beastmaster. Thinking of this, Bai Yi immediately sprang into action. Brother, are you going out? In the living room, seeing Bai Yi getting ready to go out, sitting on the sofa, a faint trace of guilt flashed in Bai Ying's eyes. Of course she knew that the 50,000 yuan was Bai Ye's registration fee to become a beast tamer. But helplessly, brother Xiaohan also needed to undergo the awakening. For her own happiness, Bai Ying had no choice but to wrong Bai Yi. We're all family. Older brothers should always yield to their younger sisters. I believe Bai Yi, as an older brother, would understand such matters. At this thought, Bai Ying immediately felt justified. Right, I found a new summer job, so I won't be coming back for a while. Alright, I'll let mom and dad know for you. Bai Yi didn't mention anything about money. Instead, he said he was going to work part-time. While secretly relieved, Bai Ying also felt a surge of contempt in her heart. Work, that's all this good-for-nothing knows. Couldn't he be a bit more ambitious, like her beloved Xiao Han? Having such a brother, Bai Ying finds it embarrassing to even mention. Unaware of what Bai Ying was thinking in his heart, 2 days later, carrying a hiking backpack, Bai Yi stepped into the northern forest. For ordinary people who are not beastmasters, stepping into this forest filled with danger and mystery is almost a death sentence. But for Bai Yi, only by obtaining the awakening crystal in advance, can he turn his life around. This time, he would never let the tragedy repeat itself. Moving swiftly through the dense forest, drinking mineral water when thirsty, eating compressed biscuits when hungry, almost no rest at all. Along the way, Bai Yi's entire body had been torn to shreds by the thorns and brambles of the bushes. The constant roars of strange beasts from all around left Bai Yi no room for the slightest relaxation. Lost all sense of time and space. Only willpower remained as his support. Gradually, the food was almost exhausted. After prolonged mental strain, Bai Yi was utterly exhausted. But fortunately, his goal was nearly within reach. In the dense forest, gazing into the deep cavern before him, Bai Yi knew that the awakening crystal was hidden within this cavern. However, obtaining that awakening crystal wouldn't be so easy. In his previous life, just as Bai Yi stepped inside, he was attacked by a pack of wolves led by a female shadow wolf. At that time, his abdomen was bitten open, nearly costing him his life on the spot. Now, facing the female shadow wolf who had just given birth and hadn't yet reached her full strength, how could Bai possibly make the exact same mistake a second time? Roar, accompanied by a roar. When it sensed the arrival of intruders, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the cave entrance. Prepared in advance, gripped the hilt tightly, Bai swung his cleaver toward the shadow wolf's belly, drawing on combat experience accumulated in his previous life. Knowing the soft belly was its weak point, a sliding shovel maneuver, blood sprayed as the vital spot was struck. Carried by momentum, the shadow wolf crashed into a tree, convulsing on the ground. At the same time, a notification sound rang out in Bai Yi's mind. You have awakened a divine tier talent, Infinite Plunder. Chapter 2, Beast Taming Contract. Talent Plunder. Divine tier talent? Unlimited plunder? Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Bai Yi couldn't help but show joy in his expression. Talents determine the potential of a beast master. Different talents bring varying levels of enhancement to beast masters. From low to high, talents are categorized as common, special, epic, and legendary. Legendary grade talents are virtually 1 in 100 million. The divine grade talent Bai Yi obtained is even rarer than legendary grade talents. In his previous life, Bai Yi only awakened an epic level talent. Little did he expect that in this life, he would actually obtain a divine level talent. With infinite plunder at his disposal, Bai Yi was confident. In this life, he would undoubtedly reach heights unattained in his past life. And the information related to the talent flooded into his mind. Bai Yi also understood the function of the talent. Infinite plunder. As the name suggests, by killing exotic beasts or tamed beasts, Bai Yi could plunder the opponent's talents and fuse them into his own beast. Through the continuous fusion and advancement of talents, with infinite enhancements, his tamed beasts would evolve without limit. Gazing at the female shadow wolf, which had lost too much blood and was now on the verge of death, step forward. Without hesitation, the white knight blade rose and fell. Soon, with the final strike delivered, gazing at the corpses on the ground, Bai Yi silently recited in his heart, plunder. Instantly, the talent was activated. You have plundered the shadow wolf's talent, Shadow Stride. After completing all this, more than 10 minutes later, as they ventured into the cave, upon reaching the deepest part, a crystal embedded in the stone wall, faintly emitting an eerie blue glow, came into Bai Yi's view. Gazing at the awakening crystal, a glint of fervor flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Unlike an ordinary awakening, using an awakening crystal guarantees a 100% chance to awaken as a beast master. In his previous life, Bai Yi suffered severe injuries from a battle with the shadow wolf. He was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, causing him to miss the optimal time to use the awakening crystal. This gave Bai Yi the opportunity to steal the crystal and gift it to his goddess. But in this life, his simp of a younger brother will never get another chance. Before heading back, I must contract a beast as soon as possible to boost my strength. Only then will I have the power to protect myself against those. There are 3 ways to obtain a beast. One method is to purchase it with money. The second method is to make meritorious contributions for the authorities and receive official rewards. Neither of these 2 options is suitable for Bai Yi. Therefore, Bai Yi naturally chose the third method, which is also the simplest and most straightforward one, directly going into the wild to capture and form a contract with them. As for where to find a suitable beast to tame, Isn't there a ready-made one in the Shadow Wolf's cave? As Bei found the she-wolf's den, 7 or 8 hungry wolf pups appeared before Bei. A first-tier beast master can only contract with one beast. Then, as he cast the appraisal skill, one of the wolf cubs caught Bai Ye's attention. "It's you!" Biting his finger, Bai Ye smeared a drop of blood on the wolf cub's forehead. As the faint spiritual energy within his body was mobilized, countless tadpole-like runes materialized in the air, forming the magic array. Moments later, as the array dissipated, he sensed the contract had been established. Bai Ye also revealed a smile. The Shadow Wolf is merely a low-tier beast, with limited potential and ceiling. But what if he sacrificed the other wolf pups to enhance its talents? You have sacrificed a Shadow Wolf pup and gained the talent, Rapid Growth. You have sacrificed a Shadow Wolf cub and gained the talent, Shadow Force. You have sacrificed a Shadow Wolf cub and gained the talent, Shadow Stealth. Continuously plunder talents and fuse them into your own beast. The Shadow Wolf cub before Bai Ye was visibly transforming at a remarkable speed. A long horn protruded from its forehead. Its body size surged to 50 centimeters. Its black and purple intertwined fur and sharp fangs were utterly unlike those of an ordinary Shadow Wolf cub. Its swaying wolf tail exudes strength, and its bloodshot eyes brim with brutality. It merely resembles a Shadow Wolf in appearance. But in truth, it has completed a racial evolution. As Bei activated his appraisal eye, the beast taming information is now displayed. Name, Shadow Wolf King. Level, Tier 1. Bloodline, Elite. Talent, Shadow Walker. When in shadows, all abilities gain an additional 100% boost. Upon leaving shadows, movement speed increases by 50% for 3 seconds. Wolf King Bloodline permanently increases constitution by 200%. Attribute, Shadow. Skills, Shadow Fawn, attaches Dark Attribute, inflicts damage upon biting and applies a curse. Shadow Claw, scratches the enemy and applies a curse. Shadow Orb, spews a dark magic sphere that causes damage. Ignoring armor. Evaluation, a newly advanced beast tamed from the Shadow Wolf, possessing far greater power than its predecessor. Beast Master bloodlines are ranked from low to high as inferior, common, elite, epic, legendary, and mythical. With his talent as an advantage, Bai Ye was confident. One day, he would nurture the Shadow Wolf King into a mythical creature. In the days that followed, after wandering in the northern forest for a few more days, after advancing the Shadow Wolf King to the 2nd rank, Bai Ye finally turned back toward Luodu, now possessing the ability to protect himself. Now, it's time to settle things with the Bai family. Time flies by. 5 days later, Bai Ye returned to Luodu. As soon as he entered the city, Bai Ye with the Shadow Wolf King attracted much attention. What kind of tamed beast is that? Never seen it before. It looks like a Shadow Wolf, but Shadow Wolves shouldn't be like this. What a powerful beast. To be able to contract such a high-potential creature, this beast master's luck is simply incredible. At this moment, closely following Bai Ye's side, under the stacking effects and bonus feedback of talents, the original Shadow Wolf King cub has now grown to a height of 1.5 meters, almost indistinguishable from an adult Shadow Wolf. Its black and purple intertwined fur looked majestic, swaying in the wind. The horn symbolizing its strength now appeared thick and large. Ying, isn't that your brother? At this moment, he was also heading to the examination site to register for the Beastmaster assessment. Upon seeing the Shadow Wolf King, a glint of fervor couldn't help but flash in Xiaohan's eyes. Ha! That bastard! How dare he deceive me! And following Xiaohan's gaze, when Bai Ye successfully awakened as a Beastmaster, Bai Ying immediately flew into a rage. Sigh, Ying, I don't even have a decent contracted beast yet. If only I could form a contract with a beast like that. Maybe I'll have a chance if I apply to High Academy. Seeing her crush staring at the Shadow Wolf King with a look of regret, Bai Ying waved his hand grandly. It's that simple. Why don't you just make your brother terminate the contract voluntarily and give his beast to brother Xiaohan? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xiaohan pretended to hesitate. Come on, what's so inappropriate about it? Once we get married, we'll be family anyway. Isn't it only natural for family members to help each other? Besides, I'm his younger sister. What's wrong with him, as the older brother, giving in to his younger sister a little? Brother Xiaohan, you're just too kind. Not at all like my brother, so selfish. While complaining about Bai Ye, the two walked in his direction. Brother, weren't you supposed to be working? How did you end up becoming a Beastmaster? Then, a familiar voice rang in Bai Ye's ears. He looked in the direction of the sound. It was his little fairy-like sister and her crush. Bai Ye's brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 3, I'm guilt-tripping? I'll slap you right back. You must be Ying's older brother Bai Ye, right? She often mentions you. With a friendly smile, Xiaohan extended his hand toward Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye completely ignored his presence. A faint trace of displeasure flickered across Xiaohan's expression, while wrapping her arms around Xiaohan's. Seeing her useless brother dare to disrespect her idol, Bai Ying instantly lost her composure. Brother, What are you doing? How utterly rude. Can't you see brother Xiaohan is greeting you? I don't greet. Bai Yi glanced at Bai Ying and said indifferently. He had many other matters to attend to. Bai Yi had no time to deal with those oddballs from the Bai family. You! Stomping her foot and pointing at Bai Yi. A flash of resentment flickered in Bai Ying's gaze. This good-for-nothing isn't even 1/10,000th as good as brother Xiaohan. If it weren't for having business with Bai Yi, she couldn't even be bothered to glance at Bai Yi. Pointing arrogantly at the Shadow Wolf King beside Bai Yi, Bai Ying declared matter-of-factly, Brother, Xiaohan is currently in need of a beast companion. Why don't you break your contract and give your tamed beast to him? He didn't notice Bai Ye's icy gaze. Bai Ying continued, Anyway, you're so lucky. Maybe next time, you'll find an even more suitable beast? There's only 1 month left until the Beast Master exam. With this tamed beast, brother Xiaohan will definitely get into High Academy. Give it to him? It was said that Bai Yi was nearly driven to laughter by anger. The contract between a beast master and their beast is mutual. Severing the contract and causing one's own family to suffer foundational damage, such a thing. Probably only a bizarre character like Bai Ying would dare suggest it, right? What does his Beastmaster exam have to do with me? Get lost. Bai Yi, how dare you speak like that? I am your sister. We are family. And brother Xiaohan will be your future brother-in-law. As the older brother, what's wrong with helping your brother-in-law? Get out. Trying to guilt-trip him. Ha, too bad, this time around, he won't be manipulated. Crack. Accompanied by the crisp sound of a slap, Bai Ying was nearly knocked to the ground by his slap. A distinct palm mark appeared on her fair skin. You, I'm your sister. How dare you hit me? Staring at Bai Yi with resentful eyes, Bai Ying wore an expression of utter disbelief. Isn't my older brother just pathetic? How dare he hit her? You're done for, Bai Yi. I'm telling you, you're finished. I'm telling mom and dad, and you'll be in trouble. Call Bai Yu to deal with me? Hearing this, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. If Bai Yu dares to come, Bai Yi didn't mind teaching them the true meaning of fatherly kindness and filial piety. Howl, sensing its master's emotional turmoil. With a furious roar, the Shadow Wolf King shielded Bai Yi. Facing the beast, the two instinctively took a few steps back. Although Xiaohan was a beastmaster, he had yet to find a suitable beast to tame. But now he was no different from an ordinary person. Realizing it wasn't the time to offend Bai Yi, dragging Bai Ying along, he hastily left, fearful that Bai Yi might act impulsively. They could end up bloodied on the spot. Alright, Shadow, let's go. Calling the Shadow Wolf King to follow, Bai Yi headed toward the direction of the Beast Tamer Guild. Though capable of killing Bai Ying and Xiaohan right now, Bai Yi wouldn't do so. Simply killing them wouldn't quench the hatred in Bai Ye's heart. He intends to keep them alive and torment them mercilessly, making them regret ever being born. Time flies by. Half an hour later, Bai Yi also arrived at the Beast Master Guild, as the official authoritative organization. During this period leading up to the assessment, a continuous stream of novice Beastmasters came and went. Hey, isn't this Bai Yi? Haven't seen you in a while, how'd you end up so down on your luck? Bai Yi glanced sideways at the speaker. A man with a typical nouveau riche appearance, wearing a gold necklace, gold bracelets, and gold rings, looked on with disdain. This was Bai Ye's classmate. He was also the young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Wensheng. Who would have thought a like you, Bai Yi, would get so lucky? Not only did he awaken to become a beast master, but he also contracted a beast of decent quality. But I'm telling you, don't think that just because Miss Luo likes you, you can do whatever you want. Wait until young Master Wang makes his move against the Luo family. It won't be long before she becomes young Master Wang's woman. You'd better stay away from her, or don't blame me for being rude. The young Master Wang Zhouwensheng mentioned, Wang Fangxiu of the Wang family, was Luo Xuei's suitor. In his past life, he adhered to the belief of if I can't have it, then destroy it. Wang Fangxiu not only conspired with Bai Yu, leading to his body being devoured by beasts until not even bones remained. He also caused the downfall of the Luo family, with Luo Xuei dying for his sake, facing the group of people who had caused his death in his past life. In this life, Bai Yi will settle accounts with them slowly, while secretly thinking this to himself. Moments later, Bai Yi had also filled out his college application. At the same time, he submitted the official Beastmaster registration form. Sir, your ID card will be reviewed and distributed tomorrow morning. Please collect it promptly. Alright, thank you. Bai Yi chose the Divine Mansion Academy, the largest Beastmaster institution in Luodu. Apart from being able to obtain more resources for nurturing spirit beasts there, Luo Xuei is also at this academy. How outrageous! That actually dared to hit his own younger sister, utterly inhuman. The Bai family, when she saw her daughter's swollen face from being slapped, Ji Shirwan instantly flew into a rage. Don't worry, Xiaoying, with mom here, you won't be wronged. As an older brother, what's wrong with giving in to your younger sister a little? When that comes back, I'll make him kneel and apologize to you. Xiaoying. As Ji Shizhuan's voice fell, it seemed she could already envision Bai Yi kneeling before her like a dog. Bai Ying felt a surge of satisfaction in her heart. Mom, you have no idea, my brother lied to me, saying he was going for summer work, but in reality, he went to become a beast master, as Bai Ying exaggeratedly recounted. Ji Shizhuan trembled with anger. Ungrateful child. What an ungrateful child. To even deceive your own family? What a... He clearly knew the method to awaken as a beast master, yet he didn't tell us. Xiaoyu is still just an ordinary person now. As an older brother, he doesn't even know how to support his younger sibling. Just as Ji Shizhuan said this, with the door opening, Bai Yi walked in. Bai Yi, you piece of trash, how dare you show your face here? Not only did you deceive our whole family, but you even dared to hit your sister. Upon seeing Bai Yi, she lashed out in fury. Ji Shizhuan immediately slapped him. In his past life, no matter what Bai Yi did, the Bai family took it for granted. They claimed the elder should yield to the younger. But in reality, Bai Yi was treated no better than a slave in this household. Being beaten, scolded, and psychologically manipulated by Bai Yu and Ji Shizhuan had become routine. The thought of ultimately being schemed against by those two, reduced to a sacrificial offering by the Bai family to curry favor with the Wang family. Bai Ye's heart turned utterly cold, trying to emotionally blackmail me. Is that it? He wasn't about to indulge this. Grabbing the other person's hand, they immediately retaliated with a resounding slap. Smack! Ji Shizhuan, her hair disheveled, was left dizzy from the blow and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, Bai Ying, who had been gloating on the side, was stunned. You're insane, Bai Yi, you're insane. How dare you hit Mom? I don't have a brother like you. Hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but sneer, using the excuse that older brothers should yield to younger siblings. From the moment he could remember, Bai Yu and Ji Shizhuan had never shown him any care. Every time Bai Ying and Bai Yu broke something, they would falsely accuse him and make him the scapegoat. As so-called parents, Bai Yu and his wife never listened to his explanations. They would immediately resort to a brutal beating. As for expenses like school fees, they were all covered by government subsidies. Fulfilling parental responsibilities? That was nothing but a joke. Since high school, if it weren't for his work-study efforts and his own hard work, he would have probably starved to death out there long ago. Bai Yi owes nothing to the Bai family. Bai Yi, just you wait. When your father returns, I'll have him discipline you. You unfilial son. Seeing Bai Yi completely ignore her, he went upstairs alone to pack his things. Like a madwoman, Ji Shizhuan screamed hysterically. Chapter 4, Talent Plunder. A brand new beast taming talent. Leave the Bai family, despite being penniless, but having transitioned into a beast master, along with memories from his past life, earning money was still quite easy. Pack up your belongings and leave the Bai family. An hour later, Bai Yi also arrived at the 33rd district of Luo capital. This is the famous black market of Luo capital. Many shady dealings and illegal transactions take place here. To others, this place might seem incredibly dangerous, synonymous with chaos, but in Bai Ye's eyes, to quickly complete the initial capital accumulation and provide ample resources for the Shadow Wolf King, there's no place more suitable than this. Sir, are you certain you wish to participate in a life or death duel? Beastmaster Arena. The receptionist asked Bai Yi with a serious expression. You must understand, this place is entirely different from the outside world. The duel between two beastmasters will continue until one of their beasts dies, making the entire battle filled with brutality and bloodshed. I'm sure. Sign me up. Not only can you earn rewards, but you can also train the Shadow Wolf King, by virtue of innate plundering. After slaying the opponent's beast, Bai Yi could further strengthen himself through this. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, why wouldn't Bai Yi be delighted? Alright then, please fill in your card number and personal information. Many novice beastmasters seek shortcuts, attempting to get rich overnight through these grey market methods. From the receptionist's perspective, Bai Yi was just one of those novice beastmasters. At any rate, she'd done her part by giving the warning. Even if Bai Yi the beastmaster died, he deserved it. Watching Bai Yi walk toward the arena, the receptionist's gaze was full of pity. She had no faith in such a greenhouse flower. She seemed to have already foreseen Bai Yi dying in battle as a beastmaster, leaving the arena in dejected defeat. Inside the underground arena, upon stepping in, the roars of tamed beasts, cheers from the audience, and shouts of gamblers immediately assaulted his senses. The thick scent of blood made Bai Yi frown slightly. In his past life, Bai Yi had some exposure to such places, but in this life, his first encounter left him somewhat repelled due to slight physical discomfort. Is that a newcomer? Looks like it. He's doomed, definitely going to get slaughtered. How long do you think this newcomer will last? I bet his beast will be taken down in about a minute. Ha ha, probably not even a minute, 3 moves at most. I agree. After all, he's just a rookie, and his opponents are seasoned beastmasters with tons of experience. Just before the life and death beast battle was about to begin, the audience in the stands buzzed with discussions. To make this type of competition more entertaining, Bai Yi faced opponents of roughly the same level. Even so, among first-tier beast masters, the difference in strength can be worlds apart. Before the battle even began, everyone believed Bai Yi was destined to lose. Go on, Shadow. Pretend to be overpowered at first, then struggle to victory. In the first battle, Bai Yi had no intention of revealing his true strength. He planned to deliberately underperform. Then when the second round began, he'd wait for his betting odds to rise. He'd use the money earned from life or death matches to bet on himself. Maximizing profits was the name of the game. As a tamed beast, the Shadow Wolf King only needs to fight. But Bai Yi, as the beast master, has much more to consider. What? At this moment, though somewhat puzzled by Bai Yi's command, but the Shadow Wolf King still stepped onto the arena. Phone, let's go too. Standing opposite Bai Yi. Seeing Bai Yi summon his beast, standing opposite him, the young man acting as his opponent also summoned his own tamed beast. It was a cyan mantis standing as tall as a person. Its pair of sickle-like forelimbs looked terrifying enough to send chills down one's spine. Blessed with racial advantages, it was inherently born for combat. A contracted beast like the azure mist mantis is inherently superior to others from the moment of bonding. The gale surged, fleeting as an illusion. Under the young man's command, the azure mist mantis launched a preemptive strike. It was fast, but the Shadow Wolf King was even faster. Facing the attacks of the azure mantis, the Shadow Wolf King narrowly dodged each time, appearing utterly disheveled. But in truth, this was all part of Bai Yi's deliberate plan. Without feigning weakness, how could he profit from the next life and death battle? Alright, let's do this. Seeing the timing was ripe, Bai Yi also gave the Shadow Wolf King the order to attack. Finally, it could attack. The earlier battle had been utterly frustrating for it. Roar! With a roar, the Shadow Wolf King abandoned its passive stance and took the initiative to attack. Phone, kill it now. Seeing the opponent's aggression, a faint smile appeared on the young man's face. After all, his azure mantis had undergone special training. Its base stats are several tiers higher than the Shadow Wolf King's. How could Bai Yi's Shadow Wolf King possibly be a match for his cyan mantis? This battle was his for the taking, just as the thought crossed his mind. And even the audience thought, Bai Yi's beast would be torn to pieces and devoured alive by the cyan mantis. Little did they expect. The next second, boom! With a loud bang, the azure mantis was pinned to the ground by the Shadow Wolf King. Shadow Claw activated. Instantly, the azure mantis's pair of powerful forelimbs were torn apart. Instantly killed. It lost all ability to resist. The Shadow Wolf King wouldn't be polite to prey delivered to its doorstep. Crack! As its head was bitten off, it began devouring the beast core within the other's body. Foam! With a startled cry, the young man was utterly dumbfounded. His eyes widened, his expression filled with disbelief. Throughout the entire battle, he had clearly held the upper hand. How is it that now, he's the one who lost? With the death of his beast, he suffered a backlash from the contract. The young man suddenly spat out blood and passed out. At the same time, the talent is triggered. Bai Yi also plundered the talent of the green mantis. You have plundered the green mantis's talent. Godspeed. Godspeed. Movement speed is additionally increased by 50%. When he saw the information about the plundered talent, Bai Yi's eyes lit up, originally inclined towards the hunter type. With this talent, the Shadow Wolf King's strength would reach another level. Without hesitation, as the talent was bestowed, despite no outward changes, the Shadow Wolf King's strength had undeniably increased. At that very moment, witnessing the green mantis actually fall beneath the Shadow Wolf King's feet, everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. I invested 100,000 yuan in the green mantis. You owe me my money back. What? I went all in, and now you're telling me I lost? This can't be a fixed match, can it? Just as the crowd placing bets began to complain incessantly, a self-proclaimed expert offered his analysis. I suspect the Shadow Wolf King has been secretly casting spells since the battle began, waiting for the final outburst. That's how he used his skill to instantly kill the azure mantis, right? As he analyzed, the crowd on site nodded in deep agreement. It seems this is the only plausible explanation. As a new round of battle was about to begin, the skeptical crowd placed their bets one after another. They had just gone through a battle. The Shadow Wolf King's condition had been significantly depleted. In everyone's eyes, in the next battle, the Shadow Wolf King is doomed. As the betting closed, Yuan Shang'an, the owner of the underground arena, couldn't help but laugh. This round, he's made a huge profit. Gazing at Bai Yi in the arena, Yuan Shang'an's expression showed admiration. Although he didn't know Bai Yi's background, but for a novice beast master, he actually managed to contract a Shadow Wolf King of decent quality. Moreover, judging from the battle performance, Bai Yi and his beast companion showed great synergy in combat. Despite being a newcomer, he remained calm under pressure and knew how to nurture his beast. All signs point to the other party's boundless potential. Chapter 5, Shadowstone. A Beastmaster's Metamorphosis. At this moment, in the arena, as the second life and death battle is about to begin, a girl with a ponytail, looking about 17 or 18 years old, summoned her beast. Roar, accompanied by a roar. It was a shadow lion the size of an adult ox. The dark purple fur looked majestic and domineering. Baye's gaze slightly tightened as he stared at the shadow lion. Both being at the first tier, under normal circumstances, the Shadow Wolf King stood no chance against the shadow lion. Without obtaining divine speed, this battle would have been incredibly difficult, wouldn't it? In fact, there was even a possibility of complete failure. But divine speed was acquired from the Azure Mantis. The Shadow Wolf King's power underwent a qualitative transformation. Even if the opponent is a shadow lion, it can still be handled. Shadow, go finish it off. As Baye's words fell, the Shadow Wolf King calmly and unhurriedly stepped onto the arena, gazing at the shadow lion. Its eyes were filled with intense aggression. It was like the look a carnivore gives its herbivorous prey. Both being of the shadow attribute, if it devoured this shadow lion, its power would likely break through to another level, right? Thinking this, the Shadow Wolf King couldn't help but get excited, and the battle was about to break out at any moment. In the spectator stands, the crowd was brimming with excitement. It's actually a shadow lion, the natural nemesis of the Shadow Wolf King. Ha ha, there's no way this rookie can be as lucky as last time, right? Hee hee, how could a wolf ever defeat a lion? I took out a 300,000 loan, go big or go home. Just when everyone thought Bayi was doomed to lose, the Shadow Wolf King moved first. Like a black arrow, the Shadow Wolf King appeared behind the shadow lion in the blink of an eye. Shadow Claw activated. Several bloody wounds instantly appeared on the shadow lion's body. Roar! Feeling the searing pain, the shadow lion flew into a rage. In its eyes, this wolf was merely prey. How dare mere prey inflict wounds upon it? How could the proud shadow lion possibly endure this? Big Black, seeing his tamed beast completely disobey his commands, being toyed with by the opponent, the girl couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm, her anxiety growing unbearable. Yet in response to the master's call, the shadow lion paid no heed. In its view, the girl and itself were merely bound by a master-servant relationship. As the Lion King, its duty was to fight and conquer. As a servant, the girl only needed to provide it with resources for growth and food. The cart before the horse relationship between beast masters and their beasts. There's no way the shadow lion would obey the girl's commands. However, this precisely gave Bayi an opportunity to exploit. Keep your distance, use Shadow Ball, then finish it with Shadow Fong. As Bayi issued the command, in the arena, the Shadow Wolf King leaped back, creating distance. Immediately after, a dark purple magic sphere blasted toward the shadow lion. Is that a shadow ball? How is this possible? Even the Shadow Wolf King shouldn't have mastered such a skill. The level of attribute mastery this Shadow Wolf King possesses is just too high. Ridiculous. So strong. To be able to contract such a powerful Shadow Wolf King, this newcomer's luck is just too good. Gasps of surprise echoed one after another. The crowd's expressions shifted slightly, gazing at Bayi in the arena. Their eyes couldn't help but reveal envy. Starting with a Shadow Wolf King as his first beast, he's already ahead at the starting line. To possess such a rare contracted beast that only one emerges victorious among tens of thousands of Shadow Wolves, Bayi's future potential is truly limitless. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of the explosion. Watching the dust kicked up by the explosion, the girl's face turned pale. The contract with the beast was severed. This means, as if struck by a thought, the girl's body swayed unsteadily. You have plundered the Shadow Lion's talent, King Zora. King Zora exerts a certain suppression on exotic beasts or tamed beasts smaller than oneself. This Shadow Lion's talent is just average, but it's better than nothing. At least after devouring it, the Shadow Wolf King's strength underwent a minor qualitative transformation. Through the contract's connection, Bayi was very satisfied with the improvement in his beast mastery strength. Winning the first match, Bayi earned 100,000, by using this money to place bets at 20-1 odds. In just a few short hours, Bayi was carrying an enormous sum of over $1 million on him. This amount of money was enough for him to nurture the Shadow Wolf King in the coming days. Young friend, please hold on a moment. Just as Bayi was about to leave, a middle-aged man stopped him. Bayi's expression showed a faint trace of wariness as he looked at Yuan Shangen. Having been betrayed in his past life, he had witnessed too much malice. Thus, in this life, he trusts no one except Luo Shui. That's right, I'm the owner here, Yuan Shangen. Young man, judging by your appearance, you haven't taken the Beastmaster exam yet, have you? I have a top-grade Shadowstone here, which would be a perfect match for your Shadow Wolf King. You've helped me earn a lot today. This is what you deserve. With that, Yuan Shangen handed over the Shadowstone. Thanks. He also understood that the other party was preparing to make some investments in him. Bayi didn't stand on ceremony either. He had just awakened as a beastmaster not long ago and was currently in dire need of resources. With this shadow stone, he believed it wouldn't be long now. Will all of the Shadow Wolf King's skill effects be upgraded by 1 tier? As Bai Yi left with his tamed beast, a subordinate nearby couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, is this really worth it? You should know that a single elemental spirit stone is worth over 1 million, and that top-grade shadow stone is worth at least 10 million. To just hand over a treasure worth tens of millions as an investment, isn't that way too extravagant? Ha ha, whether it's worth it or not, won't we find out later?" With a hearty laugh, Yuan Shangyan didn't say much. Locking eyes with Bai Yi, he detected a faint trace of killing intent, the gaze unique to one bent on revenge. A vengeance-driven soul, coupled with being a beastmaster of great potential. In Yuan Shangyan's view, this investment is a surefire deal with no risk of loss. At this very moment, as he left the underground arena, Bai Yi arrived at the black market. In his previous life, the reason Bai Yi became a 7th-rank beastmaster in just a few years, apart from his decent talent and the assistance from Luo Shui, the most crucial factor was his possession of a unique pill formula. Relying on elixirs and devilish training, Bai Yi was confident he could fully unleash the Shadow Wolf King's potential. For other beastmasters, such extreme methods would undoubtedly destroy one's foundation. But for Bai Yi, he only needed to utilize his innate talent to help the Shadow Wolf King advance once its strength reached its peak. The negative effects brought by the elixir and high-intensity training no longer existed. Chapter 6, Elixir Purification. A new use for talent. In the black market, stalls on both sides were bustling with shouts, displaying various spiritual herbs and medicines. While the crowd bustled about, creating a lively and extraordinary scene, his gaze swept continuously between the stalls. Just then, an inconspicuous stall with a shadow grass for sale sign caught Bai Yi's attention. He stepped forward for a closer look. Bai Yi's eyes burned with intensity. His heart stirred with excitement. He recognized that this was not shadow grass. Instead, it was the far rarer Netherbloom. However, the difference between the two was like that of a rose and a peony. Unlike the ubiquitous shadow grass, the Netherbloom is incredibly rare. If not for my past life's extensive adventures and broad knowledge, even Bai Yi would have struggled to tell them apart. This is truly a treasure for enhancing Shadow-type beast companion strength, if it can be integrated into the potential elixir. The strength of the Shadow Wolf King is estimated to undergo a major qualitative transformation, right? Thus, without showing any expression, Bai Yi asked the stall owner, "How much for this shadow grass?" 5,000 per plant. The stall owner just glanced at Bai Yi and answered lazily, "Beast taming is an expensive hobby." Looking at Bai Yi, who appears to be a poor student, how much money could he possibly have? However, Bai Yi's next words left the stall owner utterly shocked. "Here's the deal, I'll pay 3,000. I'll take everything you've got." Everything? Hearing this, the stall owner wore an expression of disbelief. After all, he had only spent 500 per shadow grass plant when purchasing them. Even if we negotiate the price now, each plant can still sell for 3,000. This young man is clearly a sucker. Thinking of this, the stall owner immediately put on a broad smile. "Brother, I have 50 plants in total. What do you think? Pack it all up." Bai Yi could easily guess what the stall owner was thinking with just a glance. Thinking they had taken advantage of him. Little did they know, he was the one who got the real bargain. In his previous life, the nether flower wasn't discovered until 4 years later. Back then, a single nether flower was worth millions. This trip to the black market was a huge windfall for Bai Yi. He continued browsing through the black market. An hour later, Bai's hands were fully loaded with various spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. Who knows, after consuming the potential pill, what kind of enhancement will the Shadow Wolf King's strength receive? Just as this thought crossed his mind, as Bai was about to head back, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Bai Yi, what are you doing here?" As Bai Yi instinctively turned toward the source of the voice, a girl came into view. Her tall single ponytail stood upright, the patterned white t-shirt stretched out of shape, and her straight long legs were tightly wrapped in jeans. 9 years ago, Luo Shui lacked a touch of sophistication, her delicate features slightly youthful, with a pair of clear and innocent eyes. "Classmate Bai Yi, is there something on my face?" Noticing Bai Yi staring at her, Luo Shui grew nervous and instinctively touched her face. Beautiful eyes, a delicate nose, and a petite mouth. Bai Yi said truthfully, "Ha." Never did they expect that the usually serious Bai Yi would say something like this. Blinking her eyes, Luo Shui couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Immediately realizing this, the girl's cheeks flushed slightly pink. "Bai, you still haven't answered my question." As she spoke, Luo Shui couldn't help stealing glances at Bai with wandering eyes. "It's only been a few days since we last met. Why does Bai Yi seem more mature and handsome now?" For a moment, Luo Shui couldn't help but feel her heart race. Ah, no, she's really not a love-struck fool. Unaware of Luo Shui's silent assumptions, Bai Yi smiled and said, "By the way, I plan to apply to Divine Mansion Academy. Classmate Luo Shui, after the Beastmaster exam, we might become schoolmates. Ha! Hearing this, Luo Shui looked astonished. However, her slightly youthful expression carried seriousness. Yes, I believe in you. Bai Yi, let's meet at Shinfu Academy. Just thinking about Bai Yi attending the same academy as her, Luo Shui felt sweetly pleased in her heart. As the two chatted idly, one of the bodyguards on the side couldn't help but speak up to remind them. Miss, have you forgotten? The master is still waiting. Oh right. He slapped his forehead, remembering he still had something to do. Luo Shui hastily bid farewell to Bai Yi. Then, Bai Yi, see you at the Beastmaster exam. Yeah, see you at the exam. The casual chat with Luo Shui was just an interlude. In the afternoon, rented an apartment in the city. He would spend the coming days here, take out the spirit herb and the alchemy furnace. Bai Yi also began the process of pill refinement. An alchemist is a profession that consumes vast resources and time. In his previous life, during the days when he couldn't awaken as a beast tamer, thanks to Luo Shui's recommendation, Bai Yi was thus able to enter the alchemy pavilion to study pill refining. As a result, over the years, his alchemy skills had long reached perfection. As the spiritual energy within his body was continuously depleted, Bai Yi remained fully focused, carefully controlling the fire and adding spiritual herbs to the cauldron. Time passed unnoticed in this process. It was unclear how much time had elapsed. Only when the elixir was successfully refined did Bai Yi finally exhale a turbid breath. Prompt, pill effects can be extracted. Gazing at that furnace of potential enhancing pills, as a line of text appeared before his eyes, Bai Yi's heart swelled with joy. He never expected. Apart from being able to plunder the talents of slain tamed beasts and exotic creatures, he could even seize the effects of elixirs, truly worthy of being a divine tier talent. Plunder. Staring at a pot of potential pills, Bai Yi's innate talent activates. The quality of elixirs is graded from 1 to 10, with 1 being the lowest and 10 the highest, and by stacking buffs in this way, refine and fuse the effects of all potential pills into one. A 10th grade potential pill appeared in Bai Yi's hand. Even the most skilled alchemy masters could only refine 7th or 8th grade pills at best. As for 10th grade, only heard of, but never seen. Staring at the potential pill in his hand, Bai Yi couldn't help but marvel. He thought refining an 8th grade pill would already be quite an achievement, yet the result was the highest quality 10th grade pill. This was beyond Bai Yi's expectations. At this moment, on one side, when sensing the power contained within the pill, the Shadow Wolf King's tail was wagging wildly, looking just like a husky. Couldn't help but laugh. Eat up. With that, Bai Yi tossed the potential pill toward the Shadow Wolf King. As the Shadow Wolf King swallowed it whole, thick spiritual energy diffused around it. At a visible rate, the Shadow Wolf King's aura was continuously rising. Just a potential pill could bring about a qualitative change in the Shadow Wolf King. What if we add that Shadow Stone into the mix? As Bai Yi presented the Shadow Stone for the Shadow Wolf King to absorb, feeling the surging power within its body relentlessly impacting its limbs and torso, the Shadow Wolf King couldn't help but howl towards the sky. Roar! The howl seemed to pierce the heavens. Meanwhile, its body had grown to nearly 5 meters in size. Sharp fangs and a fiercely aggressive gaze. The sharp horns on its head were clear proof that the Shadow Wolf King had reached the peak of the first rank. It was just one step away from breaking through to the second rank. Chapter 7. Talent Fusion. Beast Taming Advancement. With the blessing of talent, with the plundered and fused talents of a few more exotic beasts, the Shadow Wolf King should surely break through to the second rank, right? While patting the dog's head, Bai Yi formulated a customized upgrade plan for the Shadow Wolf King in his mind. Drawing from his past life's experience as a beast tamer, Bai Yi knew well that with the aid of elixirs and shadow stones, the current Shadow Wolf King had been forcibly elevated to its limit. A normal breakthrough was completely impossible. Such methods were not suitable. But what if we exploit talents by plundering and fusing the abilities of other exotic beasts? Let's elaborate on this idea further. What if we specifically aim to enhance the royal bloodline within the Shadow Wolf King? As Bai Yi pondered the feasibility, his eyes lit up. What? Noticing its master's gaze upon it, the Shadow Wolf King couldn't help but feel puzzled. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Soon enough, early the next morning, with the Shadow Wolf King in tow, Bai Yi first arrived at the Beastmaster Guild. He collected the identity badge he had processed the day before, the officially recognized Beastmaster rank. It is divided into 5 tiers: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Platinum. After passing the official strength assessment, Beastmasters of different levels can enjoy varying levels of benefits and treatment from the authorities. A Platinum-level Beastmaster holds a status comparable to that of a general. Bai Yi wanted to investigate the mastermind behind the deaths of himself and the Luo family in his past life. After registering an official identity and obtaining the corresponding privileges, subsequent investigations would undoubtedly become much more convenient. Sir, here is your ID card. You can use it to accept commissions and earn contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for cash, or used to purchase spirit herbs, pills for beast masters, and skill-related books. Soon, just over 10 minutes later, completed all the necessary procedures. Just as Bai Yi looked up at the news on the hall screen, he seemed lost in thought. Suspected large-scale activity of shadow-type exotic beasts in the northern forest. According to investigations, a lord-level mutant beast has likely appeared in Tianxian Mountain. Massive mutant beast riots in Shadow Swamp signal an impending beast tide. Experts advise caution, training carries risks. Level up with care. Memories from his past life surfaced in his mind. Bai Yi knew very well, it would happen this year. A shadow-type abyss shadow bear would appear in the northern forest, and accompanying that abyss shadow bear would be a shadow silver lotus. That was truly a treasure for enhancing the potential of shadow-type beast companions. If I can obtain that shadow silver lotus, I believe the Shadow Wolf King will undergo a class evolution, advancing from elite to epic tier beast, right? However, there's still some time before the Shadow Silver Lotus matures. Before heading to the northern forest, Bai Yi still needed to first elevate the Shadow Wolf King to the second tier. As for the upgrade location, the Shadow Swamp is a great choice. Soon, half a day later, Bai Yi also stepped into the Shadow Swamp. It is said that many years ago, a mythical level exotic beast perished here. Because of this, the place became a paradise for shadow attribute exotic beasts. Countless shadow attribute exotic beasts of all kinds can be found here. Now with the beast tide approaching, exotic creatures can be seen everywhere. As they kept slaying monsters, they advanced deeper into the forest. The exotic creatures they encountered grew increasingly stronger. Right after killing several more shadow wolves, not long after setting off, with the Shadow Wolf King in tow, Bai Yi arrived at a mystical beast cavern. Sensing Bai Yi's approach, in the deep, dark cavern, a pair of enormous, crimson eyes slowly opened. Then, the sound of rustling continued incessantly. A massive serpent, its body a dark purple hue with a single large horn on its head, emerged from the cave, coiling its body, 18 meters in length, its forked tongue flicking in and out repeatedly. At first glance, this giant serpent was enough to strike fear into anyone. Shadow, use Shadow Ball to test it first. Awah! Upon hearing Bai Yi's command, roaring, it opened its maw wide. Instantly, a purple magic sphere shot toward the Shadow Python. This Shadow Python was at the early second tier stage. It seems to have just entered its growth stage not long ago. In the past, dealing with the Shadow Wolf King would have been difficult given its strength, but after consuming the potential pill and the Shadow Stone, not only has its physique improved, the effects of the skills also underwent a qualitative transformation. Therefore, dealing with it was still quite effortless. The giant serpent's scales shattered before their eyes, its flesh mangled where the spell orbs had struck, roughly gauging the disparity in strength between the two sides. Bai Yi continued to issue commands to the Shadow Wolf King. Use Shadow Fang to strike its vital spot, then finish it off with Shadow Claw. Upon hearing this, the moment they distanced themselves, the Shadow Wolf King moved again. The enchanted dark purple fangs tore through flesh. The eerie purple claws ripped through skin. Facing the Shadow Wolf King empowered with Godspeed, the giant serpent's massive body became a living target. Soon, as the serpent's head was severed by sharp claws, the giant python collapsed with a thunderous crash, and as the aura of the exotic beast dissipated entirely, Bai Yi's innate talent activated in response. You have also plundered the Shadow Python's talent. Stealth, Alert, detected overlapping talents. Proceed with fusion? Merge. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, without hesitation, Bai Yi issued the command to merge, Shadow Walker, Godspeed, and Stealth. Notification, you have acquired the talent, Shadow Apostle. Shadow Apostle, movement speed increased by an additional 200%. When in shadows, all abilities are further enhanced by 400%. Upon leaving shadows, the first skill effect is boosted by 200%. Just after seeing the information about the new talent, Bai Yi's eyes lit up. The effects brought by the fused talent, it's far stronger than the combined effects of the previous 3 talents. Gazed toward the Shadow Wolf King, just after devouring the flesh of the Shadow Python in large gulps, under multiple enhancements, its body length reached 6 meters, and the horn on its forehead faintly revealed some dark purple patterns. For mystical beasts, the horn on the forehead symbolizes strength, though their appearance remains largely unchanged. Their power has undergone a qualitative transformation, broke through to the second rank. Even if the opponent were 4 or 5 Shadow Lions of the same rank, the Shadow Wolf King could easily defeat them, right? Just as this thought crossed my mind, suddenly, I noticed something unusual about the Shadow Wolf King. Bai Yi also looked in the same direction. They saw Zhao Wenshang, dressed like a nouveau riche, leading a group of people slowly approaching. Bai Yi, you damn bastard, didn't I tell you that Ms. Luo is Mr. Wang's woman? How dare you communicate with Miss Luo? How dare you? Looking to White Knight, Zhao Wenqing's gaze was icy cold. As Wang Fengxiu's #1 lapdog, Zhao Wenqing certainly wanted to share his master's worries. He bribed the Luo family butler when he learned that By Night and Luo Shui were close. He immediately hoofed it to White Knight's trouble. Young Zhao, leave this brat at our disposal. I promise, I'll make this kid pay for his behavior. Seeing an opportunity to perform. On one side, a yellow hair immediately said fawningly, "Ro, don't get dead, keep it for torture. I want to let this poor know that this is the price of offending Wang Xiao." Seeing this, Yellow Hair was overjoyed. He immediately led a group of minions toward White Knight to surround him. At the same time, the crowd also summoned their imperial beasts, leading a pack of canine exotics, and with each step closer, a hideous grin also appeared on Yellow Hair's face. "Kid, if you want to blame it on the fact that you've offended someone you shouldn't have," said at the command. A bunch of imperial beasts lunged right towards White Knight. However, in the very next second, a roar was deafening. The Shadow Wolf King blocked between the two, protecting White Knight. Under the suppression of the king's aura, the imperial beasts had all been shivering. There were even some imperial beasts that were directly scared to death. Chapter 8, Crushing. Abolishing Zhao Wenshang. Eyes in front of the Shadow Wolf King. His own imperial beast shivered and couldn't move. The smile on Yellow Hair's face gradually solidified. A few drops of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was thought that the other party was nothing more than a weakling, at their mercy, but I didn't expect this to be a tough one, and located in the rear. Seeing that Yellow Hair didn't move for half a day, Zhao Wenshang was also a bit impatient. "Yellow Hair, what are you waiting for? Still not quick to kill his imperial beast and break this poor limbs?" Okay, Zhao Xiao. It was their side that had the numerical advantage anyhow. It couldn't possibly be a match for White Knight, could it? Take a chance and tough it out. As Yellow Hair's command was given, growling, a group of imperial beasts swarmed up. However, in the very next second, only the Shadow Wolf King could be seen weaving like an arrow, blood spattered and limbs shattered. The whole scene resembles a bloody slaughterhouse. In an instant, it was accompanied by a host of imperial beasts being slaughtered to death, and break the contract with the imperial beast. Suffering from the backlash, Yellow Hair and the others' faces turned white, only to feel their bodies being hollowed out and paralyzed to the ground. Upon seeing this scene, in the back, Zhao Wenqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't White Knight a poor? Where are the resources to train the imperial beasts? How the hell did that happen? Why was White Knight's imperial beast so strong? In a brief frozen moment, soon, Zhao Wenshang also reacted. He showed a scowl. Even if White Knight could take out those trashy imperial beasts, so what? Even if he was more powerful, he was just a slightly stronger loser. Think about it. Immediately, Zhao Wenshang also summoned his imperial beast. It was a second-ranked mutated shadow leopard with a slender body and a purple and gold appearance. "Young Zhao, this dog has ruined our imperial beast. You must avenge us." At this moment, seeing that Zhao Wenshang was ready to make a move, Yellow Hair instantly cried out in pain and wrapped his legs in a hug. "Get out!" A slapping leg kick lands for Yellow Hair. Zhao Wenshang looked disgusted. He couldn't even handle such a small matter, and as a result, he had to do it himself. Such a loser is actually his little brother. He was ashamed to say it. Ignoring the resentment in Yellow Hair's eyes, Zhao Wenshang immediately gave orders to Shadow Leopard. "Pow! Go kill that wolf!" Roar! With the command given, only the Shadow Leopard was like a bolt of lightning, instantly running out. As an agile type of imperial beast, the Shadow Panther was fast. In the same rank, there were few imperial beasts that could match it in speed, plus the added bonus of being a mutant species himself. Wasn't this playing White Knight's Shadow Wolf King in the palm of his hand? High mobility comes with high mobility. Zhao Wenqing just wanted to ask, the advantage is in me, how to lose? And the eye saw the distance between the two shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye. A smile gradually emerged on Zhao Wenqing's face as well. He couldn't wait to see that the Shadow Wolf King was torn to pieces by his own imperial beast. The scene of White Knight dying and begging on his knees in front of himself, kowtowing and sparing his life was over. Just this thought. However, the next second, the scene in front of him, however, caused Zhao Wenqing's expression to start becoming gradually frozen. Just see the moment of the exchange of hands. Shadow Panthers are fast, but the Shadow Wolf King was faster. Sharp fangs instantly penetrated the throat. The Shadow Panther, who was unbeatable before, now it was like a dead dog, being suppressed by the Shadow Wolf King. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you, a poor person, cultivate imperial beasts to be so strong? Seeing that the imperial beast was killed in direct seconds, while being backslidden by the deed, Zhao Wenshang was horrified and had an incredulous look on his face. It was able to take out a bunch of Yellow Hair's imperial beasts at the same time. He knew very well that White Knight wasn't weak, but Zhao Wenqing never thought that By Night's strength was actually this strong. Along with White Knight and the Shadow Wolf King, they kept getting closer. Couldn't help but gulp. Yellow Hair's group hid behind Zhao Wensheng at some point, looking into White Knight's ice-cold eyes. This isn't going to kill them, is it? The more they thought about it, the more horrified the crowd became. By night, let me tell you, I'm a member of the Zhao family. If you dare to make a move on me, the Zhao family and Wang Shao won't let you go. Saying the meanest things in the most wimpy tones, and seeing that White Knight seemed to be smiling, Zhao Wensheng was a little frightened in his heart. Didn't you say that you were going to kill my imperial beast and then break my limbs? White Knight said casually. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Subconsciously taking a step back, Zhao Wensheng sweated. Tell you what, I'm not unreasonable. Yellow Hair, you guys, if you break his limbs, then I'll let you go. Greeting Yellow Hair's few people over, White Knight said to them. Hearing this, Yellow Hair couldn't help but hesitate. But Zhao Xiao is after all a member of the Zhao family. We are afraid. I'll give you two choices. Looking at the yellow-haired bunch, without waiting to finish, White Knight cut them off. How about you guys break his limbs and then I'll let you go, or you will die here. We do. Just as White Knight's words had only fallen, Yellow Hair responded in a hurry. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. As for the Zhao family's retaliation, they couldn't care less right now. Zhao Xiao, I'm sorry, who told you to offend someone you shouldn't have? Seeing the crowd turn to surround themselves, Zhao Wensheng looked horrified. He wanted to escape, but before he could make a move, he was held down by a few of his juniors. Young Zhao, we are forced by circumstances and environment. Yeah, blame yourself for your bad luck. We don't want to die either. Relax, young Zhao, it'll be over soon. Put the nymphets, you wolf-hearted, treacherous dogs. Let me tell you, if you dare to make a move against me, the Zhao family will definitely not let you go. Seeing that he was grabbed by both hands and feet, he could not move. Zhao Wensheng cracked his mouth. He showed his cards and stopped pretending altogether. A bunch of ES. Do they really dare to hurt him? And embrace a boulder? See, it's all come to this. And Zhao Wensheng still had a superior posture. Yellow Hair's gaze went cold. He slowly raised the boulder in his hand, seeing the boulder getting closer and closer. At this moment, Zhao Wensheng was completely flustered. You, don't come over here. Ah! The limbs were continuously smashed by the boulders until they were bloody and the bones were broken. Zhao Wensheng was in so much pain that he fainted. Only then did Yellow Hair's group show a pleasing look to White Knight. Brother, bye. We did what you said. Can you let us go now? Get lost. Okay. Dragging Zhao Wensheng, who looked like a dead dog, Yellow Hair and the others hurriedly rolled away in a sharp manner. Soon, when the scene was left to itself, White Knight also unleashed his talent and plundered the talent of the group of slain imperial beasts at the scene. You have looted the mutant Shadow Panther talent, Hunting Hour. Hunting Hour, when continuously attacking a target, damage is increased by an additional 50%. You have plundered the Blast Dog talent, Keen Sense. Sharp Senses, perception increased by an additional 50%, with a series of beeps. With multiple talent additions, the Shadow Wolf King's strength also saw a small qualitative change. Chapter 9, Departure to the Northern Forest. Battle against the Abyssal Demon Bear. Name, Shadow Wolf King. Level, 2nd Order. Bloodline, Elite. Talents, Shadow Apostle. Wolf King Bloodline. Hunting Hour, Keen Sense. Attributes, Shadow. Skills, Shadow Fangs, Shadow Claws, Shadow Ball, Shadow Wave. Evaluation, a Shadow Wolf King that has undergone some sort of mutation, with a strength that exceeds the current class, after the progression. In addition to the change in strength, the Shadow Wolf King also gained a brand new skill, Shadow Wave. Unleash a shockwave by roaring. In addition to being able to do some damage, it can also inflict curses on ranged enemies, lowering their resistance to shadow attributes and more. I also don't know that having this skill, what kind of changes can it bring to the Shadow Wolf King in future battles? Thinking in this manner, just as White Knight was leading the Shadow Wolf King, he kept killing monsters and devouring and plundering to upgrade in the Shadow Swamp. Lodu, Center Hospital. Looking at Zhao Wensheng, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages and whose limbs were ruined, Wang Fengxiu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Although Zhao Wensheng was nothing more than a dispensable lapdog of his, but it's also important to beat the dog. White Knight, a poor man, a waste abandoned by the White family. How dare you beat his dog like that? How could Wang Fengxiu endure this? Young Wang, I was just trying to warn that White Knight brat so that he doesn't hit on Miss Luo, but who would have thought that he would strike so viciously? Not only did he kill my royal beast, he reduced me to an invalid, and tortured me like this. What's even more outrageous is that he actually said that Miss Luo is his person. With each additional word from Zhao Wensheng, Wang Fengxiu's face then became a few degrees colder. Beat up his lapdogs even. Now he had the audacity to spy on his woman. How can he bear such humiliation? White Knight, right? Good. Very good. You already have a way to take your death. For a moment, killing intent filled Wang Fengxiu's gaze. immediately calling for a bodyguard. He arranged it. You go to the Star Guild and hire a few people for me to go kill White Knight. Remember, money is no object, but only success, not failure. Okay, young Wang. Respectfully replying, the bodyguard turned around and left. The Star Guild, which was one of the largest imperial beast guilds in the world. It is mainly responsible for dealing with things that are inconvenient for the big families, playing the role of a black glove. In the opinion of Wang Fengxiu, with the Star Guild's people out there, White Knight was dead, had no knowledge of Wang Fengxiu's plans. With the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon, time flies. When White Knight brought the Shadow Wolf King out of the Shadow Marsh, it's been 3 days. Now, as the realm gradually stabilized, the Shadow Wolf King had also transitioned from the early second stage to the middle stage. By memory, count the hours. There were still about 10 days before the Shadow Silver Lotus matured, and the time was just before the start of the great examination of the Imperial Beast Master. It's almost time to get ready to go. Think about it. Plan what's next, to avoid any surprises and letting someone get the jump on you. And so it was. Just after a little respite, White Knight then took the bus to the northern forest. The car sped down the highway, and look out the car window at the yellow sand rolling in. White Knight's thoughts drifted. Based on past life memories, White Knight remembers, the abyssal demon bear hidden in the northern forest seems to have a king's bloodline. If you can plunder the other side's bloodline, plus the racial advancement from the Shadow Silver Lotus, how far would the Shadow Wolf King's strength rise? Odds are by then, facing a normal alien beast, it wouldn't be a problem to kill it over the level, would it? Ow! And sleep on one side of the floor. Upon noticing his master casting a glance towards him, the Shadow Wolf King looked confused. But soon, with White Knight stroking the dog's head, it slumped back down. The Shadow Wolf King didn't need to think too much about it. All it knew was that by following White Knight, sooner or later, one day it would be frighteningly strong. 1 hour later, stay off the bus. It was different from the desolation of the last visit. Just see people coming and going here. Various vendors yelled, and Imperial Beast Masters came and went. It wasn't a secret that abyssal demon bears appeared in the northern forest. As such, quite a few royal beast masters had come for that abyssal demon bear. If we can subdue that foreign beast, that would be a great addition to their team of imperial beasts. And except for the sake of the Shadow Silver Lotus, that abyssal demon bear was likewise White Knight's target. Only, it was different from the other imperial beast masters. What White Knight needed wasn't to take in, but to kill and then devour. Taking the Shadow Wolf King with him, he headed in the direction of the forest. White Knight attracted a lot of attention. That Shadow Wolf King has been cultivated too well, hasn't he? Yeah, judging from the aura, this has already reached the second rank. By the looks of it, this is still a newcomer, isn't it? When did such a genius appear in our Luodu? Just as the crowd was discussing it. The group from the Star Guild similarly noticed White Knight's presence. Boss, that's our target, right? Isn't this just a newcomer with some potential? There's no need to go to such lengths, is there? Seeing the disdain on the faces of the 4 men under him, Yuan, who was the captain, couldn't help but frown. Okay, stop nagging, let's follow it. Although he was only at the second rank, he could be considered a veteran imperial beast master. Therefore, Yuan was still very wary. After all, it's very common to see things like being countered due to carelessness. And with stepping into the forest, by virtue of the keen perception acquired earlier, led by the Shadow Wolf King, White Knight sought in the direction of the Shadow Silver Lotus. Compared to other imperial beastmasters who were like headless flies and relied on luck, White Knight, on the other hand, had a clear goal. In his previous life, he became an imperial beastmaster in order to obtain the awakening crystal. White Knight had been in the northern forest for at least 2 or 3 years. It can be a bitter taste, and for that reason, it was a place he was more than familiar with. Soon, a few hours later, White Knight also found the Shadow Silver Lotus that hadn't matured yet. A faintly demonic purple aura was emanating, and silver-white buds were budding. It looked like the Shadow Silver Lotus would be completely ripe by tomorrow at the latest. And just as White Knight thought this way, upon feeling the surging spiritual power contained in the Shadow Silver Lotus, beside White Knight, the Shadow Wolf King was drooling with gluttony. No wonder the master brought it to a place like this, so it's something good. Also inciting into the Imperial Beast's mind, White Knight stroked its doggy head. Don't worry, wait a little longer. When it matures, sooner or later it will be ours. Ow! Hearing that, a light went on. The Shadow Wolf King's tail was shaking into a propeller. Just as the man and beast waited patiently, suddenly, a dark shadow enveloped the Shadow Silver Lotus. At the same time, a growl echoed through the forest. Ho ho ho! Patting his chest, a bear-type alien beast that was about 8 meters tall and resembled a moving hill slowly walked out from among the dense forest. The earth seemed to tremble with every step it moved. Looking at the giant beast, while moving the identification to view its information, White Knight's expression was grave. He knew very well that there was going to be a vicious battle to follow. Abyssal Bear. Rank, 3rd Order, Early. Pedigree, Elite. Talent, Earth Plus, 100% resistance boost when on the ground. Power of the Abyss, when facing near death. Enters a state of berserkness and increases all attributes by 500%. Evaluation, an abyssal demon bear that comes from the abyss and possesses the qualifications of a lord, and is likely to advance into the existence of an abyssal tyrant in the future. Utilizing the Shadow Wolf King's special skill mechanic. If you can keep adding mitigation to the abyssal demon bear, that's not unbeatable. Just as White Knight was just thinking like this. Ho ho ho! Growling, not waiting for a reaction. The abyssal demon bear then launched a charge and raised its paw towards the Shadow Wolf King, and along with the proximity, all of a sudden, a thick stench of blood hit the face. Chapter 10, Plundering Talent. Earth's Edition. Use Shadow Ball to fight consumption first. Use your high maneuverability and don't get touched by it. Located in the rear, while calmly watching the battle, White Knight gave the order. Switch to another newbie sentinel. In front of the abyssal demon bear whose hideous face resembled an evil spirit. I'm guessing that I would have been too scared to speak and trembling, but having been a human being for 2 lifetimes, White Knight knew very well that the more panicked he was, the easier it was to get his hands dirty. Just utilize the Shadow Wolf King's skill mechanics and characteristics, trying to defeat the abyssal demon bear. It's just a matter of taking more time. At this moment, the center of the battlefield, accompanied by White Knight's command, the Shadow Wolf King obeyed unconditionally. Dodge away. Just as the abyssal demon bear's huge palm slapped down, dust flew all around. Ow! Opening his mouth wide, a shadow mana ball flew towards the abyssal demon bear. For a moment, caught off guard, the spell ball blasted a gash in the back of the abyssal demon bear, bloodying it. Ho ho ho! Feeling the fiery pain behind him, the demon bear's eyes were wide and his pupils were red. With a big stride, it charged towards the Shadow Wolf King. Huge size and huge strength, and for that, as a price, a decrease in speed. Unable to touch a single wolf hair of the Shadow Wolf King. Instead, they are flat out consumed over and over again. The abyssal demon bear was suffocating. It's been a while since I came to the present world from the abyss. Has it ever been as stifled as it is now? It was covered in blood and some parts of the bone were exposed. Unconsciously, a faint smell of blood filled the air. And looking at the Shadow Wolf King not far away, with his tail erected and his battle intent, the abyssal demon bear grew angrier and angrier. Accompanying talent triggers. Around its circumference, a faint layer of scarlet arc light began to emerge. The aura also kept climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Realizing that something is not right, knowing that the abyssal demon bear talent is unleashed, White Knight also gave orders to the Shadow Wolf King. Don't release your skills, retreat first, let's avoid the battle. Hearing this, he immediately gave up his intention to continue his attack. The Shadow Wolf King dives into the shadows. It's a natural hunter. Especially in this environment, which is considered a home run, and could only watch as the Shadow Wolf King disappeared into the darkness, lost vision not to mention, and the environment faded into silence. The abyssal demon bear was restless. It can't maintain a berserk state all the time. Sooner or later there is weakness. If the Shadow Wolf King couldn't be killed before then the one that gets killed. That's it. The fear of death can only be masked by violent rage, constantly wreaking havoc on the surrounding area. Trees fell and sand and gravel flew. Until he wore himself out to the point of exhaustion, the abyssal demon bear eventually collapsed to the ground. It wasn't a royal beast, it was fighting all on instinct. Thus, it wasn't surprising that White Knight was able to command the Shadow Wolf King to cross over and kill him. Seeing the demon bear fall, in this regard, White Knight was still cautious. At his gesture, the Shadow Wolf King opened his mouth wide. It began to constantly blast it with shadow balls. Rumble, covered by the mana ball, a cloud of dust flew. And only the abyssal demon bear screamed miserably in the dust. White Knight revealed a fruity look. He knew that an avant-garde type of fae like this wouldn't die so easily. Another half hour passed until it was completely established that the abyssal demon bear was dead. It was only then that White Knight moved closer. At the same time, the talent was unleashed. You have looted the abyssal demon bear talent, Earth Enhancement. You have plundered the king's bloodline. It's true that even bloodlines can be plundered. The accompanying tone came in the head. White Knight's expression also revealed joy. Immediately, he fused both of them at the same time into the Shadow Wolf King who was devouring the blood and flesh of the abyssal demon bear. The king's aura has been transformed. Alert! You have acquired a new talent, King's Domain. King's Domain inflicts a certain amount of suppression on Fey royal beasts within 500 square meters of the surrounding area, and has a probability of inflicting fear. Before, the Shadow Wolf King could only inflict suppression on Fey imperial beasts whose class and size were lower than his own. But now, that limitation no longer exists. Sort of got a little reinforcement. as the Shadow Wolf King's strength metamorphosed. When faced with an opponent whose class was stronger than his own, White Knight also had a little more certainty. Now, it had been elevated to the peak of the second order. When the Shadow Silver Lotus matures tomorrow, by devouring it, the Shadow Wolf King would surely be able to break through to the third rank, right? Looking not far away, at the Shadow Silver Lotus swing in the wind, White Knight couldn't help but be moved. While waiting, time slipped by. Night, the same sensed the Shadow Silver Lotus approaching maturity. In the forest, countless foreign beasts were restless. They began to circle towards White Knight's position. In the darkness, countless pairs of pupils were densely packed. Faced with this sight, if you are a person with dense phobia, I am afraid that you will be directly scared to faint. I'll, just then, slowly rise. The Shadow Wolf King let out a growl demonstratively. Under the suppression of the king's domain, the bodies of countless foreign beasts couldn't help but tremble. A portion of the weaker foreign beasts were even so frightened that they subconsciously turned around and fled. The birds and the bees of what had been a quiet night were scattered, and sensing movement in the night, for some reason, Uxin had a vague sense of foreboding. It was just dealing with White Knight alone, and all 5 of them were second-order Imperial Beast Masters. Regardless of strength or numbers, they had already formed a crush. I'm sure there won't be any accidents, right? Same moment, the other side of the forest, also in the northern forests training against the sentinel beasts. Hear that wolf howl. Luo Shuei subconsciously looked in the direction the voice came from. I've heard that there's been a recent upheaval of foreign beasts in the northern forest. It couldn't be because of the appearance of some rare secret treasure spirit herb or something, could it? White, let's go. And so it was, and so it was thought. Bringing her own imperial beast, the Ice Xian snake, Luo Shuei rushed towards the direction where the wolf howl came from. The sun rises and the moon sets. The next day will come, along with keeping watch all night. Facing the Shadow Silver Lotus, the Shadow Wolf King couldn't wait. Eat it. Seeing his own imperial beasts acting as if they were huskies, White Knight couldn't help but laugh a little. Soon, the accompanying devoured the Shadow Silver Lotus. Only the Shadow Wolf King's aura was seen climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The long horns on his forehead, the demonic purple pattern was even more pronounced. Robust limbs with well-defined muscles, though not much has changed on the outside. However, the Shadow Wolf King was several times stronger than before. If one were to face the abyssal demon bear again, even if you can't do it in seconds, you can still do it head-on, right? And just as White Knight thought this way, on one side, the Shadow Wolf King seemed to have an insight that informed him of something. Pressed down, fangs bared, hairs exploded all over his body. There's an enemy coming, and a powerful enemy at that. Looking in the direction that the Shadow Wolf King was looking, only to see the trees come crashing down. Countless foreign beasts fled in all directions. A figure like a small mountain could be vaguely seen. It was a subdragon that only possessed a dragon bloodline and reached the peak of the 5th rank in strength. That lord-class foreign beast that originally stayed in Tianqian Mountain would actually appear here. Eyes slightly condensed at the same time. White Knight's heart had already set off shockwaves. Chapter 11, Star Guild? Seconds crushed. Shadow, let's go. I don't know why this errand is here, though, but it was clear that the direction of the other side's advance was their side. If we don't leave, we'll be drowned by the beast tide. Rolling over and mounting the Shadow Wolf King, White Knight sped towards the outskirts of the forest, weaving through dense forests. With the double boost of spiritual power and talent, the Shadow Wolf King's speed grew faster and faster, and soon left the group of foreign beasts behind. It only felt like gusts of gale force winds were whistling around his ears, and the scenery on both sides of him flew backward. Half an hour later, just as it was about to leave the northern forest, seems to sense something, the Shadow Wolf King suddenly stopped in his tracks. And follow the gaze. Upon seeing the beautiful figure that was struggling to fend off the beast tide with a group of Imperial Beast Masters, also understanding what the Shadow Wolf King meant, White Knight patted its head. Come on, Shadow, let's go save her. In his previous life, in the days before White Knight had awakened into a royal beast master, it was Luo Shuei who was busy for him, giving support and encouragement. In the nick of time when he has been in danger countless times and almost lost his life, it was Luo Shuei who sacrificed her life to save him and helped him turn the danger into a success. In the end, she died even more because of him. White Knight was not ungrateful. It was Luo Shuei who saved him in his previous life, and in this life, it was his turn to save her. At this moment, the crowd is loud. Facing a raging tide of beasts, the scene was thrown into a panic under the fear. They all knew that there was a riot of foreign beasts over in the Shadow Swamp, having changed the path of upgrading and brushing monsters for this reason. There were not many newbie Imperial Beastmasters who chose to travel to the northern forest. It was different from those experienced sentinels. These newbie Imperial Beastmasters didn't have any experience in dealing with beast tides at all. White, use cold spit. and seeing that the team and formation had begun to disorganize themselves, Luo Shuei immediately gave orders to the Ice Shin Snake, attempting to use her skills to slow down the pace of the Fey Beast's advancing attack. However, even though the cold air kept pouring out, the effect it had was minimal. Instead, due to the rapid depletion of her spiritual energy, Luo Shuei couldn't help but show a trace of pallor on her face. Seeing that the foreign beast was getting closer and closer, Luo Shuei couldn't help but give up her resistance as well. I had wanted to come to the northern forest to cultivate, thus impressing White Knight during the Imperial Beast Master Grand Examination. But Luo Shuei didn't think that her plans couldn't catch up with the changes. A wave of beasts triggered by a Lord-level alien beast. Where was she supposed to run? She hasn't even had a relationship with a boy she likes yet. You're not going to die here, are you? A wave of despair couldn't help but grow inside. And just when Luo Shuei thought that she would not have long to live. Right now, next second, roar! With a growl, Shadow Wave was released. Get baptized by that purple shock. The weaker beasts scattered from both sides. As for the slightly stronger ones, they are shocked by the mitigation attached to the impact. The pressure on the eye is greatly reduced. Taking advantage of this moment, riding the Shadow Wolf King, White Knight also arrived in front of Luo Shuei. Hey, White Knight student, what are you doing here? I'm not dreaming, am I? Looking at White Knight, he blinked. Luo Shuei had an incredulous look on her face. Whether it's a dream or not, we won't know later. Let's get out of here first. After saying that, Bai Yi naturally wrapped his arms around her willow waist and gave her a waist hug. At once, a faint fragrance that came with a young girl's body entered her nostrils. Well, the cosmetics marinated in flavor. Just as White Knight thought this way, the princess hug position made Luo Shuei instantly at a loss for words. Hey, no, when did White Knight become so bold? The heart can't help but beat faster. She stuck close to White Knight's body. His chest is so warm, his voice is so gentle, it's so safe to lean on him. As she thought wildly, Luo Shuei hurriedly shook her head, attempting to throw the distracting thoughts in her mind to the back of her mind. She's really not a relationship brain. A few light coughs were used in an attempt to ease the awkwardness. Soon, with the break away from the beasts, Luo Shuei pretended to be calm. White Knight-san, there's no danger now, can you put me down? Having said that, the slightly reddened cheeks and the fluttering eyes already showed that she was just not saying what she meant. And seeing Luo Shuei's coy appearance, White Knight couldn't help but feel a little amused in his heart. The high-flying goddess in the eyes of outsiders is actually an arrogant girl. Who wouldn't be confused by that contrast? Just as White Knight was about to say something, not far from the jungle, there was a sudden movement. Soon, only 5 Imperial Beast Masters in white uniforms were seen walking out. The Star Guild? Recognizing the other party's identity, White Knight raised an eyebrow. In a previous life, to deal with him, White Renee can be a pain in the ass. He even went so far as to spend a huge amount of money to hire the Star Guild's people to assassinate him. It was also then that White Knight realized that there was such a guild that acted as a black glove for all the major families. And upon seeing that the other party was from the Star Guild, Luo Shuei's face changed slightly. Immediately, she was ready to block in front of White Knight. White Knight, you should go. They're from the Star Guild. You're no match for them, and I'm here to stop them. I'm a member of the Luo family. They wouldn't dare to make a move against me. No, leave it to me. Launching the appraisal and roughly determining the strength of Yuan and the others at the same time, White Knight shielded Luo Shuei, who had an anxious face, behind him, just sending out 5 second order Imperial Beast Masters. Who is this looking down on? As White Knight's thoughts moved, willing to do so, striding on his sturdy limbs, the Shadow Wolf King walked in front of White Knight, devouring the Abyssal Demon Bear and the Shadow Silver Lotus, coupled with a few battles along the way, one after another. Today's Shadow Wolf King had already stepped into the peak of the 3rd rank, has a top talent bonus made from fusion. It could even manage to fight against a portion of the 4th-ranked Fey Beast Imperial Beasts, right? And in the face of the King of Shadow Wolves' aura of kingliness that emanated all the time, Yuan and the others felt a considerable amount of pressure. For an ordinary Imperial Beast, it would take at least 10 days and half a month to break through from the 1st rank to the 2nd rank. The further back you go, the slower your cultivation level increases. But it had only been more than half a month since White Knight had become a Royal Beast Master. It had actually cultivated a Shadow Wolf King whose strength had reached the 3rd rank. This isn't supposed to be on, is it? Despite spitting, Yuan and the others summoned their Imperial Beasts. A 2nd order Imperial Beast Master possessed the qualification to contract 2 Imperial Beasts. 10 Imperial Beasts appeared at the same time, while all of them were between the 2nd and 3rd rank. Even if they're all normal Imperial Beasts like Blast Wolves and Electroshock Sheep and Stone Monsters, yet it still made Luo Shuei's heart hang in the air. 10-1. Was White Knight really a match for his opponent? Use Shadow Wave, then Shadow Claw, and get rid of those electrified sheep first. The lightning attribute comes with a paralyzing effect. it will give the Shadow Wolf King a lot of trouble and affect its maneuverability. As such, the electric shock sheep that acted as a support became the first to be tackled by White Knight. Ho ho ho! A deafening roar accompanied the surge of spiritual energy. Dark purple waves of light enveloped the group of imperial beasts. Just as it was shocked and unable to move, the Shadow Wolf King seemed like a sharp arrow coming out of the string. Magic attached to sharp claws. There was a rip, flesh and blood tearing. An electrocuted sheep dies a horrible death. And that's just the beginning. With the Shadow Wolf King moving again, another electrocuted sheep was exterminated. Terrified, Yuan and the others gave orders to their imperial beasts. Gargoyles, protect the electrified sheep. Blast Wolf on alert. Electrocute the sheep using electrocute. Right in the middle of a panic, one imperial beast after another fell. The Shadow Wolf King seemed to be the god of death who reaped life. Chapter 12, Kidnap Me with Affection? The backhand is a slap. In the back. Seeing the Shadow Wolf King go on a killing spree, Luo Shui, who was preparing to have the Ice Xian Snake reinforce White Knight, couldn't help but stammer. Luckily, she was still thinking about how she could make White Knight feel the little shock she had brought at the Imperial Beastmaster exam. But I never thought that the same newbie Imperial Beastmaster. The gap between her and White Knight was too great, wasn't it? For a moment, Luo Shui felt frustrated. But soon, she regulated herself as well. Not bad for her favorite boy. It's too strong, isn't it? There was no knowledge of Luo Shui's inner thoughts. At this moment, White Knight continued to give orders to the Shadow Wolf King. Attack the gargoyles with shadow balls and take care of those first. Shadow Ball ignores defense. This happened to be the nemesis of heavily armored imperial beasts like gargoyles. And without the protection of the gargoyles, it was only a matter of time to deal with those blizzard wolves and the bunch from the Star Guild. The battle was over quickly. In the fearful gazes of Yuan and the others, the Shadow Wolf King snapped the throats of the crowd. You have looted the gargoyle talent, toughness. You have looted the electro sheep talent, paralyze resistance. With the constant plundering of talent, the beeps continued in White Knight's head. Alert! A similar talent has been detected. The Earth's augmentation has undergone a metamorphosis. Earth's enhancement, when located on the ground, all attribute resistances are increased by 200%, and recovery ability is increased by 100%. Just when I saw the new information of the advanced Earth's protection, White Knight's eyes lit up. The Shadow Wolf King does not lack speed or damage, but what you get in exchange for high mobility is the shortness of your own brittleness, and the Earth enchantment makes up for the lack of defense and range very well. That's a total little qualitative change. White Knight student, be careful during this time. Star Guild commissions unless cancelled by the employer themselves. Otherwise, it will go on and never stop. With the exit of the northern forest, the occasion of separation, Luo Shui reminded towards White Knight with a solemn face. Well, I'll be careful. Then Luo Shui-san, I'll see you at the Imperial Beastmaster exam. Seeing that White Knight was about to leave, she couldn't help but speak out, and Luo Shui called White Knight to a halt. What's wrong? Casting an inquiring look at it, White Knight said, why don't we call each other by our first names from now on and stop using honorifics all the time? Fine. Then Yuki, I'll see you at the Imperial Beastmaster exam. Well, I'll see you at the Imperial Beastmaster exam. Eyes on White Knight left. At this moment, the corners of Luo Shui's mouth were raised in a smile that she couldn't suppress. Mayor, you don't know, my brother is a royal beastmaster. Moreover, he's still awakened on his own. At this moment, on the streets of Luodu, a man and a woman were walking, and surrounding Li Mayor, Bai Yu had a pleasing face. Oh, hearing this, her footsteps lurched, and Li Mayor couldn't help but raise her interest. Not everyone could awaken into a beastmaster. The number of self-awakened imperial beastmasters who did not rely on official power was even fewer. Being able to awaken into a sentinel without relying on external forces. Baku's brother should be strong, right? And the other party is also the eldest son of the White family. If I can get anything out of White Knight, then wouldn't she be able to awaken into a beastmaster as well? With this thought, Li Mayor's eyes lit up. Then Bai Yu, since your brother is so powerful, can you tell me more about him? Seeing a goddess bring up other men when she's on a date with her, Bai Yu couldn't help but be a little disgruntled, especially when he knew that the one who talked about it was White Knight. Bai Yu's heart was filled with disdain. In his opinion, that waste of a man, White Knight, was just lucky to have awakened into a royal beastmaster. And just as the two of them were chatting idly, they passed by the Imperial Beastmasters Guild. Bai Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Mayor, look, that's my brother. Yeah? Looking in the direction Bai Yu was pointing, upon seeing White Knight, Li Mayor's eyes lit up. I thought Bai Yu was a deadlick, and his brother was no better. But now that I've seen it, it's a handsome man, handsome looks, and temperament, and most crucially, White Knight is a potential stock. If I can get a ride on White Knight, isn't this 100 times better than being with Baku? Still very confident in my body, In Li Meier's opinion, it's not a snap to mesmerize White Knight? Thinking of this, with her long legs, Li Meier took the initiative to walk towards it. He was picking out the materials for refining the spiritual power pill. A flirtatious female voice suddenly came from beside White Knight's ear. You're Baiyu, right? I'm Baiyu's girlfriend, interested in getting to know you? Speaking, as it came closer, a strong scent of perfume made White Knight frown, and did not pay attention to White Knight's expression. Upon hearing that Li Meier took the initiative to introduce the relationship between the two, Baiyu was overjoyed. He said in a rush, Brother, this is Meier, my girlfriend. By the way brother, didn't you become a beast master? It should be very lucrative, right? You see it's not convenient for me to bring Mei to the house. Why don't you take some money and help me buy a suite? Buying a house? Hearing these words, Li Meier's eyes lit up. Still, she showed a look of embarrassment. Wouldn't this be too good? Lodu prices aren't cheap. What's wrong with that? With a big wave of his hand, Baiyu added with bravado. It's still easy to make money when my brother is so capable. I can see buying a villa would be great. Didn't you like it a lot? Mei, when the time comes to buy it let my brother take your name. Just as Baiyu's words fell, Li Meier pretended to hesitate. But I have a room. But where will my parents live? Don't worry about that. The big deal is to let my brother buy 2 more suites for my aunt and uncle. He's my brother. It's not right to help me as a brother. Listening to this green tea whore and this dead-licking dog talk to each other, White Knight couldn't help but sneer. Using my money to help you guys buy a house? Or else? Baiyu had a matter-of-fact look on his face. Brother, you went through a lot of trouble trying to become a sentinel. Isn't that what this family is all about? Your brother, I can't afford a relationship right now. So what's wrong with you paying a little money to help me out? Just as Baiyu's words fell, at this moment, White Knight was completely disgusted. Snap, trying to moralize on him with affection? White Knight backhanded a slap. A visible slap mark was slapped on his face, and covering his face, feeling the fiery pain, Baiyu was in disbelief. He hadn't thought that Baiyi, this obsequious waste of space in the past, would actually dare to make a move against him. You, how dare you hit me? Pointing at Baiyu, Baiyu cursed profusely. White Knight, you dog, I'm giving you face by calling you brother. What do you think you are? You've become a beast master, haven't you? I'll tell our father to beat you to death. Being punched in the face by your own goddess watching. At this moment, this humiliation, how could Baiyu be told to endure it? And to see Baiyu still dare to push Lai Lai. White Knight greeted him with another slap. Ask him to help you buy a house, right? You're asking Baekhyul to teach him a lesson, right? You want to get on top of him and suck his blood, don't you? The snapping was constant. In no time, Baiyu was slapped into a pig's head. See this scene. On one side, Li Meier was stunned. Anyhow, Baiyu is also his own lickspittle. Seeing his licking dog being humiliated like this, Li Meier couldn't help but speak up as well. White Knight, how can I say that Baiyu is also your brother? Isn't it a bit much for you to beat him up like that? Excessive? Glancing at Li Meier, Bai Knight just faintly spat out a word. Get out. Chapter 13, Storming the Dog-Licking Brother. Baiyu was shaken. Upon hearing Baiyu tell himself to roll, before Li Meier could get angry, Baiyu just couldn't stand it. White Knight, you ungrateful dog, how dare you tell Mei to get lost? You're a low-quality loser who has no business being my brother. Open your mouth and you're a dog. Close your mouth and you're a loser. No, what are you barking at? In response, White Knight backhanded another slap. Ah! With a scream. This time, Baiyu was directly slapped unconscious. Take him and get the hell out of here. I don't want to have to say it a third time. Coldly, White Knight's gaze showed a hint of ice, and seeing that White Knight actually came for real, Li Meier couldn't help but feel a pang of fear as well. Hurriedly, he led Baiyu away. Her gaze couldn't help but flash with a hint of resentment. I can't believe you even hit your own brother. Even tried to make a move on her. Ugh, what a downhead guy. To White Knight, this was just a small hiccup on the way to buying spirit herbs. There has been strength though, but he wouldn't kill Baiyu right away. He's going to keep it and torture it over and over again. In his previous life, Baiyu had more than once morally kidnapped Baiyu like he was doing now, and every time, he tried to squeeze something out of White Knight. Stealing the awakening crystal caused White Knight's hopes of awakening into a royal beast master to be buried once again. Betraying his whereabouts nearly cost him his life, but only to get money from Wang Fanxiu to please Li Meier. It was a vain attempt to cut off one of his kidneys so as to buy Li Meier the spiritual herbs needed by the imperial beasts, etc., etc., etc. There are countless disgusting things Baiyu has done. One recalls what happened to him in his previous life. A hint of killing intent then blossomed inconspicuously between White Knight's gazes. He wanted Baiyu to know that being alive was sometimes more painful than being dead. It was too cheap to kill Baiyu just like that. What? That little actually dared to hit you? It was only then that the official commission was completed. When back home, seeing his son so miserable, Baiyu stormed out. It's only been a couple days since he's been back. Unexpectedly, White Knight was actually about to turn against the heavens, and when they saw Bai Yu come back, the two of them, Ji Shirwan and Bai Ying, also complained. Hubby, you don't know, our family is really a bad family. Crying, Ji Shirwan added, that little White Knight not only hit Xiao Yu today, a few days ago, he even beat up Ying and me. Hey, obviously, Xiao Yu and Xiaoying are both fine, but how is it that White Knight has become like this? Yeah Dad, my brother he's just too brutal. Didn't I just take some money from him? He actually beat his sister. Listening to a few people, upon learning that his wife and children were each given a few slaps by White Knight. At this moment, Bai Yu was completely enraged. Do you really think that becoming a beast swordsman makes you great? As a big brother, doesn't he know how to give in to his younger siblings? Shouldn't have asked that to give birth to him then. Breaking out into a fit of rage, Bai Yu also comforted. Wife, you guys wait at home. When I go to bring that little back, let him kneel and reflect. Not knowing anything about what's happening in the White House, have returned to the rental house. With constant refining and extraction, a 10th grade spiritual strength pill appeared in Bai Knight's hand. Although not involved in combat, but the Beast Master acts as a support. Enhancement of the Imperial Beast by virtue of spiritual power. It could even make the Imperial Beasts explode with power far beyond what they currently had. Therefore, the Imperial Beast Master's own cultivation was still very important. And along with the elixir taken, White Knight also entered cultivation. Only feeling a warm current flow through his entire body, White Knight's spiritual energy was significantly strengthened. Follow the current progress. I believe it won't be long before he breaks through to become a second-rank Imperial Beast Master to contract a new Imperial Beast, right? Just as White Knight was looking forward to this, suddenly, only Bai Yu's voice came from outside the door. White Knight, you little, get out here. Although it has fallen out of favor, but the Bai family still had more or less some connections in Luodu. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to investigate where White Knight lived, and as White Knight went downstairs, only to see that a middle-aged man was glaring with his eyes tightly shut, the feeling as if he wanted to give him a death by 1,000 cuts. Upon seeing Bai Yu, Bai Knight frowned, though a father in name only, but Bai Yu did not fulfill his duties and obligations as a father. Whenever something goes wrong out there, when he got home Bai Yu is sure to give him a beating and kicking. It's not too much of a stretch to say that he's Bai Yu's punching bag, maintaining a man who is cavalier when he's out and punches him hard at home. It's just a second-order Imperial Beast Master. White Knight had seen Bai Yu fawning in front of other Imperial Beast Masters more than once. More than once, too, he had seen Bai Yu incarnate in front of himself as if he were an evil spirit that wanted to eat people. It's just that. But for Bai Yu's acquiescence and instruction, how could White Knight be reduced to an ATM for Bai Ying and Bai Yu? How could it possibly be a stepping stone for Bai Yu's desire to move up the ladder? Older brothers are supposed to give in to younger siblings? Should we just take a bunch of bloodsuckers with us? Ha! Ridiculous. A past life ruined everything for him, ruined his happiness. In this life, do you want him to repeat his mistakes? Seeing White Knight looking at himself as if he was looking at trash, Bai Yu couldn't sit still at that moment. Sinful son, I never had a son like you. Today I'm going to clean up our White family's house. As he spoke, Bai Yu summoned his Imperial Beast. It was an iron-armored rhino that was only at the early 4th stage. Ow! Seeing that someone was trying to disadvantage White Knight, the Shadow Wolf King immediately stopped between the two. Just as he saw the Shadow Wolf King, Bai Yu couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise between his gazes. It was actually a peak 3rd order Shadow Wolf King. It was no wonder that White Knight dared to treat him with such disrespect. But for this, Bai Yu didn't care. A peak 3rd order Shadow Wolf King was just that. Don't look at his iron-armored rhinoceros, which was only a small rank higher, but decades of accumulated combat experience is no mean feat. In White Renee's opinion, he couldn't beat those Imperial Beast Masters outside. Couldn't he even defeat this sinful son of White Knight? Thinking of this, he immediately gave a command to the iron-armored rhino. At once, after a brief buildup of power, the ground trembled as the iron-armored rhinoceros issued a charge. Seeing the distance between the two sides shrinking, White Knight similarly commanded the Shadow Wolf King, use Shadow Ball to break through the defenses, then use Shadow Tooth. And just as the words were spoken, as White Knight fed his spiritual energy into the Shadow Wolf King, gaining reinforcement, the aura increased dramatically. It opened its mouth wide, only to see several purple mana balls pour out, with breaking through the defenses, as the iron-armored rhino ate and wailed in pain. Utilizing his fangs, the Shadow Wolf King ruthlessly bit off a piece of meat from the iron-armored rhino's body, attacking back and forth, with athletic stance. In a short while, the iron-armored rhinoceros became a bloody mess. Seeing that the strongest Imperial Beast under his command was actually undefeated, Bai Yu's face couldn't help but look ugly as well. What a loser! Unable to do anything else, Bai Yu could only summon his second Imperial Beast. It was a green spirit snake with a 2nd rank. Hiss! Spitting out its letters, the green spirit snake bit towards the Shadow Wolf King, and just a scornful glance at the green spirit snake, with the Shadow Wolf King also changing its target, it similarly pounced towards it. Even the iron-armored rhinoceros of the early 4th stage it was able to beat it to such a sorry state. What's more, this was still only a mid-2nd stage green spirit snake? One bite, bitten in two, swallow it whole and chew it in your mouth. The Shadow Wolf King just felt crunchy. Put. Seeing his imperial beast being killed in seconds like this, suffer the backlash of the pact, Baiyu spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sinister son, how dare you? Looking at the calm-faced Baiyu instantly reddened her eyes. Iron-armored rhinoceros, forget about the green spirit snake. Go attack this sinful son and kill him for me. No matter how powerful the imperial beasts are, but the imperial beastmaster himself was vulnerable. Looking at the iron-armored rhinoceros getting closer and closer to White Knight, the smile on Baiyu's face also became more and more prevalent. Sinful son, die for me. Just when Baiyu thought that Bai Knight would be trampled into mush by the iron-armored rhino, only a black shadow flashed by. The Shadow Wolf King moved. Chapter 14, Moral Kidnapping Me? I'm straight up fatherly and filial. Roar! As the Shadow Wolf King released Shadow Wave. Under the influence of the skill, the iron-armored rhinoceros instantly froze, and waiting to close in, spiritual energy surged. Only the Shadow Wolf King's front claws vaguely emitted a faintly demonic purple aura. In the very next second, the sharp claws fell. It hit the ironclad rhino right in the neck where the armor had been broken. Only heard a plop sound. The iron armor rhinoceros head fell to the ground. What? Just when seeing the iron-armored rhinoceros that he had so carefully nurtured was taken out like that, wide-eyed, Baiyu had a face of disbelief. The son he'd always scorned, the waste of his eyes, to actually outshine him without even realizing it? If it were anyone else, perhaps early on he was pleasantly surprised by the fact that his son was a genius in the royal beasts. However, Baiyu's mood at the moment was one of jealousy, but anger. In his opinion, White Knight should be a waste of space for the rest of his life. Just should be his punching bag for the rest of his life. The entire White family. There just shouldn't be anyone better than him. Even if the man was his own son it would be the same. Baiyu was even stronger than him. How could he call Baiyu embarrassed? Especially after seeing White Knight's all-important eyes. Baiyu's heart was even more enraged. Sinful son, I'm your father. How dare you kill my imperial beasts? If I don't kill it, am I waiting for you to kill me? Giving a blank stare, White Knight disliked him back nonchalantly. For a while, Baiyu was so infuriated that his entire body was trembling. Good, very good, and no, that force won't work. White Rene also changed his mind. You sinful son, you owe your life to me. What if I want to kill you? How can you resist? Don't forget who raised you. From this point on, you owe me an unending debt of gratitude. I told you to give way to Xiao Yuing. How dare you make a move on them? It's just treasonous. Hearing this, White Knight instantly laughed. It just feels anticlimactic. He's supposed to work for the White family all his life. Looking at Baiyu, who had lost his imperial beast, his vitality was greatly injured and he looked like a madman. A faint killing intent also surfaced between White Knight's eyes. Just because you're my dad, I didn't kill you right away. Instead, you are left to push your luck here. Have you forgotten who hit me with the scars that still remain on my body? Have you forgotten who locked the door when I was locked in the basement over and over again, about to freeze to death? In all these years, I've never been in debt to the White family. If you keep talking crap, I'll just father it up. I'll. Sensing his master's emotions, the Shadow Wolf King also gradually approached Baiyu. Revolting, it's really against the law. Seeing that Bai Knight didn't just talk about it, but really dared to be kind to his father and filial to his son, Baiyu was shocked. You wait for me. When your sister comes back, I'll tell her to clean you up. Our Bai family has appeared a family like you. What a family tragedy. Accompanied by Baiyu on all fours, he fled in a state of disarray. White Knight also re-entered the house. It's not many days until the Imperial Beastmaster competition. He had to improve his strength as much as possible and be prepared for it. White Knight was clear. It was difficult to investigate all the murderers who had killed himself and Luo Shui in his previous life just by himself. Therefore, he needs the power of officialdom, and show up at the Royal Beastmaster competition to take the top spot. Not only can he share an academy with Luo Shui and make up for the regrets of his previous life, you can also get certain resources to bring your strength a step closer. Other than those 2 points, of course, most importantly, it still gets enough official attention, laying the groundwork for subsequent investigations. But it's a triple whammy. Trying to ask, how could this call White Knight not pay attention to it? The White House, with the return of Baiyu in a state of disarray, upon learning that Baiyu's imperial beasts were all killed, he was almost reduced to an invalid. Ji Shirwan looked incredulous. How is this possible? It had only been half a month since White Knight had become a royal beast master. It had actually cultivated a peak third-order Shadow Wolf King. It couldn't be that White Knight was a beast-robbing genius, could it? It was only then that I thought of it. Seeing my husband in such a state of weakness, Ji Shirwan broke into a rage. You punk, you've really lived to be a dog all these years. Such a big man, but still not a match for that little man. And hearing his wife's words, Bai Yu was enraged. When he had the royal beast, how could Ji Shirwan dare to raise her voice to him? Now he's just a momentary lapse. This crazy dares to bully me like this. One by one, they've turned against the world. Ji Shirwan, I'm telling you, don't think I wouldn't dare to touch you just because you're a member of the Ji family. With a handful of his wife's hair, Bai Yu lifted her up, seeing that the two were about to fight. On the sidelines, Bai Ying was alarmed. Old thing, don't you hit my mom. As he spoke, he casually grabbed the vase to one side. Bai Ying then fought his way towards Bai Yu's head, and it was this smash that sent Bai Yu straight to the ICU. Time flies. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. And morning, White Knight had also arrived at the site of the Luodu Imperial Beast Master Grand Examination. Only then did he arrive, and he saw that quite a few newbie Imperial Beast Masters had already been waiting for a long time. The exams are about to start. Let's hope I can get into a prestigious school. Jesus Allah and Sakyamuni, Jade Emperor Goddess of Mercy Buddha, bless me to advance all the way in the sparring match and run into opponents who are weak chickens. Gaga Messi kill it. Before the appraisal begins, a lot of people had tension written all over their faces, but right in the middle of the crowd. And yet, there were so many people who were all but unconcerned and confident, and Xiao Han was one of them. Brother Xiao Han, I'm sure you'll be able to get into the Shanghai Wing Academy. Looking at Xiao Han, Bai Ying, who was accompanying him, had a face of adoration. Well, Ying, just watch it. Just as the two were getting mushy, upon seeing White Knight arrive, a trace of coldness flashed between Xiao Han's eyes. The last time he was slapped in the face by White Knight, it was just that he had suffered the loss of not having a royal beast. This time, he must get back all the face he lost last time. He had heard Bai Ying say that White Knight could not enjoy any cultivation resources in the White family. This punk, even if he has contracted a royal beast, so what? It is impossible to go further without resources to aid in cultivation. The thought of White Knight's spiritual power value test being garbage and none of the academies accepting him, Xiao Han only felt a surge of pain in his heart. Soon, while waiting, accompanied by the arrival of a mentor, and the radio came on. National Imperial Beast Master Examination. Lodu Examination Area. The examination begins. The main test for the Imperial Beast Master Examination was the Imperial Beast Master's spiritual energy value. It was said that there were no trash Imperial Beasts, only trash Imperial Beast Masters. The higher the spiritual power value of the Beast Master, then the greater the increase that can be given to the Imperial Beast in battle. Naturally, the importance of how much spiritual power is important to the Imperial Beast Master cannot be overstated. Only in the center of the square, several huge precision instruments stood. On one side of each instrument, a tutor stood. As names are read, with nervousness, a newcomer Imperial Beast Master stepped forward. Normally, a normal first-order Imperial Beast Master. Spiritual values are all floating at the 100 limit, and it reached over 150. It will then be seen as a talent with some potential. This part of the population is more or less officially taken care of. Further up, those whose spiritual energy value exceeded 200, 300, were genius-level existences. For this section, upon entering the academy, a lot of resources will be directed towards it. On hold, when see your turn, walking forward, White Knight couldn't help but be curious. Never tested. What level of spiritual power value would he reach? Chapter 15, Imperial Beast Examination. The white moonlight of his previous life. With placing his hand on the instrument, White Knight took a deep breath and pushed the spiritual energy in his body, and along with the spiritual energy gushing out, only on the monitor, the numbers began to jump continuously. Asterisk reached 150 points. Below, in the crowd, see the numbers on the monitor grow. I don't know who let out a gasp. In response, Xiao Han had a disdainful look on his face. Ha, it's just a bit of potential. That's what. Hear this. On one side, Bai Ying also nodded in recognition. That's right, this loser, how can he be more powerful than you, brother Xiao Han? That's right. Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a little smug in the face of Bai Ying's adoring bragging face. I feel like 200 is his limit. If he can break through 300 points, I'll just wash my head upside down and eat live. Only then did he say that. Just as Xiao Han's words fell, from the crowd, there was a sudden cry of alarm. I'll be a soybean. White Knight's spiritual power value actually broke through 500. In the limelight, the eye saw the number on the monitor finally stop at 648. For a while, the smile on Xiao Han's face began to gradually freeze. And next to the instrument, as a supervising tutor, looking at Bai Knight, Nya Little Demon's beautiful eyes flickered. I didn't expect that this examination would actually blow up White Knight as a seated player. Compared to 2 years ago, the genius of the Ji family, Ji Wuxuang, had a spiritual power value of 666. White Knight is just a few points less. Student, it's like this. I'm the enrollment instructor of the Sea Wing Academy. Although our academy is no match for the Divine Mansion Academy, but I can guarantee that you will definitely be able to enjoy even more resources than in Divine Mansion Academy. I wonder if you're interested in our college. Any thoughts on joining? Before White Knight could walk off the stage, Nya Little Demon then couldn't wait to throw out an olive branch towards By Night. I'm sorry, I've already enrolled in Divine Mansion Academy. Without hesitation, White Knight politely declined. Okay then. Hearing this, he forced a smile. Nya Xiao Demon couldn't help but feel a little lost. I thought I could nab a stud for my own college, but it was a mistake to pay it after all. And below, eyeing White Knight and the Sea Wing Academy's mentor, they were talking and laughing. Even the other party had a hot face for White Knight. Xiao Han's expression all seemed to distort. Jealousy, already, was going to make him nearly face down. Soon, with the end of the examination, many Imperial Beast Masters had been eliminated. In the entire venue, there was only a third of the Imperial Beast Masters left, and the mentors, too, announced the results of their acceptance. Lu Chunmei, with a spiritual energy value of 120, passes the examination and receives an acceptance letter from Shrek Academy. Yin Daoyan, spiritual power value 110, passed the examination, and received an acceptance letter from Kanglin Academy. Xiao Han, with a spiritual power value of 250, passes the examination and receives an acceptance letter from the Sea Wings Academy, as each name is named. Down below, Xiao Han was not happy about being accepted into the academy he had applied for. On the contrary, he only felt that his heart was simply worse than eating, especially when he saw that White Knight was surrounded by a group of tutors from the Divine Mansion Academy. He was feeling even harder. And following Xiao Han's side, Bai Ying also looked incredulous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that punk have such a high spiritual energy value? Cheating. Right. White Knight must have cheated. She growled hysterically, her whole body breaking defense. Seeing the White Knight get better and better, while the entire Bai family is in a state of chicken and dog. This is even worse than killing Bai Ying. Cheating? Hearing this unintentionally, Nya Little Demon frowned slightly. This student, you said that student White Knight cheated. Do you have any proof? If not, then can I sue you for defamation of others and hold you accountable for your words and actions? Me. Disliked by Nye Xiaodian. He was speechless. Bai Ying's face was suddenly a shade of green and purple. Don't look at her being bold in front of White Knight, but in front of outsiders, Bai Ying wouldn't dare howl. Don't dare talk back. In the end, she could only throw a resentful look at White Knight. Blame it on White Knight. How nice it would be if White Knight was honestly a waste of space, had to become a beast master. It was simply a calamity for their white family, and received the acceptance letter from the Divine Mansion Academy. When noticing Bai Ying's gaze, White Knight couldn't help but laugh. He just likes to see the White family's gang looking at themselves as unhappy, but they can't do anything about it. White Knight, congratulations. With a smile on her face, Luo Shuei congratulated him. And congratulations to you too, Yuki. So from today, we're alumni. Well, she said in a voice like a fly. The thought that he would be traveling to the wilderness with White Knight to brush monsters and improve together. Invisible brainstorming is most deadly. At this moment, Luo Shuei only felt that her head was dizzy. Even the mentor on the sideline said something. She's all in one ear and out the other. Then, the two of you, I'll be waiting for you at the Divine Mansion Academy on the day you report for school. Right after the Divine Mansion Academy's tutor finished saying the notes, seeing the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, he also couldn't help but smile an antly smile as he met with several other academy instructors. Mr. White Knight, you should remind your girlfriend not to forget to report for duty. Well, don't worry mentor, I'll remind her. Taking the initiative to hold Luo Shuei's hand, White Knight laughed, and as the crowd dispersed, seeing that the Imperial Beast examination had come to an end, out of the school gates, just as White Knight was preparing to leave, suddenly, only a voice rang out at this moment. White Knight, you dog, you're dead today. Jesus can't save you, I say. With his walking stick, swaying and leading a few of his juniors, Zhao Wenshan walked this way. Looking at By Night, Zhao Wensheng's expression showed a strong killing intent. Breaking his limbs and killing his imperial beasts made him almost an invalid. Ruining someone's future is no less than killing their parents. What's more, White Knight had humiliated him. How could Zhao Wensheng endure this? So it was, after spending a huge amount of money and many contacts to heal the injury, he immediately brought his men and came non-stop to find White Knight to avenge his original revenge. White Knight, you punk, dare you engage in a life and death fight with me? Looking at By Night, Zhao Wensheng had a cocky look on his face. If it was before, he was indeed no match for White Knight, but this time, He asked for a mid-fourth stage demon-scaled lizard towards his home. In Zhao Wenxing's opinion, White Knight was bound to lose. White Knight, don't promise him. There's definitely a ghost in here. Seeing Zhao Wenxing's provocation, Luo Shuai immediately persuaded. She blocked in front of White Knight. Yet at the moment, what Luo Shuai didn't expect was for Bai Yi to take the initiative to walk forward. A life and death fight? It can be. With White Knight promising, Luo Shuai couldn't help but be anxious. White Knight, you just enrolled in the Divine Mansion Academy. If anything happens, don't worry, I'm sure. That said, soon, half an hour later, Lodu Underground Arena. Here, it was a gray area that the officials had arranged exclusively for the Imperial Beastmasters to settle private grudges. Around the arena, looking at White Knight on the field, Luo Shuai's gaze revealed a strong worry. Once you lose, the Imperial Beast dies in battle, and you yourself are severely injured. The amount of effort that went into cultivating the Shadow Wolf King to this level must have been quite a lot. If the Shadow Wolf King dies in battle, then White Knight will be directly reduced to a wasted manhwa. There was already a crowd around. White Knight was a newly recruited prospect from the Divine Mansion Academy, and Zhao Wenxing is the youngest member of the Zhao family. Not sure what the beef is between the two though, but that didn't stop the crowd from eating and watching. Who do you think will win? It should be Zhao Wenxing. With the Zhao family as a backer and enough resources to cultivate imperial beasts, even a pig can take off. I have a feeling that White Knight's Shadow Wolf King was cultivated very well. There's still a big chance of winning. It's not certain who the deer will be. We won't know until we watch. Just what the crowd was expecting. The arena. Both of them also summoned their imperial beasts separately. Chapter 16, want to take advantage of someone's danger? Directly kill in seconds. Along with Zhao Wenxing, he summoned his royal beast. What appeared in front of White Knight was a devil-scale lizard that was wrapped in ink-colored scale armor and was 6 meters long. While looking at the demon-scaled lizard, Bai Ye's gaze slightly condensed. The horns that were different from the slightly raised horns on both sides of the normal demon-scaled lizard's head were enough to prove that this was a mutated species. He also didn't know where he had found a mid-fourth stage, and still a mutated species, demon-scaled lizard to deal with him. Zhao Wenxing can be a real big shot. Soon enough, though, this demon-scale lizard's gift was his. If we can devour this demon-scale lizard, I'm sure that the Shadow Wolf King's strength would see a qualitative change. Thinking like this, instead of feeling stage fright due to the gap between the two imperial beasts, White Knight didn't feel shy. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Tried with Shadow Wave and Shadow Sphere to consume it first, accompanied by White Knight's command. There's no rush to break out into the arena. The Shadow Wolf King kept the distance between him and his opponent under control while continuously releasing his skills. The talent of the magic scale lizard is Shadow Shelter. As the name suggests, all skill damage taken from the Shadow attribute is partially immunized. It was obvious that Zhao Wenxing had come prepared, and seeing that the damage done by the Shadow Wolf King to the demon scale lizard was minimal, Zhao Wenxing couldn't help but be pleased. Use Shadow Blast and end it for me. Ha ha, White Knight, I'm going to kill your Imperial Beast and turn you into an invalid. Shadow Blast, one of the great moves of the Shadow-type Imperial Beasts. After passing a long period of storing power, a shadowy aurora can be ejected, dealing 3 to 5 times the damage of a normal skill. Seeing that the demon-scale lizard began to cast spells to store up its power, the smile on Zhao Wenxing's face also grew stronger. He couldn't wait to see White Knight's Imperial Beast get killed in seconds, and White Knight was reduced to a wasted man, begging for mercy on his knees in front of himself. Audience. Upon feeling the strong aura emanating from the devil-scale lizard, Luo Shuai's heart was already hanging in the air. With the Shadow Wolf King's physique, once he was hit, he would be directly killed in seconds. And White Knight was right behind the Imperial Beast. It was aimed at both the Sentinel and the Sentinel. Zhao Wenxing is really despicable, subconsciously getting up, just as Luo Shuai was about to call a halt. Unexpectedly, it was too late. White Knight had already given the Shadow Wolf King the command to attack, charge head-on and use Shadow's Tooth. Any other Imperial Beast Master, when faced with such a situation, would definitely choose to avoid battle. However, White Knight had his own plans. Although the Shadow Wolf King's strength had only reached the peak of the 3rd rank, however, with the talent bonus, even the early 4th stage Imperial Beasts could achieve a strong kill over the level. Moreover, this was even without White Knight using spiritual power to assist him, accompanied by spiritual energy surging out from within White Knight's body. Some mauve-colored demonic arcs of light gradually surfaced around the Shadow Wolf King. The momentum is climbing. Holding a sheer stance, he ran out as if a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Wolf King was already approaching. Seeing the enemy approaching, the target is straight to the point. The devil-scale lizard subconsciously panicked. It had no choice but to pour out the Shadow Blast that hadn't finished its chant yet. Only the purple aurora cut a furrow in the ground. It can be due to a deviation in the alignment of the target. This aurora only caused the Shadow Wolf King to be seriously injured. but it was not fatal. And looking at the arena, the Shadow Wolf King who was prancing around, preparing to launch another attack on the demon scale lizard. At this moment, Zhao Wensheng gave a panicked order. Use the Shadow Sphere. Nope. Use Shadow Guard. Zhao Wensheng's idea was simple. Since the enemy chose to get in close, wouldn't it be fine for him to unleash his defense-type skills? He would have been right, but Zhao Wensheng forgot. Magic scale lizards don't know Shadow Guard. One could only watch as the other bit into the spine, giving himself a firm grip. The devil scale lizard couldn't help but let out a wail. Audience, seeing Zhao Wensheng play a good hand into a bad hand, commanding haphazardly and having no understanding with the Imperial Beast. Many Imperial Beast masters who had placed bets on Zhao Wensheng to win hated it. They couldn't wait to get on the field and take command of Zhao Wensheng instead. No, who taught you to come up here and make a big move without even knowing your opponent's background? Amplify the move even if it's not. Who taught you to unleash such a big move that takes a minute or two to build up? Isn't this a live target for the other side? It's also drunk. The arena, riding on the back of the devil scale lizard, kept tearing at it. With White Knight's spiritual power, the Shadow Wolf King's attack power was no mean feat. So what if he had Shadow Elemental immunity? There was no way to throw the Shadow Wolf King off his back with his clumsy form. Being caught dead in the weaknesses and blind spots of your opponent's attacks, the devil scale lizard was at his wit's end. Seeing that the back of his own Imperial Beast was a bloody mess, its proud scale armor falling to the ground, yelling, Zhao Wensheng used all his strength. Zoom in, come on, zoom in. No, why don't you zoom in? Zhao Wensheng was aware that the devil scale lizard held several shadow system moves. If by chance you can attack the Shadow Wolf King, it might just throw it off. At the moment, however, located in the arena, the devil scale lizard's entire Imperial Beast went numb. No, you just said zoom in, so which move is it with? Can't you give a clear instruction? Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. He came across Zhao Wensheng as his own Imperial Beast master. The devil scale lizard could only recognize its own bad luck, use the Shadow Tooth and end it, and see the winners and losers. Not giving any chances, White Knight gave a final command to the Shadow Wolf King. Ow! At that moment, the Shadow Wolf King let out a growl, and a dark purple arc of light traced between the air. The next second, there was just a click. The spine was bitten off. The curse invaded the body, and the demon scale lizard gradually lost its breath. You have plundered the magic scale lizard talent, Shadow Shelter. Shadow Shelter, damage from shadow skills reduced by 60%, negative effects reduced by 90%. Along with White Knight plundering his talent, the Shadow Wolf King devoured the flesh and blood with a big mouthful, and suffered the backlash of the pact, unable to help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. Zhao Wensheng fainted, though I don't know how Zhao Wensheng recovered from the cost of his last contract. But White Knight was clear. This time, Zhao Wensheng became a complete invalid. The Imperial Beast space has been damaged. It was impossible for Zhao Wensheng to be a Royal Beast Master again in this lifetime. Audience, looking at the severely injured Shadow Wolf King, Xiao Han's gaze flickered. He knew very well that White Knight's Imperial Beasts were very strong. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to be the opponent's opponent. But what if, for example, it was in a situation where the Shadow Wolf King was seriously injured? With the resources of the White family, just after being punched in the face by White Knight last time, Xiao Han had not only contracted a two-headed snake, moreover, he had cultivated it to the peak of the second rank. Thus, the trade-offs involved were considered. Xiao Han finally made a decision. This was a great opportunity to trample White Knight underfoot and raise his eyebrows. How could he let it go? So it was, heading in the direction of the arena, Xiao Han challenged White Knight. White Knight, I'm going to launch a life and death fight against you. As Xiao Han's words fell, for a moment, the entire venue fell into silence, but soon the audience was in an uproar. No, this has to have some face. Nima, taking advantage of someone else's Imperial Beast being seriously injured before going on. Not speaking of martial virtues. Good man, young man, I advise you to behave yourself. And listening to the crowd cursing Xiao Han all over the place, Bai Ying's breath shook cold, and she immediately stood up to defend Xiao Han. No, do you know what it means to be a soldier? Could it be that in the wild, the Fae will give you time to react and recover? Ugh, what a bunch of lowlife men. At the moment, there was no concern for the angry spray from the crowd. In Xiao Han's opinion, as long as he could win against White Knight, so what if he was sprayed a few times? And looking at the silent White Knight, Xiao Han had already summoned the two-headed snake. In this battle, White Knight had to fight even if he didn't. Xiao Han had already decided that once White Knight dared to refuse, then he immediately commanded the two-headed snake to kill towards White Knight. A playful smile appeared. In Xiao Han's opinion, he had already taken Bai Yi down hard. Yes, as White Knight opened his mouth, Xiao Han was first stunned, but quickly reacted. Two-headed snake. Use fangs of venom. Hiss. Field. When hearing the master's commands, with its body in an S shape, the two-headed snake immediately pounced towards the Shadow Wolf King. Chapter 17, Storming Little Fairy Sister. The crowd was shocked. The distance between the two sides was shrinking. Audience. Bai Ying also cheered for it. Brother Xiaohan, go for it. I believe you are the best. It seemed to have foreseen the image of White Knight's imperial beast being killed and himself being wasted. Bai Ying felt a surge of pleasure in his heart. It was true that waste was waste, and it was impossible to compare to her brother Xiaohan. Just as Bai Ying thought like this, the arena has turned away at the same time. White Knight also spoke up. Use the claws of shadow and end it. A second-rank imperial beast is just that. From the moment the two-headed snake hit the ring, the winner was already decided. Rip! With the skill release. With just one swing of his sharp claws, both heads of the two-headed snake were cut off. It was cut into 3 pieces. As it was dying, it kept struggling. How can? Seeing this scene, Xiaohan had an incredulous look on his face. It was clear that he had been heavily injured by the devil scale lizard. But why was the Shadow Wolf King's strength still so terrifying? It actually killed the two-headed snake in one move. No way. White Knight couldn't be this strong. The look gradually became hideous and twisted. Looking at Bai Knight's back, Xiaohan immediately chased after him. There's no way this is just going to go away. White Knight had killed his imperial beast, and he must make White Knight compensate him for his loss. White Knight, you're too powerful yet. The fight is over. The two walked side by side towards the exit of the underground arena. Luo Xue's eyes all seemed to glow. Not bad for a boy she had her eye on. So handsome. Ha ha, it's just base ing. I was making small talk when I suddenly remembered something. Luo Xue handed a card to White Knight. Here, White Knight, this is what I just won in a bet at the arena, and the password is your birthday. Spitting out her tongue, she smiled mischievously. Bet on me winning? But don't you think I'll lose? Oops. You're my friend. I'm trusting you. With a stomp of her foot, Luo Xue pretended to huff. Then, since it's the money given to me by Luo Big Schoolgirl, I'll have to accept it reluctantly? Fine, White Knight, you dare to flirt with me, don't you? Reaching out, Luo Xue then gently pinched White Knight's waist. She didn't exert herself. After all, it was her favorite boy, and she would be heartbroken if the pinch hurt. And just as White Knight and Luo Xue walked out of the arena, only a sharp female voice suddenly rang out. White Knight, stop right there, only to see that together with Xiaohan, a sulky Bai Ying stopped him. Facing White Knight, Bai Ying came up aggressively. White Knight, you killed Xiaohan's brother's royal beast, making it impossible for him to apply for the Sea Wing Academy. You must compensate him for his loss. As Bai Ying's words fell, White Knight burst out laughing. Compensate him for his losses? Not bad. Bai Ying had a matter-of-fact face. You are unaware that two-headed snake was carefully cultivated by brother Xiaohan. You killed his royal beast and ruined his future. Shouldn't you be responsible for this? Then what do you think? How should I compensate him? In response, White Knight asked with amusement. Tell you what, that Shadow Wolf King of yours is pretty strong. Either that or give your imperial beast to brother Xiaohan, then compensate Xiaohan's brother for a few $1 million in moral damages. Finally, apologize to brother Xiaohan and me, and this will be over. Thinking for a moment, Bai Ying said this. The words were spoken as if the above demands were a great concession on their part. It was all their loss to promise White Knight an apology, and as Bai Ying's words fell, Xiaohan on one side similarly stepped forward to concur. Not bad, you killed my imperial beast for no reason. Shouldn't you be responsible for this? Seeing more and more people gathered around, Xiaohan couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. In the underground arena even, now in public, he didn't believe that White Knight would really dare to make a move against them, and never have I seen such chutzpah. On one side of White Knight, Luo Xue was already so angry that her entire body was shaking. Nonsense! You're the ones who took advantage of people's danger, and now you're even hitting them back. Ms. Luo, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Just say, did White Knight kill my imperial beast and be done with it? You guys, as the daughter of the Luo family, how had she ever encountered such nonsense? Luo Xue's small face couldn't help but turn white. Xiaohan just gave Luo Xue a despicable look. He then gave his gaze to White Knight. How about it, White Knight? Have you thought it over? It's okay if you haven't thought it through. Don't I remember Ms. Luo being quite rich? How about letting her take the heat for you? Aren't you a softie? It should be pretty good, right? Seeing White Knight gradually approaching, oblivious to the fact that his gaze was getting colder and colder, the smile on Xiaohan's face grew even wider. He seemed to have already foreseen the image of White Knight being defeated in front of him. However, Xiaohan did not expect it at all. Just in the next second, White Knight directly backhanded a few slaps. You want me to fight the beast, don't you? Snap. You want me to make it up to you? Snap. You want me to apologize? Snap. I'm a beast master now. And you dare to play moral abduction with me here? And instantly slapped into a pig's head. Xiao Han was directly jerked silly by White Knight, a fiery pain in my face. However, compared to being slapped in the face, the humiliation brought about by Knight was even more unbearable for Xiao Han. Pain and humiliation, both combined. At this moment, a mouthful of old blood was spat out as Xiao Han was infuriated to the point of fainting. Murder! White Knight, you dog! Is there any conscience left? And seeing that Xiao Han was knocked out by the whip, letting out a scream, Bai Ying pointed at Bai Yi and cursed. Forget about killing brother Xiao Han's royal beast. How dare you hit someone in the street? Do you have any face left? How could our Bai family produce a beastly dog like you? Woohoo! You're such a... It only felt harsh to the ears, and his eyes saw that Bai Ying seemed like a shrew and had gone crazy. White Knight wasn't polite either. He stepped forward fitfully and snapped a few times, rewarded her with a few slaps in the face all the same. You dare to hit me? How dare you hit a woman? Covering her red and swollen face with one hand, Bai Ying immediately took out her cell phone with her other hand and recorded a video. Family, who understands? My brother turned out to be a lower-headed man. Not only did he kill my boyfriend's imperial beast, we went to him to reason with him, and he was paranoid about killing me and my boyfriend. How could this fairy have this brother? Eyes on Bai Ying's pompous performance. A few passers-by couldn't stand it any longer and immediately stepped forward. Dude, you're taking this too far, aren't you? Yes, killing the other imperial beast and ruining the other's future is fine. How can you beat someone in the street? That's it, no mercy at all. What a disgrace to us boys. I didn't expect that Wadu actually came out with such a... Even if shot 100 times is not enough. Facing a few scoldings. Just then, the Shadow Wolf King slowly blocked in front of White Knight. What? Do you want to be like them? With White Knight coldly saying. Facing a man and a beast, several people subconsciously took a few steps backward. To both Bai Ying and Xiao Han, they did hold spiritual support. But if they were told to make a move against White Knight, then they really don't have the guts. After all, this is offline, not online. One look at White Knight and it's not something to be messed with. And at that moment, Luo Shuei couldn't help but open her mouth. It was clearly them who started it, so don't be unreasonable and slander good people here, okay? White Knight didn't care about people moralizing, but it didn't mean that Luo Shuei didn't care. Seeing White Knight being abused and slandered and spat upon by others, Luo Shuei was simply more uncomfortable than being treated like this herself, as Luo Shuei told the cause and effect of the matter. And know that the misunderstanding is big. The faces of those who stood up and spoke out for Bai Ying were a shade of purple and a shade of red. The thought of them being used by Bai Ying. They immediately turned their guns around and turned to scold the two Bai Ying. I didn't realize you were such people. It's disgusting. How dare you even strike your own relatives? What a... Ugh. I'm ashamed of you for having a sister like you. I don't know who spat out a mouthful of thick spit. It just felt like a sticky mess on my face. Couldn't help but scream out. Bai Ying's eyes suddenly went black. Chapter 18, Returning to the Northern Forest. Hunting sub-dragons. There were actually 20 million? Right after separating from Luo Shuei. Upon checking the balance on the card, White Knight couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Even if Luo Shuei was the Luo family's eldest miss. But that's a lot of money. Yet, she was able to give him the money without any hesitation or reason. White Knight couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Who doesn't love having a rich little girlfriend who is heartbroken and clingy? The strength itself is about to reach the upper limit of the current stage. Plus this financial assistance provided by Luo Shuei, White Knight believed, in a few days, he would be able to break through to the second-rank Imperial Beast Master. Contracting a second Imperial Beast is just around the corner then. Just as Bai Knight was purchasing spiritual herbs and medicines and preparing to cultivate and sprint to the second rank of Imperial Beast Master. At this moment, the Zhao family residence. With Zhao Wenxing's complaint, the entire Zhao family was in a state of flux. Dad, I'm really a wreck now. You have to do something for me. Looking at Zhao Wensheng, who was holding his walking stick and crying in pain, Zhao Pingjong had a look of hatred on his face. He was truly ashamed to have such a son. Didn't I tell you to get some rest and not worry about anything else? You asshole. How could our Zhao family have produced a waste like you? Hearing Zhao Pingjong scold himself, Zhao Wensheng also looked aggrieved. Of course I know you're right, Dad, but boy, I just can't swallow this anger. Accompanied by Zhao Wensheng giving out all the humiliations he had suffered, Zhao Pingjong's face also sank. Even if Zhao Wensheng was a waste, it was still his son. And now, his son had been abolished by someone else in the Imperial Beast space, becoming an invalid. How could Zhao Pingjong endure this? And so it was. Just after a few moments of contemplation, Zhao Pingjong also spoke impatiently. Alright, you don't need to worry about this. I'll arrange for someone to deal with White Knight. Really? Upon hearing that, Zhao Wensheng was overjoyed. Brat, could I lie to you? You're my son. My son is not to be bullied by others. After saying that, killing intent suddenly filled the room between Zhao Pingzhong's gazes, and upon hearing this, a hint of pleasure appeared in Zhao Wenxing's expression. He seemed to have already foreseen what Bai Yi would look like when he was wasted away, like a dead dog, begging for his life in front of him. The sun rises and the moon sets. Time flies. Just for the next 5 days, White Knight basically spent his time in alchemy and cultivation. Spiritual energy swam through the body, vaguely, with the breaking of the shackles, along with the Imperial Beast space in the body getting expanded. White Knight had also successfully advanced into a second-order Imperial Beast Master. Room, open your eyes. Feeling the changes in the power within his body, White Knight couldn't help but be pleased. Finally a breakthrough. Ow. He also expressed happiness for White Knight's breakthrough. The tail is wagging like an electric fan. The Shadow Wolf King looked up to the sky and whistled. Come on, Shadow, let's go to the North Woods. Touching the wolf's head, White Knight laughed. This life is different from the last. White Knight was clear. He had crossed paths with the Zhao and Wang families in advance, which would likely cause a series of butterfly effects, though the strength has increased. But you want to deal with the Zhao and Wang families. With White Knight's current strength, it was far from enough. He still needs to get stronger to do that. Only then could he avoid repeating the mistakes of his last life. Soon, a day later, White Knight also went deeper into the northern forest. According to news reports, the previous subdragon that had started the beast tide had been severely injured in the official siege. The other side is currently lurking in the northern forest. And this time, it was for that subdragon that White Knight had come. Of course, it wasn't subjugation that he wanted. Instead, they kill and then devour. Every contracted position in the Sentinel is very valuable. It was just a subdragon, not a real one, and it has long since ended its growth period and has very limited potential. He did not have the need to take in on this. Instead of trying to take in a subdragon that is almost impossible to gain any more growth, then why didn't he go and take in a royal beast that had infinite potential and might even metamorphose into a true dragon in the future? Remember, in a previous life, there was an abandoned fire lizard. With his own qualifications, he was able to advance to a fire-breathing dragon. If White Knight could find it and take it in, then his overall combat power will see a qualitative change. And just as White Knight was leading the Shadow Wolf King to search for the whereabouts of that subdragon, the White House, looking at Xiao Han, who had already become a waste, and Bai Ying, who had messy hair on one side, like he had only just stepped out of the garbage. Bai Yu's face turned blue. He had invested too much effort in Xiao Han. He had wanted to rely on Xiao Han to make the Bai family go further in Luodu, but not when he was resuscitated from the ICU. The sky is falling on the White family. Xiao Han was abolished. All the resources that the White family has invested have gone up in flames. How could he be at peace with himself? Dad, that dog White Knight is too much. Not only did he kill brother Xiao Han's imperial beast, and swollen the faces of brother Xiao Han and me. You must do right by us. With Bai Ying adding to the conversation, Bai Yu's face grew colder and colder. That little is so anticlimactic. A curse was uttered at the same time. White Renee also added, don't worry, Ying, I've already contacted the people from the Star Guild before. They sent a third order and 2 second-order Imperial Beast Masters. This time, I'm bound to clean up the White House. That little man, I won't let him come back alive. 3 Imperial Beast Masters, 7 Imperial Beasts. In the entire team, there was also a 5th-rank Imperial Beast. With such a lineup, in Bai Yu's opinion, taking down a newcomer Imperial Beastmaster like Bai Yi was completely more than enough. Northern Forest, no knowledge of the outside world. Right after killing another Shadow Wolf, finally, with the gift of enchantment, the shadow power that the Shadow Wolf King had devoured caused a qualitative change from a quantitative change. A deep purple and black intertwined fur looks dominant. The scarlet eyes vaguely shed a faint lavender arc of psychic energy. The runes on the long horns above his head grew deeper and deeper, breaking through the 4th rank. The Shadow Wolf King's size was also twice as large as before. They say it's a wolf, but it's already a match for some large bison in size, right? Ow! And feel the explosive growth of power in your body. The Shadow Wolf King couldn't help but raise the sky. All of a sudden, the howl of that Wolf King kept echoing among the forest. The increase in advancement didn't only bring about a change in strength. This includes things like insight and perception, all relevant secondary abilities. The Shadow Wolf King has likewise received a boost. The Aaron's aura, which could only be vaguely perceived, became clear at this moment. Inducted in the deed, knowing that the Shadow Wolf King had already discovered Aaron's hiding place. Thus, White Knight also gave the order. Go, Shadow, go find it and end it. Wishy-washy. Last time we were undefeated. This time, with his strength increased, White Knight directly struck out with a heavy blow, riding the Shadow Wolf King through the jungle. Within a short time, White Knight arrived at a canyon. Standing on a crag, looking downward, only a 20-meter long subdragon was lying in the middle of the canyon. if not for the fact that it had 2 horns on top of its head and its body was covered in scale armor similar to snake scales. It was expected that anyone would mistake this for nothing more than a mutated large magic scale lizard, right? While thinking this way, with the identification thrown out, this subdragon's information was also presented before White Knight's eyes. Name Yalong. Level, 5th order. Bloodline, epic. Attribute, fire. Talent, dragon's blood. Dragon skill effect increased by 500%. Power of destruction, fire skill effect increased by 500%. Skills, dragon spit. Jet flame, telepathy. Evaluation, a severely injured subdragon. Its strength is already only 1/2. When seeing the errant properties, White was greatly disappointed. The Shadow Wolf King's attribute was Shadow. Fire and dragon exclusive talents are completely useless against it, but it's better than nothing. The looted talent White Knight could save first. It would be a rush to give it to use in the future when it possessed a fire imperial beast. Thinking of this, White Knight also gave orders to the Shadow Wolf King. Use Shadow Wave, then Shadow Claw. Just as his words fell, along with the command, the Shadow Wolf King moved. Chapter 19, Talent Plunder. Dragon's Bloodline. With the skill release, only the cliffs on either side of the canyon swayed. Immediately afterward, under the influence of shadow flux, countless pieces of debris continued to fall, smashing towards Euron. Caught off guard, in a pain-filled rage, Eren let out a growl. Roar! Next, an aurora borealis shot straight up into the sky. Under the dragon's breath, the rubble turned into powder, and inducing Eren to actively release his skills, putting him in a skill vacuum, was exactly what White Knight wanted. Seize this window. The Shadow Wolf King shot out as if it was a sharp arrow. Shadow Claw is activated. In an instant, the Eren's original wound was torn even larger, and it was a bloody mess. The snowy ribs and throbbing organs were faintly visible. The enemy has yet to be seen. Then he already felt that his life was threatened. So it was that Eren swept away with another aurora. In an instant, the rocks crumbled and the sound was deafening. However, with the high mobility of the Shadow Wolf King, it was destined to make Eren pounce. A few minutes later, seeing that Eren had tossed enough, only then did White Knight command the Shadow Wolf King to sneak in, mainlining an enemy advance and an enemy retreat. Repeat the cycle. 1 hour later, Eren was already exhausted to the point of weakness, and seeing that it had completely lost its power of resistance, only then did White Knight step out of the shadows. Shadow, ended with Shadow's tooth. As White Knight's words fell, Eren's huge vertical pupils couldn't help but shrink. No, it's not what it envisioned. The other Imperial Beast Masters were wondering how they should take it in. How come when it comes to White Knight, it's about to kill it all? Wait, human, you wait. I will submit to you. With telepathy, Eren established a connection with White Knight. Give me a reason. I am willing to submit to you and become your Imperial Beast. Isn't that enough? Shadow. Ow. Baring his fangs, the Shadow Wolf King aimed for Eren's neck. Wait, you can't kill me. Hidden in the northern forest is an abyssal magic wood. I can help you kill it and give you its crystal core. Abyssal demon wood? Hearing this, White Knight instantly raised a hint of interest. He signaled the Shadow Wolf King to stop his attack and let Eren continue. Not bad. That guy is at the peak of the 4th rank. With your power as a human, you can't be its match. But I'm different. I'm a 5th rank, and with the attribute restraints, it's easy to deal with it. If you spare me, then I am willing to offer you the crystal core inside it. With the crystal core of the abyssal demon wood, it will no longer be a matter of time before your Imperial Beast breaks through to the middle of the 4th rank, despite being overtly condescending to White Knight. But in truth, Eren had already cursed White Knight half to death in his heart. If it weren't for the other side's lack of martial virtues, if it wasn't in such a bad shape right now, how could White Knight be its opponent? Yalong had already decided that when it was a little better from its injuries, it would definitely want this human to die. This thought came at the same time. An inconspicuous hint of killing intent flashed between Eren's pupils. Well, what part of the abyssal demon wood is that in? Just head east and wait until it's territory. It's still obvious. And hearing this from Eren, after getting the information you wanted, White Knight also gave orders to the Shadow Wolf King. Well, Shadow, do it. Wait, human, you don't mean what you say. You said you wouldn't kill me. I said? When? White Knight smirked. If I kill you, not only will the crystals of the abyssal demon wood be mine, but even the beast core inside you will be mine. Won't it? Hearing this, in the eyes of Eren with an angry look on his face, the Shadow Wolf King bit through its throat. Skill in action. All the key nerves were destroyed, and Eren was too dead to die. Subsequently, it was accompanied by the White Knight talent being unleashed. A familiar tone followed. You have plundered the sub-dragon talent, Dragon's Blood. You have plundered the talent of the Aragon, the power of destruction. He gained 2 talents and also harvested a fire-type 5th rank beast core. This wave is a big profit. Looking at the Shadow Wolf King who was devouring the blood and flesh of the sub-dragon in a big mouthful, White Knight could clearly feel that the Shadow Wolf King's strength was gradually increasing. As a special species, the energy conversion gained by the Shadow Wolf King from devouring blood and flesh was much higher than other imperial beasts. Apart from the talent enhancement, the Shadow Wolf King's strength could increase so quickly. That's one of the reasons. Follow what Aaron said. If we can find that abyssal demon wood and devour it, one would think that the Shadow Wolf King would not only be able to break through to the peak of the 4th rank, it's even possible to break through a class, right? Thinking so, White Knight couldn't help but look forward to it, and after a short break, wait for the Shadow Wolf King to replenish his status. Just as White Knight was rushing in the direction of the abyssal demon wood, arranging men and horses, mobilized by Zhao Pingzhong, the Zhao family had already set up a dragnet along the path that must be traveled between the northern forest and the Luo capital. 10 second order and 2 third order imperial beast masters. Of the 26 imperial beasts, 3 of them had reached the 5th rank. As for the 4th rank imperial beasts, there were even as many as 8, and follow in the ranks. Looking in the direction of the northern forest, Zhao Wensheng gradually revealed a hideous smile. It's not just about dominating the numbers, it also has the advantage of strength. The advantage is with me, and he really doesn't know how he's going to lose. This time, he would definitely thwart White Knight. Time flies, weaving through the forest. Without realizing it, 2 days had passed. As for White Knight, he followed the direction pointed out by Aaron and brought the Shadow Wolf King to the Abyssal Demon Woods territory. It's very different from the outskirts of the forest. Trees withered, white bones everywhere. It was only when he stepped into it that an eerie aura hit him. The horror movie-like atmosphere strongly induced discomfort on a psychological level. Soon, more than 10 minutes later, with gradual depth, a 30 to 40 meter tall, towering ancient tree came into view. It looked lush and contrasted with the mass of deadwood around it, and feeling the rich magic power that permeated the abyssal magic wood, White Knight's gaze condensed slightly. Magic would type alien beasts, which could be much more difficult to deal with than regular alien beasts. If it was any other imperial beast, it would probably only be helpless against the abyssal demon wood, but killed the scale lizard and plundered the shadow shelter. The vast majority of the shadow skills that abyssal demon wood could use were minimal to the Shadow Wolf King. Skills don't work. As for the canes used to draw blows, they do limited damage, from a certain degree of restraint. Plus, between the abyssal demon wood and the Shadow Wolf King, there would be just a small order of separation. From the time this battle was fought, the victory is no longer in doubt. Use Shadow Claw and end it quickly. As White Knight's words fell, Shasta, grabbing the lead, the Shadow Wolf King seemed like a sharp arrow coming off, and sensing the enemy's proximity, several mana balls blasted towards the Shadow Wolf King. With the roar of an explosion, eyesight is not effective. The abyssal demon would immediately adjusted its strategy, choosing to utilize the cane to whip. The whole thing flowed. It happened in a matter of brief minutes. However, the abyssal demon wood was fast. The Shadow Wolf King was much faster. Only a dark purple arc of light was seen flashing by. In a flash, countless branches fell off, and seized the gap between the abyssal demon wood's attacks. The Shadow Wolf King pushed straight to the heart of the matter, killing him in a single move. The rhizome was cut off. The giant tree collapsed. Seeing that the winners and losers are already divided, the White Knight talent was also unleashed. Chapter 20, Imperial Beast Advancement. Shadow Monarch, you have plundered the abyssal demon wood talent, Shadow Power. Ding! The Shadow Force has fused with the Shadow Apostle. The talent Shadow Apostle has been strengthened. Shadow Apostle, movement speed increased by 300%. Full ability increased by an additional 500% when in shadow. First skill effect increased by 500% when out of shadow. Except that the talent gets enhanced. Along with swallowing the crystal core of the abyssal demon wood, the Shadow Wolf King's strength also saw a qualitative change. Appearance looks more robust, and a dark purple demonic fur looks imposing. That intentional and unintentional seepage of spiritual energy wrapped around its limbs. Between the phases, only some of the original prototype remains. It was as if a wolf and a lion had combined, gaining the advantages of both while discarding all previous flaws. Combines both speed and power. The change in the Imperial Beasts surprised White Knight. I had thought it would be good to reach the peak of the 4th order, but unexpectedly, it broke through to the early 5th stage. I had thought that breaking through the 5th order would be a pleasant surprise, but unexpectedly, the Shadow Wolf King actually achieved bloodline advancement and broke through to epic. Looking at the Imperial Beast in front of him, he could only vaguely discern some of its original appearance. White Knight also thought about it and checked its information. Name, Shadow Monarch. Attributes, Shadow. Bloodline, Epic. Level, 5th order. Talents, Shadow Apostle. King's Domain, Shadow Shelter. Skills, Shadow Fangs, Shadow Claws, Shadow Ball, Shadow Wave, Shadow Sneak. Evaluation, a Shadow Monarch with the bloodline of a king and the qualifications of a Shadow Imperial Beast crown as a lord. Right after seeing the Shadow Monarch's message, White Knight was still satisfied. Not to mention the qualitative change in strength, he also gained a brand new skill, a displacement type skill that causes the Shadow Monarch to briefly dive into the shadows, making its attacks unexpected. The change in size, instead of reducing the Shadow Monarch's maneuverability, on the contrary, it makes it more maneuverable. A 5th order Imperial Beast was in his hands. It's kind of a way to get a foothold in Lodu, isn't it? And just as White Knight thought like this, went deeper into the northern forests, renewed his contract, and gained a 2nd order green armored turtle. Baiyu was leading a group of people from the Star Guild, seeking towards Bai Knight's location. Everyone please also rest assured, that little is just a peak 3rd stage Shadow Wolf King. In the past so many days, he could only break through to the early 4th stage at most. It's still easy to deal with, if you want to. Along with the fall of Baiyu's words, the group of people from the Star Guild that followed couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Fathers and sons kill each other, not to mention, they even couldn't wait for them, the outsiders, to kill their own son. What a show of fatherly kindness and filial piety. Gentlemen, what are you laughing at? Seeing Zhou Chen as the representative, the group of people from the Star Guild couldn't help but laugh out loud. Baiyu felt puzzled. No, Mr. White, you're looking at it wrong, aren't you? We're professional killers, and we usually don't laugh. With a straight face, Zhou Chen replied in this manner. However, only then did he turn around. Listen to the constant laughter behind you. This caused Baiyu's face to darken, and riding the Shadow Monarch, while leaving the northern forest, White Knight also began to think about the pre-selection of his 2nd Imperial Beast. Currently, he has 2 options for direction. Either that, or contract a fire-type Imperial Beast with potential and a dragon's bloodline, with a talent for plundering from the Subdragon. White Knight was confident that his Imperial Beast would undergo a metamorphosis as a result. Either that, or go looking for an old partner from a previous life. Looking back, in his last life, White Knight had too many regrets, and in this life, he must make up for all these regrets. It was only then that I thought this. Just as White Knight was about to walk out of the northern forest, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Finally found you, little. Really made me look for you. Waiting to signal the Shadow Monarch to stop. When White Knight looked in the direction from which the huffy voice came, only to see that with Zhou Chen's trio in tow, Baiyu slowly walked out from between the jungles. The Star Guild? Upon seeing the uniforms that Zhou Chen's trio wore, White Knight raised his eyebrows slightly. 1 3rd order, 2 2nd order Imperial Beast Masters. Looking at Baiyu's appearance, he was thinking that he could take him down, and seeing that White Knight seemed to be smiling. For some reason, for a moment, an ominous premonition arose in Baiyu's heart. But soon, upon noticing the Shadow Monarch slowly stepping out on one side, upon sensing the familiar aura emanating from the Shadow Monarch, Baiyu couldn't hide the shock in his expression. No, how come the Shadow Wolf King broke through the 5th rank after only how long has passed? Break through the 5th order even. I can't believe that even the bloodline is similarly advanced. This was unheard of and unseen before the history of the Imperial Beastmaster. Mr. Bai, didn't you say that the other party was just a 1st order Imperial Beastmaster and a peak 3rd order Imperial Beast? Upon feeling the overbearing aura that the Shadow Sovereign unintentionally exuded, Zhou Chen's face turned blue. At this moment, he had almost greeted Baiyu's ancestors in his heart. Baiyu could have screwed them over. I don't know. I'm not sure. Don't ask me. In response, Baiyu was directly confused for 3 consecutive times. Unexpectedly, White Knight's strength actually broke through so quickly. Baiyu seriously suspected that the other party was open, but the problem is he has no proof. And looking at the Shadow Monarch's gradual approach, he subconsciously took a few steps back. Baiyu was already sweating, but soon, upon noticing that the 3 of Zhou Chen had summoned their Imperial Beasts, Baiyu also became arrogant again. So what if both sides seem evenly matched? 7 against 1 on their side. How could White Knight be their opponent? White Renee anchors an advantage on me. Everyone, please also help me exterminate this sinful son. Today, Bai, am going to clean up the White family. Only then did he say that. Seeing that Zhou Chen's trio didn't give a damn about themselves at all, Baiyu couldn't help but be a bit annoyed as well. However, he also knew that the Star Guild was not something he could offend. Thus, Baiyu shifted her gaze back to White Knight. Little man, I should have known you would be so treacherous. I guess I shouldn't have let that give birth to you in the first place. Like that, you're all ES. Listen to Baiyu insulting his own biological mother, opening his mouth and closing his mouth to the cheap seed. White Knight's gaze grew cold as well. Without hesitation, he immediately gave orders to the Shadow Monarch. Shadow, kill them. Ho ho ho. Along with the fall of White Knight's words, let out a deafening roar. The Shadow Monarch shot out like a sharp arrow. Boulder Monster. Use Guard. Blood Demon Spider. Use Spitting Silk to restrict its movement. String Elf. Use the power of Blessing on the Boulder Monster. Seeing that the battle started because of Baiyu, Bai Knight took the lead in launching an offensive. Helpless, Zhou Chen and the others could only passively defend, although the Shadow Monarch was strong. But in Zhou Chen's opinion, it's not actually unbeatable. At best, after the fact, they'll pay more for it. Mr. White, I assume you'll be covering our losses for this operation. Yes? That's for sure. As long as you guys can help me kill this little guy, then everything is fine. Facing Zhou Chen inquired, gritting his teeth. Bai Yu replied in this manner, and just between the two exchanges, just as Zhou Chen thought that the Imperial Beasts on his side would be able to stop the Shadow Monarch's attack and then launch a counterattack, suddenly, only the Shadow Monarch suddenly dived into the shadows. The crowd of Imperial Beasts that had surrounded and killed upwards suddenly pounced. At this moment, Zhou Chen's face changed slightly. Not good. When the reaction came, the realization was not good. Just as Zhou Chen was about to command his boulder monster to counterattack, it's too late for everything. The black figure kept weaving in and out of a group of Imperial Beasts, but wherever it reached, an Imperial Beast was sure to fall in seconds. Not long after, as the large and small Imperial Beasts were slaughtered, eyes on the scene, Bai Yu, who had been clamoring before, suddenly turned green in the face. Chapter 21, breaking down one by one. The victory and defeat had been divided. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a dream. As he murmured, he felt the aura with killing intent emanating from the Shadow Sovereign. At this moment, Bai Yu was so frightened that her face turned white. He stumbled and eventually fell to the ground, and with the Imperial Beasts slaughtered as many as they could. Suffering from the backlash, the three of them, Zhou Chen, could not help but spit out a mouthful of old blood, as if their bodies had been emptied. Kill them. Without waiting for the three to react, as White Knight's command was given again, the Shadow Monarch immediately pounced. Don't come any closer. Only they abuse others. When was it his turn to be treated like this by White Knight? Along with the Shadow Monarch's bite crunching down, the two second-ranked Imperial Beastmasters were instantly killed in seconds. Eyes are about to take their turn. A wave of fear also arose in Zhou Chen's heart. No way. Escape. Must escape. Staggering, he turned and fled toward the forest border. The footsteps were getting faster and faster, even though there was a constant sharp pain in his lungs from the flames burning through them. Seeing the trees thinning out around them, the path of the beast on the ground became clearer and clearer. A smile also appeared on Zhou Chen's face. Next time, when he returned to the guild to revitalize, he would make White Knight pay for it. Just thought so. The afterglow suddenly saw a black shadow flash by. That? Just wondering. There was a tearing sound. In the next second, the scene in front of him turned heaven and earth. By the time Zhou Chen's sluggish brain reacted, he had landed on his head. No prey escapes from its grasp. Approaching leisurely, with victory in his mouth, the Shadow Monarch folded back to report to his master. It couldn't wait to ask White Knight for a reward. Put. And as Zhou Chen's head rolled to Bai Yu's side, at this moment, Bai Yu was directly scared to death. Help! Help! He rolled and crawled, tears and snot distorting his face, not caring about Bai Yu's fall from grace. To White Knight, he was nothing more than a clown. Turning to the Shadow Monarch who was looking blearily at himself, wagging his tail and spitting his tongue for reward, the corners of White Knight's mouth couldn't help but twitch. No, that's too much of a contrast for your own Imperial Beast, isn't it? Go eat. Touching its head, White Knight also signaled. With his master's permission, facing a host of Imperial Beast corpses, the Shadow Monarch immediately devoured them in one big gulp. Self-improvement, coupled with White Knight's talent enhancement. At this moment, the Shadow Monarch's aura became more and more solid. Vaguely, it seemed to show signs of stepping into the middle of the 5th rank. At the same time, it had also acquired a brand new skill, Formless Divine Intent. By consuming psychic energy, the Shadow Monarch can control the shadows around him to transform into sharp claws to fight for him. And the more spiritual energy is consumed, then the more sharp claws it can summon. With the current spiritual power, the Shadow Monarch can summon up to 20 sharp claws. With each sharp claw, the damage was comparable to that of a normal first-rank Imperial Beast. The damage is a bit low, but it's a growable class skill. It's kind of gaining a little prime. Thinking like this, a plan was also born in White Knight's mind. He was going to enroll at the Divine Mansion Academy before heading to the Lost Forest. Compare this to the Northern Forest, which is known as the New Bee Village. The alien beasts on the Lost Forest side were much stronger. And, the bottom line is this. In the Lost Forest, some dragon fae often appeared. If he could find a suitable one, it would be best to use it as a second Imperial Beast. And if you can't find it, it doesn't matter. With the gift of constant plunder, when White Knight obtained the Dragon Imperial Beast, it's different from other Imperial Beastmasters. His Imperial Beasts, from the time of the contract, would receive a qualitative change. Time passes quietly. Without realizing it, another 2 days passed, and upon seeing White Knight finally walk out of the Northern Forest, squatting here, Zhao Wenshang was excited, even though the battle has not yet begun. But he had foreseen the end. He couldn't wait to see White Knight acting like a dead dog. The scene of kowtowing in front of yourself and admitting you're wrong is now. All of you, get on me. Kill his imperial beast first. As for the man, keep him for now. I'm going to torture him slowly. Yes, young master. Hearing this, the group of imperial beast masters also immediately moved. They had summoned their imperial beasts. At this moment, looking at White Knight, standing on Zhao Wenxing's side, the three third-order imperial beastmasters led by Zhao Yu also couldn't help but gaze in pity. In their eyes, White Knight is a dead man. If you want to blame this, blame it on offending the wrong people. In this world, weakness is the original sin. And looking at the 20 imperial beasts and a group of imperial beast masters that surrounded him, White Knight's gaze condensed slightly. Each of the imperial beasts had reached the 3rd rank in strength. There were even several heads that had reached the 4th rank. If you changed before, that White Knight was certainly no match. Even if the Shadow Wolf King broke through to the 5th rank, it would be incredibly difficult to win. But with the advancement into Shadow Monarch and the acquisition of 2 brand new skills, his strength of the imperial beasts was dozens of times stronger than before. The opposing imperial beasts are superior in numbers, but it doesn't make up for the lack of strength at all. The Cho family? Noticing that the royal beasts of a group of people were all abyssal demon wolves and flaming dogs and the like, White Knight easily recognized where the crowd came from. After all, these 2 types of imperial beasts were the Zhao family's signature imperial beasts, and as White Knight's words fell, despite some surprise, the crowd did not say much. Instead, he commanded the imperial beasts to launch an attack. Abyssal demon wolf, use shadow claws. Flaming dogs, use flame tooth. With a host of imperial beasts coming towards the shadow tyrant in all directions, it moved too. Use shadow stalking to get out of the encirclement. The invisible divine intent was then unleashed. The only thing that could be seen was the sudden appearance of several sharp claws from the ground shadows. While causing some harm, it also interferes with its hindrance. Seized a gap in the opponent's offense. Shadow flux, shadow ball, a combo in one shot. Boom! The mana ball exploded. All of them were heavily injured. And the Shadow Monarch was like a wolf like a sheep, launching a one-sided slaughter. It was just that the family-trained Imperial Beastmasters lacked the sharpening between life and death. Plus there was already a gap in strength between the 2 sides. It's no surprise that they were completely crushed. At this moment, after seeing the killing of the Imperial Beast, the Shadow Sovereign immediately targeted the group of Imperial Beastmasters. The 3 of them, Zhao Yu, couldn't sit still at once. They summoned their Imperial Beasts to kill towards the Shadow Monarch. Sinful animal! Dared to hurt someone, die for me. A flaming lion and 2 abyssal demon wolves, all of which were of the 5th rank, facing the shadow tyrant, they assumed an encircling position. For a while, between the 2 sides, there was a great sense of the 3-ing battle of Lubu. All 5th order? Observing the battle, White Knight was not worried by the fact that his royal beast had fallen to the wayside. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. If he could devour those 3 5th rank imperial beasts, not only can you break through to the middle of the 5th order, it's even possible for the Shadow Monarch to break through to the 6th order, right? It was only then that White Knight thought this way. Upon seeing that the 3 5th rank Imperial Beasts were unable to take down the Shadow Monarch, the hearts of Zhao Yu and the others had already set off shockwaves. How on earth did White Knights cultivate it? This Imperial Beast's strength was too ridiculously strong, wasn't it? All 3 of them summoned their 2 remaining Imperial Beasts in a hurry, facing a siege of 9 Imperial Beasts at the same time. And they were all 5th order, 4th order existences. The Shadow Monarch also gradually fell into the wind and began to feel a hint of pressure. But the more it did, the more excited it became. The more you fight, the better. Those bloodthirsty eyes flushed a scarlet red. It was as powerful as a rainbow, with one and only one thought in its mind. And that was to kill. Rear, under the action of the deed. Sensing that the Shadow Monarch was in high spirits, White Knight also mobilized his own spiritual energy. Along with having a special enchantment from the Imperial Beastmaster, the battlefield changed again. The eye went from suppressed, to evenly matched, to exhausted. Zhao Yu and the others were shocked in their hearts. Look at each other. Realize that you can't dwell too much on the front. Zhao Yu also gave orders to his Flaming Lion. Flaming Lion, use jet flames and attack its Imperial Beastmaster directly. Even if the Imperial Beasts were strong, an Imperial Beastmaster would still be nothing more than an ordinary person. As long as White Knight dies and suffers a contract backlash, this Shadow Monarch was also bound to die. And seeing as the Flaming Lion opened its mouth wide, the flames were about to shoot out. At this moment, the Shadow Monarch was also enraged. It would never allow an enemy to come half a step closer to its master. Roar! At once, it took advantage of the shadowy fluctuations to bring it to a brief standstill. Spiritual energy surged. It used Shadow Dive to instantly move behind the Flaming Lion. sparring for injuries. The sharp claws instantly cut through the flame lion's fur and flesh. In the midst of a wail, the shadow monarch bit down on the flaming lion's throat, until it completely lost its breath. The main force is dead. The remaining 2 abyssal demon wolves and a group of imperial beasts could only be broken down one by one. Since then, the victory and defeat had been divided. Chapter 22, Talent Plunder. The Power of the Abyss. Half an hour later, the fight is over. Despite being covered in blood, the organs functioning inside were faintly visible in the wounds. But the shadow monarch was still majestic. It stood tall, while underneath its feet were countless imperial beast corpses. It is like a king who guards his territory and fights against foreign enemies. How can, with the deed broken, suffering a backlash, a mouthful of old blood was spat out. Looking at the shadow monarch, Zhao Yu had a look of disbelief on his face. He had never expected that White Knight and the Imperial Beast would actually have such a high degree of tacit understanding. Barely any orders were given. With just a look, the shadow monarch could understand its meaning. This is such a great fit. It's not even close to being over the top. If it were any other Imperial Beast, without the Sentinel's command, I guess it's just a matter of reacting on instinct and panicking so much that you don't know what to do, right? To be able to train the Imperial Beasts to such a degree. Was White Knight really a newbie Imperial Beast Master? Just as Zhao Yu's eyes were complicated and his thoughts were out of focus, White Knight also gave orders to the Shadow Monarch. Shadow, kill them, king or queen, since he was ready to make a move on him. Then be prepared to be countered. Soon, disposed of Zhao Yu and the others, White Knight also arrived in front of Zhao Wensheng. With his cane in hand, Zhao Wensheng looked horrified. In his opinion, White Knight was simply a demon. White Knight, you can't kill me. I'm a member of the Zhao family. If you kill me, the Zhao family won't let you go. Seeing that White Knight didn't say anything, Zhao Wensheng hurriedly added, this way, you let me go and I'll give you money. I'll give you lots and lots of money. Weren't you abandoned by the White family? There should be a shortage of resources, right? Our Zhao family has channels. If you let me go, our Zhao family will give you whatever resources you want. Just let me go. Release you? Raising an eyebrow, White Knight smiled. Why should I let you go? After killing you and destroying the Zhao family, wouldn't everything in the Zhao family be mine? As White Knight's words fell, Zhao Wensheng's pupils couldn't help but shrink. However, before he could speak, what greeted him was the Shadow Monarch's bloody mouth. You have plundered the Abyssal Demon Wolf talent, Abyssal Breath. Breath of the Abyss, each attack will cause a curse effect. You have plundered the Flaming Lion's talent, the Power of Flame. Alert, similar talent detected. The Power of Destruction has undergone a metamorphosis. Power of Destruction, increased the effect of fire skills by an additional 1000%, along with the beeping in his head, retains some of the fire-related talents. The rest, however, were all collectively attached to the Shadow Monarch by White Knight. The addition of talent, 3 5th-order Imperial Beast Corpses, and the 20 or so Beast Cores. With all the devouring, the Shadow Monarch's strength was also gradually raised to the peak of the 5th rank. It was still a bloody mess where it had been wounded, but as an epic royal beast, Shadow Monarch's recovery is still strong. I believe it would only take 5 or 6 days for Shadow Monarch's condition to return to its peak, right? Stroked its head. White Knight also put it into the Imperial Beast space. Only one Imperial Beast. Then there will inevitably be a temporary shortage of combat power, as there is today. Looks like the matter about taking in the second Imperial Beast is going to be put on a process. While thinking in this manner, White Knight also turned back to Luodu, Zhao family, in the ancestral hall, sitting in the head of the family seat. When he received the news that his son had died at the hands of White Knight and had also ended up with no bones left, Zhao Pingzhong's face turned blue. He could never have imagined that he had obviously made all the preparations and had long ago ensured that everything was in order. But instead of dying, White Knight had even killed Zhao Wensheng's group in return. White Knights, chanting the name of his enemy, Zhao Pingzhong couldn't help but redden his eyes. He has only one son, Zhao Wensheng. Now that his son is dead, he is no different than an extinct species. How could Zhao Pingzhong not be angry? Family Master, a man named Baiyu has come to seek an audience. Just at this moment, the accompanying servant reported. Zhao Pingzhong's consciousness was also pulled back to reality at this moment. Baiyu? When hearing the name, Zhao Pingzhong was vaguely impressed. However, it didn't matter too much. Zhao Pingzhong directly refused. No, see, tell him to get lost. But Family Master, that man said that he knows something about White Knight. As these words fell from the squire, Zhao Pingzhong's gaze condensed slightly. A few moments later, he changed his words as well. Tell him to wait for me in the parlor. The living room. Upon seeing Zhao Pingzhong, Baiyu hurriedly got up from the sofa. Zhao Family Master, I'm Xiao Yu. We did meet at the last Luodu Imperial Beast Master Exchange. Well, I can't remember, so just get right to it. About White Knights. I didn't expect Zhao Pingzhong to even bother to be polite. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Still, he said, "It's like this, Family Master Zhao. Truth be told, White Knight is none other than my sinful son. I came here to join you in dealing with him." Oh, when hearing this, Zhao Pingzhong frowned. That sinful son. Not only did he even beat up his own family members, but he also abolished my imperial beast, making me almost an invalid. Gnashing his teeth, accompanied by Bai Yu adding to the story. In his mouth, White Knight had already committed a great crime and lost his conscience. This kind of thing doesn't interest me, so just tell me everything you know about the White Knights that you can't. Okay. Don't look for Bai Yu to throw heavy punches in front of White Knight, but he was still humble in the face of outsiders, as Bai Yu gave out everything he knew. Hearing these words from Bai Yu, Zhao Pingzhong was thoughtful. In his opinion, everything went wrong with that Shadow Monarch. Good potential on its own, plus a very rare mutant. It was no wonder White Knight dared to be so arrogant. Okay, I'll transfer a group of people, and when I do, I'll leave this to you. Is that okay? After all, White Knight was now a student of the Divine Mansion Academy. It was inevitable that there was something wrong with him doing it himself, but if it was Bai Yu, then there was not so much to worry about, and didn't realize Zhao Pingzhong's calculations. Upon hearing that the other side decided to take this into their own hands, Bai Yu was overjoyed. Don't worry, Family Master Zhao, I'll definitely take care of it. Between answers, it occurred to me that last time I was actually pissed off by that little guy. Bai Yu only felt greatly humiliated. A hint of killing intent couldn't help but show between his eyes. In Bai Yu's opinion, with the Zhao family as assistants, this time the White Knight that little is dead. Chapter 23, Beginning Academy. The mentor was shocked. Time shifted. By the time the Shadow Monarch had completely recovered from his injuries, it was already a week later, and at that point, it came time to report for school. Only when he went downstairs, White Knight saw a well-dressed young girl in JK with black silk already waiting for a long time. Standing by the pole, she seemed like a beautiful sight, and seeing White Knight arrive, the young girl's eyes lit up. Had, I thought that you didn't wait for me, White Knight, and went to report for duty early. How's that? By the way, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Why don't you send me a message? I wanted to surprise you. Spitting out her tongue, Luo Shuei took the initiative to start the conversation. You don't know, White Knight, but my Ice Xian snake has already broken through the second rank. How was it? Awesome, right? Awesome, you're awesome. He. Having received White Knight's approval, Luo Shuei couldn't hide the smile raised at the corner of her mouth anymore, and while walking, Luo Shuei took the initiative to propose. Then White Knight, I remember that the academy is quite far from here. Why don't we take a taxi? No, take my Imperial Beast. Hey, as White Knight summoned the Imperial Beasts, looking at the Shadow Monarch, Luo Shuei couldn't help but blink her eyes for a moment. This is the Shadow Wolf King from before? Not bad, come on up. Rolling over and mounting the Shadow Monarch, White Knight extended his hand towards Luo Shuei. Okay. With the two riding Shadow Monarch through the streets, feel the gusts of wind on your face. Luo Shuei couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and novelty. Don't look at her as a good girl, but in fact, Luo Shuei's heart was still a little rebellious. Tightening his arms around White Knight, she couldn't help but have a vestigial feeling of riding a Ghostfire motorcycle with yellow hair. 10 minutes or so later, to be reached at the college gates, Luo Shuei was still a bit unfulfilled. This was the first time in her life that she had ridden such a domineering imperial beast. Looking at White Knight, she couldn't help but blush at the base of her ears. Later on, if she and White Knight are together, wouldn't that be something you could experience anytime, anywhere? Come on Shay, I'll take you to enrollment. While holding Luo Shuei towards the newspaper office, recalling the scene just now when she had hugged herself tightly from behind, surface calm as hell. But in truth, the corners of White Knight's mouth could hardly be suppressed. Take a sister to ride a royal beast, and make up for the regrets of a previous life +1. At the moment, with coming to the reception, an acquaintance also took the initiative to greet the two. Classmate White Knight, classmate Luo Shuei, I've been hoping for the stars and the moon, and I've finally gotten you here. That's too much of an exaggeration, isn't it, Mentor Xiao? Ha, where's the exaggeration? It's not exaggerated at all. Let's go. Come with my mentor. Between jokes, Xiao Lifeng took the initiative to lead the way. The Divine Mansion Academy only opened 3 classes each year, and each class had 15 students. The approach here is one of elitist education, which is all about pooling resources. After all, there is a limit to the resources that can be put aside each year. 3 classes, just enough for each Beastmaster to maximize the use of resources. And while walking, Xiao Lifeng squeezed his eyes towards White Knight. Mr. White Knight, do you think it's a coincidence? You and fellow student Luo Shuei were both assigned to mentor my class. Don't let me down. Mentor, you too. Also hearing the other party's subtext, White Knight would smile. Don't worry, mentor. Yuki and I won't let you down. Don't you think so, Yuki? As he spoke, White Knight squeezed her small hand. Soft, cool and nice to touch. Well, keep your head down for this moment. Luo Shuei's face was about to redden to her ears. White Knight actually molested her in front of her mentor. No, that's a bit too bold, isn't it? Pretending to sulk, Luo Shuei gently glared at White Knight. The young girl's blushing face already explained everything. Without realizing it, all the formalities were taken care of. With the end of the enrollment ceremony, the time had come to mid-afternoon. Seeing that it's getting late, Luo Shuei also proposed to White Knight. White Knight, why don't we just skip the dormitory? It just so happens that my family has a house near the college. We can go and stay there. That's fine. When the time comes I'll be in charge of making money to support the family and you'll be in charge of looking beautiful. That won't do. I'm the woman who's going to be a wise woman. As soon as White Knight's words fell, Luo Shuei immediately retorted. However, seeing White Knight looking at herself with a bad smile on her face, Luo Shuei was so embarrassed that her toes buckled to the ground. What to do? She's showing her intentions all too clearly. White Knight didn't think she was a womanizer, did she? At the thought, she instantly added, don't get me wrong. I didn't say I was going to be your wise ass. Oh, so you mean you have someone else in mind? Hey, then how come? You're the only one I'm interested in, okay? Then you still say, blah blah blah. You just know how to molest me. Without waiting for Bai Yi to speak, Luo Shuei immediately covered his mouth with her hand. Anxious, she really was. Early the next morning, back row by the window, sitting on the side of the White Knight, listening to the divine chatter of the tutor on the podium. In a daze, Luo Shuei was on the verge of falling asleep. Last night, alone in the room, she did not, however, sleep well. White Knight wouldn't come to her room and sneak up on her, would he? What if White Knight wants it? What the hell is she giving? Or not? If she gave it, would it make White Knight think that she was a frivolous woman? But if he didn't give it, would that make White Knight angry? Thought about it all night and into the dawn, with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Looking at the odd-looking Bai Knight, Luo Shuei gritted her teeth. The old lady has brainstormed herself a strategy. And you ended up in bed last night snoozing? No, at your age, how can you possibly sleep? Family, who understands? Classroom, looking at Luo Shuei beside her, who had dozed off on her first day of school. White Knight couldn't help but fall into deep thought. No, how can you sleep at your age? The morning was spent in Luo Shuei's days. At 2 p.m., come to the practical training class. The hot sun on the playground, to test the strengths of the students so as to target and focus on the right areas. Facing the crowd, Xiao Lifeng also spoke. Students, summon your imperial beasts. Next, I will assess and measure your strength. It's about the subsequent resupply of resources you can get from the academy side. Students who perform well, I will apply to the top to subsidize additional resources. But any student who graduates from the Divine Mansion Academy, basically, all of them had a 5th rank imperial beast in their hands. There were even not a few imperial beast masters who had cultivated 6th and 7th rank imperial beasts. And that, right there, has a lot to do with subsidizing the college's resources. When hearing about the next test, it would have an impact on their subsidies for the next 4 years. The crowd at the scene couldn't help but light up before their eyes. Motivation was mobilized, and they summoned their imperial beasts one after another. And the same goes for White Knight, although he was able to use his talent to target the imperial beasts. But who would mind having fewer resources? Along with White Knight summoning the Shadow Monarch, upon feeling that rich 5th order aura, not just a bunch of students at the site, even Xiao Lifeng was dumbfounded at this moment. No, are you sure White Knight is a rookie beast master? This imperial beast, its strength was almost as strong as one of his mentors. For a moment, Xiao Lifeng's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and the eyes were silent. The crowd looked at themselves strangely. White Knight also spoke up. Instructor Xiao, do I have to participate in the examination as well? Chapter 24, SSS Grade Resource Cultivation. The entire school was shocked. No need. Feeling the aura from the Shadow Monarch, even Xiao Lifeng couldn't help but sweat. Here's the deal, White Knight-san. You can mention anything you want to your mentor me. I'll take it up to the top. I thought White Knight was just a very promising seed, but I don't think it's a seeded player. It's a total demon. Even a few years ago, that genius of the Ji family, Ji Wushuang, it was also impossible to be like White Knight. From awakening the Imperial Beast Master to now, in just over a month, a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast was cultivated, right? At this moment, the way he looked at White Knight changed. It started to become tinged with a hint of ingratiation. Such a demon had actually appeared in his own class. Wouldn't his year-end bonus be secure then? Well, then, Mentor Shaw, I'd like to ask, can I apply for free movement? waiting for there to be some kind of college competition or something. Just let me know when it's time. And as White Knight's words fell, Xiao Lifeng nodded. That's okay. Our college is all about teaching to the student. If free time allows you to maximize your potential, White Knight, then you're just free to go. I'll clarify for you with the other class instructors, he said, giving a slight pause, as if remembering something. Xiao Lifeng continued to add to White Knight. In that case, White Knight student, you'll come with me to the principal's office later. I'm going to help you apply for SSS level resources. At the moment, listen to the two men chatting away. Seeing that White Knight was again allowed to move freely, what SSS rated resources are being acquired again? For a while, the smile on Luo Xue's face began to gradually freeze. The corners of his mouth twitched. She was still waiting to cultivate a good relationship with White Knight in the academy, only to tell her now, other people's lives are colorful. She lives a 2-point life? Tease her. Principal's office. As the principal, Ruyan Lu was having a meeting with a group of the academy's top management. The abyss side is moving more and more. In principle, we should first, second, then. Principal Lu is right. We will fulfill our teaching mission. 1 hour later, as the meeting came to an end, a group of executives applauded. Snap. For a moment, the sound of flesh colliding with flesh was heard throughout the room. And just then, bang, only to see the office door kicked in. Xiao Lifeng, whose face was red with excitement, pulled White Knight and barged in. Mentor Xiao, are you in a hurry? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, and between her soft words, there was a slight reprimand. It's like this principal. I've found a good prospect in our class. I wish I could help him apply for SSS level resources. As Xiao Lifeng's words fell, not waiting for Lu Ruyan to respond. In the office, a group of academy executives couldn't help but be in an uproar. Mentor Shaw, do you realize what you're saying? Yeah, SSS level resources. That means we need to invest tens of millions in each other every month. Are you sure you're serious? Even that genius from the G family a few years ago didn't enjoy this kind of treatment, right? Tutor Xiao, you're not a student's parent threatening, are you? If so, then blink your eyes. Just as the crowd was questioning, Ruyan Lu also spoke at this moment. Mentor Shaw, I understand that you want to fight for the welfare of your students, but it was only then that a twist came between her words. Can you tell me exactly what kind of student it is that gives you the confidence to make this application to us? In response, Xiao Lifeng suddenly smiled. Just by virtue of the fact that student White Knight has now cultivated a peak 5th rank Imperial Beast. Peak of the 5th order? As Xiao Lifeng's words fell, Ruyan Lu's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. And for a moment, the entire office, the crowd was breathing hard. The further one goes, the more cultivation resources the Imperial Beast requires, and the slower the cultivation will be. And a rookie sentinel. He was actually able to train the Imperial Beast to the 5th rank in just over a month's time. So what if you give him a year? Give him 3? Give him 5? So what if, in the meantime, it was given S rank? No. What about giving it SSS level resources? Who would dare to think that? It's completely unthinkable. For a moment, looking at White Knight who was on the side of Xiao Lifeng, the crowd's eyes changed. For a few moments, it too came back from its shock. Ruyan Lu made a decision right away. In that case, White Knight-san, right? Would it be convenient to go to the training ground and show off your Gorgon? If it's true, then our school will not only provide you with SSS level resources, also, we will report Kyoto, get more resources for you. Not only that, but our school is also willing to help you hire a royal beast conditioner to assist you in breeding your royal beasts. Hearing this from Ruyan Lu, White Knight also nodded. Yes, so it was more than 10 minutes later. The group arrived at the Academy's Imperial Beast Arena in great numbers. Come out Shadow. Along with White Knight's thoughts, the Shadow Monarch was also released from the Imperial Beast space. Epic bloodline. And there's the double bonus of the mutant species plus the king species. Such a high-quality Imperial Beast. It's no wonder White Knight was able to cultivate it to the 5th rank. While lamenting, Insight realized that White Knight had already broken through to the 2nd stage. At this moment, Ruyan Lu also inquired towards it. Classmate White Knight, you haven't contracted a 2nd Imperial Beast yet, have you? Yes, Headmaster. I haven't found the right one yet. White Knight answered truthfully. Well, there's no rush. An approving glance was cast toward it. For this student, Ruyan Lu was very satisfied. There's no rush, and it takes the elite route. You want the best even if you want the Imperial Beast. If not, prefer not to. Sentinels are too fickle these days. In Willow Ruyan's opinion, Imperial Beast masters like by Knight, who were steady and had potential, were very rare. Alright, classmate White Knight, we already know about your situation. Just tell Tutor Shaw what resources you need. Every month, our academy will reimburse you for all kinds of cultivation resources such as crystals and spirit herbs worth $30 million. On top of that, target your Imperial Beasts. We will also give specialized attribute crystals and cultivation props. You just need to feel free to cultivate. When hearing about each month, the Divine Mansion Academy would all help reimburse themselves for the $30 million bill and provide all kinds of spiritual herbs and medicines needed for cultivation. White Knight's eyes lit up. With the aid of the various resources provided by the Divine Mansion Academy, coupled with his previous life's experience with Imperial Beasts and unlimited looting, White Knight was confident that within a year, he would return to the heights of his previous life. Okay, Principal, don't worry, I will definitely practice well. When White Knight left the academy, Luo Shui's side of the course had ended long ago. Without waiting for White Knight, she had already left, and the way back, when he saw the message the other party had sent to him, the corner of White Knight's mouth twitched. I'm not happy today. Don't come back. Sleep wherever you like. No, what did he do to upset the other guy? It's true that a woman's heart is like a needle in the bottom of the sea. Just as White Knight was spitting, the phone shook as Luo Shui sent him a message again. You have received a transfer of 50,000 yen. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want you to live on the street and disgrace me. I took pity on you and transferred money to you. I'm not feeling sorry for you. Ha! Looking at her transfer records, White Knight couldn't help but smile. Nice guy. This girl, definitely old and arrogant. Chapter 25, Fire Lizard? The second Imperial Beast. Leaving the academy, he found a hotel nearby. Just then, a fire lizard that was rummaging through trash cans on the side of the road, covered in wounds, suddenly attracted White Knight's attention. Sense its breath. Seemingly realizing something, White Knight walked forward. With a thought, under identification. This fire lizard's information was also presented in front of White Knight. Name Fire Lizard. Level, First Order. Bloodline, Common. Talent, Fierce Fire, 20% reduction in fire damage. Skill, Gnawing. Evaluation, a fire lizard with the bloodline of a dragon. Once awakened, it will explode with great potential. Right after reading the attributes of this fire lizard, White Knight's eyes lit up. To the other sentinels, trying to make this fire lizard awaken and transform, the resources required would be massive and at the same time downright difficult. But to White Knight, it was a breeze. Don't forget, after hunting the Aragon, in his hands, he was in possession of two types of talents that were compatible with fire lizards, the dragon type and the fire type. So there was no hesitation. White Knight walked right towards that fire lizard. Hiss! Upon noticing White Knight approaching, that fire lizard had a wary face and subconsciously took a few steps backward. Abandoned by his master, it was also taunted by countless people with Imperial Beasts. It's being used as a mobile experience pack that anyone can swipe. Nowadays, fire lizards were naturally wary of strangers. White Knight shouldn't have come to brush it off as a small monster experience as well, right? You want to get stronger, don't you? Looking at the fire lizard, which was covered in wounds, White Knight crouched down. If you want to follow me, I can guarantee that in the future, you will stand at the top and be looked up to by countless Imperial Beasts. Of course, if you don't want to forget it. For White Knight, he has a lot of options, and this fire lizard was just the right amount of fulfillment for him. But for fire lizards, this is an opportunity. Once you miss it, you'll likely never get over it in this lifetime. On the one hand, it was afraid that White Knight would abandon it like its former owner, and on the other hand, there is the fear of losing this opportunity. The struggle was evident in his expression. In the end, the fire lizard's gaze was firm as it extended its right paw towards White Knight. Well, from today, your name will be Blast, and I promise you won't regret following me. As he spoke, with a movement of White Knight's thoughts, in the air, spiritual energy constructed a spell. The covenant is hereby established. This is, just bring the fire lizard back to the hotel, while cleaning the wound. When noticing the willow leaf pattern on its right arm, White Knight was unsurprising. In his previous life, there had been a 10th-ranked wildfire-breathing dragon that was the object of countless Imperial Beast Masters' desire to take in, and it had had a very distinctive willow symbol on its right arm. I heard that this fire-breathing dragon was abandoned by its owner and advanced up step by step from a fire lizard. At the time, this matter instantly became a laughing matter for countless Imperial Beast Masters. They all laughed at the original owner of that fire-breathing dragon for having eyes that were probably destroyed in the gut. Shouldn't be the fire lizard he picked up today. I think it's the 10th rank fire-breathing dragon in the future, isn't it? If that's true, then he's picked up a treasure. It was rare for a foreign beast to be able to rely on its own strength and cultivate to the 5th or 6th rank, and an abandoned fire lizard, to be able to break through to the 10th rank and advance into a fire-breathing dragon in just a few years without relying on any external objects. The potential can be imagined. If only he had his resources supplied and talent added. How far will this fire lizard grow in the future? Thoughts, while adding the dragon's blood and destructive power to it. Anticipation couldn't help but rise in White Knight's heart as well. The next day, find Xiao Lifeng early. White Knight submitted a list of materials he needed. and upon seeing that in the materials required by White Knight, with the exception of some shadow-based crystals, the vast majority of them were spiritual herbs and medicines that were only used by fire-type imperial beasts, Xiao Lifeng vaguely guessed something, so he asked toward it, "Classmate White Knight, you've contracted your second imperial beast? Is it convenient to show it to me, mentor?" "Yes." Saying that, accompanied by a movement of White Knight's thoughts, the fire lizard was given to him to summon, and looking at the fire lizard in front of him with a visible scar on his face and markings on his right forelimb, Xiao Lifeng couldn't help but frown. "You're confused, White Knight student. This is the imperial beast that was abandoned by the imperial beast master. You actually contracted such a waste imperial beast. It's simply a huge loss." A closer look at the fire lizard. At this moment, Xiao Lifeng had the urge to vomit blood. Even yesterday, White Knight was still the pride of their academy. But today, it actually contracted back a waste imperial beast, wasting a contract position for nothing. The thought of all the resources he would be applying for White Knight next would all be used on this trashy fire lizard. Xiao Lifeng's heart was dripping blood. With a black eye, he seemed to see his year-end bonus leave him, and after looking at White Knight and thinking a little, Xiao Lifeng clenched his teeth and said, "In that case, White Knight-san, you break your contract with this fire lizard now. The backlash and the price you bear, we at the academy are covering for you, and afterwards, we'll get you a fiery lion. That's way better than this punk fire lizard. Disconnecting the contract voluntarily will take a certain amount of backlash, though, but White Knight was, after all, a second-order Imperial Beast Master. The repercussions are less severe. It is with this in mind, Xiao Lifeng didn't want White Knight to put an Imperial Beast position to waste for nothing, and as Xiao Lifeng's words fell, upon hearing this, the fire lizard on the side of the room's gaze dimmed. "I thought I would meet the Lord of Light, but I didn't think that in the end, what I got in return was another abandonment." Just when the fire lizard was all completely desperate inside, White Knight opened his mouth. "No need, Tutor Xiao. I don't think my fire lizard is any worse than anyone's Imperial Beast. It'll do." Not to mention that it was impossible for White Knight to abandon his Imperial Beast, simply from the fact that this fire lizard was able to still manage to kill hard to the 10th rank despite being subjected to one contract backlash. White Knight then had even less reason to abandon it, and seeing White Knight's firm gaze and resolute attitude, Xiao Lifeng also sighed helplessly. "Tell you what, White Knight student, I'll report your matter to the principal. I can only tell you up front that if you do choose to indenture this fire lizard, then subsequently, there may be some changes in the resources given to you by the college. Even so, are you able to accept it? I'm sure, though it's only now that they've gained the gift, the change in the fire lizard isn't really noticeable." But White Knight had confidence. Over the next month, it caused the fire lizard's strength to undergo a qualitative change, becoming in existence not weaker than the Shadow Monarch in the slightest. And at this moment, with Xiao Lifeng's report, principal's office, Lu Ruyan, who had only just gotten to work, had her sleepiness dissipate instantly. She was confused. No, it was only yesterday that she said that White Knight was steady and a rare talent. It turns out that only one day has passed. White Knight just couldn't wait to contract a royal beast? And, what the hell? It's still a piece of that's been abandoned by another beast master? Instructor Xiao, you're in the office with student White Knight right now, right? You guys wait, I'll be right over. Saying that, without stopping, Lu Ruyan ran towards the tutor's office. Chapter 26, Fireflame Dan. The fire lizard metamorphosed. Fellow White Knight, are you sure you want to keep this fire lizard? It's not too late for you to back out. We at the academy are willing to help you bear all the costs you will have to endure if you break the covenant, and in just under a month, you'll be back in shape to contract a second Imperial Beast. Not only that, but when the time comes, we will pick an epic fire Imperial Beast that is more suitable for you, and we can also guarantee that there will be no change in the benefits you enjoy at our school. In the teacher's office, as Ruyan Lu's words fell, on the side, Xiao Lifeng similarly concurred. White Knight student, just give it up. There was no need to waste Imperial Beast space and resources on this fire lizard. Wait a month for your status to return and the second deed, with the Imperial Beasts that our side of the academy has provided for you, plus your qualifications for the Sentinel Beast. In 4 years' time, at least 3 6th rank Imperial Beasts will appear under your command. In the face of the conditions proposed by Ruyan Lu, any other Imperial Beastmaster would probably have already agreed to it, right? However, let Lu Ruyan talk nonsense. White Knight still shook his head. I am not going to abandon my Imperial Beast. I promised that I would take it with me to become stronger. You, hey, Xiao Lifeng had a face of hatred, and Ruyan Lu also looked regretful. Still, she decided to give White Knight another chance. Then, White Knight-san, how about this? In a month's time, our college will be hosting a college exchange match with other colleges. If you can take the top spot in the exchange, prove to us that you still have this fire lizard's potential. Then, For the next few moments, the academy supplies you've been enjoying will be distributed as usual. Speaking here, Ruyan Lu gave a slight beat before she added, and if it can't be done, then I'm sorry. We'll move your resource entitlement to an A or B grade. Leave resources for other students who need them more. Can you accept such a result? Yes. Then Principal Lu, how long will it take for the approval of the Imperial Beast resources I need? This afternoon will be fine. Tutor Shao will let you know then. 1 hour later, with White Knight back in class, the news about him contracting a fire lizard had already spread throughout the school. Looking at White Knight, the crowd's gazes were odd. Normally, an Imperial Beast Master would not abandon his Imperial Beast, unless that Imperial Beast is just too scrappy. But what about White Knight, who contracted an Imperial Beast that no one else wanted? What's the difference between that and picking up someone's discarded trash? They don't talk about it, but they all talk about it behind their backs. From time to time, the crowd threw teasing glances at White Knight. White Knight, this is the fire lizard you contracted. Ha, back row by the window. It was only then that White Knight sat down. Sit on the side. A fire lizard with more than 60 centimeters was picked up. Luo Shuei surveyed curiously. Hey, you don't say. This scar, this little eye, gangly, like a little hooligan. Come to sister. Sister feeds you. Ignoring the grumbling little eyes of his own ice shin snake, Luo Shuei placed an energy cube in front of the fire lizard's mouth. Originally, she had only prepared the energy cubes for the ice imperial beasts, but when he heard that White Knight had newly contracted a fire lizard, she's not even on the early 8. Running to the store just bought quite a few shadow and fire energy cubes. It is said that to conquer a man you have to conquer his stomach first. She didn't just want to conquer White Knight's stomach, even the stomach of the White Knight royal beast, she would conquer. Looking at the fire lizard that wolfed down the food, the young girl had a smile on her face. Don't spoil it. Seeing that the fire lizard was almost all choked up, White Knight couldn't help but remind, you, if you don't spoil your imperial beasts, you won't allow me to do so? Forget it, don't bother. Looking at Luo Shuei's side, a bag full of energy cubes, White Knight gave a blank stare. Who eats energy cubes in a serious beast? It's all straight meat, okay? Was sputtering, under the effect of the deed. White Knight only felt that in the imperial beast space. The Shadow Monarch was dumbfounded, his tail wagging and his harumphing. No, you advanced from Shadow Wolf, not from Husky. The two eaters under his hand were speechless for a while. Seeing Luo Shuei winking at herself, she was about to write, I'll give you the energy cube if you beg me on her face. Hesitating for a moment, White Knight eventually inquired, didn't you prepare a shadow-type energy cube, Yuki? Can I have some? To quench Shadow's thirst. After saying that, White Knight didn't forget to add a sentence. I don't usually give my imperial beasts little snacks like that. It was just that the Shadow couldn't stand the gluttony any longer. It asked me to beg you for it, that's why I asked for it. Don't get me wrong. Ha ha, for begging me. Here, seeing White Knight, who had never begged for anything, actually open up to himself, Luo Shuei's vanity was instantly greatly satisfied, though she hadn't conquered White Knight's stomach yet, but it's already conquered the stomach of the White Knight royal beast, okay? Having conquered White Knight's imperial beasts, was that far from conquering White Knight? With this thought, the smile on the young girl's face grew even wider. Afternoon, after receiving everything he wanted from Xiao Lifeng, say hello to Luo Shuei. White Knight also returned to his previous apartment. Looking at Shadow and Blast standing side by side, White Knight hated it. A few energy cubes in the area have subdued you. I, White Knight, am truly ashamed of you. Ow. Hiss. A beast and a lizard were full of aggression. It really wasn't that they were being bribed. Rather, the hostess was so gentle and her energy cubes were so good they were crying. The morning energy squares seem to be coming back to haunt me even now. The Shadow Monarch's harumph couldn't help but come out again. Alright, inciting what these two guys had in mind. White Knight gave a blank stare. In that case, cultivate well for the rest of the day, and I'll ask her to buy some energy cubes for you in a few days. White Knight hadn't finished speaking. The two imperial beasts were already impatient, especially the fire lizards. Never before had a sentinel been so kind to it, and Luo Shuei is still the first one. It has been decided. Its mistress could only be Luo Shuei. It recognizes no one but her. And with the distribution of the crystals to the two imperial beasts to devour and absorb, taking out the spirit herbs, By Night also began to forge the pills. What he was forging right now was the Fireflame Dan, which was specialized for fire-type imperial beasts. With Bai Ye's current level of alchemy, the quality of the pills he made was not high. But what if the purification is done through infinite looting? Time passes unnoticed. A few hours later, only 5 Fireflame pills that appeared golden red also appeared in By Night's hands. Finally refined. Exhale a cloudy breath, with the elixir being given to the fire lizard to devour, only to see the dense spiritual energy turn into a white aura. completely enveloping the fire lizard in it. The qualifications themselves are not bad. Under the blessing of the 10th grade elixir, the dragon's bloodline in the fire lizard's body was stimulated at this moment. A dragon's roar could be heard faintly. It also underwent a metamorphosis as a result. Chapter 27, Killing in Seconds at the Same Rank. The strength of the fire lizard. Its size skyrocketed to around 1.5 meters. At the same time, the spine and tail began to ignite with a blazing flame, and on the left and right sides of the head, only horns grow. Sprawled on the ground, a visible knife scar across his face and a willow leaf symbol twisted to resemble a tattoo on his right arm. Among the imperial beasts, it's totally of the delinquent variety. Doesn't fulfill the conditions for bloodline advancement, seeing that it was only a breakthrough to the second order, not a direct advancement to fire dinosaur. White Knight was slightly disappointed. Soon, though, the mindset was also adjusted. The appraisal was launched, and White Knight also checked its information. Name Fire Lizard. Attribute, Fire. Bloodline, Elite. Level, Second Order. Talents, Dragon Blood. Destructive Power, Fierce Fire. Skills, Gnawing, Jet Flame, Inflammatory Explosion. Evaluation, a mutated fire lizard that has awakened the blood of the dragon in its body and contains endless potential. Leveling up removes the changes in size and strength. There are also 2 more fire signature skills. It's still a big boost for the fire lizard. Wait to go to the Lost Woods and hunt against the Aragon that hides there. I believe it can also smoothly advance to a fire dinosaur, right? With that thought, pack your things. Early the next morning, White Knight then moved to the Lost Forest. Compared to the Northern Forest, kind of newcomer proving grounds, the beasts in the Lost Forest are much more powerful. Even in here, there were 7th order and even 8th order foreign beasts. At the same time, the entire terrain of the Lost Forest was intricate and complicated, and it was shrouded in thick fog all year round. There are not a few Imperial Beast Masters who die in this every year, and it wasn't long before he stepped into the forest, sensed the breath, only to see a group of second-ranked spectral foxes suddenly attacking White Knight. Their tails burned with dark purple ethereal fire. In the mist, it seemed like a few ghostly flames floating in mid-air. Gesturing to the Shadow Monarch that he didn't need to make a move yet, White Knight also gave orders to the fire lizard. Gale, use Inferno Blast. Accompanying instructions are given. Upon hearing this, the fire lizard immediately opened its mouth wide. At once, a searing fireball shot out. Boom! It was accompanied by an explosive roar and flaming flames. A deep pit instantly appeared where those few spectral foxes were. It was the same second rank, but it was a direct second. Witness the fighting prowess displayed by the fire lizard. White Knight was still satisfied. If anything, Shadow Monarch is a berserker. That fire lizard is a total mage. I thought I didn't get to metamorphose into a fire dinosaur. The fire lizard wouldn't be much stronger than an imperial beast of the same rank, but not in terms of current strength. It's probably comparable to those advanced fire dinosaurs, right? It's so strong even when it's still in its infancy. And what if we wait until we metamorphose into a fire dinosaur? It was worthy of being a fire-breathing dragon that could become a 10th order fire-breathing dragon in the future. The dream imperial beast that countless imperial beast masters longed for. And just as White Knight brought the 2 imperial beasts with him, he kept killing monsters and devouring them in the Lost Forest. Outside, the White House obtained the support of Zhao Pingyong. Baiyu also gathered a group of people from the Star Guild. White Knight killed the Star Guild. Commissioning not completed. They were already immortal with White Knight, and now an alliance is formed with the Bai family and the Zhao family. In the eyes of the Star Guild, it was nothing more than a passing gesture. Gentlemen, I've got news from my side. That sinful son of White Knight had already entered the Lost Forest, without the shelter of the Divine Mansion Academy. This is the perfect time for us to do something about it. Along with stating their plans, Baiyu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. 10 Third Order Imperial Beastmasters, 7 Fifth Order Imperial Beasts. Such a lineup was already the strongest team that Baiyu could gather at the moment. Therefore, this time, Baiyu was confident. If this couldn't take White Knight down, that White Rene directly cut off his own head and kicked it as a ball. Mr. Bai, do we need to notify the family head side? I think it would be better to wait and talk to the head of the family before taking action, right? And seeing Baiyu making decisions so easily and hastily, one of the Zhao clan's royal beast masters couldn't help but inquire. Although Zhao Pingyong said he wanted them to listen to Baiyu, but in his opinion, Baiyu's plan was more or less inappropriate. However, just as the words of this Zhao clan's imperial beastmaster fell, Baiyu then immediately rebuffed. That won't be necessary, we must act at once. Otherwise, if we let White Knight escape back to Luodu, when he was alert, plus the shelter of the Divine Mansion Academy, it won't be so easy for us to deal with him again. Seeing that Baiyu's mind was made up, the other side's words did have some truth to them. This Imperial Beast Master could not help but sigh lightly and could only give up. It's done, so let's hope he's overthinking it. there was no knowledge of Bayou's calculations. For the next 5 days, as White Knight went deeper and deeper, the strength of the foreign beasts that appeared was also getting stronger and stronger, plus the thick fog that filled the surrounding area obscuring the view. If it wasn't for the Shadow Monarch's sharp senses enhancement, I'm afraid that right now, White Knight would have no choice but to temporarily retreat due to the poor state of the Imperial beasts. Right? Soon, right after killing another spectral wolf that jumped out of nowhere, devour its flesh and blood, the fire lizard also broke through to the 3rd rank, and its size skyrocketed to 2 meters. Compared to devouring the same rank, the enhancement brought about by transgressing the level of devouring was much more significant. While secretly making a mental note of that, observe the surroundings. With the experience of wilderness adventures in his previous life, White Knight also roughly judged that he should have arrived at the deepest part of the Lost Forest by now. And since we've reached the deepest part, it shouldn't take long to find Aaron. That's what White Knight was thinking. Ow! Just at this moment, a wolf howl suddenly sounded. The Shadow Monarch sensed something. Aaron? By virtue of the contract, when it was learned that it felt the scent of an Aragon, led by the Shadow Monarch, a man, a wolf, and a lizard also quickly sought out the direction the scent came from. Half an hour later, through the dense forest, the scene in front of me gradually became open. What met White Knight's eyes was a swamp, and in the face of this swamp, the Shadow Monarch's hair exploded and his gaze was wary. The Shadow Monarch's dissimilarity was also noted. It is clear that strong enemies are hidden in this swamp. Thus, White Knight also gave orders to the fire lizard. Gale, use jet flame. Just as his words fell, opening his mouth wide, a pillar of fire instantly shot out. At once, the searing heat spread towards the surroundings, and even the air became vaguely blurred. Boom! The methane gas exploded under the high temperatures. The entire swamp turned into a sea of fire in an instant, and the subdragon that was hidden in the swamp was also drawn out at this moment. The dragon has 9 sons, and the 9 sons are different. Even if they belong to the same species, they all possessed a certain amount of dragon's blood in their bodies. But Aaron's looks are also worlds apart from Aaron's. A python-like body, a tail similar to that of a fish, and a unicorn horn growing from the top of its head. The subdragon was the same in appearance as certain legendary water monsters. Roar! Only an angry growl was heard. The subdragon then charged towards White Knight. Facing the small cricket that dared to destroy its own nest, it was bound to make it pay. However, before Aaron could approach, White Knight then gave orders to the 2 imperial beasts. Gale, use Inferno Blast. Shadow, use Shadow Ball. At once, spiritual energy surged. A purple and a red mana ball each hit Aaron. Immediately after that, the next second, the roar of an explosion followed. This subdragon's strength was early 6th stage, coupled with the enhancement of the dragon bloodline. It wasn't easy to deal with. If it were not for the possession of the 2nd imperial beast, White Knight wouldn't have chosen to hunt this guy, would he? It was also clear that this Aaron couldn't possibly fall so easily. Thus, White Knight's orders were given once again. Shadow, attack at 7 inches with the claws of Shadow. Blast, use Jet Flame on Shadow to assist. The snake strikes 7 inches. Before Aaron could react from the explosion, the 2 imperial beasts' attacks were continuous, not giving any respite at all. 10 minutes or so later, snake scale drop, countless burns, large and small, on the massive body. It is also known as a subdragon, possessing the enchantment of dragon's blood. Otherwise, if it were any other foreign beast, I'm afraid that by now, the battle would have been over by now. Looking at this subdragon in front of him, this thought was accompanied by a frown. White Knight also unleashed his spiritual energy to reinforce the 2 imperial beasts. Roar! Under the enchantment, the battle grows stronger and stronger. Release Shadow Wave. Take advantage of the fact that Aaron is briefly stunned by the shock. The Shadow Monarch leapt up and bit off a large chunk of flesh at its 7-inch joint, and the fire lizard was equally unabashed. It spits fireballs. An instant later, with the hit, where the scales fall off, they are then badly burned and turned into charcoal. Facing the power play, feeling life threatened as well. At this moment, Aaron's angry mood was gradually replaced by fear. Chapter 28, Talent Plunder. Advanced Fire Dinosaur. Human, I have no grievances with you. Why are you inflicting harm on me? Couldn't resist using telepathy. Aaron questioned towards White Knight. It's true that you have no grudge against me. Looking at Yalong, White Knight smiled. However, you have something I want inside you, so please also go to your death. Just as White Knight's words fell, the Shadow Monarch dives into the shadows and launches a surprise attack. The fire lizard had long since built up its strength and spewed flames from its mouth. Back and forth. It's too late to dodge and react. Aaron's vertical pupils fluttered. All it could do was watch as the attack came closer and closer to it. Subsequently, a blow was struck. You have plundered the subdragon talent, Dragon's Blood. Alert! Same talent detected. Dragon's Blood has undergone a metamorphosis. Dragon's blood increased the effective dragon skills by 800%, and permanently increased body mass by 100%, at the same time as White Knight unleashed his plunder, with digging the beast core inside the subdragon to the fire lizard to devour. Under the double enchantment, only the fire lizard's physique also changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Limbs become more robust, the tail on the back starting to lengthen. From the initial crawling on all fours, it began to morph into standing on its hind limbs. Roar! The light dispersed. It let out a low growl, announcing the end of the evolution. The air seemed to vibrate. That strong aura made people shudder. Looking at the fire dinosaur that had morphed into a fire dinosaur, White Knight also thought about it and checked its information. Name, Fire Dinosaur. Attribute, Fire. Bloodline, Epic. Level, 4th Order. Talents, Dragon's Blood. Destructive Power, Fierce Fire. Skills, Flame Tooth. Jet Flame. Inferno Explosion. Flame Claw. Inferno Fury. Evaluation, a fire dinosaur with high potential and qualifications, and is expected to be advanced into the existence of the dragon seed. With reading the information about the fire dinosaurs, White Knight's eyes lit up. Not bad for a potential who could advance into a fire-breathing dragon in his previous life just by himself. A big qualitative change is coming. With fire dinosaurs' current strength, even if they were facing a 5th-ranked imperial beast, I believe they would be able to deal with it easily, right? And when the change in the strength of his companion was perceived, the Shadow Monarch couldn't help but be jealous. This new guy, his qualifications are too good, aren't they? In just a few days, it's actually on the verge of surpassing it. For a moment, to his position as boss, Shadow Monarch creates a sense of crisis. A few days later, riding the Shadow Monarch, White Knight also left the Lost Forest. According to the memory of his previous life, he clearly remembered. There was a 7th Order subdragon in the Emerald Forest next door. At the time, the appearance of that errand could be considered a catching frenzy. If we can hunt that subdragon down, perhaps the strength of the fire dinosaur would even usher in another big qualitative change on top of its current foundation. By that time, having 2 high-ranked imperial beasts, White Knight also had the backbone to be able to fight against the Wang family. In his previous life, at the behest of the Wang family, the Luo family perished, and he also ended up being betrayed by the Bai family and gnawed on by the foreign beasts without any bones left. In this life, White Knight would not let the tragedy repeat itself. He would take the initiative and launch his revenge on Wang Fangxiu and the Wang family behind him. This thought came at the same time. A hint of killing intent couldn't help but permeate between White Knight's eyes as well. That's the kind of look you can only have if you've walked through a mountain of corpses and blood. A few hours later, out of the lost woods, the front foot had only stepped into the border of the outskirts of Lodu. A group of Imperial Beastmasters on the back foot fanned out and surrounded White Knight. Seeing the other side is not a good thing. First, a frown, but soon, upon seeing Baiyu who slowly walked out from the crowd, White Knight also revealed a hint of realization. Sinful son, Jesus can't save you this time. Next year, today is the anniversary of your death. Everyone, please also help me exterminate this evil son and return peace to my Bai family. As Baiyu's words fell, the group of Imperial Beastmasters also summoned their own Imperial Beasts. Of the 30 Imperial Beasts, there are 7 of them of the 5th Order. The rest, 2, were all 4th Order existences. And such a lineup, but only to deal with a fledgling rookie Imperial Beastmaster. At this moment, a group of Imperial Beastmasters who were also capturing Imperial Beasts and killing monsters in the Lost Forest and unintentionally passed by saw this. Waves of shock were also raised in his heart. No, even if this newbie Imperial Beastmaster had more potential, but it's not so prudent, is it? 10 3rd Order Imperial Beastmasters. Such a lineup was too much. Ha, isn't that White Knight? Right at this moment, one of the Imperial Beastmasters who had also been spectating this battle recognized White Knight's identity, and as he revealed White Knight's identity, at this moment, the gazes of the surrounding Royal Beastmasters looking at Bai Knight changed. Years ago, excluding Ji Wushuang, there had never been a Royal Beastmaster that could test out over 600 points of spiritual energy in the Great Examination of Royal Beastmasters. That's a potential seed. AI. It's a pity that a genius fell like this. It's too much. Even if you're crushing in rank, you're actually bullying the few with the many. Yeah, shame on you. While sympathizing with White Knight, however, the group of Imperial Beastmasters did not have the slightest intention of coming to their aid. After all, the other side was outnumbered. If their Imperial Beasts were killed in battle, the cost of that deed is not something they can afford. In the crowd's opinion, there's no need to gamble your future for a single act of bravery. Therefore, they only expressed their spiritual criticism of Baiyu and his group's siege. Of course, there were even those who had contacted the Divine Mansion Academy. Tell us everything that happened over here. What? You're saying that White Knight is being bullied over in the Lost Forest? As soon as she grabbed Xiao Lifeng's collar, Ruyan Lu almost lifted his entire body up. Yes, Principal, I heard it from my friend who was on the scene right now. As Xiao Lifeng spoke the general situation over, Ruyan Lu's face was incomparably ugly. Not to mention that White Knight was a student of their academy and it wasn't his turn to be bullied by outsiders. Based on White Knight's potential alone, facing such a seed, she just couldn't let anything happen to the other person. Thus, Ruyan Lu made a decision right away. In that case, Mentor Shaw, if anyone comes looking for me, just tell them I'm busy. Saying so, he summoned his own imperial beast, the cold ice bird. Ruyan Lu then rushed in the direction of the lost forest. The thought of such a seated player about to be brutally murdered. Ruyan Lu's heart was then anxious. White Knight must hold on. Nothing must happen. At this moment, the border of the lost forest, facing the gradual approach of a group of imperial beasts. A slight frown, White Knight summoned the fire dinosaur, facing so many imperial beasts at the same time. In other words, before, it was almost impossible to defeat the Shadow Monarch alone. But now, with the help of the fire dinosaur, it was a battle. 2 against 30, let's just say 50 to 50. Roar! Only a roar was heard from the fire dinosaur, even though there is a huge difference in numbers and strength between the two sides, but it remained undaunted. It was White Knight that gave it a future. It was Luo Shuei who made it feel the warmth from the Imperial Beastmaster. Therefore, it will be guarded to the death. The feet stepped on the earth, and spiritual energy surged out. Next, inflammatory fury. With the skill release, the earth cracked and spread continuously in the direction of a group of Imperial beasts. Meanwhile, as the ground shakes, pillars of fire shot out, forming a fountain of flames, and feel the searing heat pounding down on you. In the rear, Baiyu looked horrified. The Shadow Monarch alone was difficult to deal with. Now there's a mutant fire dinosaur. Where did this little find an imperial beast with such good qualifications? Chapter 29, Academy Competition? Ruyan Lu's shock. Ice Armored Turtle. Use Guardian. Boulder Monster. Use the Earth Barrier. Shadow Lizard. We use guards too. Seeing that pillar of inflammation coming at him, the expressions of the group of Imperial Beast Masters changed drastically, and they gave orders to their Imperial Beasts. It was clearly just a mid-4th order fire dinosaur. But why was the skillet unleashed able to match a 5th-ranked or even 6th-ranked Imperial Beast? At this moment, the crowd of Imperial Beast Masters were instantly confused. White Knight's Imperial Beasts had completely refreshed their knowledge of Imperial Beasts. A few moments later, wait for the flames to dissipate. Only a gust of blazing heat remained between the air, and a host of Imperial Beasts, more or less burned and in bad shape, facing the terrified crowd. White Knight did not stop. Instead, he gave another command to the 2 Imperial Beasts. Shadow, Blast, kill them. Ow, roar. At that moment, 2 figures, one black and one red, killed out like lightning, raising his sharp claws, attached to the flames. As the fire dinosaur attack fell, a 4th-ranked Shadow Wolf was instantly chopped into 2 pieces, its corpse burning with a blazing fire, and the Shadow Monarch showed no weakness. Opening his mouth wide, the mana ball was spat out, similarly killing an Imperial Beast in seconds. It was as if the 2 of them were secretly fighting. With the passage of time, the number of Imperial Beasts killed by it also increased. Even the Boulder Monster, which was of the 5th rank and known for its defense, would have difficulty resisting 1 or 2 of them. Not to mention, other Imperial Beasts? It says it's a battle match between 2 parties. Rather, it was a unilateral massacre on White Knight's side. At the moment, around, the crowd that had previously felt that Baiyu was bound to lose and had sighed at the fall of such a royal beast genius, even now, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. It was indeed crushed, but why was the one being crushed on Baiyu's side? Nice guy, 1 on 10 and winning. Even if you win, you crushed the whole thing. Should we be so outrageous or what? White Knight shouldn't be open, right? Unaware of the flurry of comments and thoughts in the crowd's minds. At this moment, the center of the battlefield, the winner is already decided. This battle has come to an end. Looking at the Imperial Beast Masters and Imperial Beast corpses all over the place, Baiyu was pissed again and again and again. The strong smell of blood was stimulating his nerves all the time, and seeing White Knight approaching, his legs went limp, and he was directly paralyzed with fear. Sinner, you, feeling the appalling aura from the 2 Imperial Beasts. At this moment, Baiyu was stunned and fainted. A few minutes later, took inventory of his loot. Just as White Knight was only about to leave, in the sky, an appalling aura suddenly came from the sky. I'd like to see who dares to harm the students of our academy. A cold and biting female voice came out. Immediately after, the wings unfolded, with 7 or 8 meters, the whole body azure. Feathers like ice crystal bird-like Imperial Beast descended from the sky. Don't worry, White Knight. With me, Lu Ruyan, here, no one can hurt you. As a 7th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, her own strength was Lu Ruyan's greatest confidence. The thought that he would save White Knight from the fire, the way the White Knights thanked themselves afterwards. The corners of Lu Ruyan's mouth just couldn't help but rise slightly. However, only then did he say, seems to have sensed something, just when the scene was seen all over the place, the tragic situation, and the unharmed White Knight. Blinking, Ruyan Lu failed to react for a moment. That, White Knight student, aren't you being targeted and rounded up? Hearing this, White Knight nodded as well. Well, but I've worked it out. Oh, so you solved. What? You said it was solved by you? The voices couldn't help but rise a few decibels. Looking over at White Knight, Ruyan Lu had a look of disbelief on her face. Could it be that shadow monarch of yours has broken through the 6th rank? That's not true. Before Lu Ruyan could breathe a sigh of relief, Bai Ye's next words caused her to shudder. It's a fire lizard advanced into a fire dinosaur. Advanced? Couldn't help but gulp. Lu Ruyan's heart was already alarmed, even with tens of millions of dollars worth of resources to back it up. But a fire lizard that was abandoned by its original owner and whose talent has long been proven. How difficult is it to advance? It's almost impossible to do. However, it is this impossible thing to do. It was actually done by White Knight. At this moment, Ruyan Lu's gaze at Bai Knight changed. Classmate White Knight, can you summon your fire dinosaur and show it to the principal for me? Yes. With that said, as White Knight's thoughts moved, the fire dinosaur was released from the Imperial Beast space. Normal fire dinosaurs are about 1.5 meters in size. A portion of the stronger ones will be up to 2 meters in size. And looking at the head in front of him, there was a 3-meter tall fire dinosaur. It was hard to hide the shock between Lu Ruyan's expressions. If he hadn't seen the obvious scar on the fire dinosaur's face and the willow leaf tattoo on his right arm, it was estimated that she was going to think that White Knight was recontracting an Imperial Beast to set her up. When noticed Lu Ruyan, holding his hands, fire dinosaur nostrils blowing, it remembered that this woman had persuaded White Knight to break the contract with it in the first place. Naturally, towards Lu Ruyan, fire dinosaur didn't have no good feelings. And for that, see, the fire dinosaur is completely unforgiving. Ruyan Lu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed as well. She also didn't expect that fire lizard to actually grow to be as terrifying as it is now. With a solemn expression, Ruyan Lu also apologized to White Knight and fire dinosaur. I'm sorry, Mr. White Knight and fire dinosaur. Principal, I shouldn't underestimate the potential of every Imperial Beast, nor should you be skeptical of the way your Imperial Beastmasters are bred. After saying that, Ruyan Lu's words changed. Classmate White Knight, you've trained your Imperial Beast well. I take back what I said before. Not only will the resources we can give you at the Academy not change, it will even add another $20 million to the original amount. I'll report this to the top. In the meantime, the nutritionist in charge of taking care of you and your Imperial Beasts will be put in place as soon as we can. Upon hearing that the amount of resources provided by the Divine Mansion Academy would be raised from 30 million to 50 million, White Knight couldn't help but light up before his eyes as well. Principal, are you serious? Of course, would I lie to you? After saying that, with a slight beat, Lu Ruyan then added, for the Academy competition at the end of this month, White Knight student, I look forward to your performance. If you can get more than one win at the Academy competition, well then, Headmaster, I'm willing to grant you one small wish within my power. Don't worry, Headmaster, my Imperial Beast and I will not let you down. As the principal of the Divine Mansion Academy, there were still a lot of things that Ruyan Lu had access to. If you can get any rare props or materials from the other side, then his strength will probably gain a big qualitative change directly. Of course, in White Knight's opinion, this wasn't the most crucial. With Ruyan Lu's network of contacts, perhaps he could use this to bring out all the people behind the scenes who had framed him in his previous life. In his last life, though, it was the Wang family that united with Bai Yu's gang to get him killed. However, White Knight felt that there was a lot of suspicion here. Most likely, excluding the Wang family, there are others involved. Chapter 30, the deed you destroyed. What do you want with me now? Returning to Lodu, applied for a batch of Imperial Beastmaster specific resources with Ruyan Lu. White Knight also began to conduct seclusion in preparation for his sprint to break through to the third-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. And it was during this time when he was in closed-door cultivation. The video about Bai Ye's 1 against 10, violently killing a group of Imperial Beastmasters was also completely spreading like wildfire on the internet. At this moment, the Imperial Beast Eye was in the middle. Did you guys see that video? That fire dinosaur is too cool, isn't it? No, did you guys only notice the fire dinosaur? That Shadow Monarch is pretty cool too, right? Is this a matter of handsome or not? Haven't you guys noticed that those two Imperial Beasts are both epic bloodlines? Yes, both Imperial Beasts are of epic level bloodline. This might be a genius with more potential than Ji Wuxuang. Just as the crowd was talking, I don't know who suddenly mentioned it. I heard that this fire dinosaur was abandoned. Ha ha, I guess its original owner's intestines are ruined, abandoned? How is that possible? On its arm, there's also a willow leaf pattern. That's the sign of having an owner, right? Just as many students were talking, sitting in the corner, staring dead at the video, Baiyu's eyes were red. Others don't know, but he does. Isn't this what Big Sister Baiyan came back to give to him and then was given to Li Meier by him? The lousy gorgon abandoned by the goddess? I didn't expect that it had actually advanced into a fire dinosaur. No way. This fire dinosaur must be claimed back. It would have belonged to him. Thinking of the way Li Meier smiled at herself when she asked for the fire dinosaur back, Baiyu was ecstatic in his heart. Immediately, he sent a message to Li Meier. It was agreed that they would go to White Knight and go together to get the fire dinosaur back. And upon hearing Baiyu say that it was the same fire lizard she had discarded a few months ago, Li Meier froze. But soon, she responded as well, promised Baiyu an invitation. As far as she was concerned, the fire dinosaur was its own thing. And now, she wants White Knight to return things to their rightful owners. Which makes sense, right? There is no knowledge of this. In the apartment, after finishing his cultivation, he felt the surging spiritual energy in his body. A small smile also appeared on White Knight's face. Finally breaking through the third order, unlocked the third deed bit. White Knight was prepared, contracting a flying imperial beast to make up for the weak point in his lineup. And as for the object of the contract, his mind had also long since made its choice. In his previous life, the first royal beast that White Knight had contracted was a bijou eagle. That was also the first imperial beast that White Knight had cultivated to the 7th rank. In my last life, I couldn't take you to greater heights, and even let you die trying to save me. In this life, old buddy, I'm going to take you to greatness again. Just as White Knight was thinking like this, the door to the room knocked. Baiyu's voice came from outside the door. White Knight, you dog, quickly open the door. Give me back what belongs to us. What's this lickspittle doing here? With a slight frown, White Knight also walked towards the door. Only then did he open the door, his gaze icy. White Knight, you dog, that fire dinosaur was given to me by Sister Baiyan. It's my thing. I demand of you now, at once and immediately, to break the contract and give it back to me. Get out. After saying that, White Knight backhanded him. Snap. Maybe it's because of the breakthrough to third order Imperial Beast Master. White Knight's power was also slightly enhanced. This slap directly sent Baiyu flying. Ah! With a miserable scream, Baiyu had one of his incisors slapped away. Seeing Baiyu in such a sorry state, Li Meier looked disgusted. What a loser. Turning to Bai Knight with a compensatory smile on her face, Li Meier opened her mouth. White Knight, it's like this. That fire lizard used to be my imperial beast. Then I had a falling out with it, and that's when I accidentally broke the contract. I merely made the mistake that every new sentinel makes. Can you put out the fire dinosaur? I want to talk to it. Hearing these words from Li Meier, White Knight also revealed his understanding. It was no wonder that in his previous life, Baiyu had gone to great lengths to steal the awakening crystal from him. It turned out that he had broken the contract, suffered a backlash, and became an invalid. Li Meier couldn't awaken into a royal beast master through normal means. Was about to tell both of them to get lost. Suddenly, White Knight gave a start. Insight into what was going on in the mind of the fire dinosaur through the deed. He nodded. Yes, come with me. Along with following White Knight to the courtyard, Li Meier's heart was delighted. There's a chance here. Come on out, fire dinosaur. With White Knight giving the fire dinosaur a summon. Looking at the fire dinosaur, Li Meier could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Was this really the same fire lizard that had followed his back with a stubborn face? If there's anything you want to say, just say it. Seeing Li Meier freeze, White Knight spoke impatiently. Okay. Nodding her head, Li Meier slowly walked towards the fire dinosaur holding her hand. Fire dinosaur, it's me. I broke the contract with you, but it was just to test you. Ah yes, just to test you. You think, if I hadn't inspired you in this way, could you have grown to be where you are today? Okay, stop it. Break the contract with him and get back on my side. The thought that he was about to get hold of an epic-level bloodline imperial beast with infinite potential, Li Meier just couldn't help but tremble with excitement, especially after seeing the calm look on the fire dinosaur's face. She couldn't help but feel a little smug in her mind. Sure enough and she's still fooled by a few kind words from her? However, what Li Meier didn't expect was, just as she was about to touch the fire dinosaur, instead, his opponent took a few steps backward. Immediately afterward, a mouthful of saliva spat out, spraying her directly in the face. Feeling clammy all over, letting out a scream, Li Meier broke her voice. Die, damn you, how dare you spit on me? If you weren't such a loser in the first place, would this fairy have abandoned you? If it weren't for you, this fairy wouldn't have been reduced to an invalid. Can't pretend for more than 3 minutes. The defense was broken, and Li Meier's original form was revealed. And looking at Li Meier, who was covered in drool, White Knight didn't move and took a few steps back with Fire Dinosaur. Gale, your heart's desire has been realized. Let's go back. Wait, you can't leave. With open teeth and claws, Lee Mayer pounced. Seeing that, I wanted to give her a slap in the face, but looking at her covered in saliva, White Knight took a few steps back, and it was this retreat that directly caused Lee Mayer to fall on her face. Coincidentally, she was muddied. At this moment, Lee Mayer was even more frantic, and leave with White Knight. Looking back, the Fire Dinosaur threw a sneer at her as she did so, not forgetting to spit in her face again. It can never forget the hunger it suffered after being abandoned. Nor will I forget being severely beaten by other Imperials with their Imperial beasts over and over again. Now that it saw Lee Mayer so miserable, it only had indescribable pleasure in its heart. The contract you destroyed. And now I'm advancing. What are you doing here? Chapter 31, Willing the Trick to be a Trick. Against Wang Fangxiu. I'll go. Is this that fire lizard? That little rascal? Just as White Knight returns to the academy, while learning of his upcoming trip to the Emerald Forest, the moment the Fire Dinosaur was seen, Luo Shuei couldn't help but stutter. How long has it been? The fire lizard that she could hold in 2 hands. It had actually grown to the point where it could swallow her in 1 bite. How the hell did White Knight do that? It's really worthy of the man you've been looking at. It's too good to be true, isn't it? How on earth did you cultivate it? White Knight, if only my family's Xiaobai could be as powerful as your family's Gale. It will be. I see that your family's Xiaobai still has a lot of potential. And here, touching her own Imperial beast's head, Luo Shuei had a bitter look on her face. If only I had the talent of a beast royalty like you. White Knight, now! Her ice Xian snake had already broken through the 3rd stage. Among her peers, Luo Shuei also belonged to the genius kind of existence. However, as soon as her talent was compared to White Knight, it seemed completely inadequate. This was something that bothered Luo Shuei. After all, she was the woman who was going to be White Knight's wise assistant. How can you hold White Knight back? And just as the two were chatting idly and walking out of the school gates, just then, a limousine was seen blocking the way. Immediately afterward, a young man stepped out of the car. Shuei, I did say it, right? You're my fiancé. How can you be with some unsavory men? Glancing at White Knight, Wang Fangxiu faintly said, Young Wang, please watch your words. I'm not your fiancé, and we're not engaged. And, Luo Shuei added in a tone, I'm already White Knight's girlfriend. Young Wang, if you want to find a fiancé, then it's better to find another woman. We're not suitable. As she spoke, Luo Shuei wrapped her arms around Bai Yi, not paying the slightest attention to Wang Fangxiu's grimace. Good, very good. White Knight, right? Looking toward Bai Knight, a trace of ice coldness flowed between Wang Fangxiu's gazes. I will make you all regret this. Put down a hard word. Wang Fangxiu turned away, looking at his departing back. Luo Shuei couldn't help but tighten her arm around Bai Yi a few points. White Knight, am I causing you trouble? It's okay. I'll take care of it, said the man, while comforting. White Knight was also lost in thought, with memories of past lives. White Knight knew very well that Wang Fangxiu was a very possessive and morbid personality, but any woman he sees, he will get by any means necessary. For this reason, a number of women have suffered miserably at the hands of Wang Fangxiu, and the last one, it was because of his contact with Luo Shuei. That's what made Jin Wang Fangxiu, out of love, attempt to kidnap Luo Shuei, possessing her night after night, imprisoning her day after day. In the end, the idea of destroy if you can't get it was even more important. He tried to kill him in a vain attempt to cause the Luo family to crumble. In this life, though, some butterflies happened, but I think that Wang Fangxiu will definitely be like that in his last life. Kidnap Luo Shuei in a vain attempt to cook rice with her. However, since the rebirth has returned, knowing what was about to happen next, well, before heading to the Emerald Forest, White Knight decided to strike first. Deal with the big trouble of Wang Fangxiu first to put an end to his worries. And just as White Knight was pondering this, the White House, ever since White Knight left, the entire White family had become anything but peaceful. That little, how dare he, listening to my daughter add to the story. Bai Yu stormed out, one after another. They were humiliated in this way. Do you really think that no one in the White family can sanction him? Dad, isn't Big Sister coming back? Why don't we just leave this to Big Sister? How about that? Just as Bai Yu was at a loss for this, on one side, as Bai Yu gave the offer, Bai Yu was stunned at first, but soon, reacting, he lit up. Yes, Yan is a member of the Holy Light Guild. That's one of the 2 largest guilds in the world. With Xiaoyan out of the way, that little White Knight, he's dead. So it wasn't long, as Bai Yu informed Bai Yan of everything that had happened in recent days, only just set foot on the border of Lodu. When informed of all this, a woman with a delicate face and an icy aura emanating from her entire body suddenly revealed a huffy expression between her features. Yan, What's wrong? On one side, seeing just answering a phone call, his goddess was this angry. Zhou Hao couldn't help but ask. My half-brother had the nerve to hit my mom and dad. Not only that, he actually dared to bully Xiaoyu Xiaoying. What a loss of conscience. How could we have such a in our family? As Bai Yan's words fell, Zhou Hao couldn't help but be angry as well. It's still just a suitor, though, but in reality, Zhou Hao had already treated Bai Yan as his woman. Now, I hear that my in-laws are being bullied. How could Zhou Hao endure this? And so it was that he spoke up as well. Then, Yan, let's put it this way. Before visiting my aunt and uncle, how about we go ahead and teach that little man a lesson? That's fine. Zhou Hao, you have to do well. Maybe if my parents are happy, they'll agree to the two of us? Hearing this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but be apoplectic. Just as Bai Yan's words fell, he immediately patted his chest in reassurance. Don't worry Yan, I won't let you down. As they spoke, the two of them also searched towards where White Knight lived. Meanwhile, on the other side, it had only been a short while since he had separated from Luo Shuai. White Knight was then surrounded by a group of people, and looking at the yellow hair leading the way, his gaze slightly condensed. The one who can do it so blatantly right here in Lodu, besides the Wang family, I guess no one else dares, right? Only then did he think so, accompanied by yellow hair opening his mouth. White Knight's suspicions were also verified. Kid, come with us, Mr. Wang wants to see you. Remember, no tricks on the road. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you. As he spoke, yellow hair gazed in pity. He was aware of Wang Fengxiu's methods, offending this prince of Luodu. White Knight is dead. However, White Knight's next reaction surprised yellow hair. Yeah, let's go then. He had expected White Knight to look as flustered and disoriented as the others. However, what yellow hair didn't expect was, White Knight, however, acted blandly. What a load. Couldn't help but sneer. Afterwards, he had his little brother press against White Knight. Not long after, the group also arrived at an abandoned warehouse in Lodu. And only when he arrived, Bai Yi saw that Wang Fengxiu had already been waiting for a long time. What a coincidence. White Knight, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Looking toward Bai Knight, Wang Fengxiu seemed to be smiling. Do you remember what I just said? I'm going to make you regret this. If you want to blame it on touching something you shouldn't have. Now, what do you think? Do I cut off your hand first? Or cut your eyes first? After saying that, Wang Fengxiu's expression teased, and White Knight couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He hasn't even gone after the other guy yet. Unexpectedly, the other party came forward, but it was just what he wanted. So it was that White Knight spoke up as well. So confident? Is there a possibility that I will be the one to waste you before you waste me? And just as White Knight's words fell, a silence fell over the entire warehouse. But soon the crowd was laughing. Boy, you can't be kidding, can you? Ha ha, Lizzie, you think you're Dragon Aotian? With you, how can you be a match for young Wang? Our Wang Xiao is a third-order royal beast master. You're a newcomer. It's fine to fool yourself. Don't fool your brothers too. And just as the crowd was about to go off the rails with laughter. Next, with White Knight giving Shadow Monarch and Fire Dinosaur a summon, two strong auras instantly suppressed the entire field. For a while, the smiles on the faces of yellow hair and the others gradually solidified. Facing a peak 5th rank, and a mid-4th rank Imperial Beast, they could no longer laugh. Chapter 32, Killing the Red Sand Scorpion in Seconds. Talent Metamorphosis. Young Wang, what should we do now? Unable to resist swallowing his saliva, yellow hair subconsciously took a few steps back. The said opponent was only a second-order Imperial Beast Master, but no one had told them that the two Imperial Beasts under White Knight, one 4th ranked and one 5th ranked rubbish, isn't it just a 5th rank Imperial Beast? Look how scared you are. Scornfully. Subsequently, Wang Fengxiu also summoned his Imperial Beast. It was a red sand scorpion whose rank had reached the peak of the 5th rank and whose body size was the size of a cow. Thick bug armor, coupled with a trait that carries a high level of poison. This type of bug-type Imperial Beast was difficult to deal with, although his rank was only at the peak of the 5th order. But in truth, it was possible that this red sand scorpion could play at the level of the 6th rank. If it were any other Imperial Beast, I'm afraid it would only be suppressed by it. But alas, this time, it met the wrong opponent. Shadow, kill them, roar. Just as White Knight's command fell, like a sharp arrow, the Shadow Monarch charged out violently, opened his mouth wide and bared his fangs. Shadow's tooth was unleashed at this moment. Ka-ching! With just a sound, several cracks appeared in the red sand scorpion's proud insect armor. Immediately after that, when the Shadow Monarch was a little more powerful for a few moments, with a mournful cry, the contract is broken when the Imperial Beast dies. Under the backlash, Wang Fengxiu's face turned white and a mouthful of old blood was spat out. This, so possible, relying on the help of a few people around him to barely stand. Looking at the Shadow Monarch, Wang Fangxiu looked incredulous. One must know that his red sand scorpion was only cultivated to this level of strength today with the support of many resources from his family, but as a result, he was directly killed by a nameless imperial beast of White Knight. How can he accept it? Get rid of them! At this moment, before Wang Fangxiu could recover from his shock, White Knight then gave orders to the Shadow Sovereign once again. Roar! It was accompanied by a roar. The Shadow Monarch killed again. Ahaha! Monster! Monster! Stay back! Wang Xiao! Save me! When touched, it hurts, and when touched, it dies. For a time, the entire abandoned warehouse wailed and bled. White Knight was not someone who killed innocents indiscriminately. In this life, he was merely returning all the injustices he had suffered in his last life in his own way, and seeing that the Shadow Monarch was already unstoppable. At this moment, Wang Fangxiu's face also changed slightly. He could no longer maintain the same calm and collected demeanor he had before. At this point, Wang Fangxiu couldn't help but panic. White Knight was too strong. It was already beyond his control. Wang Fangxiu knew very well that he could no longer stay here. Otherwise, he would also die here along with Yellow Hair and the others. Just at the time of this thought. Thus, Wang Fangxiu immediately summoned his second imperial beast, the Green Luan Bird. He's always ready to run. Wait, young Wang, you can't abandon us. Seeing Wang Fangxiu riding the Green Luan Bird, he had already taken to the air. Yellow Hair was shocked and frightened. Wang Fangxiu is gone, but they are left to face it alone. With their three-legged kung fu, and the 5 or 6 first-rank imperial beasts under them, how could he be a match for White Knight? Looking at Wang Fangxiu's total disregard, the Green Luan Bird instead flew higher and higher. At this moment, Yellow Hair and the others completely despaired. Gale, use Jet Flame, don't let him get away. At this moment, seeing that the Green Luan Bird crashed through the top of the warehouse, it carried Wang Fangxiu right into the clouds. White Knight immediately gave orders to the Fire Dinosaur. Roar! It was accompanied by a dominating roar from the Fire Dinosaur. Opening his mouth, the blazing flames formed a pillar of fire and swept towards the Green Luan Bird and Wang Fangxiu. However, White Knight was still a step too late. The flames just burned off the Green Luan Bird's tail, carrying Wang Fangxiu. It swayed in midair and soon disappeared into the sky. Stop chasing and come back, blast! At this point, the eye saw the Fire Dinosaur preparing to give chase. White Knight put a stop to it. No need for him to take the initiative. Wang Fangxiu would naturally give the opportunity to reveal the cracks. Took such a big loss with him. White Knight knew very well that the other party wouldn't let up. For a moment, as the battlefield was cleared, facing the corpse of the Red Sand Scorpion, White Knight's talent was then unleashed. You have looted the Red Sand Scorpion talent. Barrier of Sand. Alert! Similar talent detected. Earth's protection has been transformed. Earth's enhancement, when located on the ground. Resistance is increased by 400% and self-recovery is enhanced by 200%. Shadow Monarch is not short on burst, but in terms of range, compared to the same class, it, on the other hand, seems much less impressive. Now, however, with the Earth's care there is a transformation. It has been able to move up a notch in terms of its overall strength. As well, 10 minutes or so later, as the two imperial beasts chewed up the red golden sand scorpion to the point where only an empty shell remained, just about to leave, White Knight also gave orders to the Fire Dinosaur. Use Inferno Blast and destroy the whole place. Roar! At once, the Fire Dinosaur let out a roar. Immediately after that, the spiritual energy swelled and the skill was released. In a matter of moments, it was accompanied by the roar of an explosion. All the incriminating evidence and leverage went up in smoke with the fire. There is no proof of death. If it's the suburbs, that's a big no-brainer. But this is in Lodu, after all. Therefore, White Knight was still very cautious in his actions. So it was, just as everything was taken care of. Only then did White Knight speak again. Okay, Shadow, Blast, let's go. Ow, ho ho ho. Just as White Knight's words fell, the two imperial beasts chimed in. Having not eaten for almost a day, they had been starving for a long time. The meat of that red sand scorpion just now was too little. It's not even enough for them to stuff their teeth. And by virtue of the contractual link, upon learning what was in the minds of the two imperial beasts, White Knight couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Well, how about we take you to the underground arena for an extra meal right now? As White Knight's words fell, upon learning of the upcoming trip to the underground arena next, both imperial beasts couldn't help but light up before their eyes, especially the Shadow Monarch. Even though it had already metamorphosed, it still couldn't change its husky-like character in front of White Knight. The tail was already wagging. If it wasn't for White Knight not allowing it, it was so high and low that it stuck out its tongue and licked twice on its master's face as a way to express its inner exuberance. The more they devoured, the stronger they would be then. In the underground arena, not only can you fight against comparable opponents and improve your real-world experience, the key is also being able to add meals. It's a total 1-2 punch. Ow! Raising his head to the sky, the Shadow Monarch continuously gestured to White Knight. Its sharp claws and fangs were already hungry and thirsty. Riding the Shadow Monarch. Half an hour later, White Knight traveled lightly to the 33rd district, inside the underground arena. The moment the Shadow Monarch was seen, Yuan Shang'an was shocked. If White Knight hadn't taken the initiative to mention it, guess he wouldn't have thought of it. This Shadow Monarch in front of us was that Shadow Wolf King back then, right? While exclaiming that he hadn't been wrong about the man in the first place. At this moment, Yuan Shang'an also spoke. Brother Bai, I'm sorry, we don't organize a 5th rank and above Imperial Beast competition on our side. So, however, at this very moment, before Yuan Shang'an's words fell, it was only interrupted by a sudden female voice. Who says no? Don't I? Accompany this sound. When White Knight looked in the direction of the transmission, only Bai Yan and Zhou Hao slowly walked towards this side. White Knight, you've disappointed me too much. Today, as a sister, I will discipline you. I'll show you exactly what it means to honor your teacher. As he spoke, Bai Yan's aura of a 4th order Imperial Beast Master was unmistakable. Chapter 33, Green Tea Sister? I directly struck out with a heavy punch. Have you heard? In today's life and death fight, there will be a 5th rank Imperial Beast making an appearance. Asterisk. Seriously, 5th order? Not bad, it's the 5th order. You'll see when the time comes. The battle has not yet begun. But in the audience, the crowd was already talking. It is very difficult to train the Imperial Beasts. Generally speaking, Royal Beast Masters who could cultivate their Royal Beasts to the 5th rank would not lack resources. And not being short of resources means not coming to a place like this. And therefore, for a bunch of bettors who bet on it, fights of this caliber are rare to see for decades. This was a duel between 5th ranked Imperial Beasts. How could they not be excited? How can you have inner peace? And just about everything. The life and death fight between White Knight and White Face was also about to unfold. The arena. Looking at the frosty-faced and sulky Bai Yan, White Knight was calm. In his last life, whenever he was punched, kicked, bruised, and held in that rat-infested basement, he almost died. More than once, Bai Yan had taunted and at him. Her mouth always chattered. If you hadn't been naughty and made daddy angry, how would you have gotten scolded? If you hadn't robbed your siblings, how would you have gotten beaten? The list goes on, while adding fuel to the fire and fanning the flames on one side, and not forgetting to throw some unfounded curses at him. It's safe to say that Whiteface is a total green tea. White Knight remembered clearly. Just once, it was clear that Bai Yu had stolen something, but he was falsely accused of being him by Bai Yan, saying things like, your brother's so young, what does he know about stealing? That time, it caused him to almost have one of his hands chopped off by Bai Yu. Sister? Oh, it's just a green tea brought in by a stepmother, a half-brother and half-sister. White Knight, I never thought in a million years that you'd really harden your wings, dare to hit mom and dad without saying anything, and dare to make a move on Xiao Yu and Ing. They're still your siblings you've watched grow up, no matter what. What's wrong with you? A brother, giving them some money and letting them have some resources? Ing had a hard time getting a boyfriend. What was wrong with her? A girl, wanting to find a royal beast for the other party in order not to be looked down upon by Xiaohan? Can't you just let her have your royal beast? How did you manage to hold back such cruelty? Ugh, I'm so ashamed to have a family like yours. You wouldn't deserve to share our last name, much less worthy of being my Bai Yan's brother. As Bai Yan's words fell, White Knight couldn't help but laugh as well. Bai Yan was still the first one to be able to say such brazen words in such a grand manner. He instantly disliked it back. If you want to fight, fight. Don't push your luck. I'm sick of seeing you oddballs. As White Knight's words fell, Bai Yan was so infuriated that her delicate body trembled. She didn't expect that Bai Knight, who had always been afraid to resist, would actually act so tough. He opened his mouth, but eventually it came to a halt. Knowing that he couldn't dislike White Knight solely, Bai Yan summoned his Imperial Beast, intending to speak from strength. As the phalanx surfaced, what appeared in the arena was a red flame tiger with a fire-like pattern on its exterior and a body size of 7 to 8 meters. It was almost equal in size to the Shadow Monarch and was of the same 5th rank. A black and a red, two opposites. The powerful auras collided with each other, causing the spiritual energy to construct a subtle mini-vortex between the two. Looking at the red Inferno Tiger, as White Knight's thoughts moved, its message was also presented to him. Name, Red Inferno Tiger. Attribute, Fire. Bloodline, Epic. Level, 5th Order. Talent, King's Might, inflicts a certain degree of deterrence on royal beasts of the same rank or class lower than itself. Driven by flames, near-death state. Entire body will be covered in flames, while the effective fire skills will be increased by 100%. Skills, Flame Fangs, Jet Flame, Flame Charge. Evaluation, as a Fire Imperial Beast that Imperial Beast Masters can only dream of. Its potential, has yet to be fully developed. Just as read the information about the Red Inferno Tiger, White Knight's eyes lit up. It doesn't matter if it's King's Might or Flaming Body, it all fit with his gift of the Sentinel Beast. If it can be plundered, then whether it's the Shadow Monarch or the Fire Dinosaur, their strength will undergo a qualitative change, right? Just as White Knight was thinking this way, Bai Yan was the first to give an order to the Red Flame Tiger to grab the attack first. Tiger, use Flame Charge, then Flame Tooth. At once, just as Bai Yan's words fell, the Red Flame Tiger launched a charge. As it ran, gradually, its body was also ablaze with flames, like a chariot that had been set ablaze. Roar! With a deafening roar, the Red Flame Tiger opened its bloody mouth wide. The sharp fangs were attached to the same searing heat. If you get hit, you can be burned or killed instantly, right? The battlefield is fluid. Therefore, there was no need for White Knight to command the whole thing. Shadow Monarch has his own way of fighting. As a royal beast master, White Knight only needed to act as its second pair of eyes and control the big picture of the battlefield. Use shadow stalking, while avoiding the attack. The formless divine intent and shadow claws were launched at the same time. In just under a minute, the first round of exchanges between the two was over. Being controlled by the invisible divine will, he couldn't move, and taking advantage of this stalemate, as Shadow Monarch's skills hit, the Red Flame Tiger's back instantly became drenched in blood. Who is superior and who is inferior? The winner has been divided since then. Attack it with a Shadow Sphere, then use Shadow Dive to keep a good distance. End it immediately when the opponent's talent effect ends. As White Knight's words fell, right in the gap when Bai Yan had a stunned look on her face and had not yet reacted from her own Imperial Beast's injury, the Shadow Monarch moved. The coherent and skillful use of skills and combos is breathtaking. Every step seems to be finely tuned. When Bai Yan reacted, 3 shadow balls in a row were given hits. The Red Flame Tiger's talent, driven by flames, had been triggered. Roar! His whole body was burning with flames, and only a pair of huge pupils could be seen staring angrily. Its breath was climbing at the moment. What? Seeing this, Bai Yan was shocked. Seeing that the Red Flame Tiger was already enraged, it charged towards the Shadow Monarch regardless. Bai Yan hurriedly persuaded. Calm down. You calm down, Ahu. Don't fall for their trick. They're consuming you. The near-death state brings additional attribute gains. However, this also meant that the Red Flame Tiger's physical endurance would all be rapidly depleted. Bai Yan knew very well that what the Red Flame Tiger was most afraid of right now was being consumed. It completely disobeyed its own commands. Instead, they were played by White Knight and the Shadow Sovereign. Bai Yan's heart also crossed. Come back, Tiger. Utilizing the power of the contract, Bai Yan was ready to forcefully recycle the Red Flame Tiger and switch the next Imperial Beast. However, how could White Knight let her have her way? Shadow. Use Shadow's Tooth and just end it. Trying to take turns switching between Imperial Beasts to drain his team's status? Wanted to fart, eat it. Bring it to you. Between that panic and Whiteface, taking advantage of the gap between the Red Flame Tiger being recalled by the contract and being unable to move, Shadow Monarch's skill activated. At the Red Flame Tiger's neck, it bit down. Ka-ching! Bones broke and blood spattered. The color between the Red Flame Tiger's eyes also gradually dimmed, and at the same time, White Knight's talent was also unleashed at this moment. Chapter 34, 1-2. Devouring Unicorn. You have plundered the Red Flame Tiger talent, King's Might. You have plundered the Red Flame Tiger's talent, Fiery Body. Alert! Similar talent detected. King's domain has been transformed. Alert! Similar talent detected. Fierce Fire has advanced to Raging Flame. King's domain suppresses Fey Royal Beasts within 1,000 meters. Flames of Wrath, 50% reduction in fire damage, 200% increase in fire skill effect, accompanied by the White Knight talent being unleashed. The Red Flame Tiger's talent was also immediately plundered by it. And just as White Knight thought, the fusion advancement of the talents caused both the Shadow Monarch and the Fire Dinosaur's combat prowess to undergo a small qualitative change. The stronger you meet, the stronger you are. The more you fight. This was the terror of White Knight's talent. Ow! In the arena, there was a long cry to the sky. The Shadow Sovereign also cast a provocative look toward Bai Yan. That Red Flame Tiger just now was too weak. It hasn't even filled its stomach yet. At the moment, in the audience, upon seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. As far as they remember, shouldn't a battle between people of the same rank be a battle between you and me? Evenly matched? How did it come to White Knight's place? But it became a direct kill? Did you guys see that? White Knight didn't even command much to the Imperial Beasts. Yes, this taciturnity. It's too high, isn't it? Good lord. White Knight couldn't have already reached the realm of being in tune with the Imperial Beast's mind. Could he? How is this possible? He's still just a rookie Imperial Beast Master. There were successive exclamations of astonishment, and the crowd was in disbelief. Heart to heart, this was a realm that was very difficult to reach between the Imperial Beast Master and the Imperial Beast. In addition to the need for a very high level of understanding between the two, the Imperial Beasts also need to be extremely spiritual. A single look could make the Imperial Beasts understand and thus respond to the thousands of variations of the battle. The Imperial Beastmaster who could do this could be said to be 1 in 10,000. I really didn't look at the wrong person. This kid, what a demon! And with his eyes firmly fixed on the arena, Yuan Shangan muttered at the corner of his mouth. He had thought his thoughtless act was a small investment, but I didn't expect to catch a big fish. If we can befriend White Knight, wait for the other side to grow up, perhaps, he, Yuan Shangan, will follow suit and soar to the heavens. That's a proper leg up. At this moment, Yuan Shangan had already prepared to strike at any time and bail out by night. He could never let Bai Yi, a yet-to-be-grown Imperial Beast genius, die prematurely at the hands of Bai Yan. In the meantime, also heard the comments of the people around them. The face was a bit of an embarrassment. Under the annoyance, Bai Yan summoned his second Imperial Beast. Come out a Bai. As her words fell, a unicorn that was 3 to 4 meters tall and all snow white appeared in the arena, possessing the light attribute, coupled with an early 6th stage cultivation. Whether it was from attribute restraint or level suppression, this unicorn had the advantage, and looking triumphantly at White Knight, Bai Yan was already winning. White Knight, you don't know yet, do you? That red flame tiger is just the weakest Imperial Beast under me. In my hands, I actually still hold 3 early 6th order Imperial Beasts. What do you have against me? 3 6th order? Hearing Bai Yan's words, White Knight couldn't help but tremble slightly. It wasn't out of fear, it was out of excitement. If you can devour it and plunder its talent, maybe the Shadow Monarch would be able to break through to the 6th order? Just as White Knight was thinking this way, seeing that the battle between the two sides was imminent, audience, everyone felt that White Knight had already lost. After all, his opponent was a 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master who had mastered 3 early 6th-ranked Imperial Beasts. On that betting board, White Knight's odds had reached a staggering 1 to 100. The 100x odds shown. It was enough to see just how much the crowd distrusted White Knight. There are countless negative voices lamenting, and so on and so forth. However, a large arena, yet none of them looked favorably on White Knight. Think about it and of course, the facts are right in front of you. A 5th-ranked Shadow Monarch, and a Fire Dinosaur. Once the Shadow Monarch was exhausted by the wheel battle, that Fire Dinosaur, I'm afraid it's in a bad way, isn't it? Unaware of the crowd's exclamations, the arena, White Knight had already given orders to the Shadow Sovereign, use Formless Divine Intent and then Shadow Wave. It's also clear that being restrained head-on makes Shadow Monarch's mobility difficult. Therefore, White Knight's strategy was to add as much mitigation to the opponent as possible, then wait for an opportune moment to explode in one fell swoop, thus taking down the unicorn. Roar, letting out a deafening roar. Shadow Monarch skill activated. Shadow Wave coupled with the enhancement brought about by the King's Domain. Double suppression coupled with the binding of Invisible Divine Intent. Buff stacked belongs to Yes. And in response, Bai Yan naturally showed no weakness. Charge with Holy Light, then use War Trample. The ground cracked as the horse's hooves trampled. Sharp claws swept across, and blood and flesh splattered, as the dust that flew between the air gradually cleared, only to see that both Imperial Beasts had been injured to varying degrees respectively, and the Shadow Monarch panted. But even so, its scarlet eyes stared deathly at the unicorn in front of it. Since signing the contract with White Knight, no Imperial Beast had ever been able to injure it like this. This unicorn, or the first one, but it's just as well. The more you fight, the stronger you get. Feeling the aura boost given to it by White Knight, its battle spirit surged. Roar! With a roar, the Shadow Monarch charged once again. Skills are merely interspersed from time to time. The game between the two is more about the aesthetics of violence. And seeing as White Knight was indifferent to the Shadow Sovereign's wound-for-wound fighting style, Bai Yan couldn't help but coldly laugh at the stupidity. Shadow Monarch is an assassin type and is all about the quick kill. And her unicorn belongs to the warriors, both offensive and defensive. She's not losing out at all with this kind of injury-for-injury fight, okay? White Knight wanted to consume, then she wanted to see who would consume who first. It's not right. This isn't right. However, soon, a few moments later, after realizing that the Shadow Monarch had not shown a single sign of exhaustion at all, White Knight, on the other hand, had a calm face, as if victory or defeat had already been decided when. The ominous feeling in Bai Yan's heart also grew stronger, but by the time she realized something was wrong and reacted, only to find that the battle has been reversed. The ominous premonition in her heart was validated at this moment, by virtue of the Earth's protection. Just step on all fours on the ground, then the Shadow Monarch would be able to gain a constant stream of recovery, and there is no similar talent to add to it. Under a prolonged battle, even if it was a unicorn, that would be physically difficult. With a horse's sad cry, the unicorn eventually fell. No, Watch as the Shadow Monarch lunges towards the unicorn in an attempt to finish it off. Bai Yen couldn't help but let out a gasp. This unicorn was one that she had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain and had raised from a young age. It's the right man for her. It was also the key to getting her to join the Holy Light Guild, but as a result, he actually had to die in such a place. How could Bai Yen accept this? Kill it. And at that moment, not waiting for Bai Yen to make a move to stop it, as White Knight gave the order, Shadow Monarch took a bite out of it as well. In a flash, the unicorn's neck was broken open and blood flowed out. First there was a struggle. The unicorn then lost its breath as well. You have plundered the unicorn's gift, the power of Holy Light. Power of Holy Light, 50% reduction of negative effects, 20% enhancement of own light skills, light properties. I also wonder if fire dinosaurs fit with this talent. Thinking for a moment, White Knight added this talent for fire dinosaur. White Knight, with a fierce face and a spiteful gaze, Bai Yen roared hysterically, with the deed broken. Of the 4 imperial beasts, 2 had already died in battle, and one of the dead ones was almost equivalent to a companion imperial beast. At the same time, she herself was meta-victimized. Years of hard work have been destroyed. At this moment, towards White Knight, Bai Yen already hated her to the bone. Chapter 35, Attribute Restraint. Fire Dinosaur's second form. Seeing that the Shadow Monarch had pierced through 2 with 1. At this moment, the audience, the crowd couldn't help but show their surprise as well. That Shadow Monarch is so strong. It actually managed to cross the level against the attribute restraints. Ha! What's the point even if you win? But don't forget that Bai Yen still has 2 6th-rank Imperial Beasts. Yes, with such a serious injury, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight subsequently, right? Hey! White Knight is bound to lose. The main force is seriously injured. How can a 4th-rank fire dinosaur alone defeat 2 6th-rank Imperial Beasts, also located in the audience? When it was seen that the next battle would be completely decided, Yuan Shangyan's heart couldn't help but tighten. How could a 4th-ranked fire dinosaur do the same as the Shadow Sovereign and put 1 through 2? He stared intently at the arena. At this moment, Yuan Shangyan was ready to interrupt at any time, and keep an equally close eye on the arena. Zhou Hao, however, revealed a hint of a smile. It actually dared to kill 2 of Bai Yan's Imperial Beasts one after another. If White Knight doesn't pay for this, that's just unconscionable. There was no knowledge of what was going on in the minds of the crowd. Bring back the Shadow Monarch. White Knight turned to summon the fire dinosaur. The original talent undergoes a metamorphosis. In addition, he has acquired the new talent Power of Holy Light. Nowadays, the fire dinosaur's strength was infinitely close to the 5th rank. It was 1 step away from breaking through. Roar! Letting out a deafening roar. The tall and majestic body, paired with the aura that radiated scorching heat towards the surroundings all the time. It looks and it gives a shock. Clasping its hands, it stared intently at Whiteface, and as an Imperial Beast Master, sensing the change in the fire dinosaur's mood, facing Bai Yen, White Knight also spoke. Don't you have 2 other Imperial Beasts? Summon them all. Otherwise it's just 1, and it's not challenging at all. Rampant. Hearing Bai Yan's words, Bai Yen instantly gasped and laughed. Bai Knight, Bai Knight, after breaking away from the Bai family, you haven't grown much in your skills, but your character has become more and more arrogant. You don't really think your fire dinosaurs can fight 2 in 1, do you? Ro, since you said so, I'll fulfill you. With that said, as Bai Yan's thoughts moved, 2 Imperial Beasts are summoned separately. A big snow monster and a big rock monster. One was covered in ice crystals and snow, while the other's entire body was made up of rock, and both belonged to the heavy-duty type of exotic beasts. It's hard to deal with one-on-one by itself. Nowadays it's also one-on-2. Seeing this scene, the audience, Yuan Shangyan was shocked. No, White Knight is playing too big a game, isn't he? The moment he sat down, he rose at once, ready to put a stop to the farce. He didn't want anything to happen to White Knight, and at that moment, the arena, the battle has been fought, with fire dinosaurs raging flames unleashed. The fire was monstrous. The flame that burned on that tail surged higher and higher until it burned all over his body. At this moment, it seemed to be bathed in fire, as if the god of fire had descended to the world. Isn't it just a special talent? Do you really think you can fight 2 in 1? That's what the words say. But with a cold snort, Bai Yen couldn't help but show a hint of jealousy in her expression. Make it quick and kill it. *********. Along with Bai Yan's words fell 2 behemoths. Every step they took seemed to shake the ground. They charged right at the fire dinosaur. Gale, prioritize attacking the big snow monster with Inferno Fury. Then Inferno Blast. Just as White Knight's words fell, only fire dinosaurs were seen stomping on the ground. Immediately afterward, the arena instantly cracked. Countless pillars of fire rose into the air, enveloping the 2 giant beasts. At the same time, it ejected a large fireball and smashed it straight towards the large snow monster. Boom! With an explosive boom, the entire arena was enveloped by the fire dinosaur's domineering use of flames, turning it into a world of flames. Gusts of searing heat hit the air. Even the entire audience could feel the heat seemingly searing the throat. Inherently, a special attack exists against ice, plus many talents to add to the mix. When the fire dinosaur releases its fire skill, instantly, tons of damage was dealt to the big snow monster. Naturally, only 2 moves were used. Before he could react, the big snow monster was instantly killed in seconds. You have plundered the great Wendigo's talent, Breath of Extreme Cold. Extreme Cold Breath, increase the effect of ice skills by 50%, and increase all attributes by an additional 200% when fighting in an icy environment, accompanied by the White Knight talent being unleashed. Upon seeing the talent plundered from the great snow monster, White Knight's eyes lit up. He hadn't contracted an ice imperial beast, and this talent was dispensable to him, but to that ice Xian snake of Luo Shui, what a qualitative change that will bring if you have this gift. While thinking in this way, White Knight's attention was also once again devoted to the arena. At this moment, there was only one large stone monster left. The victory is no longer in doubt. Roar! Letting out a growl, flames attached to its sharp claws, the fire dinosaur strides forward. In the next second, the two crossed paths. Fists collide with fists. The fire dinosaurs get more and more aggressive, and the boulder monster gradually lost. Soon, more than 10 minutes later, as the boulder monster fell, the crystals in its body were also snapped out by the fire dinosaur. It's too dead to die. You have plundered the boulder monster talent. The power of fortitude. Alert! Similar talent detected. Earth's protection has been transformed. Earth's enhancement, when located on the ground, resistance is increased by 500% and self-recovery is enhanced by 300%. With the talent metamorphosed again, under the covenant, White Knight could clearly feel that the Shadow Monarch's strength had undergone a qualitative change. Took the beast cores inside the Great Snow Monster and the Great Stone Monster, plus devouring the Red Flame Tiger and the Unicorn. Now, it had finally broken through the shackles of the 5th rank and advanced to the 6th rank. No! At this moment, looking towards Bai Yi, a hysterical madness filled the space between Bai Yan's gazes. She had thought that the Shadow Sovereign was White Knight's trump card. As long as it was defeated, that fire dinosaur was completely insufficient to be feared. However, what Bai Yan didn't expect was, there is no such thing as the most outrageous, only the more outrageous. The full force strike displayed by the fire dinosaur was on the verge of being able to match a 7th rank Imperial Beast. Are you sure this is a 4th rank Imperial Beast? White Knight, you're finished. You killed my royal beast. You killed my unicorn. The Holy Light Guild won't let you go. I want you to die. I want you to die. Aha! Lost everything. Years of hard work ruined. Has gone insane. Where was Bai Yan still as high and mighty as before? As the proud daughter of heaven? At this moment, she was like a shrew, and she rushed towards Bai Knight. Get out! Snap! White Knight backhanded a slap, directly causing Bai Yan to spin in place 2.5 times. No! This woman is sick, isn't she? Yeah, she's only allowed to kill other people's imperial beasts, but not her imperial beasts. Hilarious. That's right, if you can't afford to play, don't play, okay? Listening to the sneers of those around him, noticing the contemptuous looks, the backlash of the contract, coupled with anger. At this moment, Bai Yan was so angry that she fainted, and to see Bai Yan defend the beasts are dead, reduced to a wasted person not to mention, and being humiliated by White Knight like this. Audience, the smile on Zhou Hao's face also gradually solidified. He couldn't sit still at once. Seeing that White Knight was about to leave, Zhou Hao jumped out immediately. White Knight, you dog! How dare you hit a woman? Do you still want some face? Scum like you don't deserve to live in the world. Flaming dogs, use jet flame. Summon your own imperial beast. Just as Zhou Hao's words fell, only to see a blazing flame suddenly sweeping towards White Knight. Seeing that White Knight's back was turned, he was completely defenseless. The crowd of onlookers was in a state of shock. No one expected that Zhou Hao would actually presume to kill someone. Chapter 36, Red Inferno Green Lotus. Fire Dinosaur Advancement. Seeing this scene, it was equally unsettling. However, when Yuan Shangan presumptuously tried to step forward to stop it, without realizing it, it was too late. That blazing fire had already completely enveloped White Knight, and looking at the roaring flames had obscured the view. Zhou Hao only felt an incomparable pain in his heart. That was the price for daring to harm his goddess. Even the strongest beast swordsman was always a fleshly mortal. How can it withstand the heat of the flames? It's not just Chu Hu. Even Yuan Shangan and his group similarly felt that White Knight was in a bad way. However, before Zhou Hao could calm his mind, only a voice suddenly came from that blazing fire. Gale, use Flame Claw. As White Knight's words fell, roar, in a growl, that flame was torn apart. The fire dinosaur dodged and ran towards the flame dog that was blocking Zhou Hao. What? Mind blown. But before Zhou Hao could give his orders, Fire Dinosaur's attack had hit. Rip! Only a sound of blood and flesh tearing was heard. The flaming dog instantly turned into pieces. However, the offense wasn't limited to that. Fire Dinosaur's gaze gradually shifted to the panicked Zhou Hao on one side. It was White Knight that gave it a second life. Therefore, it will never let go of anyone who dares to harm its master. With progressive forward, just as the Fire Dinosaur was about to do it, Yuan Shang'an, however, stepped forward at this moment. Brother Bai, why don't we just call this a day? I don't care if you guys make a scene out there, but Zhou Hao was, after all, a member of the Zhou family, and had the Holy Light Guild as a backer. If something happens to me, it's not easy for me to explain to the top. After saying that, he saw that White Knight wasn't satisfied with that. With a light sigh, Yuan Shang'an then said, besides, Brother Bai, it's no secret that you killed Zhao Wensheng. Zhao Pingzhong won't let you go. It wouldn't be in your best interest to have another enemy in a tight spot like this, would it? Between the words, Yuan Shang'an had hinted very clearly. After all, both the Zhou family and the Holy Light Guild were not small families like the Zhao family. Even the Divine Mansion Academy, even Lu Ruyan, wouldn't necessarily be able to stand up for White Knight. At this moment, seeing as if White Knight was pondering the trade-offs involved, he was silent. Yuan Shang'an continued at this moment. Tell you what, I have a red flame green lotus here. Why don't we consider it as making amends to you, Brother Bai, on their behalf? Red Inferno Green Lotus. This was an epic quality elixir that boosted the strength of fire-type imperial beasts. Even if it's put on the black market, that also belongs to the existence of a price. And such a rare spiritual medicine, Yuan Shang'an actually willing to take out as a trade. That counts for a lot. And see, the other side of the conversation has come to this. White Knight nodded back. Yes, for the sake of you, Boss Yuan, let's just call it a day. Just as White Knight's words fell, Yuan Shang'an looked delighted. That's very good. Then, Brother Bai, I'll have someone bring the red flame green lotus now. Not only did it deal with the conflict between White Knight and Zhou Hao, with the red flame green lotus, he also invested in White Knight once again. From Yuan Shang'an's point of view, this deal is only profitable. A few moments later, with the arrival of the valet, Yuan Shang'an also forwarded the red flame green lotus to White Knight. Brother Bai, excluding this red flame green lotus, I've already put your payment on your card. $30 million, said the man, seeming to think of something. Yuan Shang'an added, by the way, Brother Bai, according to the gossip I've heard, Zhao Pingzhong seems to be ready to take action against you personally. He was a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master with 5 Imperial Beasts under him, and 3 of them had all reached the 6th rank. The other 2 even reached the early 7th stage. It's tough to deal with, so you must be careful. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Hearing this, White Knight was also pondering. With his current strength, even dealing with Bai Yan seemed a bit of a stretch. If you really go up against Zhao Pingzhong, he's certainly no match for that. My strength, still too weak. Between mutterings at the corners of his mouth, a sense of crisis couldn't help but arise in White Knight's heart as well. He has to get stronger. He has to get stronger to do it. The experiences of my previous life are still fresh in my mind. White Knight didn't want the tragedy of his last life to repeat itself in this one. His happiness, he defines, and those who are in the way are removed. After Wang Fangxiu is dealt with, regarding the contract of the 3rd Imperial Beast, it had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. While thinking in this way, to Yuan Shang'an, White Knight also casually mentioned it. Boss Yuan, how much do you know about Wang Fangxiu? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shang'an subconsciously said with certainty once again, Wang Fangxiu? That perverted young man of the Wang family? White Knight nodded. Yes, that's him. To this, Yuan Shang'an also replied, I just remember him being sick, but don't know much about him. After a moment of silence, Yuan Shang'an then replied again, in that case, Brother Bai, I'll help you investigate more during this time, but you have to be careful too. The Wang family has always been very sinister. They're likely to turn on those close to you. Okay, thanks for the reminder, Boss Yuan. I'll pay attention. Farewell to Yuan Shang'an. White Knight traveled to the black market. On the way, he couldn't help but expect that, with the red Inferno Green Lotus, I'm sure it won't be a problem for the Fire Dinosaur to break through the 5th rank, right? Plus the $30 million earned from this life and death fight and the Academy subsidy. White Knight had the certainty that before traveling to the Emerald Forest, taking Shadow Monarch and Fire Dinosaur to a whole new level, right after purchasing countless spiritual herbs and medicines, $30 million was quickly squandered by White Knight, and with him back at the rental house, using the red inflammation green lotus as a primer. Under refining, an elixir with a reddish appearance and faintly flickering with a faint golden aura also appeared in Bai Ye's hands. The blood spirit pill, when consumed, could drastically stimulate the current potential of a royal beast, and with the addition of the red Inferno Green Lotus, and then purified by virtue of talent. This 10th grade blood spirit pill was enough to send countless Imperial Beast Masters into a frenzy, fighting for it even if it didn't end in death. The moment the elixir was practiced, by virtue of the sense of the contract, White Knight clearly sensed that every cell of the fire dinosaur was pulsing. This elixir, the temptation for it was just too great. Eat Gale, and show me what a boost you will get when your untapped potential is fully realized. Just as White Knight said this, under his expectant gaze, the accompanying fire dinosaur swallowed the blood spirit pill. The strong aura was climbing. The unintentional high temperature emanating from his body surface caused the air around him to distort slightly. Finally, with the breakthrough to the fifth order, it hasn't stopped yet. Its aura is still soaring, and until it arrives between the middle and peak of the fifth order, the breakthrough then gradually stopped, and his breath gradually stabilized. The body is more robust than before. The crimson scale armor of his entire body vaguely seemed to emit a slight golden luster. The horns on the top of his head are also clearly visible, except for the more and more similarity to a fire-breathing dragon. The fire dinosaur's body also showed some signs of returning. At the current rate of enhancement, maybe one day, advancing to a fire-breathing dragon won't even be the end of the line. Maybe, it can really metamorphose into a true dragon. Roar! It raised the sky and whistled, showing off its strength and dominance. An early 6th order shadow monarch, and a mid-5th order fire dinosaur. The comprehensive strength of the Imperial Beasts team under White Knight's command had received a qualitative change as a result, although it was only the middle of the 5th order. But with the strength of the fire dinosaur, even if it faced a peak 6th rank Imperial Beast, it could easily defeat it, right? Just as White Knight thought like this, just then, the shadow monarch on one side cast a blearily glance at him. His own master forgets his old love when he has a new one. It wants to get high and get stronger too. Chapter 37, Thunderstruck, cutting off the roots. And just as White Knight was refining pills to boost the strength of the Imperial Beasts, on the other hand, the Wang family, associated with the previous woes, Wang Fanxiu's expression had twisted. The carefully cultivated Imperial Beasts were killed. The woman you're looking at is a red herring. It was clear that the other person was nothing more than a pariah, but he was so frightened that he fled in a state of disarray. To the always pampered Wang Fanxiu, how could he endure such humiliation? At once, he called the butler to him. Elder Lu, this matter will be arranged by you. I'm going to make that pair of dogs pay. After saying that, a hint of tyranny appeared between Wang Fanxiu's expression, and hearing that, Elder Lu was ready to arrange it. Okay, young master, I know, just between answers. Elder Lu also couldn't help but show a hint of pity. To satisfy his own particular fetish, Wang Fanxiu bought a villa specifically to imprison the girls who were captured or forced to do so. But any girl who is taken there ends up in a predictable situation. They may have a nervous breakdown, be rewarded as toys to their subordinates, or be taxidermied, in Lu Lao's opinion. So what if the next person arrested is the Luo family's eldest miss? Compared to the Wang family, the Luo family is nothing more than a small, unimpressive family. Facing this small family, the Wang family had ways to deal with it. Besides, behind the Wang family, that was the Star Guild with the belief in the Star God, and the presence of people from Kyoto's side. Facing the Luo family, you can destroy them with your hands. And right now, the other side, the White House, looking at Bai Yan, who had been wasted and thus fallen into a fainting spell. He also looked at Zhou Hao, who had been killed by the Imperial Beast on the side and suffered a backlash. Bai Yu's face twisted, revealing a grimace. Asterisk. That little, I'm gonna make him pay. I'm going to make him pay. It's not enough to ruin me. I can't believe you destroyed your own sister. It's unconscionable. Just when it was learned that Bai Yan was being looked at by the Holy Light Guild, he has no idea how many resources he has spent and how many favors he has consumed, all for the sake of one day in the future. Bai Yan was able to return home in brocade and lead the entire Bai family to the next level, but as a result, now, Bai Yan was wasted. No guild would choose to take in an invalid. Years of hard work ruined. Their White family's hopes of rising to power had been cut short by White Knight just like that. How could Bai Yu accept this? A mouthful of old blood was spat out and his eyes went black. Bai Yu almost fainted. Dad, rushing to assist, Bai Yu and Bai Ying were shocked. Ahem, Zhou Hao. I agree with uncle about you and Yin Yin. Looking at Zhou Hao, Bai Yu slowly said again. However, nowadays our White family has fallen. Not getting rid of that little White Knight. I always have trouble sleeping and eating. The words came to an abrupt end. However, Zhou Hao also understood the meaning between Bai Yu's words, and so it was that he assured himself at once. Uncle, don't worry, you leave Yin Yin to me. I'll make her happy. In that case, don't worry about White Knight, leave it to me. Our Zhou family is doing quite well in Kyoto. If you want to deal with White Knight, I'm sure a lot of people will sell me short. As Zhou Hao's words fell, hearing this, Bai Yu's heart rejoiced. Nowadays, It was no longer possible to rely on Bai Yan to lead the entire Bai family to become bigger and stronger. He'd rather maximize the benefits. With the help of Zhou Hao, not only would he be able to get acquainted with the Zhou family, he would also be able to dispose of White Knight. So it was a complete 2-for-1 deal. As for whether the two are truly in love, what about love? So what if you don't love it? As for the claim that Bai Yan counts as his daughter, so what if it is? So what if it's not? He worked hard to raise Bai Yan. What's wrong with Whiteface contributing to the family now? And so, thinking of this, Bai Yu continued, that's very good. In that case, even though Yen Yen hasn't woken up yet, I'll personally make the decision. When you deal with that little White Knight, it will be the time for our two families to tie the knot. I wonder what your intentions are. Cho, just as Bai Yu's words fell, Zhou Hao also nodded. Although the relationship with Bai Yan was somewhat ambiguous, but in fact, the other party never agreed to the relationship. Now that he was assured by Bai Yu, how could Zhou Hao not be excited? How can you not be excited? So, he made a military order right away. Don't worry, uncle. I'll arrange for people now. In less than 10 days, I'll definitely take care of this. Ha ha, still called uncle? And, father-in-law? Hey, Xiao Zhou, I'm counting on you for this matter. When Yen Yen wakes up, I'll explain it to her. Patting Zhou Hao on the shoulder, he saw that he was excited. Bai Yu spoke at length. Xiao Zhou, you must arrange it properly. That little caused Yen Yen to be hurt so badly. You can't let Yen Yen down, can you? That's natural. Don't worry, father-in-law. It was night, cold and windy. While talking to Luo Shuei on the phone about porridge, White Knight also did not forget to caution. Shuei, you should be more careful during this time. I'm worried that Wang Feinxiu will be unfavorable to you. And here, the room. Lying on the bed wiggling his legs, speaking into her cell phone, Luo Shuei then laughed. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Well, be careful, maybe he'll kidnap you. Ha ha, White Knight, you're too nervous. I do have bodyguards. It's not that easy for him to kidnap me. Listening to Luo Shuei's confident reply. On the other end, the corners of White Knight's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What kind of flag is this? If White Knight remembered correctly, in his last life, it seems like Luo Shuei said just that. However, even though White Knight reminded him in a million ways, the next morning dawned. He then received a call from Yuan Shangan. Brother White, it's not good. I've got news for you. The daughter of the Luo family, your girlfriend, Ms. Luo Shuei, has been kidnapped, and the one who made the move was probably someone from the Wang family. You have to be careful. The Wang family is not a good fight. They are even harder to deal with than the Zhao family. When he heard that, Bai Yi couldn't help but curse Luo Shuei in his heart as a stupid woman. At the same time, he had a hunch. This isn't supposed to be some kind of butterfly effect happening, is it? Or maybe there was someone else behind the scenes, assisting Wang Fengxiu? Or was it, as he knew the legend, has a god plucked the strings of fate? Remember the last life. Wang Fengxiu has the moves though, but not so quickly. Okay, thanks a lot. I'll take care of it. And while talking, as the phone hangs up, out the door, based on past life memories, within a short time, White Knight arrived at a villa in the suburbs, to fulfill their own selfish desires. This place was built by Wang Fengxiu as his own garden. Therefore, if you kidnap Luo Shuei, if nothing else, then Wang Fengxiu will definitely send him here. This time, he wouldn't let Wang Fengxiu escape like last time. This time, he will cut off the roots. What are you? Please leave. This is no place for you. Upon seeing White Knight, the two guards immediately revealed their vigilance. However, before they could summon the imperial beasts, White Knight had then made the first move. Only the Shadow Monarch was seen rushing out like a sharp arrow. Ka-ching! With a sound, two guards flew out backwards. All their bones were slapped and broken, and they fell into a fainting spell. Make it quick, Shadow. You clear the perimeter. Blast and I will go in first. I'll. In response, the Shadow Monarch headed to one side to start a purge around the estate. White Knight, on the other hand, took Fire Dinosaur and rushed in the direction of the villa. Chapter 38, Waiting for the Rabbit. The shadowy Wang family. Villa. The dimly lit room. All around them were soaked bodies of young girls, equal-sized containers. The smell of formalin filled the air. It looks eerie. And looking at Wang Fengxiu, who had blocked himself in the doorway, Luo Shuei was shocked and frightened. She didn't expect that Wang Fengxiu would dare to drug and kidnap her. What's more, I didn't realize that in private, the other party was actually so perverted. Make specimens of people and use them as playthings. Wang Fengxiu is simply a devil in human skin. White. Use cold spit. Facing Wang Fengxiu's approach, immediately, there was no politeness. Luo Shuei gave a command to the imperial beast. Hiss. As the ice Xian snake opened its mouth, biting cold air poured out. But anyone who touches it will be turned into frozen earth. For a moment, the temperature in the entire house dropped dramatically. Seeing this, Wang Fanxiu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Against White Knight he was unsure, but dealing with a first-ranked Imperial Beast Master was easy for him. Green Luan Bird, go throw that stinking snake aside. Just as his words fell, a figure violently rushed towards the Ice Xian snake. Racial restraint, plus class suppression. In a single glance, the sharp claws pierced into the flesh and blood, revealing an agonized look as the Ice Xian snake was picked up in the air. With the kind of master, there will be the kind of Imperial beasts. Last time I got my tail burned by a fire dinosaur. All the pent-up frustration in his heart was vented by the Green Luan Bird onto the Ice Xian snake. It did not kill it immediately. Instead, you keep pecking with a bird peck. In a short while, the Ice Xian snake's snake scales, which were like ice crystals, fell off as much as they could, and were made a bloody mess. White, seeing the Imperial beast being abused like this, a huff couldn't help but show in his expression. Luo Shuei quickly stepped forward and attempted to put a stop to it. However, before she could make a move, Wang Fanxiu then stopped it. A strong possessiveness flowed between his eyes. Ms. Luo, I am genuinely pursuing you, but I never thought that you would like another man. Say, can you afford to like me? As he took a step forward, Luo Shuei was subconsciously shocked and fell back a few points. You, what are you doing? What am I going to do? The smile on Wang Fanxiu's face began to become progressively more hideous. Of course it's when you get tired of playing and make you part of this place. Don't you think all this is beautiful art? Giant-jawed ant, stop him for me. As Wang Fanxiu's words fell, a calf-sized, scarlet-red ant-like royal beast blocked Luo Shuei's path, driven to a dead end. It seemed to have predicted what was about to happen next. Luo Shuei's face grew paler and paler. Her first time was reserved for her favorite boy, just to be abused and then made into a specimen. She definitely doesn't want it. Gradually, his eyes became firm, knowing that there is no way out. She also already had a death wish. I'm sorry, White Knight, muttering between the corners of his mouth, just as Luo Shuei was about to crash into the giant-jawed ant's razor-sharp mouthparts, preparing to finish herself off. Just then, suddenly, a voice that was familiar to her came into her ears. Gale, use flame claw, roar, as if a fiery chariot. Each step caused the entire villa to shake. As the fire dinosaur's sharp claws swung out, the Green Luan Bird was instantly slapped to the ground by a huge force. 3 more clearly visible wounds appeared on his body. The wound was so deep in the bone that you could vaguely see the functioning organs. Chirp! A mournful cry was emitted, before the Green Luan Bird could counterattack. In the next second, Fire Dinosaur stomped down, killing him instantly. The Green Luan Bird was already no match for the Fire Dinosaur. Not to mention now, the Fire Dinosaur could be several times stronger than before. What? Never in a million years did he realize that he had only kidnapped Luo Shuei for no more than 2 hours. White Knight actually came to the door. At this moment, Wang Fanxiu broke out in a cold sweat. He was already sweating. No, it's alright for White Knight to break in. Are the bodyguards and guards outside just for show? Before Wang Fanxiu could react, one could only hear White Knight giving orders to the Fire Dinosaur once again. Go and end them. Roar dash. As White Knight's words fell, the Fire Dinosaur then charged towards the giant-jawed ant. Luo Shuei was the one it recognized as its mistress. In the Fire Dinosaur's heart, Luo Shuei was just as important as White Knight. Now, someone actually dared to presume to harm its mistress. Ask, how can this call it acceptable? How can you tell it to say yes? Arm muscles bulged and sharp claws jammed into giant-jawed ant joints. Ignoring its struggles, the Fire Dinosaur broke off its limbs one by one. Under the covenant, feeling his Imperial beast chirping in sorrow, Wang Fanxiu's face turned white. White Knight, you can't do this. Our Wang family is a big family in Luodu. My dad only had one son. If you kill me, then the Wang family, then my father won't let you go. Won't leave me alone? Hearing this, White Knight smiled. I don't need you guys to spare, because sooner or later, I will wipe the Wang family off the map of Luodu. You, wide-eyed. Just as Wang Fanxiu was about to say something, but in the next second, as a white aura flashed by, the Fire Dinosaur swung its claws. He was too dead to die. White Knight, you killed him? Looking at the corpses on the ground, Luo Shuei was so frightened that she fell back a few steps. Though it was the norm for Imperial Beast Masters to fight each other to become kings and losers, it can be different with White Knight. It's only been a short time since I became a sentinel. Luo Shuei had not yet adapted to this kind of thing. She was nowhere near as receptive as White Knight. What's wrong? No? In response, Luo Shuei shook her head. That's not true. He deserved to die. Looking around at a corpse, she looked indignant. I just thought that you were, because of me. The words were not finished. The thought of White Knight offending the Wang family because of himself. She was worried. White Knight, you killed Wang Fanxiu. The Wang family side. I'll take care of the Wang family side as well. Don't think too much about it in the meantime. leave everything to me. Knowing Luo Shui's scruples, Bai Yi rubbed her head. Seeing White Knight's firm attitude, in the end, Luo Shui still chose to compromise. In response, though, she said, "You have to tell me if there's something, White Knight. You can't be a hero, okay?" Looking over at White Knight, she had a serious look on her face, because from now on, we're accomplices. A mischievous smile and a big boldness. She suddenly gave White Knight a peck on the mouth. Subsequently, in shyness, she turned and ran toward the outside, and just as it passed by White Knight's ear, only a light thank you was heard entering White Knight's ears. "By the way, thanks for coming to my rescue." At this moment, the young girl's blush had said it all. No, who taught her to tease like that? White Knight froze for a moment before reacting. Shaking his head, he discarded the distractions in his mind. Facing the corpse of the Imperial Beast on the ground, his gift was then unleashed. "You have plundered the giant-jawed ant talent, Mega Strength. Mega Strength, strength attribute increased by 20 times. You have plundered the green lawn bird's talent, Gliding Wings. Wings of Gliding, increased the effective flight skill by 200%, along with a series of beeps in his head." Right after seeing the two talents plundered this time, White Knight couldn't help but light up before his eyes. With a thought, he assigned the talents. Mega Power was given to the Fire Dinosaur, and Wings of Gliding was kept by White Knight. In his last life, his old buddy happened to be a flying Imperial Beast. With the addition of this talent, wait for White Knight to head to the Emerald Forest to subdue it. It must be stronger, right? Just as White Knight was thinking this way, a major cleanup of the entire villa was done. The Shadow Monarch's strength had already reached the mid-6th stage. Looking at the Shadow Monarch whose tail was wagging as fast as it could fly, White Knight knew that this girl must have been out eating alone with extra food behind his back again. "Okay, it's over. Gale, set the place on fire. No good slapping it on the dog's head." Out of the villa, White Knight also gave orders to the Fire Dinosaur. At once, along with it opening its huge mouth, fiery flames poured out. In a few moments, however, the entire villa was set ablaze, accompanied by the bodies of the young girls who had been taxidermied by Wang Fangxiu and soaked in formalin. This place was completely buried. With the death of Wang Fangxiu, I'm sure the people he tortured and killed will be able to rest in peace because of it. While thinking in this way, White Knight was well aware of everything that Wang Fangxiu had committed. That's just the tip of the iceberg of the Wang family's sins. It is difficult to describe what the Wang family has committed, even with words. The sound of crackling was heard continuously. Under the fire, the entire villa completely collapsed until it was reduced to rubble. Chapter 39, Brand New Imperial Beast, Strength Metamorphosis. Recently, gas explosions occurred in many places in Lodu, involving several casualties. The specific data is still being tallied. The Jingluo Railway is suspected to have found traces of foreign beasts, and the officials have already intervened. So please rest assured that the general public is at ease. Recently, small-scale riots of foreign beasts broke out in many places. The specific reasons are unknown, and the officials have launched relevant investigations. Shocked, the Valley of Despair is suspected to have discovered the mutated green lawn bird. Tens of thousands of Imperial Beast Masters are heading there at the same time. The next morning, depart immediately. Got on the train to the Emerald Forest. Just when he saw the recent news, White Knight pondered. In his previous life, the outbreak of the Beast Tide was in March of the coming year. White Knight remembered clearly. On the day the Beast Tide broke out, not only Lodu, but multiple cities fell instantly. It was as if those foreign beasts were controlled by someone behind them. They are not disorganized. They are prepared. This Beast Tide will catch the entire Dragon Kingdom off guard. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom would be completely turned into a hell on earth. Now, time is unknowingly approaching the end of August. That means it's just 7 to 8 months until the Beast Tide. The urgency of time caused White Knight to feel a sense of crisis. And just as White Knight thought this way, only the train bell was heard at the moment. Dear travelers, the station ahead, Emerald Forest. Please keep your wallet belongings. The Emerald Forest, as one of the 3 major forests in Lodu, there are countless exotic beasts here, and spiritual herbs are all over the place, for the countless people who have gotten past the newbie stage. For Imperial Beast Masters who wish to acquire a large amount of Imperial Beast materials, or who are looking for a suitable Imperial Beast contract, this is certainly the best place to be. And just get off the train. White Knight only saw countless Imperial Beast Masters coming and going in a hustle and bustle. Have you guys heard? It seems that a subdragon has appeared here in the Emerald Forest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seriously? What properties? I don't know about that. But I've heard that this subdragon is so strong that quite a few 4th and 5th ranked Imperial Beast Masters have failed in their attempts to take it in. So strong? Then whoever can take it in. It's simply awesome. Isn't that so? It doesn't even require much cultivation. Directly obtaining a combatant, who wouldn't get a kick out of that? Aaron? Overhearing the discussion of a small team of Imperial Beastmasters, White Knight instantly raised his interest. However, it was different from the thoughts of the group of Imperial Beastmasters. White Knight was curious instead. If only we could kill and devour that subdragon, enhanced by the dragon's bloodline. What qualitative changes are in store for your own fire dinosaurs? He had come to take in an old buddy from his previous life, but I never thought that there would be such a surprise. At this moment, against that subdragon, White Knight was determined to win. At this time, just as White Knight stepped into the Emerald Forest, the crowd got the message a long time ago. The group of people from the Star Guild who were squatting here also noticed White Knight's presence. Finally, we're waiting for this kid to leave Lodo. Yeah, several families in Lodo want him dead, and the bounty on the Darknet is breaking $100 million. It's just a rookie Imperial Beastmaster. How big a grudge is this? Jia. The entire Emerald Forest is his grave. The smiles on the faces of the group grew more and more evil. Even if it was easy to make money as an Imperial Beastmaster, but a bounty of hundreds of millions of dollars is not a small amount. If we can get this bounty, that was enough for them to raise the combined strength of the Imperial Beasts team under their command by a notch. How could they not be moved by this? Emerald Forest. White Knight had already stepped into it, riding the Shadow Monarch. Under the shock of its kingly domain, countless weaker foreign beasts retreated. Although there was no limit to White Knight's looting talent, but it was just a waste of time to deal with a foreign beast that was too weak. His purpose for entering the Emerald Forest this time was twofold. One was to take in his old buddy from his last life, the mutated Bixiong Hawk, thus making up for the lack of air-to-air power in his own lineup. The second is to find and kill that subdragon before the other players do. Time is still running out. Who knows if a player will get a head start? As such, there was no room for White Knight to waste half of his time on redundancy. The only way to do this is to be hungry and sleepy, or if the Shadow Monarch is drained. That's what stops you in the middle, constantly running through the beast paths and weaving through the dense forest. One day and one night, White Knight was either in a hurry or on his way to be ready to hurry. Until you enter the depths of the Emerald Forest, countless ancient trees reached up to the sky. The view begins to open up. White Knight also stepped into the territory of the Blue Phoenix Eagle. It is regarded as one of the best Imperial beasts in the flying category. Extremely high burst in movement, plus excellent scouting ability. It is the dream Imperial beast of countless Imperial Beast masters who specialize in flying Imperial beasts. If I didn't have the memories of my past life, I guess White Knight didn't even know. Right in the middle of the Emerald Forest, there's actually a mutated Bijou Eagle hidden, right? Only then did he think so, only to hear a sharp eagle cry. Found his trail. A figure of two colors, green and gold, swept straight down from the heights. Shadow. Use Shadow Wave. Gale. Yank it down. In his previous life, this Phoenix Eagle was the one Luo Shuai helped him to take in, and in this life, it's his turn to make it on his own power. Ow! A growl accompanied the Shadow Monarch. Under the double suppression of Shadow Wave plus the King's Domain, the Bijou Eagle's body couldn't help but stiffen, and seize the moment. The fire dinosaur jumped violently, and it clutched both eagle claws. If the rest of the Imperial beasts were to be replaced, I'm afraid they wouldn't have the ability to drag the Bishi Phoenix Eagle down from the heights, but it's got the Mega Force. The fire dinosaur that was originally terrifying as hell in terms of power, now it becomes even more terrifying. Boom! With a loud bang, the Phoenix Hawk was yanked off the ground by the fire dinosaur and smashed into the eye. Not waiting for it to react, the next second, the same rushed forward, assisting the fire dinosaur. The Shadow Monarch pinned it down to death. Fluttering his wings, he struggled for a moment. It also seemed to know that it was fruitless to resist in any way. Eventually it chose to submit. King or queen, most of the time, Fae can be much purer than humans. From this day forward, your name will be Red Flame. In my last life, I failed to take you to the top. In this life, I will take you to a far greater height than before. Accompanying deeds. Caressing the head of the Phoenix Eagle, White Knight murmured with the corner of his mouth, "Coo-coo," and with a tilt of its head. At everything White Knight had said, the Phoenix Eagle's gaze was puzzled. What past life? It remembered that it seemed like it was the first time it had met this human, right? And at this moment, in the midst of the Bayhive Eagle's dumbfounded face, as White Knight's talent was unleashed, after being given gliding wings, the strength of the Bayhive Eagle saw a small qualitative change. Name, Phoenix Eagle. Attributes, Wind, Fire. Bloodline, Epic. Level, 5th Order. Talent, Sharp Eyes. Perception increased by 200%. Easier to see through the opponent's cracks. Phoenix Blood, all skill effects increased by 500%. Wings of Gliding, flight skill effect increased by 200%. Aerial Domain, 20% speed boost when not on the ground. Skills, Lightning Flash. Wings of Steel. Wind Blade. Flame Shock. Introduction, a mutated Bixiong Eagle with the blood of a phoenix. If it can gather enough phoenix blood, it will metamorphose into a legendary bloodline. Endowed with gliding wings, the bi-phoenix eagle instantly broke through the shackles of the 4th rank and advanced to the 5th rank. Nowadays, the imperial beasts under White Knight were all of epic-level bloodlines, and, of the 3 imperial beasts, 1 6th order, 2 5th order, while making up for the lineup's weakness against air. The contract of the new imperial beast also ushered in a qualitative change in White Knight's own strength. The imperial beast and the imperial beast master, the two complement each other by virtue of the contract, as the spiritual energy in his body became more dense. Nowadays, White Knight was able to use some skills like Windblade. It certainly doesn't compare to the imperial beast, but at least, as a sentinel, he was no longer unarmed. Even if you are targeted, you will be able to deal with it. Gradually adapted to the change in body strength, White Knight was satisfied with the current boost. Now, his primary purpose has been achieved. Now it's just a matter of launching a hunt for that subdragon. Just thought so. Roar! With a roar from the Shadow Monarch, it wasn't long before a strange movement was seen coming from among the jungle. A moment later, several figures slowly walked out. Looking at the other's highly representative costume, it caused a hint of wariness to emerge between White Knight's features. The Star Guild? Just in time. It was just the right time for him to test how the specific current strength of the Aqua Phoenix Eagle was. Chapter 40, Talent Fusion. Dark Marauder, Bijou Eagle, 3 epic royal beasts? At this moment, the two sides are facing each other. Upon seeing White Knight's Imperial Beast formation, the group of people from the Star Guild represented by Lu Mang couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Elite quality Imperial Beasts. In the market it almost always costs $1 million, and epic quality, almost exclusively seen at some of the larger auctions, and White Knight a white family outcast. The handful of Imperial Beast bloodlines were actually all of epic quality. Realizing the extraordinary nature of White Knight, Lu Mang also put away the scorn in his heart. How long has it been? He actually broke through to become a 3rd order Imperial Beast Master. It was no wonder that the people sent by the guild before had fallen into White Knight's hands in 2 waves in a row. It's not for nothing. Thinking of this, Lu Mang also opened his mouth. Wang Defa, you guys go and pester the fire dinosaur. The rest of you, go and deal with the Bayhive Eagle and the Shadow Monarch respectively. Even if the commander is a strong Imperial Beast, but the frail Imperial Beastmaster was a bust in itself, with the entire battlefield separated. At this moment, Lu Mang also summoned his Imperial Beast. It was a flying mantis with an early 6th stage, a streamlined green body with wide forelimbs as sharp as sides. Every part of its entire body seemed to be made for killing. Flying mantis, kill him for me, as Lu Mang's orders were given. Immediately, the flying mantis charged towards White Knight with the intent to execute a decapitation. There were 8 Imperial Beast Masters in total, all with strengths between the 3rd and 4th ranks. The strongest one, Lu Mang, had even reached the 5th rank of Imperial Beast Master. Of the 29 Imperial Beasts, 10 of them had all reached the 6th rank. With such a lineup, it would be any 3rd order Imperial Beast Master. I'm afraid we're all going to end up in the Northwest with a grudge, aren't we? However, in White Knight's opinion, apart from the 10 6th order Imperial Beasts represented by the Flying Mantis, the rest of the Imperial Beasts were actually not enough to fear. While thinking in this way, White Knight also calmly gave orders to the 3 Imperial Beasts. Gale, clear the field with Inferno Fury. Shadow, use Shadow Wave. Red Flame, use Wind Blade Reaping. In an instant, only the blazing flames were visible. Only the shadow loomed. I just saw that wild wind swirling around the battlefield between the two sides. Instantly a picture was presented that looked as if it had been enveloped in disaster. The fire rolls with the wind and the flames. The field unfolds, and the shadows press in. The cooperation of the 3 Imperial Beasts presented a 1+1 effect. Just a photo op. Weak Imperial Beasts were exterminated, and the slightly stronger ones were all bruised. Obviously the difference in strength between the two sides looks small, but the reality is vastly different. Dust is flying everywhere. The whole scene was a mess. And just at this moment, rip through that rolling smoke and find the right moment. The flying mantis sharp, blade-like forelimbs swung down towards White Knight. Only a green-colored arc of light was seen arcing through the air. Roar! And just as the attack was about to hit, he only saw that at some point, the fire dinosaur suddenly dodged in front of White Knight. It had a deep gash cut into its arm, protecting the master's heart. It resolutely chose to give up its life to save him. Countless wounds, large and small, had already appeared on his body. However, the pain of this wound made it more and more heroic. Those scars are just adding metals to it in vain. Backhandedly grabbing the giant sickle, the fire dinosaur stormed up. Under the huge force, the forelimbs were instantly torn and ripped off by it. All the proud limbs are broken. The flying mantis instantly let out a miserable cry of pain. Being heavily injured, it subconsciously wanted to escape. But how could the fire dinosaur give it that chance? Inflammatory blast release. A huge fireball shot towards the flying mantis. Boom! the explosion carried the flames boiling. In less than 3 rounds, the flying mantis was instantly killed. At the same moment, the other side, hovering high in the sky, watched the timing. The blue phoenix eagle swept past from high above. The figure of the 2 colors of green and gold were woven together, as if it was a god of death that did not carry emotions. Every time it swept by, an imperial beast would surely fall, from what appeared to be an even match at first, and then the subsequent reluctant resistance, and then the current knuckleheads. The shock on Lu Mang's face was hard to hide. To his dying day he could not understand why he had lost. By the time he reacted, he had already been pounced upon by the Shadow Monarch. Waiting for him will be the bloody mouth. You have looted the flying mantis talent, electricity and fire. You have looted the shadow spider talent, shadow hunt. Alert! Similar talent detected. This type of talent has been fused. Alert! You have acquired a new talent, Dark Marauder. As White Knight's talent was unleashed, only the beeps in his head continued. And wait until this array of talents are all fused together in the Shadow Monarch. Its breath also began to climb continuously at this moment. In no time at all, the Shadow Monarch's strength had risen to the peak of the 6th rank. At the same time, its appearance has changed somewhat. The size had skyrocketed twice as much as before. The unicorn horn on his forehead that manifested his strength could vaguely be seen surrounded by countless complex runic flashes. The faint purple demonic aura that was emanating from the surroundings all the time. All of this, without a doubt, is proof. Distance from breaking through the shackles of the bloodline and advancing to a legendary bloodline imperial beast. The Shadow Monarch is just 1 step away. And after this battle, the Fire Dinosaur and the Aqua Phoenix Eagle were similarly boosted. Fire Dinosaur broke through to the peak of the 5th rank. The Bijou Eagle, on the other hand, had broken through to the middle of the 5th rank. Only, compared to the Shadow Monarch, they are just far from being elevated to the point where they can cause a qualitative change. Thoughts. White Knight also checked the Shadow Monarch's information. Name, Shadow Monarch. Attributes, Shadow. Level, 6th order. Bloodline, Epic. Talent, Dark Predator, 500% increase in all attributes. Additional 500% increase in all attributes when in the shadow. 60% reduction in elemental damage. King's Domain, inflicts suppression and deterrence on Fey Royal beasts within 500 meters of the surrounding area. Earth's Enhancement, 500% increase in resistance when located on the ground. 300% enhancement to own recovery. Electricity, 50% increase in skill release speed. Skills, Shadow Teeth, Shadow Claws, Shadow Sphere, Shadow Wave, Shadow Sneak, Invisible Divine Will, Shadow Domain. Evaluation, a Shadow Monarch with the bloodline of a king. It is an existence that is expected to metamorphose into a legendary creature. The fusion of multiple talents had not caused the Shadow Monarch's strength to drop. On the contrary, it got stronger. Also, thanks to the bonus of talent, the Shadow Monarchs call themselves hexagonal warriors. High burst, high mobility, plus high resistance. To say the only downside is that it's too perfect, as the Shadow Monarch's strength qualitatively changed. For the next Sub-Dragon Crusade, White Knight was also a little more confident. Wait until he hunts the Sub-Dragon hidden in the Emerald Forest. I'm sure the Fire Dinosaurs will see a qualitative change in their strength, too, right? When that time comes, the 2 6th Order Imperial beasts under his command. Even if he faced Zhao Pingzhong, Bai Yi had a few moments of confidence in defeating him. Just as White Knight was thinking this way, flying high into the air, he acted as a scout. The Phoenix Hawk also gained insight into the whereabouts of Eren. Listen to the eagle's cry echoing through the forest. White Knight also rolled over and mounted Shadow Monarch. Shadow, quick, follow Red Flame. Ow, as White Knight's words fell. At that moment, Yen Tian let out a long whistle. The Shadow Monarch moved as well. It seemed like a sharp arrow as it kept skimming through the jungle. Gusts of cold wind whistled around his ears. Countless trees flew back. That extremely fast speed. It even made White Knight couldn't help but have the illusion that he seemed to have detached himself from the ground. For a few moments, as it delved deeper into the Emerald Forest, before stepping into it, immediately, a sense of oppression that seemed to be suffocating came over him, and followed the guidance of the Bichon Eagle. When the Shadow Monarch stopped, a giant beast also came into White Knight's eyes. Chapter 41, 7th Order Subdragon. An opportunity for a fire dinosaur to advance. The entire body was covered in crimson dragon scales. It was like a giant lizard with a body size of more than 10 meters. And at the back, the large pair of bat-like wings didn't offend at all. The dragons had disappeared centuries ago. These types of creatures whose bloodlines were located in legends or myths since birth, as if they only existed in books. And now, the subdragon that appeared before White Knight's eyes, except for the fact that the forehead didn't sprout the signature horns of the dragons. The rest of the place is almost identical to the dragons. It was no wonder that countless Imperial Beast Masters had gone before them, but there was never any news of anyone taking them in. A sub-dragon of this caliber, For those Imperial Beast Masters who were weaker, it's just too hard to try to take it in by personal power. Facing Eren, the thought moved, accompanied by White Knight giving the appraisal a toss. Its message was also presented before his eyes. Nain Yalong. Attributes, Fire. Wind. Level, 7th Order. Talent, Dragon's Blood, 500% increase in effect of all fire skills. Skills, Dragon Spit. Dragon's Fury. Jet Flame. Flame Tooth. God Bird Special Attack. Introduction, a descendant of a dragon with a strong dragon bloodline, possessing extremely terrifying combat power. It's actually the 7th Order? Consider it done reading Eren's message. It was hard to hide the surprise in White Knight's expression. The strength of the 7th rank, plus the enhancement of the dragon's bloodline. It is not to be called horrible. On the surface it only looks like it's the 7th Order, but in truth, the real fighting power of this sub-dragon, it's probably comparable to some 8th Order Imperial beasts, right? Luckily, there was just one, Dragon's Bloodline, enchantment. Otherwise, perhaps White Knight could only retreat without a fight and call it a day. Human, do you also presume to come to subdue me? While White Knight was watching Eren, Eren also slowly opened those large vertical pupils and met him at eye level. Under telepathy, Eren's dull voice reached White Knight's mind. No. Between replies and a slight lull, a hint of essence blossomed in White Knight's gaze. I'm here to kill you. Just as his words fell, only Eren slowly got up, the breath formed by the overflowing spiritual energy surging. You think you can kill me? Ha! Who gave you the courage? Opening his mouth wide, along with a mouthful of dragon's breath came towards White Knight. The battle was fought instantly at this moment. Only the fire dinosaur dodged in front of White Knight. Roar! Even though the opponent was 2 orders stronger than himself. But it's not weak either. Skill release. Spitting flames from the mouth. The collision between the spit and the flames instantly caused an explosion. With a roar, the Shadow Monarch and the Bijou Eagle launched their assaults from the left side and high altitude respectively. The silent cooperation of the 3 Imperial beasts. The 2 sides were engaged in a hard-fought battle. All of this also makes the direction of the battle confusing. And just as White Knight was engaged in battle with Eren, learning about White Knight's trip to the Emerald Forest, Zhao Pingjong immediately moved and traveled alone. In Luodu, with the official and Divine Mansion Academy covering him, it was inconvenient for him to make a move. But now that he had found the opportunity, he would definitely tell White Knight to have no return. The thought that his son's great revenge will be avenged. Zhao Pingjong's rich killing intent then flowed out between his gazes with difficulty. Same moment, Zhao Pingjong was not the only one who got the news. The first time he learned that White Knight had traveled to the Emerald Forest, with the Zhou family's influence, Zhou Hao also brought a group of people together. Zhou Xiao. It's just dealing with a newbie Imperial Beastmaster who has only been awakened for a short while. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Is there? Yes, 20 Imperial Beastmasters. What a big grudge. What a big grudge. Listening to the crowd's sputtering discussion, White Family Villa Courtyard, Zhou Hao also signaled the crowd to be quiet. Gentlemen, you do not know. My father-in-law has promised that if I can kill White Knight, then he agreed to betroth Yen Yen to me. That's why this operation is a success, not a failure. Whoever can kill one of White Knight's Imperial Beasts, then I'll give $20 million. I'll give $100 million to whoever can kill White Knight. Along with Zhou Hao's words fell. For a while, the group of Imperial Beast Masters became short of breath. You know, Imperial Beasts is a money-burning profession. This money, for them, totally counts as a huge amount of money. If we can get this money, that purchased resources for the Imperial Beasts, I believe it's enough to usher in a metamorphosis in their strength. Therefore, try facing the banknote ability Zhou Hao had utilized. How could they not be moved? For a while, and without much thought, the crowd was assured. Don't worry, Xiao Zhou, that White Knight is dead. Jesus can't even save it. I say, yes, when the time comes, we will definitely tear him to pieces. Ha ha, with so many of us, can't we still deal with a second-rank Imperial Beastmaster? Although he had learned from Zhou how that White Knight wasn't weak, but in the eyes of the crowd, a rookie Beastmaster is just a rookie. How strong can he be? A few days. Even the most gifted of characters, unless it's open. Otherwise how could they possibly manage to fight against 20 of their Imperial Beastmasters? As the group set off in great numbers, Baiyu also patted Zhou Hao's shoulder with a pleased expression. Xiao Zhou, it's really hard for you to organize so many people, willing to go to such lengths for our white family. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Yen Yen will definitely be happy in the future if she follows you. Got the old man's approval. Zhou Hao was also agitated. Although the men and horses arranged to deal with White Knight had only just departed, but it seemed to him that, unsurprisingly, the matter had been won or lost. Uncle, don't worry. After dealing with White Knight, I will definitely give Yen Yen the best and grandest wedding. When the time comes, you'll just wait to drink the wedding wine and hold your grandchildren. Well, I'm relieved to have a son-in-law like you. In between the jokes, The smile on Bayu's face grew even more. He couldn't wait to see a group of Imperial Beastmasters bring back White Knight's head for a reward. It's finally time to clean house for the White family and eradicate that sinful scene. That dog doesn't even deserve to be my brother. And also on one side, Bai Ying's gaze was resentful. Just then, Xiao Han was proposing. How about this Ying? When White Knight's head is brought back, how about we make a urinal out of it? Just as Xiao Han's words fell, Bai Ying's eyes lit up and he nodded in recognition. Ha ha, brother Xiao Han, your idea is really good. I just feel a bit sorry for it. It'd be a bargain to make a piss pot out of his head, if not impossible to capture alive. I'm going to torture it day and night. Tell him to know the price for daring to humiliate our Bai family. He didn't know anything about Zhao Pingzhong and what was happening in the Bai family. At this very moment, between White Knight and Aaron, the battle between the two sides became more and more scorching. 3 Imperial Beasts, minus the Fire Dinosaur. It didn't matter if it was the Shadow Monarch or the Bijou Eagle. All over his body, he suffered countless burns, large and small. It was also fortunate that the Shadow Monarch had broken through the 6th rank, ushering in a small qualitative change. Otherwise by now, White Knight would have already been defeated, right? Looking in front of him, the subdragon that was also not well, with its flesh and blood torn apart, revealing the eerie white bones. White Knight's gaze was grave. It had been a fierce battle for nearly an hour. Both sides were about to reach the limit between them. He had a feeling it would be in the next round of the encounter. This battle will be won or lost. Chapter 42 Metamorphosis Fire-Breathing Dragon. The first legendary great Imperial Beast. Gasping for air, he stared dead at White Knight, who was being protected by the 3 Imperial Beasts at his back. At this moment, Aaron is also facing it squarely. During this time, there were countless Imperial Beast Masters who challenged it in an attempt to subdue it. However, those Imperial Beast Masters, they would all end up losing big time. A Royal Beastmaster like White Knight, who had injured it so badly. It was the first time Aaron had encountered it. Human, I have to admit, you do have some strength. You're the first one who can make me pull out all the stops. Good, you've got my approval. Retire on this account. If so, I am willing to overlook any rudeness to you. Activating telepathy, the dull voice of Aaron came through. However, in response, White Knight laughed out loud. Let me leave? Ha! Shadow. Use Shadow Orb to assist blast. Red Flame. Use Lightning Flash. Human, do you really want to fight me to the death? While fending off the swift attacks of the 3 Imperial Beasts, Aaron let out a roar and a growl. If it were any other sentinel, I'm afraid it will be concerned about what other cards it has. Thus, at this moment, you choose to retreat for the time being, revise your strategy, and plan to come back to the battle next time, right? After all, it wasn't easy to train every Imperial Beast. Holding on to the determination to fight to the death will only result in more losses than gains in the end. However, White Knight was different. Maybe it's a case of living again, or perhaps it was having a god-level talent as its greatest reliance. In such battles, which are full of life and death, he always has a blind confidence. You're wrong. There's no fish out of water here. Only you die and then I live. White Knight's mouth muttered. And upon hearing that, Aaron's pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the next split second, roar! The fire dinosaur let out a growl. It opened its mouth wide and took a bite. Flame Tooth was unleashed at this moment. Each time Shadow Monarch casts a spell, the mitigation applied on Aaron is accumulating. Everything seems to be deliberate. It all seemed to be just a build-up to the fire dinosaur strike. The eyes grew dull. Aaron fell after all. And White Knight's talent was also unleashed at this moment. The dragon's bloodline was plundered by him. Alert! Similar talent detected. Dragon's bloodline has undergone metamorphosis. Dragon's blood, the effective dragon skills is increased by 10 times, and body quality is permanently enhanced by 500%. A fusion of metamorphosis accompanied by talent. Scoop up the core of the sub-dragon beast and swallow it. The dense spiritual energy almost turned into substance and overflowed. A white light enveloped the fire dinosaur completely. However, the white aura didn't last long. In a few moments, though, it faded away, and a brand new Imperial Beast appeared before White Knight's eyes. It grew to roughly 4 to 5 meters, doubling in size compared to before. At the same time, the limbs are more robust, and the sharp claws and teeth are more filled with sharpness. Horns grow on the left and right sides of the head. A pair of large wings behind him could cause a small-scale hurricane with just a gentle flap. The tail flames burned brightly. The flames burned uncontrollably, just as it manifested itself rampantly all the time. Finally advanced. Looking at the fire-breathing dragon in front of him, it was hard to hide the joy in White Knight's expression. Thoughts. He also checked its information. Name fire-breathing dragon. Attributes, dragon, fire, wind, level, 6th order, lineage, legendary, talents, dragon's blood, destructive power, flames of wrath, mega power, skills, dragon's fury, flame tooth, jet flame, inferno explosion, Flame Claw, Inferno Fury. Introduction, a fire-breathing dragon with a strong dragon bloodline, expected to become the existence of a true dragon. Nowadays, the strength of the fire-breathing dragon had already come to the mid-6th rank. Just as White Knight's attention was focused on the introduction to the fire-breathing dragon, he couldn't help but look forward to it a little. If only we could find a few more high-rank sub-dragons and devour them. If the dragon's bloodline in the body is completely pure, maybe the fire-breathing dragon can really advance into a true dragon. And on one side, looking at his once little old brother, who was actually so strong now, the Shadow Monarch couldn't help but sour. Obviously he is the boss, but why is he becoming more and more pulled off? Time passes quietly. One day later, White Knight also left the Emerald Forest. However, only just stepped out. Suddenly, just a growl came out. White Knight, give back my son's life. Just as the voice fell, an Aurora Borealis descended from the sky and blasted towards White Knight. And just in the nick of time, a timely counter. Shadow Monarch mouthed spells. Ow! Only that purple and white colors collided. In moments, the explosions were deafening. For a moment, along with this explosion, countless Imperial Beast Masters had cast their gazes this way, and as the billowing sand and dust dissipated, a middle-aged Imperial Beast Master riding a flaming bird also appeared in front of White Knight, and the two confronted each other. One strike, but failed to kill instantly. Looking at the youth in front of him, Zhao Pingjong was slightly surprised. White Knight's strength was a bit stronger than what he had received intelligence describing. However, he did not care. Instead, he summoned all 4 of his other Imperial Beasts, 7th Order Boulder Monsters and Shadow Lions, 6th Ranked Icefall Magic Wood, Lightning Leopard and Flame Bird. There's edginess, there's output. The ranks of the Imperial Beasts form a system, plus none of the levels are low. When Zhao Pingjong's Royal Beast Master rank was displayed, for a moment, the crowd of onlookers were stunned. I'll go. The Imperial Beasts are all ranked at the 6th to 7th level. This is too strong, isn't it? That's right. Hey, the opponent is a 5th ranked Imperial Beast Master. This kid, he's going to be unlucky. I know this person. Isn't this Zhao Pingjong, the head of the Zhao family? The Zhao family? This kid actually offended the Zhao family. While there was a lot of talk, the gazes of everyone looking at White Knight changed slightly. If the one who offended was an ordinary Imperial Beast Master, that's not without wiggle room. But as a result, it was the Zhao family that Bai Yi had offended. You know, the Zhao family is known for holding grudges. In their opinion, Bai Yi, a 3rd Order Imperial Beast Master, was only going to be in a bad way. Not caring about the crowd's discussion, White Knight summoned his other 2 Imperial Beasts. Come out blast! Red Flame! As the spell unfolded, the Imperial Beasts were summoned. A roar and an eagle cry went straight through the clouds. Right at the moment of seeing the fire-breathing dragon and the turquoise eagle, the crowd's demeanor changed again. Fire-breathing dragon, a 6th-ranked fire-breathing dragon of legendary bloodline, and a mutated aqua phoenix eagle. 2 epic bloodlines, 1 legend. What kind of heaven-defying Imperial Beast lineup is this? I thought that Zhao Pingjong's Imperial Beast formation was heaven-defying enough, but I didn't realize that there was actually an existence even more heaven-defying than him. No, the same Imperial Beast Master. Why are my Imperial Beasts and his Imperial Beasts not from the same world at all? So young, but the Imperial Beasts in his hands are all in the 6th and 5th ranks. This probably won't be a genius from any big family that came out to practice, right? Not just the crowd. Even Zhao Pingjong's expression changed slightly. As the head of the Zhao family, he was considered to have seen a lot. However, a 3rd-ranked Imperial Beastmaster like Bai Yi possessed such an outrageous lineup of Imperial Beasts. It was the first time he had ever met one. White Knight's information was known to him, a newcomer who had only awakened as a Sentinel Beastmaster no more than 3 months ago. I can't believe they've produced such an unbelievable combination. And, this is the same man who killed his son's enemy. At this moment, Zhao Pingjong's mind was filled with just one thought. No matter what, White Knight must be allowed to die here. This son's talent is too unbelievable. If he didn't kill it, it would definitely become a great danger to his Zhao family in the future. Chapter 43, The Power of the Imperial Beast. Strength exposed. Flame Bird, use Jet Flame. Boulder Monster, with the ground shaking. Shadow Lion with a Shadow Ball. Without hesitation, Zhao Pingjong immediately gave orders to each of his 5 Imperial Beasts, even if it is a group fight, and their own side both in numbers and strength fell to the disadvantage. However, White Knight was not flustered. For a change, before he even entered the Emerald Forest, Shadow Monarchs and Fire Dinosaurs alone that haven't undergone qualitative changes, it was indeed impossible to fight against Zhao Pingjong. But now, his overall strength has seen a big qualitative change. Not much else, but at least, make it 50-50. Gale, use Dragon's Fury and block all their attacks. Shadow, Red Flame, you guys attack the Flame Bird first and kill it. See that the flamingo acts as a mana core. White Knight naturally focused his attacks, preparing to spike the opponent's great core first. At once, just as his words fell, each of the three imperial beasts moved. The fire-breathing dragon opened its mouth wide, as the spiritual energy coalesces. With a roar, a dragon's shadow impacted towards the five imperial beasts led by the boulder monster. With a great sense of surrender, the shadow monarch and the bijou eagle, on the other hand, flanked them from the left and right. A black, green and gold, like two sharp arrows. Unstoppable. No good. Seeing this, Zhao Pingzhong's face changed drastically. Icefall Demonwood fires ice picks in an attempt to get in the way. Shadow Lion skill breaks and prepares to return to defense. The flamingos spread their wings, intending to take to the air. However, it was still too late. With his high resistance, the Shadow Monarch regarded the Icefall Demonwood's offense as nothing. It bared its fangs, and Shadow's tooth was unleashed at this moment. The talent is enhanced. The Shadow Monarch's attack was barely a precursor. This hit Zhao Pingzhong's group of imperial beasts off guard, and grasping the moment, the bijou eagle unleashed a flash of electricity and a wind blade. The wings were cut and the curse went deep inside. In a flash, the flaming bird let out a mournful cry, bitten in the neck by the Shadow Monarch. In the next moment, a hit kills. From the two sides engaging in battle, to the flame bird falling, the first encounter, though, lasted less than a minute. It all happened in a flash of lightning, and the game continues on both sides. Zhao Pingzhong quickly commanded the imperial beasts to change their strategy. He was prepared to prioritize the weakest of the three imperial beasts, but the most mobile, the bijou eagle. White Knight, on the other hand, had the Shadow Sovereign assist the bijou eagle, choose to do it to Icefall Demonwood, which is limited in movement and is restrained by fire-breathing dragons. Looking at the intensity of the battle, the crowd of royal beast masters gathered around were stunned, not to mention how strong and cooperative the imperial beasts are. From White Knight's command alone, sure this is a new rookie, though the Shadow Monarch and the Bayhive Eagle weren't that bad, but the vast majority of the Sentinel's attention, it was actually all focused on White Knight as the commander, and the fire-breathing dragon that acted as the big core. No, the same imperial beast master. The strength of the imperial beast team is weaker than him even so. Why is this kid's tacit understanding with the imperial beasts even higher than mine? Nice guy. No comparison hurts, right? Did you guys see that move the fire-breathing dragon just did? It can't even be unleashed without a high level of dragon blood in this body. That's right. This is not finding a fire-breathing dragon as a royal beast. It's clearly finding a big daddy to play output. Envious. Such a handsome fire-breathing dragon. If only it were my imperial beast. Just as the crowd was talking and discussing who would have the last laugh in this encounter, the center of the battlefield, the fire-breathing dragon stirred its wings, while taking off into the air. Roaring flames poured out of its mouth, the ground ignited into a sea of fire, and the Icefall magic wood, in the end, was difficult to support. For Zhao Pingzhong's team, there was currently a second imperial beast that had been resolved, although the fallen imperial beasts were all of the 6th rank. For Zhao Pingzhong, this is not up to the point of breaking bones, but his face, already black as a pot. After all, it had been a long time since he had been able to take down one of White Knight's imperial beasts. In Zhao Pingzhong's heart, there was also a vague sense of foreboding. Only then did he think that, and he instantly shook his head. No way. Absolutely no way. He, a 5th-ranked imperial beast master, was 2 ranks higher than White Knight. How could one lose to a junior who was 2 levels lower than him? Just as Zhao Pingzhong thought so, the death of the imperial beast seemed to cause a chain reaction, followed by the lightning leopard, then the shadow lion. Being broken down one by one, the last remaining boulder monster was all alone. Even if it's a 5th-order imperial beast master, as the imperial beasts were killed one after another, the backlash of the contract was still too much for Zhao Pingzhong to bear. But he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. Looking at White Knight, Zhao Pingzhong's heart also crossed. Even at the cost of all the imperial beasts dying, he was also going to die with White Knight. Boulder monster, get close to White Knight and use Big Bang. Just as Zhao Pingzhong's words fell, the boulder monster immediately changed direction, and it no longer tangled too much with the fire-breathing dragon, allowing the other party to attack. It approached White Knight in large strides, and seeing the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer, the group of players surrounding them also changed their faces dramatically. The Big Bang, which was unique to the rock-type imperial beasts, specialized in the same move. Its power, depending on the strength of the imperial beast. A 7th-ranked boulder monster unleashed a big explosion. The power generated was estimated to be equivalent to the full force of a 9th and 10th-ranked imperial beast. Right? No. Has Zhao Pingzhong gone crazy? You can take revenge if you want. Do you need to involve us? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Run away. The boulder monster is going to explode. Asterisk 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 if I'm blown up. I'll definitely dig up all your Zhao family's ancestral graves in my next life. Screams, curses, all sorts of sounds mingled together. Where did the countless Imperial Beast Masters still have the heart to watch? They all retreated in all directions. If the boulder monster succeeds in getting the Big Bang started, it is estimated that 1 or 2 kilometers in a radius will be reduced to rubble. At this moment, the crowd of Imperial Beast Masters all hated the fact that when their parents gave birth to them, they gave them 2 more legs. 200 meters. 100 meters. Seeing that the boulder monster was getting closer and closer to White Knight, a smile could not help but appear between Zhao Pingzheng's features as well. However, just at this moment, White Knight's spiritual energy mobilized. An invisible wind blade shot towards Zhao Pingzheng. The air seemed to be torn apart, and there was a hollow sound. Rip! With a bang, Zhao Pingzheng's expression froze, and his entire body was split in two. With the death of the royal master, the boulder monster's movements also gradually became stiff. The backlash of the contract will hurt the soul as well. For an imperial beast like the boulder monster that had outrageous defense on the outside, but its soul wasn't exactly strong, the backlash of the contract was enough to kill it, as the boulder monster turned into countless pieces of debris in all directions. This battle, too, came to an end, and those imperial beast masters who had originally withdrawn frantically, just as soon as he saw this tactic of White Knights, they were shocked. Mastering a part of the power of the imperial beasts. This was an ability that only a 7th or 8th ranked Imperial Beast Master could possess. White Knight, a 3rd order Imperial Beast Master. How the hell did that happen? Wouldn't it be if they could master it too? For a moment, the gazes of the crowd toward White Knight completely changed. Only, it was different from the pitying lamentations of before. Their gazes were filled with a certain greed and madness. If this were not under official jurisdiction, if it wasn't for the fact that White Knight had 3 Imperial Beasts guarding him, I'm afraid that by now, they would have long since kidnapped White Knight and used nothing but the utmost to extract White Knight's secrets, right? Chapter 44, Second Legendary Imperial Beast, Shadow Tyrant. You have plundered the Flamebird talent, Fiery Fire. Fiery Fire, increased the effect of fire skills by 20%. You have plundered the Shadow Lion's talent, Elemental Mastery. Elemental Mastery, Shadow Attribute Mastery increased by 10%. At the moment, the pillaging that accompanies talent, the beeps continued in White Knight's head. And right after digging out the beast cores of 5 Imperial Beasts respectively, White Knight also gave orders to the fire-breathing dragon, Gale, burn the whole place down, roar, just as White Knight's words fell, only to see the fire-breathing dragon open its mouth, and all of a sudden, fiery flames poured out, high temperatures. In a short while, Zhao Pingzheng, along with his Imperial Beasts, were reduced to ashes. And looking at the fading flames, as he left, the Shadow Monarch was more or less reluctant to leave. If it weren't for the fact that this is not the suburbs, then it has to nibble on it high and low to add to its meal. And it was not long after White Knight left. That's when the official maintenance officer arrived late. Private fights between Imperial Beastmasters are not uncommon. Most of the time, officials turn a blind eye. After all, the law of the jungle had become the unspoken rule amongst Imperial Beastmasters. But one as blatant as this one, and with such a bad impact, Shangguan Ruoyun also encountered it for the first time. However, compared to the repercussions of this private fight, as a maintenance officer, more of Shangguan Ruoyun's attention was actually focused on White Knight as the person in question. In the surveillance room, looking at the security footage that was pulled up, she couldn't help but get lost in thought. Captain, what should we do now? Go and arrest him? Just at this moment, a team member inquired towards Shangguan Ruoyun. I will report this matter to the top. As for now, first wait for the transfer order from the top. Strong people and geniuses. This has certain privileges, and a supreme genius like White Knight, who had cultivated 2 6th rank and 1 5th rank Imperial Beasts in just a few months. Officially, this is still very accommodating. After all, if we can get them to join the organization, in the future, White Knight will definitely become a pillar of the country, one of the top fighting forces of the Dragon Kingdom. No knowledge of the official decision, in order to avoid the exposure of the fact that he possessed a god-level talent. After leaving the scene, find a remote, unoccupied corner. Only then did White Knight assign talents to the 3 Imperial Beasts. At the same time, he gave all 5 beast cores to the Shadow Monarch to devour. It had come to the peak of the 6th order, just one step away from breaking through the 7th rank, the Shadow Monarch. Thus, it was impossible for White Knight not to tilt the resources he had at hand toward it. The sooner you have a royal beast as a high-level combatant, the more favorable it would be for him to deal with the Wang family in the future as well. And just as the 5 beast cores were devoured together, a huge amount of spiritual energy flowed through his entire body. The Shadow Monarch couldn't help but raise the sky. Just as White Knight had guessed, its strength ushered in a qualitative change at this moment. The spiritual energy turned into a white aura, enveloping it completely. Not much longer. A few moments later. Wait for this light to dissipate. The Shadow Monarch had changed his appearance. The robust and streamlined body was covered in a two-color pattern of gold and dark purple. Sharper fangs, sharper claws, like a lion or a wolf. A face that combines the strengths of both. Not only did the rank break through the 7th order, the bloodline also gained advancement. It gave White Knight a surprise. With amazement, as White Knight's thoughts moved, the information of the Imperial Beast was also presented in front of him. Name, Shadow Tyrant. Attributes, Shadow. Level, 7th order. Lineage, legendary. Talents, Dark Marauder. King's Domain. Earth's Enhancement. Lightning and Fire. Elemental Mastery. Skills, Shadow Teeth. Shadow Claws. Shadow Orb. Shadow Wave. Shadow Sneak. Invisible Divine Will. Shadow Domain. Evaluation. A Shadow Tyrant with a King's bloodline will have a chance to advance to a mythic creature if it can replenish the King's bloodline within the whole body. Right after reading the Shadow Tyrant's message, White Knight couldn't help but fall into deep thought as well. Mythical creatures, that was the pinnacle that every Face Sentinel aspired to reach. At the same time, it was also the contractual object that every Imperial Beast Master dreamed of. And as a Sentinel, White Knight was certainly no exception. If any other Imperial Beast Master were to attempt to cultivate an Imperial Beast into a mythical creature, it would only be difficult to do so even after a lifetime of exhaustion. But White Knight was different. With a godly talent for unlimited looting, White Knight had a premonition. Perhaps in the future, he could really wait for the day when the Imperial Beasts under his command advanced into mythical creatures. Thoughts returned to reality at this moment. Mounting the Shadow Tyrant, White Knight also spoke. Come on, Shadow. It's time to go back. Without realizing it, the end of the month is approaching, and the college exchange tournament is close at hand. I also don't know if I can win the top spot in the Academy Exchange. And what kind of rewards can you get? At this moment, along with the exposure of White Knight's strength, the group of Imperial Beastmasters who were preparing to crusade against White Knight were stunned. It was immediately discouraged in place. No, with this lineup, 20 of them couldn't come up with a 7th order Imperial Beast. As a result, Zhou Hao had told them to deal with not even Zhao Pingzhong was a match for the Beast Sentinel genius, even with the promise of over $100 million, but they also have money to earn and no life to spend. Zhou Hao, that really isn't human. Asking us to deal with White Knight, isn't that asking us to die? With a gloomy face, Meng Yu, who was in charge of leading the group, broke into a rage. I'm playing with your heart, and you're playing with my head, brother? The more you take a step back, the more you think about it, and the more you endure, the more you think about it. They couldn't deal with White Knight. Couldn't they still deal with the Bai family and Zhou Hao? Thinking of this, and so, to a crowd of people, Meng Yu also opened his mouth. Gentlemen, that dog Zhou Hao almost harmed us. This must not go away. Let's go. Let's go to the Bai family. We must ask him to give us an explanation. Just as he spoke, the crowd of Imperial Beast Masters also chimed in. Yes, if I don't teach Zhou Hao and the Bai family a lesson, I won't be able to sleep or eat well. To actually ask us to go and die for nothing. If that dog Zhou Hao doesn't give an explanation, I'll definitely get him killed. As the group of people trooped back to the White House, seeing that the crowd was not coming for good, Bai Yu and the others' smiles gradually solidified. Gentlemen, weren't you told to go deal with White Knight? How come you're back? Courtyard also noticed that the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Zhou Hao couldn't help but ask as well. Deal with Nima. It was fine if Zhou Hao didn't say anything, but when he did, it was all as if he was asking a question knowingly, and Meng Yu was instantly enraged. He backhanded Zhou Hao, a third-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Right? Snap. The Imperial Beasts are only at the 4th or 5th rank. Right? Snap. Dare to screw us over. Ha! Snap. A few slaps, and Zhou Hao was directly slapped into a daze. No! Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? As the young master of the Zhou family, how had Zhou Hao ever been subjected to such humiliation? For a moment, reacting, he too was enraged, just about ready to summon his Imperial Beast. However, upon seeing the other party's crowd, he instantly wimped out. After all, there is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do, and Zhou Hao was not actually the only one who was brutally beaten. Bai Yu and Xiao Han at the back were similarly not spared. No, what are you hitting us for? Ah, don't fight. I'm going to be killed. Help, help, murder. In the midst of a wail from the trio, accompanied by Meng Yu and the others, one of them took $1 million in moral damages and left with a bad taste in their mouths. Finally slowed down, the moment the news was seen. Bai Yu's two eyes dimmed and he almost fainted. They've lost a lot of money, not to mention the fact that they've lost a lot of money. The 3 Imperial Beasts under White Knight had actually broken through. Seeing that Bai Knight's strength had increased, he was hailed as a genius that Luodu would rarely encounter in 100 years. Bai Yu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. Every time he saw White Knight become better and better after breaking away from the White family, this was simply worse than killing him. Chapter 45, Skill Metamorphosis. Shadow Kingdom, Zhao family residence. With the underlings reporting back, an old man with a wrinkled face, half of his large body almost in the ground, had a grim look on his face. White Knight, chanting the names of his enemies. Zhao Zhenghong's killing intent filled his expression, and the strength of a 7th-ranked Imperial Beast Master was evident. Arrange a car. I'm going to the Divine Mansion Academy. This can't just be left alone. That Lu Ruyan's students killed my son and grandson and made me Zhao Zhenghong extinct. I'll make that and her students pay. Headmaster, I have something to report. At the same time, Divine Mansion Academy. There's a meeting going on with a bunch of directors. As the door to the conference room was violently pushed open, suddenly interrupted, Lu Ruyan's face immediately darkened. But just the next second, upon seeing that it was Xiao Lifeng, Ruyan Lu forced a smile, and there was a slight gnashing of teeth between her words. Mentor Shaw, coming to report while I'm in a meeting. You must have something urgent, right? Principal Lu, student White Knight single-handedly killed Zhao Zhongping, and this has completely spread on the internet. So, it's not just killing someone. Specifically, I was just about to say that I'd help White Knight set things right. Ruyan Lu suddenly realized that something was wrong. No, say again. Who did he kill? Zhao Pingzhong, that's the head of the Zhao family. This is a big deal now. With Xiao Lifeng repeating the confirmation again, the corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Tutor Shaw, are you sure you're not kidding me? White Knight was just a 2nd-order Imperial Beast Master. Are you sure you can single-handedly kill a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master? Before was before, now is now. Principal, White Knight is already a 3rd-order Imperial Beast Master. As Xiao Lifeng opened his cell phone, the news about White Knight unfolded in front of Lu Ruyan. For a moment, Ruyan Lu sucked in a breath of cool air. How long has it been since White Knight contracted the Fire Lizard? It actually broke through to a 3rd-order Imperial Beast Master? Breaking through the 3rd-order Imperial Beast Master is even. With 2 6th-rank Imperial Beasts and 1 5th-rank Imperial Beast under his command, it simply shouldn't be too heaven-defying. According to White Knight's growth rate, if they could provide it with enough resources for cultivation, then White Knight really takes off. Maybe, if she waited a little longer, even she wouldn't be a match for White Knight. A tremor ran through her body. A deep breath calmed the excitement. Only then did Ruyan Lu say, Gentlemen, I have some business to attend to now. That's all for today's meeting. I'll talk about the specifics tomorrow. Along with Ruyan Lu and Xiao Lifeng leaving, inside the conference room, the crowd of directors couldn't help but talk about it. From Lu Ruyan and Xiao Lifeng's only words, it wasn't hard for them to guess that there was a supreme genius among the new students recruited by the academy this year. Thinking about the academy exchange tournament coming up, the crowd of directors couldn't help but light up before their eyes. If that's true, then this year's exchange game, their Divine Mansion Academy, will shock the whole country. It's a great reputation, and right now, as a party, this is not known. Right after folding back to the Divine Mansion Academy, White Knight arrived at the Academy Library. As the largest collection of books in Lodu, it's not just a collection of historical documents. There were also countless Imperial Beast-related skill scrolls and the like. And it was for the skill scrolls that White Knight had come on this trip. Enjoy the SSS-rated resources of the college. Every semester, White Knight had the privilege of being the top student and picking 3 skill scrolls from it. Based on past life memories, White Knight clearly remembered that right in the Divine Mansion Academy, there was a Shadow Department domain-typed skill scroll hidden. If we can get that skill scroll, plus the Shadow Realm mastered by the Shadow Tyrant, well, on a current basis, Shadow Tyrant's strength would see a qualitative change. Time passes quietly. Rummaged through the library for most of an hour, White Knight had also finally gotten somewhere. Finally, looking at the information presented by the scroll in his hand, White Knight's expression also revealed joy. What is needed has arrived. For the remaining 2 skill choices, after a moment's thought, instead, he chose the Flying Imperial Beast's move, Divine Bird Special Attack, and the Wind Imperial Beast's skill, Gale Storm Wind, respectively. Class, are you sure you want to choose this skill? The vast majority of Imperial Beasts don't have that talent. Domain-type skills are hard to master. Take the chosen skill scroll. Just as White Knight was about to leave, the administrator didn't forget to reconfirm towards him. It's fine, I trust my Imperial Beast. Without explaining too much, White Knight laughed, and seeing him so insistent, the administrator eventually called it quits and said no more. It's not very easy for the Imperial Beasts to learn skills. Looking at White Knight leaving, in his opinion, White Knight would likely waste months until he hit the southern wall before coming to his senses, right? However, how could he know? Even if the skill is recorded on a scroll, White Knight was also able to plunder and make the Imperial Beasts directly grasp by virtue of their talent. He just left the library on the front foot. The White Knight talent was then unleashed on the back foot, only to see the scroll in his hand turn into sand and dust in a matter of moments. The three skills, on the other hand, were added by White Knight to Shadow Tyrant and Bewitching Eagle respectively. Q. Shadow Tyrant has mastered the space of shadows. Alert! Similar skill detected. Skill Shadow Realm has been transformed. Hint, Shadow Tyrant has mastered the skill, Shadow Kingdom. Shadow Kingdom, create a field that continuously slows, curses, and sucks the life out of locked units, and at the same time, increases the effect of all of your shadow skills by 200%. Benefit reduction for groups within range, plus a percentage multiplier bonus. With this skill, an early 7th ranked Shadow Tyrant would probably be able to exert a combat power comparable to an 8th ranked Imperial Beast, right? And if you add in the fire-breathing dragon and the Biphoenix Eagle, in a 3-on-1 situation, even if his opponent was of the 9th rank, White Knight might have the power to fight. But, that's not enough. You have to become stronger. Murmuring, towards becoming stronger. White Knight was incomparably eager. A wave of beasts is coming. White Knight clearly remembered the existence of a mythical creature in the Beast Tide 7 months later. At the same time, he knew very well that the Wang family was actually hiding a 10th ranked Imperial Beast Master, trying to get revenge for a past life. If you want to survive the next wave of beasts, at the very least, White Knight would have to break through to a 5th ranked Imperial Beast Master in the next few months. And just as White Knight thought this way, suddenly, right at this moment, a suffocatingly ghastly aura came over him. Under the breath, instantly suppressed, White Knight couldn't move. In front of a huge gap in strength, White Knight only felt. Every cell of his own body seemed to tremble. The word death was a thrill to every nerve. White Knight, the old immortal has no grudge against you, but as a result, all of my children and grandchildren died at my hands. Today, I will make you pay for your murder. Accompany this sound. Zhao Zhenghong rode the Imperial Beast from the sky. That one massive shadow instantly enveloped White Knight completely. Chapter 46, Suffocating Pressure. Against a 7th Order Imperial Beast Master. It was an insect-type royal beast with a body armor that looked like white bones, with a body length of 5 to 6 meters, flying in mid-air, with an appearance that looked like a combination of a centipede and a beetle, and with Zhao Zhenghong riding the demon beetle slowly falling from the heights. Under identification, the demon beetle's information was also presented in front of White Knight. Name Devil Beetle. Attributes, Shadow. Bloodline, Epic. Level, 9th Order. Talent, Demonic Power. Each attack will have a corrosive effect. Armor of Darkness, immunity to 50% shadow damage. Increases own shadow damage by 200%. Dynamic Perception, 500% increase in field of view perception range. Immortality, additional 500% increase in life force. Skills, Shadow Fangs, Toxic Fangs, Shadow Shock, Destructive Deadlight. Evaluation, a special beast from the abyss, possessing strength far beyond that of a normal beast. Right after reading the message from the demon beetle, White Knight's gaze was slightly grave. As a 7th ranked Imperial Beast Master, in Zhao Zhenghong's hands, there were definitely 7 Imperial Beasts, and if the strength of every Imperial Beast was the same as this demon beetle, even stronger than the demon beetle if that's the case, there was absolutely no way for White Knight to cope with this Since the rebirth, it was the first time he had encountered a strong enemy of this level. At that moment, White Knight only felt a sense of powerlessness. At this moment, in his heart, the desire for the word stronger became even stronger. If even Zhao Zhenghong he doesn't have the means to deal with it, then, in the next step, what would White Knight take to fight against the Beast Tide? How do you go about dealing with the Wangs? And how to save Luo Shui and the Luo family? With a clench of his teeth, he resisted Zhao Zhenghong's intimidating shock of pressure. White Knight also summoned his 3 Imperial Beasts. The two sides faced each other, and even though it was 3 against 1, all 3 Imperial Beasts acted as if they were on the verge of an enemy. The battle was imminent. Use the destructive death ray. As Zhao Zhenghong's words fell, immediately, a white aurora borealis poured out towards White Knight's side. The destructive power attached to that aurora borealis caused the concrete ground around it to instantly turn into powder, generating a deep gully. The fire-breathing dragon roared and the shadow tyrant roared, just as the 2 Imperial Beasts were preparing to resist the strike head-on. Suddenly, only a lingering female voice could be heard spreading throughout the entire playground centered on the duo's engagement. It ends here, Master Zhao. This is not the Zhao family. You're causing trouble on my turf, bullying my people. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? As Ruyan Lu's words fell, the chilling bird let out a bird chirp. Frozen beans shot out. Boom! With an explosion, the encounter was interrupted by her forceful intervention. The strength of the 12th-ordered cold ice bird was unmistakable. And looking at Lu Ruyan, Zhao Zhenghong couldn't help but show a hint of scorn. He didn't realize that it was during the time that he was in seclusion and conditioning. Ruyan Lu's strength became stronger, but it's already alone. If he couldn't make Bai Yi pay for his life with his life, Zhao Zhenghong only felt that he wouldn't be able to rest in peace until he died. Coming today, he must make White Knight pay for this. Lu Ruyan, your student killed my son and grandson. Aren't you prepared to give me an explanation? Righteously, coming up, Zhao Zhenghong questioned. In response, Ruyan Lu smiled. Give you an explanation? What do I need to give you an explanation for? Your son and grandson tried to kill my students. Aren't my students allowed to kill back? A confrontation between two 7th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. By the spiritual impact generated between the two parties, it even made the air almost twist. So, Ruyan Lu, you want to die to protect him? Zhao Zhenghong's gaze was icy cold. At this moment, the swords were drawn between the Imperial Beasts. The atmosphere was like an explosive powder keg. All it takes is a little tiny spark to set it on fire instantly. Headmaster, don't be impulsive. When he learned that Zhao Zhenghong was going to deal with by night, Xiao Lifeng's face turned green. He rushed to follow closely. Headmaster, if you can protect White Knight for a time, can you still protect him for a lifetime? According to what you mean, Tutor Xiao, are you going to let our academy students be bullied? No, I mean, this matter should be considered in the long run. Hastily explaining, Xiao Lifeng was already sweating. 7th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, even if placed in the entire Dragon Kingdom, that also belongs to the upper middle class of this class of combatants. If Ruyan Lu really fought with Zhao Zhenghong in Luodu, what are the serious negative consequences? That's a transfer or dismissal. To have come to the position of headmaster of Divine Mansion Academy at such a young age, Ruyan Lu has a bright future ahead of her. Accounting for such a place at such a time, Xiao Lifeng really felt unworthy for her, and so it was that he spoke again. How about this? Family Master Zhao, how about you use this demon beetle to have a life and death fight with White Knight? After saying that, with a slight beat, Xiao Lifeng then added, and no matter who wins or loses in the end, we will never interfere. That's all there is to it, and that's the end of it. If not, I will have to notify the officials. Master Zhao, you don't want official intervention either, do you? As Xiao Lifeng's words fell, Zhao Zhenghong couldn't help but fall into deep thought as well. If he really fought Ruyan Lu head-on, not only did he fail to have the effect of helping Zhao Pingzhong's father and son take revenge, it's likely that you'll also lose money as a result. Not only does it offend Ruyan Lu and the officials, there was also the possibility that the entire Zhao family would be buried as a result. And if we follow Xiao Lifeng's proposal, even if it's 3 against 1, but to the strength of the demon beetle, Zhao Zhenghong was still very confident. And so it was. After a moment's thought, Zhao Zhenghong also gave an answer. Okay, just what you said. He was promising. But Ruyan Lu was not happy. Tutor Xiao, are you sure you're not harming White Knight? With White Knight's strength, even if it's 3 against 1, how can? Headmaster, I agree. Let's handle this matter as Tutor Xiao said, not waiting for Ruyan Lu to finish. Standing out in this moment, White Knight cut it off. White Knight student, do you know what you're saying? You just have one 7th level Shadow Tyrant that can fight some. The remaining 2, a 6th order and a 5th order. Can you beat a 9th order demon beetle? Hearing Lu Ruyan's words fall, not waiting for White Knight to speak, the fire-breathing dragon on one side of the room blew out its nostrils with some displeasure. No, this woman, look down on who? It's at least a legendary bloodline, right? I've given it a lot of thought. Glancing at the demon beetle, White Knight continued, I believe in my imperial beasts, and besides, I don't think I'll necessarily lose. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, White Knight is hopelessly arrogant. Ruyan Lu also sighed softly. She couldn't help but be a little disappointed in this student. Forget it, you guys decide. I'm an old woman. It's out of my hands. A moment later, along with White Knight and Zhao Zhenghong, they headed to the academy's arena. The news of the two dueling instantly spread throughout the entire academy forum. A freshman who had only been enrolled in school for a short while actually dared to challenge a veteran Imperial Beast Master. Although the Imperial Beasts are 3 against 1, but how could such a gimmick not arouse the curiosity of the crowd? For a while, a large number of students rushed to the arena. The entire area around the arena was already crowded. Preparedness area. Ruyan Lu patted Bai Ye's shoulder and spoke in a serious tone. White Knight, don't lose your head either. Think of it as an experience and an experience. Though your Imperial Beast is dead and your person is wasted, but as long as one is alive, there is hope. Principal, I'm sure you'll be able to rise again in the future. No, Headmaster, why do you think I'll definitely lose? Looking at Lu Ruyan, White Knight asked rhetorically. That goes without saying, with such a huge difference in strength, there's no need to think about it, right? Lu Ruyan was somewhat speechless. Maybe I can win, classmate White Knight. It's fine for you to lie to yourself about this kind of thing. Don't lie to Principal me as well. Chapter 47, Roaring Fire-Breathing Dragon. Dragon's Wrath. It's a pity. It was so hard to train the Imperial Beasts to this point. I didn't expect everything to be ruined. Yeah, Who told White Knight to not know how to die and actually dare to have a life and death fight with a 7th ranked Imperial Beast Master? Ha ha, too arrogant. Even if the other side only sends out one Imperial Beast, it's still not something White Knight can fight against. And don't you guys say that. One should know that it only took White Knight a few short months to get to where he was now. Even if he loses everything, he'll rise again sooner or later. I'd say it's unlikely. The backlash of the contract isn't something that a newbie Imperial Beast Master like White Knight can withstand. Before the life and death fight began, there was a lot of talk in the audience, but there are no exceptions. In the eyes of the crowd, from the moment both sides stepped into the arena, the end of this life and death fight was doomed. It was impossible for White Knight to win, and at the moment, accompanied by the entrance of both sides, the arena, the referee also announced, the life and death fight is about to begin, and this ring will not end until one side of the Imperial Beasts is completely dead. Just as the referee was going through the process of explaining the rules, facing by night, Zhao Zhenghong was like a viper waiting for an opportunity. White Knight, you're going to let you know the price of offending me. There's no rush. I'm going to take my time with you later. I'm gonna make you watch how one's own Imperial Beasts are tortured to death. Ha! In response, White Knight couldn't help but sneer. He was equally tit for tat. Master Zhao, it's not pleasant to be extinct, is it? It's better not to mention it. When By Night said this, Zhao Zhenghong was enraged. Spiritual energy leaked out of his body that could not be hidden. Brat, just wait for me. When you're done with your Imperial Beasts, you'll be the next one to take your turn. White Knight was so emboldened. Isn't it just because you have Ruyan Lu and the officials as your backers? When he abolished White Knight's Imperial Beast, he would make him an invalid. Zhao Zhenghong didn't believe that the officials would still forcefully protect By Night and offend him, a 7th order Imperial Beast Master, for the sake of By Night. In his opinion, White Knight choosing to fight himself head-on would be a most foolish choice. Demon Beetle, straight-up destructive death ray. Shadow, unfold the Shadow Kingdom. Gale, use Inferno Fury. Red Flame, use Fiery Stormwind. The Imperial Beasts on both sides launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Ow! As the Shadow Tyrant unfolds the Shadow Realm, under the impact of impairment, the Abyssal Beetle casts spells at a much reduced rate, and seizing this moment, the skills of the Fire-Breathing Dragon and the Bihuang Eagle were released at the same time. The fire is fueled by the wind and blazes on. For a moment, the Demon Beetle was enveloped. In any other Imperial Beast, this set of moves would probably be directly killed in seconds, but after all, it was the 9th rank, plus it came from the Abyss. Knowing that it was impossible to exterminate him so easily, just before Inferno Fury was unleashed, the fire-breathing dragon makes an immediate decision and releases a jet of flame to make up for it. Seeing this, Shadow Tyrant was equally unwilling to show weakness. It spat out a ball of mana and blasted at the rolling smoke that enveloped the demonic beetle. Suddenly, right at this moment, with a hiss, an aurora borealis shot out of the smoke. White, red, and purple colors intertwined just as the skills collided. Explosions follow. Boom! In a matter of minutes, only a few figures could be seen constantly flickering in the thick smoke, despite the grade being at a disadvantage, available by virtue of tacit agreement. With the demon beetle, it seemed to be a hard fight. Audience, Luo Shui was on tenterhooks for White Knight. Just now, it was learned that White Knight was actually going to engage in a life and death battle with a 7th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. She almost freaked out. Headmaster, do you think White Knight will win? Playing with the tips of her hair, Ruyan Lu's gaze was slightly condensed. I don't know, but White Knight's performance surprised me too much. If White Knight could catch the demon beetle's break, or if he still has any cards, maybe it can really create a miracle, turn defeat into victory, and kill strongly across the level. To be able to cultivate to the 7th rank of Beastmaster, Lu Ruyan was certainly not an idle person. It was clear to her that for the next while, the battle between the two sides would become entangled and enter a stalemate. Whoever can't hold out first, is the first to show a crack. Then the scales of victory will immediately tip the other way. By then, the end of the battle will be but a matter of minutes. Soon another 4 or 5 minutes passed, with the Shadow Tyrant, who bore the brunt of the main force and frontal resistance to injuries, revealing a look of pain. The fire-breathing dragon and the Bixiong Hawk were also losing ground, even with the Dark Marauder enchantment. But the toxins carried by the demon beetle were still stacking up and spreading inside the Shadow Tyrant's body. Shadow. Use Formless Divine Intent and Shadow Wave. Leave the rest to Blast Wind. As White Knight gave the command, the Shadow Tyrant also moved immediately. Following White Knight, it had experienced countless games of life and death. Even if one knew that the toxins in one's body would spread faster once one counteracted the skill, and even end up likely to endanger one's life. But it is also undaunted and chooses to be righteous, for no other reason, simply because White Knight was its Imperial Beastmaster. To White Knight, it trusted deeply. Ow! With a whine, Invisible divine intent along with shadowy fluctuations were released at this moment. It was a bit of a surprise though. I didn't expect White Knight's imperial beasts to actually be completely unafraid of death. However, Zhao Zhenghong did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Demon Beetle. Use Shadow Blast and deal with Shadow Tyrant first. As long as there is no Shadow Tyrant to provide damage resistance and mitigation. Restored previous maneuverability. In Zhao Zhenghong's opinion, relying on the fire-breathing dragon and the Biphoenix Eagle alone, White Knight's lineup would instantly collapse. And hearing his master's instructions, the Demon Beetle's attention was focused on the Shadow Tyrant in the rear. Only a layer of rich purple magic power was seen enveloping its entire body. Towards the Shadow Tyrant it charged. Notice the movement of the Demon Beetle. White Knight was nonetheless not flustered. Instead, he broke into a smile. Not good. Observing White Knight's expression. Although it was unclear what White Knight had in mind. However, an ominous premonition was immediately born in Zhao Zhenghong's heart. He didn't believe that White Knight would sacrifice the Shadow Tyrant so easily. The other side must be holding back a big move if they're doing this. Zhao Zhenghong just wanted to command the Demon Beetle to interrupt the spellcasting. Unexpectedly, White Knight conveyed the instruction one step ahead of him. Roar Gale. Inspire the flames of wrath. Then use Dragon's Fury. Red Flame. At the end of the blast attack, immediately use the Godbird special attack. Roar. Just as White Knight's words fell, the flames at the tail of the fire-breathing dragon fiercely prospered. With a roar filled with dominance, its entire body was covered in flames, as if it had been set on fire, as if it were a god of fire descending into the world. Under the enchantment of Flames of Wrath, the already terrifyingly destructive dragon's wrath's power was also raised a notch. Only a green dragon shadow appeared behind the fire-breathing dragon. Immediately after that, it was accompanied by a dragon's roar. The dragon's shadow swooped down from midair and collided with the shadow beetle. No good. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zhenghong's face changed drastically. Doesn't shy away from elemental damage though, but the dragon's skill, however, has a certain restraint against the demon beetle. Eating this move, the demon beetle would surely be heavily injured by it. If it was one-on-one, even if the blow was eaten head-on, it would be harmless in Zhao Zhenghong's opinion. But this is a 1-on-3 fight. But don't forget, right in midair, there's still a phoenix eagle watching. Only a harsh eagle cry was heard from the sky. It transformed into a white phoenix shadow. Without waiting for the demon beetle to slow down, the bijou eagle swooped down, with the demon beetle eating two big moves head-on. This is the moment when offense and defense change shape. Audience. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers, the tutors and students, couldn't sit still as they subconsciously stood up. Amazement and shock spread across everyone's face. The fire-breathing dragon actually mastered the dragon system's great moves. Could it be that this fire-breathing dragon of the White Knight has had its bloodline awakened? Chapter 48, Godbird Special Attack. The Surefire Strike. The audience was abuzz with voices. Good guy. No wonder White Knight dares to be so rampant. So the fire-breathing dragon has awakened the dragon attribute. Is this the strength of an imperial beast with a legendary bloodline? Love, love, love. Two imperial beasts of legendary bloodline. It's no wonder White Knight doesn't even bring panic. I also wonder if White Knight is willing to transfer one of his imperial beasts to me. I'm willing to pay $1 billion. $1 billion and you want to buy a legendary bloodline imperial beast? Brother, you want to fart eat it. That's right. If I could be given a legendary bloodline imperial beast, I'd be willing to have my entire family's lifespan halved. Upon seeing the fire-breathing dragon display its second form and fight with the Biphoenix eagle, it instantly dealt a heavy blow to the demon beetle. The arena. Commanding the demon beetle. Zhao Zhenghong was simply worse than eating. It would be nice to unleash another shot of destructive deathlight. He might even be able to bounce back. But with the current state of the demon beetle, it's completely impossible to unleash a second move. Moreover, White Knight had been keeping a close eye on him. There was no way the other side would let the demon beetle get away with it so easily. Shadow. Blast. Use Shadow Ball and Inferno Blast. Red Flame. With a flash of electricity, and then a Godbird special attack. As his first imperial beast in his previous life, White Knight couldn't be clearer about the abilities of the Biphoenix eagle. What about the great moves of the flying imperial beasts? With the ability of the blue phoenix eagle, releasing it twice in a row was completely more than enough. The timing of each skill release and the calculation of damage, White Knight are ridiculously accurate. One ring to rule them all. Back in the moment when the fight started, every move he made Shadow Tyrant and Fire-Breathing Dragon unleash. It's all about the present. It's just a matter of creating the conditions for the Biphoenix eagle's sure kill. In response, Zhao Zhenghong could only watch as the Biphoenix eagle flew high into the air to build up its strength to find the right angle by virtue of a flash of electricity. The Godbird special attack was then utilized to instantly pound the demon beetle into pieces. It is old in itself. Now another imperial beast has been lost. Under the backlash of the pact, Zhao Zhenghong directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Put. Young man, no martial virtues. Pointing at White Knight, he trembled. Then his eyes went black and he fainted. The eyes saw the end. First, but soon the referee reacted as well. He stepped quickly into the arena. The winner of this time, White Knight. With his announcement, the entire scene, at once, fell into silence. But soon, the moment boiled over. Deafening cheers rang out. The atmosphere is contagious. Though one is not the protagonist of this game, but it didn't stop them from celebrating for White Knight. Great! White Knight won. Scared me to death. Patting her own chest, Luo Xue's hanging heart finally dropped as she let out a long breath. Originally just now, she had prepared for the worst. If White Knight loses and is reduced to a wreck, then she's all but decided that she's going to raise White Knight for the rest of her life. When the time comes, she'll come to make money to support her family, while Bai Yi, naturally, will come to be her little husband. Just at this moment, Ruyan Lu also spoke. She stepped forward and announced, according to the agreement, from today onwards, the Zhao family can't come back to trouble White Knight. When she said that, she gave a slight pause, looking towards the Zhao family retainer who was following closely. A hint of killing intent blossomed between his eyes. If the Zhao family still dares to come after White Knight, then they're just messing with me. Lu Ruyan. Yes, Principal Lu, you warned. Our Zhao family will definitely not come back to trouble student White Knight again. A fawning face compensated for the smile at the same time. The Zhao family's butler hurriedly commanded one of his attendants to carry Zhao Zhenghong on his back and retreated in a panic, fearing that if he was a little slow, he would be completely left here by Ruyan Lu. And after dealing with that, only then did Ruyan Lu say to White Knight, Mr. White Knight, come to the office with me. Okay, Dean. Between replies, White Knight followed Lu Ruyan's back, and looking at White Knight and Lu Ruyan leaving one after the other, Luo Xue also couldn't help but clench her small fists. White Knight was getting stronger and stronger. She can't afford to drag her feet. How else could you take in White Knight as your own little petite husband? Divine Mansion Academy, Principal's office. Only then did he go in, casually unlocking the door, and Ruyan Lu stopped pretending, under the excitement. As soon as she did, she gave White Knight a tight hug into her arms. Ha ha, it's worthy of being a student I've taken a liking to. White Knights, you did a great job. In 3 days it will be the Academy Exchange Tournament. You'll have to behave yourself when the time comes. White Knight, wait until you take the top spot in the exchange. Principal, my promotion and raise will be secure. Wait, Principal, please behave yourself. After experiencing a wave of cleansers, White Knight felt like it was suffocating. Ahem. Hearing this, he hastily let go of his hand, and Ruyan Lu lightly coughed a few times to ease his embarrassment. She changed the subject. White Knight, summon your Shadow Monarch. I'll detoxify it. Okay, come on out, Shadow. Along with White Knight giving the Shadow Tyrant a summon, only Lu Ruyan stretched out her slender hand. A lime green glow surfaced in the center of her hand. A 7th-ranked Imperial Beast Master was already able to utilize the power of an Imperial Beast. With the power of the Imperial Beast, not long after, the poisoning effect on the Shadow Tyrant was also lifted. And looking at Lu Ruyan, White Knight couldn't help but feel a bit envious. When would one's utilization of the Sentinel Beast ability be as skillful as Lu Ruyan's? By the way, White Knight, giving you this is also a little reward I'm giving you privately from the principal. As she spoke, Ruyan Lu took out a ring from the drawer. The ring had a lifelike dragon's head as an accent, and the eye of the dragon, an unknown crystal that appeared red in color and vaguely emitted bursts of light. Is this a storage ring? Receiving the ring, White Knight was slightly surprised. Not bad, except for being able to store a certain amount of supplies. You can also input a certain amount of spiritual energy into it as storage, and the spiritual energy you input will be given by the ring to be transformed into a shield against critical damage at critical times. As Ruyan Lu explained, White Knight was also thoughtful. The vulnerability of the Imperial Beast Master was in stark contrast to the power of the Imperial Beast. Even if it was a mid to high level Imperial Beast Master like Lu Ruyan, there is also inevitably such an Achilles heel. And this special prop that can transform the Imperial Beastmaster's spiritual energy into a shield to resist damage. In times of crisis, it will buy the Imperial Beastmaster enough reaction time to utilize the Imperial Beast to counteract. The current White Knight was practically surrounded on all sides, though he wasn't daunted. But it's still nice to have some extra means of self-preservation. Thank you, Dean. Ha ha, you're welcome. Lifting her right hand and patting Baiye's shoulder, Lu Ruyan laughed. I'll tell you an inside story I know. The reward for first place in the Academy Exchange competition 3 days later was a dragon crystal. You do realize the importance of this thing, don't you? Just as Lu Ruyan's words fell, White Knight's breathing became rapid. The dragons are history, and the dragon crystals, that's something that almost has a price. If we can get our hands on this dragon crystal, perhaps the fire-breathing dragon's bloodline would go further and be metamorphosed. facing Lu Ruyan with a meaningful face. White Knight also nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Principal. I'll take the first place. Chapter 49, Chu Yao Yao. The three less lowly. Time passed in a flash. When White Knight left the principal's office, it's already an hour later, and as early as the end of the battle, White Knight had already plundered the demon beetle's talent. As he walked, White Knight also distributed the 4 talents he had plundered. Dynamic perception was given to the Phoenix Eagle. As for the remaining 3 talents, instead, it was divided among the Shadow Tyrants by White Knight, devouring the demon beetle's beast core, coupled with the 3 brand new talents. There's also a small qualitative change in all aspects of the Shadow Tyrant. Compared to the fire-breathing dragon and the Phoenix Eagle, which have special skill boosts, Shadow Tyrant's skill effects are more oriented towards mitigation and sustained output. Therefore, after obtaining the Armor of the Darkness and Immortality, whether it's resistance to injury or range, it all got qualitatively different. Breeding for the Imperial Beasts. White Knight looks for balanced team development. Instead of being like the other Sentinels, tilt resources all towards one Imperial Beast, thus the first rich lead to the rich. In White Knight's opinion, this is a good way to get a decent fighting force for a short period of time though. But there is a pitfall. If anything happens to the Imperial Beasts that you've poured your resources into cultivating, that would be straight back to liberation. This potential risk was something White Knight was absolutely unwilling to accept, especially since his talent is still part of the battle for battle. The probability of an Imperial Beast dying in battle is far higher than other Imperial Beast Masters. Instead of centralizing resources, they should be distributed evenly, thus allowing this hidden danger to be nipped in the bud at the outset. Walk out of the office building. Just as White Knight was preparing to head to the Imperial Beast Hospital to heal the injuries of the 3 Imperial Beasts, suddenly, a figure then stopped in front of him. You're Mr. White Knight, aren't you? I'm the Imperial Beast Conditioner that the Academy side has arranged for you. Chu Yao Yao. From this day forward, I will be responsible for the care and conditioning of your royal beast. I will be at your service as your second in command, so please be kind. As Chu Yao Yao's words fell, White Knight then remembered. It seemed like Ruyan Lu and Xiao Lifeng had said that they would arrange a conditioner for him. He would have thought, the so-called Imperial Beast Conditioners should be middle-aged or elderly people who have been studying knowledge related to Imperial Beasts for a long time, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and formal attire. Someone with gravitas like this looks more reliable, right? However, the facts are contrary to speculation. She's about 5 feet 4 inches to 5 feet 5 inches, dragging a large, slightly bulky suitcase by his side. That petite body was draped in a slightly broad, officially marked robe. A stark contrast. The boyish features were expressionless, and the azure eyes looked rather cold. A head of white, shoulder-length hair moved with the wind. What's up with this lowly that looks as if she's still in middle school? As if she's in COS? No good, half smiling in coldness. That's a trippy Lolita any way you look at it. Didn't think much of it either. White Knight half squatted down as he touched Chu Yao Yao's head. Little friend, you didn't steal your adult's clothes and come here to tease your brother, did you? This is not a good thing to do. So listen to your brother and go get your lord. Please don't call me small. A nonchalant retort. Chu Yao Yao's face was expressionless as she continued. I'm sorry for making you think I'm small. I'm actually an adult. I just look younger. Also, White Knight-san, please don't touch my head yet. I'm short enough as it is. I'm not going to grow any taller if I keep touching it. Really? Adult? First, he was stunned. But soon, White Knight also reacted. Looking at the trippy lowly in front of him, he was astonished. You say you're an adult. Are you really my conditioner? If you don't believe me, I can give you my ID and official conditioner credentials to check. BTW. I'm your royal beast conditioner, not your conditioner. And, Mr. White Knight, can you get your hands off my head now? I really won't grow taller that way. Chu Yao Yao word by word. Her taut little face was serious. And while hearing this, letting go of his hand, the corners of White Knight's mouth couldn't help but twitch. No, why did he think this 3-legal lowly full of honorifics was a bit toxic? Just as White Knight was spitting in his mind, Chu Yao Yao, however, spoke again. If you don't mind, Shiranui-san, please summon your Imperial Beast now. I need to check the condition of your Imperial Beast. Only then will I be able to prescribe the right medicine for your Imperial Beasts and develop a reasonable training method and conditioning. Okay, then go over to the training grounds. While making small talk, while both parties had a preliminary impression, with the arrival at the Academy's private training grounds, White Knight also summoned his 3 Imperial Beasts, and just at the sight of the fire-breathing dragon and the Shadow Tyrant, and the Phoenix Hawk on one side, Chu Yao Yao's slightly cold little face also underwent a slight change. But soon, just as noticed the deep visible wounds on the 3 Imperial Beasts, she couldn't help but frown. That's not a bad injury. Mr. White Knight, can I ask, how do you train your own Imperial Beasts? Usually go to the field for real combat. I guess. No systematic training with a mentor? No, it's all practical. Well, while clumsily opening the suitcase, he took out medicine and bandages to treat the injuries of the 3 imperial beasts. Shu Yaoyao sighed lightly. I finally realize why your imperial beasts have risen so quickly. White Knight-san. However, this Spartan method could easily leave dark wounds for the imperial beast. Young man, you have nothing to worry about now, but you will regret it later. Sounds like some deja vu words. Such a long-winded statement. And it's coming from a white-haired loli? The contrast, just tell me if it's big or not. Couldn't help but spit in his mind at the same time. White Knight also made his position clear. So, let me clarify. I am not going to change the way I nurture. As the Imperial Beast Conditioner, you should be able to condition and assist in the enhancement of my Imperial Beasts on top of that, right? If it can't be done, or if you can't accept my rhythm, then I think it's good that you start leaving as early as possible. Don't come to me to delay each other. What White Knight needed was a second-in-command who could assist and serve the same purpose, not a liability that doesn't agree with your ideas and drags you down. Instead of being told what to do, he prefers to escalate alone on his own terms, with White Knight stating it directly. Shu Yaoyao couldn't help but give a beat to the bandaging movement in her hand. Her mouth dropped. Mr. White Knight, don't you know that this kind of statement of yours is very enraging? But I get your idea. In the days to come, I'll do it without interfering with your rhythm. Aids you in the breeding of the imperial beasts. However, I do have a request. Demand? Good. I heard that you live outside. White Knight student, right? I wish I could live with you. It will be easier for me to nurture and observe your imperial beasts. I'm sure you wouldn't turn down a request from a girl as cute as me. Would you right? So, that's why you brought her home? The living room. Looking at the sofa, Shu Yaoyao, who was sitting on one side of by night. It was like scrutinizing a prisoner. The corners of Luo Shui's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Chapter 50, Imperial Beast Exchange Tournament. A message from the Dragon Crystal. Luo Shui student, please don't worry. I am the Imperial Beast Conditioner of the White Knights. Of course, I'll help out if your Imperial Beasts get hurt or something. Besides, glancing to the side, he looked at White Knight. She suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around him. I believe in White Knight's character. White Knight student, you don't want your girlfriend to know about us having an affair, do you? What? Listening to Chu Yaoyao's serious nonsense, looking at Luo Shui's face froze. White Knight was dumbfounded. No, why does this somehow feel like a fixer-upper? Time flies. The eve of the exchange match. Under Chu Yoyo's conditioning, it only took 3 days for the 3 imperial beasts under Bai Yi to return to their peak condition. And that, in turn, impressed him with the white-haired loli. It was no wonder that the Divine Mansion Academy's side had arranged for her to be in charge of his imperial beast conditioning. It wasn't without reason and it was during those 3 days, with White Knight not moving, he added the extreme cold breath that he had previously plundered from the great snow monster to Luo Shui's Ice Xian Snake, plus Chu Yaoyao's supplementary training. The Ice Xian Snake's strength also saw a small qualitative change, with the Ice Xian Snake breaking through the 4th stage. For a time, Luo Shui became the genius of this term of Divine Mansion Academy, second only to Bai Yi. The next day dawned, college exchange game day. Early in the morning, White Knight changed his clothes and was ready to go. White Knight, did you bring your Imperial Beast's recovery potion? Did you bring enough money? Tell me if you don't have enough. Also, it's been a little chilly lately. Here's the scarf I bought for you. Keep warm. You should not be nervous when you arrive at the exchange. Just play normally. I'm sure you'll be fine. At the foyer, while putting a scarf on White Knight, Luo Shui chanted with a worried face. C knows he went as a representative to the college exchange tournament. Luo Shui was even more flustered than him. White Knight couldn't help but smile. Why does it feel like you're just like my old mom? Shay, where is it? I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. A quick trifecta of denials. However, the young girl's flustered expression and fluttering gaze already said it all. Compared to Luo Shui, Shu Yaoyao on one side was much more direct. Mr. White Knight, I know you'll be able to bring first place back. Otherwise, that's all. Sorry for what I've been doing all this time. Besides, White Knight classmate, I don't think you want this matter of you peeping at Luo Shui classmate wearing black silk to be exposed, right? I'm not. She's my girlfriend, and I'm going to look at her openly and honestly, okay? White Knight had a straight face. I don't believe it. Ha! Little sister Chu Yaoyao, don't make me sound so nasty, okay? I'm just being practical. By the way, I've heard that genius from the G family will also be coming to this academy exchange tournament. If you do take the top spot, then I high and low have to buy a set of dueling underwear for MS Luo Shui. Not to spoil it for you, it's black lace and then there's a rosebud pattern of sorts. By then you too. Well, at this moment, listening to Chu Yaoyao talking more and more outrageously, Luo Shui hastily covered her mouth with one hand. No, why is this lowly full of words about tigers and wolves? Her ears turned red. Luo Shui hastily changed the topic. White Knight, go quickly. The exchange horse race is about to start. Don't make yourself absent. Well, I'm off then, said before leaving. White Knight didn't forget to give Chu Yaoyao a look, and she returned it with the same look. No words were spoken, but everything spoke for itself. Greatness. No words needed. Riding the Shadow Tyrant. Near noon, White Knight also arrived at Yang City. With the help of the extraordinary power of the Imperial Beasts combined with modern technology, stepping into this place is like stepping into a small technological world. Here, all kinds of over-the-top technology are everywhere. Due to the special political status and proximity to Kyoto, as one of the incubation bases for the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beast Masters, Yang City had naturally become the first choice for countless Imperial Beast guilds to be stationed here. Here, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that 3rd and 4th rank Imperial Beast Masters were everywhere, and 5th and 6th rank Imperial Beast Masters were as numerous as dogs. The so-called genius might just be the threshold to step into this place. Even in his last life, White Knight had never set foot here. If it wasn't for this life, getting the qualification to participate in the Academy Exchange Tournament in place of Divine Mansion Academy, I guess White Knight wouldn't have come here, right? With a sigh of relief, White Knight also arrived at the Holy Spirit Gym. This is the official mega arena dedicated to the Academy Exchange Tournament. Karen, Dragon, Phoenix, various mythical creatures that existed only in books were carved into the surrounding stone pillars. Stepping into this place is like stepping into a world of golden splendor. The level of luxury is difficult to describe even in words. The exchange game has yet to begin. The surrounding auditorium was already full. They were all the presidents and vice presidents of the major guilds, or else they were the presidents of the institutions or something like that. In short, those who could watch this exchange match live were by no means idle. In the ready room, White Knight also noticed that there were not a few Imperial Beast Masters whose strength had reached the 5th rank. There were even some Imperial Beast Masters whose strength had already reached the 6th rank. Being able to be a representative of the college and participate in this exchange game, undoubtedly all of them were the top, most talented Royal Beast Masters of the major academies, and right in the middle of a group of Imperial Beast Masters, White Knight, who was only of the 3rd rank, slightly looked out of place. However, he did not care. The rank of a Beast Master only represented the number of beasts he was driving, not the strength of the beasts. White Knight was still very confident in his Imperial Beasts. At the moment, the outside world, along with the informative presentations by hundreds of representatives of the college exchange tournament, seeing that the Divine Mansion Academy had actually sent a freshman who had only been enrolled for a short while as its representative. In the audience, a group of bigwigs from all walks of life. They were instantly nonplussed, revealing expressions of incredulity. Principal Willow, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yeah, even if there's more potential, this doesn't mean there's strength. Principal Lu, your Divine Mansion Academy doesn't have any successors, does it? Faced with a few old acquaintances around the room casting questioning glances, Ruyan Lu was completely unconcerned. Just watch yourselves. White Knight is the new seeded player included in our academy. I'm very high on him. Hearing that Ruyan Lu was so fanatically confident, the crowd also showed a look of "You're not kidding. Really? Should it be so outrageous?" No, Principal Willow, you're not supposed to be drinking fake wine? Ah, Principal Lu, it's fine for you to fool us, but you mustn't fool yourself. Just as the crowd was questioning, someone in the crowd, and I don't know who, suddenly asked a rather pointed question. Principal Lu, I wonder how this student of yours compares to that genius of the G family. Upon hearing that, the smile on Ruyan Lu's face grew more and more intense. You guys just watch, my students, they will never disappoint. Seeing her is like being the Riddler. The crowd of guild presidents and deans of schools were all even more curious about White Knight as well. What kind of newbie rookie? It would actually make Ruyan Lu so unstintingly loud and clear. Ha! Chapter 51, Crushing All the Way. The final round. In the Academy Exchange Tournament, the main thing to look at was the single combat power of the Imperial Beast Master. The main event is a strong one. Both players can only summon one Imperial Beast at a time to battle, and when all of the Imperial Beasts under them lose, they are counted as eliminated. Soon, along with the ringing of the bell, the first exchange match officially began. White Knight also ascended the arena. At this moment, the host also gave a brief introduction to each side. He's Luodu's biggest dark horse this year, with an initial Imperial Beast examination spiritual power value as high as 648 points. At the same time, he also set a new fastest breakthrough speed for Imperial Beast Masters. In just a little more than 2 months, he had advanced into a third-order Imperial Beast Master. He was a superb Imperial Beast genius located only below Ji Wushuang. In the second place. Next, please let's give a warm round of applause and welcome White Knight students. As the host's words fell, At this moment, the audience, all of them subconsciously cast a glance towards Lu Ruyan. So many years have passed. Except for Ji Wushuang, White Knight was still the second Imperial Beastmaster whose initial spiritual power value was upwards of 600 points. To be able to recruit such a prospect, it was no wonder Ruyan Lu was so confident in White Knight. Meanwhile, just on the other side of the arena, as a representative of Sea Wing Academy, Wei Shengjing, with his dyed distinctly blonde hair, similarly took to the arena, as a fifth-order Imperial Beastmaster. Although in this place where geniuses were everywhere, his strength was moderate, but in Wei Shengjing's opinion, no matter if it was practical combat experience or the number of Imperial Beasts, he was all but completely crushed against White Knight. Therefore, it was still easy to try to advance in the next battle. I didn't expect that my first opponent would be just a third-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Isn't that giving him head? Thinking of this, Wei Shengjing couldn't help but feel a bit of joy in his heart. The representatives of both academies are in place. Next, please summon your respective Imperial Beasts. With the referee's words falling, only to see Wei Shengjing summoning his Imperial Beast as well. Come out, Red Flame Gargoyle. The strength reached the peak of the 6th rank. It was just one step away from the 7th order. The moment he came up, he sent out his strongest Imperial Beast. Looking over at White Knight, Wei Shengjing couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Based on the strength of the Red Flame Gargoyle alone, he didn't even need to summon any other Imperial Beasts to do that. He could easily do it with 1 through 3, couldn't he? Only then did this thought come to mind, and facing White Knight, Wei Shengjing also opened his mouth. This student, why don't you just admit defeat? You're only a third-rank Imperial Beastmaster. There's no way you can be my. Come out, Shadow. However, before Wei Shengjing's words fell, only to see that White Knight had already summoned the Shadow Tyrant. Ow! Only then did it make its entrance, and it looked up to the sky. Under the suppression of the king's domain, the red flame giant lizard, which originally still had a haughty face, instantly prostrated itself on the ground, revealing a submissive stance. Even before the battle, the red flame giant lizard had already completely lost its power of resistance under deep fear. And look at the Shadow Tyrant, feeling that overpowering killing aura coming at him, while waves of shock and horror rippled inside. The smile on Wei Shengjing's face also gradually solidified. No, how is this script not what he envisioned? Nice guy, he called out to the good guys straight away. Thought I could wear 3 in 1. Unexpectedly, the other party was indeed pretending to be a pig in a poke. Numb. Wei Shengjing was completely numb. Below, the representative of Sea Wing Academy concedes defeat, and I declare the winner to be White Knight. Just about ready to call it a day. Just see Wei Shengjing raise the white flag. The corners of the referee's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He had no choice but to declare White Knight the winner. And the audience, the moment he saw that White Knight had summoned the Shadow Tyrant, the presidents of the major guilds, as well as the group of academy presidents, couldn't sit still. You have to know that White Knight had only become a royal beast master for more than 2 months, and in just over 2 months, White Knight had actually bred a mid-7th rank Imperial beast that was about to step into the peak of the 7th rank. How the hell did that happen? That's a bit much, isn't it? Even if it was previously claimed that Ji Wushuang, the most promising Imperial beast genius in the entire Dragon Kingdom, it wasn't possible to do something as exaggerated as White Knight, was it? Principal Willow, I'd like to ask, I don't think this student of yours has joined the guild yet? I wonder if he has any intention of doing so? Our Purple Sky Guild warmly welcomes him. As the president of the Purple Sky Guild opened his mouth to Ruyan Lu, the rest of the group of guild leaders also reacted at this moment. I just hate why I wasn't the first to be invited. They also scrambled. I'll trouble you, Principal Lu, to ask Mr. White Knight for me. If he's willing to join our Mountain and Sea Guild, then I'm willing to let him lead the team directly as a team leader. No, what's a team leader? Headmaster Lu, if Mr. White Knight is willing to join our North Shin Guild, then I'm willing to promise him vice president. Piss off. If Mr. White Knight is willing to join our guild, I'll directly pledge my daughter to him and train him to be the president. Seeing the crowd of guild presidents scrambling to grab White Knight to join the guild, the corners of Lu Ruyan's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. It's one of those things that can't be pressed. Haven't these guilds been pretty cocky over the years? What's gotten into you now? Thanks to White Knight, it made her raise her eyebrows as well. A rare experience of a cool script in front of a group of executives. This moment looks out over the arena. Ruyan Lu had begun to think, if White Knight can take the top spot, so as principal, what reward should she give? In Lu Ruyan's opinion, this academy exchange tournament, except for Ji Wushuang, the rest of the Imperial Beastmasters were almost impossible to pose a threat to White Knight, trying to advance all the way to the top and play through to the end, which is still easy. The arena. It was also just as Ruyan Lu had guessed. Whenever you run into White Knight, The Imperial Beast Masters from the other academies all chose to admit defeat and forfeit the match as if they had reached some sort of consensus. There was no way around it. A mid-7th rank, and an Imperial Beast with a legendary bloodline. There's no way to handle this. So, advance all the way down. Even if you can meet an Ironhead or two once in a while. That too were all directly crushed by the Shadow Tyrant, and the Imperial Beasts under his command were directly killed through. And upon seeing the overbearing power displayed by the Shadow Tyrant, the crowd of Imperial Beastmasters had also recognized the reality and were advised to retreat in place. One day down, White Knight had advanced to the finals. He was one step away from taking the top spot, and the same as him, the only one who kept crushing all the way was Ji Wuxuan from Kyoto Academy. Sunset and dusk, with the elimination of the preliminary rounds winding down. Just as White Knight was preparing to leave the arena, a silhouette suddenly blocked White Knight's path. "You're White Knight, aren't you?" At this moment, looking at the woman in front of him who had an icy face and did not hide the color of disgust between her eyes, White Knight frowned. "I'm Ji Wuxuan, and Ji Shiruan is my great-aunt." "And then what? What are you trying to say?" "I've heard about you. I want you to apologize for my great-aunt and uncle by you and the others. After all, my great-aunt is your foster mom. And you are also considered your half-brothers. You're hitting people indiscriminately. It's just too much." After a slight beat, Ji Wuxuan then continued again. "There will be an interview tomorrow when the academy exchange is over. When the time comes, I want you to take this opportunity of a media interview. Apologize to my great-aunt and the others in front of the whole Dragon Kingdom. Of course, it doesn't require you to be too solemn, but after all, they have raised you. You just get down on your knees and kowtow a few times and realize your mistake. Then just give Xiao Yuing some compensation." Just as Ji Wuxuan's words fell, White Knight burst out laughing. "It's true that they are family, even their character is exactly the same. Get out." Unceremoniously, he gave Ji Wuxuan a blank stare. White Knight turned around and left, and seeing that he actually has this attitude, Ji Wuxuan's face was also slightly ugly. "White Knight, you'd better apologize to me, or I'll never let you off the hook for tomorrow's exchange match." Only then did he say it and saw that the other party was completely ignoring it. She couldn't help but have the illusion of being treated like a clown. Ever since she was a child, no one had ever dared to treat her like this. At this moment, Ji Wuxuan broke his defense. She raged. "White Knight, wait for me. You actually dare to humiliate me. You will regret it. You will definitely regret it." Chapter 52, Battle against Ji Wuxuan, Life and Death Duel. In the blink of an eye, the next day had arrived, and just on the way to the track, Ruyanlu also talked to White Knight to give all the information about Ji Wuxuan. "White Knight, you must be careful. Just some time ago, Ji Wuxuan had already broken through to the 7th rank of Beast Royal Master. Although there was still a gap between her and the veteran Imperial Beast Masters, but it's not much weaker. In her hands, there were a total of 3 8th rank Imperial Beasts. The strongest is a legendary bloodline Imperial Sea Lion. The remaining 4 Imperial Beasts, on the other hand, were all at the 6th to 7th rank. Her main strengths are both water and wind, which have restraints on both your Shadow Tyrant and Fire-Breathing Dragon. He was afraid that White Knight would suffer from poor information in the next finals. Ruyanlu informed all the information she had acquired and organized about Ji Wuxuan. "Don't worry, Principal, I'm not going to lose." As he walked, he smiled at Lu Ruyan. "White Knight," not to mention that he was bound and determined to get that dragon crystal. From the point that both Ji Wuxuan and Ji Shiruan are from the Ji family in Kyoto alone, the option of losing was out of White Knight's consideration. He didn't want to be slapped in the face by the oddballs of the Ji family. The final sight, when they saw Bai Knight and Ji Wuxuan enter the field one after another. Audience. The crowd was already in a heated discussion. One was a genius from the past, setting a new record for the fastest breakthrough to a 7th order Imperial Beast Master. One was a rising star of Imperial Beasts that had only recently entered the world's attention, setting records for the fastest breakthrough to the 3rd rank in Imperial Beast cultivation. Who actually wins and who loses? This is a topic well worth exploring. I think that White Knight doesn't have much of a chance of winning. After all, the difference in the number of Imperial Beasts between the two sides is too great. Yes, the number of Imperial Beasts is completely unequal when there is a huge difference in strength. That Imperial Sea Lion of Ji Wuxuan's is very strong. Can White Knight's Shadow Tyrant really handle it? It feels like it's still up to White Knight's subsequent 2 Imperial Beasts. Yeah, if the other 2 Imperial Beasts are about the same strength as the Shadow Tyrant, then it's not like White Knight doesn't have a chance to win. And right in the middle of the crowd's anticipation, the referee also announced, "This year's Academy Exchange Tournament is about to begin, so please prepare for each of the 2 contestants." The referee's words have only just fallen. No one was expecting it. Ji Wuxuan, however, stepped forward at this moment. "Referee, I wish to request that the next final be set up as a life and death fight." As she spoke, Her gaze turned to White Knight with a provocative look in her eyes, and just as Ji Wuxuan's words fell, the entire venue, at once, was abuzz. Everyone threw disbelieving looks toward the field, life and death fight, which represented that the competition between Imperial Beast Masters would only end if one side's Imperial Beast died completely. Just how much enmity and resentment is there? That's what made Ji Wuxuan make such an application. This was clearly an attempt to deliberately target White Knight, and in the face of Ji Wuxuan's application, White Knight also stepped forward at this moment. Since the other party had made such an application, it was just what he wanted. Since Ji Wuxuan wanted to fight, then he will fight. Between them, it's either you or me. Mentor, I don't oppose Ji Wuxuan's proposal, and I also wish to apply for a life and death fight. Just as White Knight's words fell, Ruyan Lu couldn't sit still either. She was aware of Ji Wuxuan's strength and potential. If White Knight was given some more time, he might really be able to defeat Ji Wuxuan. But now, at a time like this, it would be too hasty to bring it up, wouldn't it? Nonsense. Simply nonsense. When did life and death fights move to the surface? I object. Speaking immediately, Ruyan Lu dismissed the application. However, just as Lu Ruyan's words fell, never thought about it. Li Chang'an, who was the representative of the Holy Light Guild, however, stood out at this moment. I think it's okay. After all, the fight between Imperial Beastmasters was not child's play. Life and death competitions like this one have to be more realistic. What do you say, gentlemen? Just as Li Chang'an's words fell, the Star Guild also had the Ji family and the Wang family, among others, and the slew of large and small guilds and families they had united with similarly concurred. Yeah, they're all geniuses, so we definitely need to distinguish between them. Principal Lu, aren't you quite confident in your academy students? Just as well, doesn't this give him a chance to show off? I, Kyoto Academy, also happen to want to see whether the students on our side are powerful. Or Principal Lu, the students on your side are going to be stronger. Looking at Pan Hao, who was the principal of Kyoto Academy, with a devious smile on his face. How could Ruyan Lu not know? This is a phallic plot by the other side. It was okay if White Knight protested and refused. It's a disgrace at best. She was still able to maneuver her way through it. But now, even White Knight, who was the one involved, agreed. Even if Ruyan Lu protested, there was ultimately nothing she could do. After all, this kind of thing, no matter what, that's what you want. A few moments later, as the application went through, waiting for the referee to retell the rules. For a time, the entire Dragon Kingdom, countless viewers watching the live stream were shocked. It's the first time in years that an exchange match has developed into a life and death fight. Throughout the backstage of the live broadcast, the number of people online skyrocketed wildly. In no time at all, it crossed 300 million viewers. Countless people were looking forward to the life and death duel between the two geniuses, curious who the final winner is. Lodu, at home, hugging Chu Yaoyao. I didn't realize that White Knight was actually going to fight someone to the death. Luo Shui's heart had been hanging in the air. Her hand holding Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but tighten a few points. Yao, do you think White Knight can win? Can't say for sure. I have seen that genius of the Ji family. The Imperial Sea Lion under her was her trump card, and that Imperial Beast was very strong. I don't know if White Knight is her opponent either. Hearing Chu Yaoyao say that, Luo Shui had already been so frightened that her face turned white and she almost cried out. You, don't scare me. Tell me quickly. White Knight won't lose. He won't lose, don't you think? No, don't shake me. Seeing Luo Shui so out of sorts, Chu Yaoyao was also somewhat powerless to spit. Still, she reassured, after all this time of my nurturing, all three of White Knight's Imperial Beasts had improved somewhat, even if the opponent was Ji Wuxuan. In my opinion, that's 50-50 too. You shouldn't be too desperate. White Knight still has some hope of winning. Aha, I knew it. White Knight will win. Seeing Luo Shui break into a smile, her expression changed like turning a book. A soft sigh. Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but feel helpless for a while. She's just a royal beast conditioner. Why are you acting like a babysitter? Worrying over White Knight and Luo Shui? At this very moment, Yangchang, the site of the college exchange tournament, with both sides no longer simply sparring, it changed to a life and death fight. The original arena, too, has changed. The venue has about doubled in size compared to before. Boundaries surfaced around them. It enveloped the duo. Only one Imperial Beast can be sent at a time. During the process, you can recall and switch between the Imperial Beasts at will, and until all the Imperial Beasts under one side were dead, then this fight will be over. The life and death fight is about to begin, so please prepare both sides below. With the rules explained, at the referee's bidding, both sides also summoned the Imperial Beasts they had chosen as vanguards respectively. Chapter 53, Firepower. Shadow Tyrant's True Strength. Come out, Shadow. Just as White Knight's words fell, the Shadow Tyrant was also summoned by him, possesses extreme range and sustained combat capability. Of the three Imperial Beasts under White Knight, Shadow Tyrant undoubtedly belongs to the all-round Imperial Beasts, which can attack and defend. It is most appropriate to use it as a pioneer. And at this moment, what Ji Wuxiang had summoned was a 7th Order Blizzard Wolf. She didn't choose to summon the Imperial Sea Lion right off the bat. It could be seen that Ji Wuxiang was preparing to use it as a grand finale card. While thinking in this way, no hesitation, to the Shadow Tyrant, White Knight also gave orders. Shadow, use Shadow Sneak, then use Shadow Claw and just kill it. Just as White Knight's words fell, under the contractual connection, also sensed what was in his mind. The Shadow Tyrant braced himself slightly and was not as careless as before. It got serious, and those scarlet eyes blossomed with icy killing intent. Although in recent days, the talents that White Knight had added to it were all strengthening the Shadow Tyrant's ability to sustain combat. But that doesn't mean Shadow Tyrant doesn't have a single burst. Before the Blast Wolf could react, already diving into the shadows. Immediately after that, in the very next second, her appeared behind the Blizzard Wolf. From the blind spot of the opponent's vision, its sharp claws that blossomed with purple demonic light slammed down, and seeing that Shadow Tyrant's skill was about to hit, the heart is not good. Ji Wuxiang hurriedly gave orders to the Blizzard Wolf. Feng, get out of the way. The words just fell. However, she didn't expect it to be too late. When the Blizzard Wolf was paranoid about dodging, Shadowclaw has hit. The same 7th Order Imperial Beast, but the strength between the two sides showed a world of difference. In the face of absolute power, it was powerless to resist. But it's one round of work. The first royal beast summoned by Ji Wuxiang was then killed in a crushing position, being killed in direct seconds. How is this possible? Upon seeing the Shadow Tyrant show his true strength, Ji Wuxiang's expression was filled with disbelief. But quickly, react and adjust. This time, what Ji Wuxiang had summoned was an 8th rank Blade Mantis. Like the Imperial Sea Lion, this Blade Mantis was one of the 3 strongest Imperial beasts under her command. Originally, in Ji Wuxiang's opinion, with the 4 newly acquired Imperial beasts, it was more than enough to deal with White Knight. But now it seems that excluding the 3 strongest Imperial beasts under her, once the rest of the Imperial beasts were dispatched, it was no different from giving away their heads. Come up here and lose a sentinel for nothing. The next win, if it comes at all, is probably going to be a bad one. For a moment, Ji Wuxiang couldn't help but feel some regret. Had he known that White Knight's strength was this strong? What's to say she wouldn't start a life and death fight so hastily? And as the second round unfolded between the two sides, at this moment, the audience, seeing the Shadow Tyrant was like killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog, presenting a crushing stance. The crowd was stunned. No, surely this is the power that a 7th-ranked Imperial Beast can possess? Facing the Shadow Tyrant in full fire, it was estimated that even some 8th-ranked Imperial Beasts wouldn't necessarily be a match for it, right? Looking out over the battlefield, Shadow Tyrant and Blade Mantis exchanged wounds for wounds and fought hard between them. Panhao's expression was as unpleasant as if he had eaten. He had thought that he would be able to use this exchange tournament to cause the Divine Mansion Academy to suffer a great defeat and lose face. But unexpectedly, Ruyan Lu had found the dark horse, White Knight, out of nowhere. Principal Pan, it seems that your academy students aren't that much stronger. Right at this moment, while mocking at Panhao, Lu Ruyan's hanging heart also finally dropped. Previously, she had only felt that White Knight only had a 30% chance of winning at most. But upon seeing the performance of the Shadow Tyrant crushing the Blizzard Wolf the entire time, Ruyan Lu also changed her opinion. In her opinion, even if Ji Wuxiang had an Emperor Sea Lion as a finale, but the probability that White Knight would end up winning the title would also be as high as 70%. Sure enough, she hadn't been wrong about anyone. At this moment, Ruyan Lu was already thinking to herself. It was time for her to reward her lovely student with some serious rewards when White Knight took the top spot. At this moment, the arena. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Shadow Tyrant was all over the place. The gorgeous wolf skin that was originally intertwined with gold and purple colors had been soaked with blood. If it wasn't for the Earth's protection and the immortality, I'm just afraid it's already down, right? And compared to Shadow Tyrant, Blade Mantis wasn't much better. The right side of the scratched and blinded compound eye was constantly bleeding, while several hind feet and left forelimbs were ripped off by the Shadow Tyrant. Only an 8th Order Imperial Beast possessed such a strong life constitution. Otherwise, switch to another Imperial Beast. I'm afraid I'd be dead by now, wouldn't I? Seeing his Imperial Beast being beaten so miserably, Ji Wuxiang's face was also incomparably ugly. The cultivation of each 8th rank Imperial Beast had cost her God knows how much effort and dedication. But as a result, the Imperial Beast that she had managed to cultivate with great difficulty was injured like this by White Knight. How could Ji Wuxiang not be angry? How could she accept it? At this moment, Her gaze toward White Knight was filled with resentment, daring to hurt her royal beast like that. This matter, she was not finished with White Knight. Seeing that the situation was getting bad for him, Ji Wushuang also realized that if this continued, that Blade Mantis would die in the arena sooner or later. Thus, to his imperial beasts, Ji Wushuang also gave orders, "Come back, Blade Mantis." However, before she could take the imperial beast back into the imperial beast space, Ka Qing unleashed the Shadow's teeth. Take advantage of the lull and seize the opportunity. Shadow Tyrant snapped off half of Blade Mantis' body in one bite. Even if he wasn't dead, he was already dying. Curses and poisons invade the body. Blade Mantis won't live long. White Knight, under the covenant, sensing that his imperial beast was letting out a mournful cry of pain. Looking toward White Knight, Ji Wushuang gritted her teeth. She must make White Knight pay for this. Come on out, Squirrel Turtle. Just as Ji Wushuang's words fell, an imperial beast standing on its hind limbs, with blue skin, roughly 3 to 4 meters tall, long claws, and a turtle-like appearance appeared in the arena. Enhanced by racial traits, a 7th-ranked water arrow turtle not only had extremely strong armor, but also possessed notable combat strength. Even if some of the early 8th stage imperial beasts, there was nothing they could do with the water arrow turtle. In Ji Wushuang's opinion, facing a shadow tyrant that was already severely injured, with the strength of the water arrow turtle, it was completely more than enough to deal with. Use the water cannon, then use the tidal wave. As Ji Wushuang's words fell, the arrow turtle moved instantly. Roar! It spits out jets of water comparable to a high-pressure water gun, while forcing the shadow tyrant back. It has its feet on the ground, along with a large amount of spiritual energy gushing out. With the help of spiritual power, the water arrow turtle constructed the tide out of thin air. In an instant, the entire terrain of the arena was altered into a world of water, fighting on water. Not only could it restrict the shadow tyrant's movements, it also provides some gain to the water imperial beasts on your side. For Ji Wushuang, this was a complete 2-for-1. Knowing that White Knight's remaining 2 imperial beasts were likely not easy to deal with either. As such, she had caused the water arrow turtle to deal with the shadow tyrant merely in passing. Ji Wushuang's real intention was actually to pave the way for his own trump card appearance. Circumstances are in her favor. Ji Wushuang would like to see, after the shadow tyrant lost the battle, what on earth was White Knight holding against her? And right now, just for a moment, the terrain was altered. White Knight made an immediate decision. While recovering the shadow tyrant, he summoned the Bijou Eagle. Come back Shadow, come out Red Flame, and the accompanying summons. Only a harsh eagle cry echoed through the sky, facing the Bi-Phoenix Eagle hovering in midair. White Knight also gave orders. Use an electric flash, then a Godbird special attack. Red Flame, end it outright. Only imperial beasts of the 8th rank and higher could fight against White Knight. Otherwise, even a 7th order water arrow turtle, White Knight also had ways to deal with it. And just because you know you can't lose, that was why Bai Yi chose to take on Ji Wushuang's life and death fight. After all, he wasn't stupid enough to do something he wasn't sure of. Chapter 54, Infinite Plunder. The talent qualitatively changed. In the sky, enveloped by a white phoenix shadow, it was like a second sun in mid-air. The Aqua Phoenix Eagle impacted right towards the water arrow turtle. Upon seeing this scene, audience, waves of shock had already risen in the hearts of the crowd. It was important to realize that every time a big move was released, the consumption of spiritual energy was massive, especially for an imperial beast like the Bishi Phoenix Eagle, which pursued extreme special attacks. The depletion caused by the Godbird special attack was even more unimaginable, and right off the bat, he unleashes his big move and thinks that one hit will be enough to surely kill the Aqua Rocket Turtle. Just how confident was White Knight about the damage of the Beehive Eagle's skills? A blow to the death. Once it fails, if you fail to achieve a sure kill on the Sailor Sword Turtle, then the Blue Phoenix Eagle could be in danger. It is highly likely that the Sailor Turtle will find an opportunity for a counter-kill. This kind of tightrope walking, polarizing strategy. Looking at the crowd, he couldn't help but be scared. Bang! Just a splash. All that could be heard was a scream. In a moment, the originally clear water was dyed blood red. In the next second, a figure intertwined with the colors of green and gold rushed out of the water, and the Squirrel Turtle's figure was nowhere to be seen. It's self-evident who wins and who loses. The battle deaths of 3 imperial beasts in a row. The backlash of the contract caused Ji Wushuang's face to turn white. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. Strongly bracing himself, Ji Wushuang also prepared to summon his 4th royal beast. Although all 3 of White Knight's imperial beasts were still alive, but the Shadow Tyrant had already been hit hard, and the Bi-Phoenix Eagle released the Divine Bird special attack, presumably in poor condition. In other words, there was only one imperial beast that White Knight could utilize, but she had 2 8th rank imperial beasts. Even if White Knight's imperial beasts were stronger, by virtue of wheeling, you can also wear them out alive. Think about it. Ji Wuxuang also revealed a hint of a smile. The advantage is with me, and she really doesn't know how she's going to lose. At this moment, Lodu, room, through the live stream, he saw Bai Yi defeat Ji Wuxuang's 3 imperial beasts one after another. Luo Shui couldn't help but have a hint of joy appear between her features as well. The opponent was left with only 4 imperial beasts, 3 against 4. The number of imperial beasts wasn't that much different. White Knight will win in no time. Don't get too happy. It also saw what Luo Shui had in mind. Shu Yaoyao spoke out at this moment. White Knight is all that's left of a fire-breathing dragon, and both the Shadow Tyrant and the Phoenix Hawk weren't in good shape. That is, with the Shadow Tyrant and the Aqua Phoenix Hawk, at most, he could only resolve the 2 more 6th-rank Imperial Beasts on Ji Wu hands. The Emperor Sea Lion and another of the 8th Order Imperial Beasts hadn't even made an appearance yet. With a fire-breathing dragon alone, it's going to be difficult. Hearing Chu Yaoyao's analysis, Luo Shui's heart, which had originally been put down, once again hung in the air. She only felt as if her mood was on a roller coaster every time she watched Bai Knight participate in a life-and-death fight. Then Yao, didn't you say that White Knight would win? I did say that, but it's not certain unless White Knight sacrifices the Shadow Tyrant and disposes of the 3 Imperial Beasts on seasonless hands at the same time, and then let the fire-breathing dragon and the Bixen Eagle deal with the Imperial Sea Lion. The chances of winning are much better that way. Otherwise, the probability of White Knight winning is very low. While looking at the live feed of the TV screen, she analyzed it rationally and objectively as she went along. Sacrificed Shadow Tyrant. How did this happen? Hearing these words, Luo Shui murmured at the corner of her mouth, a look of disbelief. With her knowledge of White Knight, she had always believed that White Knight would win this game without the Imperial Beasts dying in battle. But as a result, Shu Yaoyao told her, White Knight needed to sacrifice off a royal beast to win. How could Luo Shui accept this? I guess White Knight will only win if he sacrifices the Shadow Tyrant. On the spot, looking down at the arena below, in a voice only she could hear, Ruyan Lu muttered from the corner of her mouth. At times like this, unless the Shadow Tyrant, which was also a mainstay, was discarded. Otherwise, if you want to strongly protect all the Imperial Beasts, it's sure to end up all dead. She only hoped that White Knight would realize this early enough to make a choice, right? Just as Lu Ruyan was worrying about White Knight. The arena. White Knight murmured in his heart as he unleashed his talent. Without infinite looting, maybe White Knight will really choose to make a strong move, but it's because of the god-level talent. White Knight had an undercard that only he knew could turn the situation around in most desperate situations. You have plundered the Blizzard Wolf talent, Breath of Wind. You have looted the Blade Mantis talent, Mind's Eye is 1. You have plundered the Arrow Turtle's talent, Nature's Breath. At this moment, it was accompanied by a constant beeping in White Knight's head. The fusion of talents also caused the original quantitative change to cause a qualitative change. You have gained the talent, Weakness Insight. Weakness Insight, perception increased by 500%. Flight skill effect increased by 500%. You have acquired the talent, Super Recovery. Super Recovery, all attribute resistance increased by 2000%. Mitigation resistance increased by 400%. Self-recovery enhanced by 1000%. Vitality increased by an additional 1000%. Weakness Insight is given to the Beehive Eagle. As for Super Restoration, it was added to Shadow Tyrant by White Knight. With talent Metamorphosis, the strength of the 2 Imperial Beasts naturally ushered in a qualitative change. Perhaps failing to devour flesh and blood led to an increase in cultivation, though both in appearance and in breath. Both Imperial Beasts were almost unchanged, but the multiplier bonus from talent is real. With the metamorphosis of the strength of the Shadow Tyrant and the Bijou Eagle, the next battle will be won or lost. The corners of White Knight's mouth lifted slightly when he saw it. For some reason, Ji Wuxuang had a vague sense of foreboding in her heart. She didn't think much of it, though. Instead, he will summon his 4th Imperial Beast. Come out, Green Spirit Snake. With her call, a huge green-colored python with a length of nearly 10 meters, wandering in the water appeared in White Knight's eyes. Dark, vertical, icy pupils with constantly protruding letters. The same epic-level bloodline as the Bi-Phoenix Eagle. In exchange for trying to take it down before, White Knight may have to pay a small price. But now, with the metamorphosis of the Bi-Phoenix Eagle's talent, everything is long gone. Red Flame, finish it off with a direct God-Bird special attack, as his orders were given, only to see the Bijou Eagle move once again, and also see the casting pre-shake of the Beehive Hawk to launch the move. The expression of Ji Wuxuang, who was still smiling, turned to one of shock. Normally, a royal beast like the Bijou Eagle that pursued one-hit kills and extreme special attacks, it would be nice to unleash the God-Bird special attack once. But why? White Knight's Imperial Beasts were always different from the others. Why can his Imperial Beast release 2 big moves in a row? Ha! Watch the white figure swoop down from high above. His own Imperial Beast was killed in seconds just after he summoned and showed his head. Caught off guard by White Knight utilizing the difference in information, Ji Wuxuan couldn't help but be confused. She suspected things seemed a little off, but the problem was that she didn't have proof. Chapter 55, Flame Impact, White Knight's bottom card. Seconds. At this moment, upon seeing this scene, in the audience, a crowd of people were not calm. Anyone could see that just now the Bi-Phoenix Eagle was already at the end of its strength, but as a result, it was able to unleash 2 Divine Bird special attacks in succession, and it still looks like more than enough right now. Nice guy. This couldn't be White Knight deliberately hiding his clumsiness and pretending to be a pig in a poke, could it? White Knight the boy. Murmuring, Ruyan Lu smiled back. Never would I have thought that the Bijou Eagle had suddenly hidden a hand and had such a stunning performance. If the Blue Phoenix Eagle could take care of the other 6th Order Imperial Beast as well, that by virtue of Shadow Tyrant and Fire-Breathing Dragon's combat prowess, maybe White Knight could really do it with all the Imperial Beasts unharmed. If that's true, then this battle, it will make the entire Divine Mansion Academy famous throughout the Dragon Kingdom. While thinking like this in his heart, looking at the arena, Ruyan Lu couldn't help but look forward to it as well, and watch the live stream. In the Divine Mansion Academy, Xiao Lifeng couldn't help but burst out laughing as well. He hadn't been wrong about anyone. With the current potential that White Knight has shown, I believe it won't take much time. Don't even say a little college exchange tournament. Even at the newcomer Imperial Beastmaster competition, White Knight is also able to show off, right? With a prospect like White Knight under his command, Xiao Lifeng had already begun to think about what to give as a reward when White Knight returned. Although it is only a named tutor, the resources and connections he had at hand were no match for Ruyan Lu, but at least, in Xiao Lifeng's opinion, in the area of rewards, he couldn't be compared to Ruyan Lu, could he? At this moment, the Yangchang Arena, facing the Bijou Eagle, cold sweat was already breaking out on Ji Wuxuan's forehead, and she couldn't help but feel a wave of pressure. There were only 3 Imperial Beasts left on hand. Granted, there is the Imperial Sea Lion as a finale. Can look at the performance of the Shadow Tyrant and of the Bijou Eagle. Ji Wuxuan was also clear that the strength of the last Imperial Beast in Bai Ye's hands was definitely not weak. If we can't get back in the next fight, maybe, she would actually lose. Thinking about it, one clenched his teeth. Ji Wuxuan did not choose to summon another 6th Order Imperial Beast to die for nothing. Instead, he chose to summon another 8th-ranked Imperial Beast other than the Imperial Sea Lion. Come forth, Abyssal Siren, accompanied by Ji Wuxuan's call. Only a siren with a mermaid-like appearance, azure skin, and a steel fork appeared on the surface of the water. The other party's breath was also perceived to be extraordinary. At the moment, the thought moved. White Knight also checked its information. Name, Abyssal Siren. Attributes, water, wind, shadow. Level, 8th Order. Bloodline, epic. Talent, seductive voice, reduces the opponent's spell casting speed by 50%. This effect will be increased to 80% for male Imperial Beasts. See God's Descendant. Water skill effect increased by 200%. Spiritual energy consumption reduced by 20%. Power of the Abyss. Each attack will reduce the opponent's skill resistance by a certain amount. Skills, Water Wave, Hurricane Chop, Shadow Ball, Charming Song. Introduction, special creatures from the Abyssal Sea. Rumor has it, their appearance will mean a storm is coming. It was different from ordinary Imperial Beasts. Coming from the Abyss was enough to prove that this Abyssal Siren was extraordinary. While secretly raising his guard in his mind, White Knight also gave orders to the Bijou Eagle. Red Flame, use Gale Storm and Wind Blade. Just as his instructions were delivered, the sky was accompanied by an eagle's cry, followed by a fierce wind. Flapping his wings, spiritual energy surged out. However, in a moment, a small hurricane was gradually constructed and swept towards the Abyssal Siren. At the same time, waves kicked up and sand flew. The original terrain constructed by the water arrow turtle, which was specially prepared for the water-type Imperial Beasts, was completely destroyed at this moment. And just at the moment when that hurricane was about to swirl the Abyssal Siren into it, Ji Wuxuan also reacted quickly and gave orders to the Abyssal Siren. Abyssal Siren, use Water Wave, then Charm Song. Water Wave, one of the special skills exclusive to the Water Imperial Beasts. In addition to being able to do some damage, there is also a probability of reducing the opponent's resistance to facing mitigating effects, and there is even the possibility of putting them in a state of confusion. This goes along with the Charm Song. The impact caused by the double reduction will most likely be more than 1+1. Itself is a special attack strong attack, the pursuit of the ultimate output. For a time, under the dual influence of chaos and charm, the Bijou Eagle couldn't help but let out a wail of pain, and seeing that the Blue Phoenix Eagle was about to fall from the heights, Ji Wuxuan was also overjoyed in his heart. So then, she immediately conveyed the command again, intending to ride the wave of victory. Abyssal Siren. Use the Shadow Ball and bring it down. As long as the Bijou Eagle fell from the air and lost the advantage that flight brought, well, wouldn't it be a handful to deal with it? The eye saw several spell balls attacking towards the Bijou Eagle. The corners of Ji Wuxuan's mouth also surfaced slightly. Several defeats in a row. For once, she was finally going to pull the trigger. Just thought so. However, in the very next second, the Bi-Phoenix Eagle's actions however caused Ji Wuxuan to reveal an incredulous expression. Unleash a flash of electricity, while dodging the shadow ball out of the way. With high mobility, with an unimaginable movement, the Aqua Phoenix Eagle circled behind the Abyssal Siren. In the sky, dots of firelight could be vaguely seen forming a trailing trail. I don't know when I was wrapped in flames. The Phoenix Hawk seemed to ignite. Electric lightning, a skill that instantly increases the speed of the Imperial Beasts by several times. And, just in the flash of releasing the electricity, the next time a skill is cast, it is with little to no delay. Did almost no forward swing casting? It's a tried and true trick. Looking as if it was a flaming arrow, it impacted towards the Abyssal Sea Demon. White Knight also revealed a look of being in control. Flame impact. This was nothing more than a skill that fire-type Imperial Beasts could basically master. However, if it's by surprise and the opponent is still water-based, that special attack will instantly do tons of damage, even if it's an 8th ranked Imperial Beast. So what? I'm sure it's going to hit you hard, right? Boom! With the explosion, flames boiled with the Abyssal Siren at the center, and out of that fiery vortex, the Blue Phoenix Eagle rose into the air and flew into the sky. Come back, Red Flame. Go on. Shadow. The terrain in favor of Ji Wuxuan was destroyed, plus giving the Abyssal Siren a critical hit. With this encounter, the mission of the Bayhive Eagle had been completed. Next, just give it to Shadow Tyrant and Fire-Breathing Dragon. Having only been summoned, the Shadow Tyrant looked up to the sky, the metamorphosis of talent and a moment's rest. Despite looking bruised and battered, it didn't stop the Shadow Tyrant from being dominant. Looking at the figure screaming in the firelight, its scarlet eyes bloomed with a hint of red. In the next second, Shadow Wave was released with it, positively ate the flame impact of the Bijou Eagle. The Abyssal Siren is in bad shape, and now it's been given a head start by Shadow Tyrant. If it wasn't an 8th ranked Imperial Beast and from the Abyss, I'm afraid that by now, the Abyssal Siren would have long been defeated, right? Every damage was perfectly calculated by White Knight. At this moment, the audience, the crowd's looks changed constantly. White Knight's control of the Imperial Beasts and the commands he gave each time was too skillful. Such exquisite practical combat ability. Was this really something a newbie Imperial Beast Master could possess? Chapter 56, Battle against the Imperial Sea Lion. The fire-breathing dragon made its appearance. Ka-ching! Just after another 10 minutes or so of wrangling, constantly moving and jumping around, the Abyssal Siren seized the opportunity to unleash Shadow's Tooth. The Shadow Tyrant directly bit off the Abyssal Siren's head. If this is in the water, the Abyssal Siren is sure to be able to maneuver around a bit with its super high mobility. However, the original environment in the water had already been destroyed by the Bijou Eagle. The lower half of that fishtail made for water. At this moment it became the biggest hindrance that affected and limited the Abyssal Siren. Its demise was doomed from the moment White Knight ordered the Bi-Phoenix Eagle to release the Galestorm. You have plundered the Abyssal Siren talent. Abyssal power. Alert! Similar talent detected. Demonic power has been transformed. Demon power. Each attack will have a poisoning and corrosion effect, and weaken the opponent's defense by a certain amount. With the looting and metamorphosis of talent, Shadow Tyrant's strength had also risen a notch once again. The advantage is growing like a snowball. The 3 Imperial Beasts of the White Knights were still alive, and in Ji Wuxuan's hands, the only thing that could pose a threat to him was the Emperor Sea Lion. Looking at Ji Wuxuan, whose gaze was resentful and whose expression seemed to carry hysterical madness between them, White Knight's gaze condensed slightly. With the cooperation of the 3 Imperial Beasts under him, against that legendary bloodline of Ji Wuxuan's peak 8th rank Emperor Sea Lion, the odds are just about 50-50. Come out, Imperial Sea Lion. Give me all of his Imperial Beasts to shred. Present moment at this time. As Ji Wuxuan's words fell, a white light flashed along with it. A strong aura instantly filled the room. A giant beast appeared on the scene, similar in appearance to sea lions. It is, however, several times larger than a sea lion. Sharp fangs on the left and right sides that vaguely emanated white. A large, long, curved horn on the forehead resembles a crown, and the neck and back, golden lines flashed faintly. Roar! With a roar from the behemoth, extreme coldness swept across half of the arena. The uneven ground, the small and large puddles were all frozen by this biting cold air. Race and lineage are both added. Plus, Ji Wuxuan poured out his resources and cultivated it at all costs. With an Emperor Sea Lion at the peak of the 8th rank, I'm afraid that its true strength is comparable to that of a 9th rank Imperial Beast, right? sensing the thick sense of oppression brought about by the Imperial Sea Lion. With a thought, he used his unique ability to appraise. Its information was also displayed in front of White Knight. Name, Emperor Sea Lion. Attributes, water, ice. Level, 8th order. Lineage, legendary. Talent, frozen body. Temperature drops by 90% within 500 meters of the surrounding area, while its own ice skills are enhanced by 50%. Bloodline of the King, 400% increase in all attributes. Power of extreme cold, each skill release will be accompanied by a certain freezing effect, and when the surrounding temperature is below zero, the recovery ability is increased by 500%. Skills, blizzard, frozen wind, frozen beam, water blast, destructive deadlight. Introduction, possessing the bloodline of a king, the Imperial Sea Lion is exceptionally strong, and is an existence that has a small chance of metamorphosing into a legendary creature. Right after reading the Emperor Sea Lion's message, White Knight also revealed a look of understanding. It was no wonder that this Emperor Sea Lion was so strong. So it's the same as the Shadow Tyrant and the Fire-Breathing Dragon, possessing the bloodline of a king. Shadow, use Shadow Kingdom and Shadow Wave, and then restricted with formless divine intent. Imperial Sea Lion, use Blizzard and Frozen Wind. Seeing the Shadow Tyrant facing the Emperor Sea Lion, he no longer had the composure he had before, but instead was like an enemy. Ji Wuxuan couldn't help but sneer as well. In her opinion, White Knight was bound to lose, for no other reason. This was the confidence that the Emperor Sea Lion had given Ji Wuxuan, and with both sides fighting at the drop of a hat. At this moment, the moment he saw the Imperial Sea Lion being summoned, Panhao couldn't help but have a small smile appear on his face as well. Even if White Knight could slaughter Ji Wuxuan's Imperial beasts one after another, so what? The Emperor Sea Lion was Ji Wuxuan's true bottom card. In his opinion, there's the Imperial Sea Lion. Even if he wore 3-in-1 and destroyed all 3 of White Knight's Imperial beasts, that would still be a breeze, right? Principal Lu, it seems that this time, your Academy's genius is going to fall. This is despite the fact that the battle between the two sides has only just begun, but it was as if he had already met White Knight in a great defeat. Panhao couldn't wait to stick his face in mockery at Lu Ruyan. Ha! Principal Pan, you can't talk too much. How do you know that our college will definitely lose? Maybe there's still a legendary bloodline Imperial beast in White Knight's hands? Facing Ruyan Lu's unhurried reply, Panhao was full of disdain. Legendary? Ha! Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do you think I don't know how rare a legendary bloodline Imperial beast really is? That Shadow Tyrant should be one of the strongest Imperial beasts under White Knight, right? Tell you what, Principal Ryu, if it's true, as you say, that White Knight still has a legendary bloodline Imperial beast, I, Panhao, directly ate this chair I'm sitting on right now. Just as Panhao's words fell, Lu Ruyan looked odd, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Principal Pan, since you're so sure, then why don't we? Let's bet on it. Bet? Panhao showed a puzzled look on his face. Good, let's take a bet on who's going to win. I remember you had a dragon's tooth in your hand, didn't you? If you lose, then you give me the dragon's tooth. Hearing this, without hesitation, Panhao immediately nodded. Can. Then if you lose, after a slight beat, Panhao revealed a rather meaningful smile. I remember that you have an abyssal crystal in your hands, Headmaster Ryu, don't you? How about we make a wager on that? Then, the abyssal crystal, which was a key prop for boosting the potential of the Shadow System Imperial Beasts. After using it, there is a chance that the Shadow Imperial Beast will break through the qualification. Even, it can make it advance to a legendary bloodline. Hearing Panhao actually wanted the abyssal crystal in his hand, Ruyan Lu also let out a dark laugh in her heart. Didn't investigate White Knight's information first. I guess Panhao still didn't know how terrifying that fire-breathing dragon under White Knight was, right? She still had a lot of trust in the fire-breathing dragon. So, nodding without hesitation, Ruyan Lu answered, yes, I had expected Ruyan Lu to refuse. Unexpectedly, the other party actually agreed. Panhao was more or less surprised, but he didn't think much of it. Whether it was the rank of the Imperial Beast Master, or the strength of the Imperial Beast, or the time spent on nurturing the Imperial Beast, Ji Wuxuan are all far ahead. Total dominance, even if there is only one Imperial Beast left. In Panhao's opinion, Ji Wuxuan would never lose either. And just as he thought this, the arena, right after weakening the Emperor Sea Lion's combat power to a certain extent with the help of the Shadow Tyrant, White Knight turned to retrieve it as he turned to summon the fire-breathing dragon. Come back, Shadow, it's your turn in the ring gale. As White Knight's words fell, in the next second, only the ground trembled. Immediately afterward, the fire-breathing dragon appeared on the scene. Roar! The roar was deafening. The two are opposites. A breath that was not willing to show weakness was separated from the Emperor Sea Lion. Chapter 57, Ice and Fire Intertwine. The roaring fire-breathing dragon, right at the moment the fire-breathing dragon appeared in the arena. Audience, Panhwa's expression couldn't help but change. It's actually a fire-breathing dragon of legendary lineage? For a moment, he could barely sit still, and his entire body was nonchalant. Panhwa was almost on his feet, and just after sensing the strength of the fire-breathing dragon, Panhwa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was only the peak of the 6th rank, and his strength was still inferior after all. Otherwise, if it was the peak of the 7th rank, there was a real possibility of defeating the Emperor Sea Lion. Ah, Principal Lu, it looks like your student is bound to lose. It's only the peak of the 6th rank, a big rank difference. You don't really think he can defeat the Emperor Sea Lion, do you? Looking toward Lu Ruyan, Panhwa said with a smile. Don't you know if you read on? I rather think, Principal Pan, that you'd better worry about how to eat the chair you're sitting in. Just as Lu Ruyan's words fell, Panhwa's face sank, and his expression became ugly. With a cold grunt, he redirected his attention to the arena. Panhwa wanted to see how much longer Ruyan Lu could remain calm in this situation, unaware of the off-court rivalry. At the moment, the field, White Knight gave a direct order to the fire-breathing dragon. Unleash the flames of Wrathgale. Show your true strength. There had been no use of spiritual energy to enchant the Imperial Beast. Wasn't it now that White Knight was waiting for? Along with the fire-breathing dragon invoking his gift, he also mobilized his own spiritual power by virtue of the contract. A double boost of talent and psychic power from the Imperial Beastmaster. The fire-breathing dragon's aura grew more and more horrifying. At this moment, it was as if the god of fire had descended. Only the frost on the ground that had appeared due to the Emperor Sea Lion now began to melt and subsequently evaporate along with each step taken by the fire-breathing dragon. With the fire-breathing dragon showing its second form. One time, seeing this scene, countless people were stunned. They had expressions of disbelief. The whole scene first fell into silence, but soon, a deafening clamor of chatter followed, and the brief silence was instantly broken. No, sure this is a 6th rank fire-breathing dragon? Even some 7th or 8th rank Imperial beasts can't be this outrageous, right? This aura, worthy of possessing a legend-grade bloodline, is too much. Yeah, the strength of this fire-breathing dragon of White Knights that unfolded at full strength. It's probably not much weaker than the Emperor Sea Lion, right? I thought that Ji Wuxuan was going to win for sure, but now it seems like it's still not clear who's going to win and who's going to lose. Sitting in a spectator chair, looking at the fire-breathing dragon in the arena, the smile on Panhwa's face gradually solidified. No, how is this not what he envisioned? It's not possible that Ji Wuxuan is really going to flip out, is it? For a while, Panhwa had a vague ominous premonition in his heart, and just to one side, just when Panhwa was apprehensive, the smile on Ruyan Lu's face however grew even more. Only a few days had passed since dealing with Zhao Zhenghong. I didn't realize that this fire-breathing dragon under White Knight had become even stronger. Imperial Sea Lion. Use frozen lightspeed, then build up to destroy Deathlight. On the field, just as Ji Wuxuan's command was given, White Knight was similarly unwilling to show weakness. Gale. Use Jet Flame, then Dragon's Fury. Without the Dragon's Wrath, facing the Emperor Sea Lion's destructive Deathlight, with no way to counter it, White Knight naturally avoided it if he could. But there is a move that is no less powerful than the Destruction Death Ray. White Knight didn't bring any falsehoods at all as he directly chose to fight head-on. Greenish-blue and reddish-red colors collide. In an instant, the intertwining of ice and fire directly caused a cloud of steam to surround the two Imperial beasts between them. It was like the sound of boiling water, not waiting for the slightest respite. In the next second, the white aurora collided with the green-colored dragon's shadow. Boom! The explosion came between the two Imperial beasts. The entire arena was constructed to look like a shocking picture of movie special effects. Even the boundary that wrapped around the entire arena, which was claimed to be difficult to break even for a 10th rank Imperial beast, it also trembled at this moment, and a few inconspicuous cracks began to appear. No, sure these are two newbie Imperial Beast Masters? Is this a duel between Imperial Beast geniuses? It's too exaggerated, isn't it? Good fellow. I almost thought that this was a duel between two 8th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters, that vestigial sense of disaster coming to the surface. Even veteran Imperial Beast Masters couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Emperor Sea Lion and Fire-Breathing Dragon at the top of their game. It also caused the heat of this Academy Exchange tournament to be pushed to a whole new climax once again. For a while, the official live stream, the number of people watching this game online has skyrocketed. It grew to 500 million at a rate visible to the naked eye. It reached the most terrifying heights that the exchange tournament had ever seen. Good man, both sides are fighting hard. I have a feeling that Bai Knight's potential is much higher than Ji Wuxuang's. Luo Du has produced a superb beast-robbing genius here. Yeah, that fire-breathing dragon. It's too handsome, isn't it? I'm still very optimistic about Bai Yi. If Bai Yi wins, then in the future, it's very likely that he'll become a 10th-ranked beast master. Upstairs, be confident. That fire-breathing dragon alone is enough to blow your mind. Take out the word might, okay? The Dragon Kingdom was large and vast, and there was never a lack of geniuses in the defense of beasts. However, those who could reach a level like Baez had not been seen in 1,000 years. It was the moment White Knight summoned the fire-breathing dragon. Not just everywhere, even this side of Kyoto was alarmed by it. The palace. A stunning beauty in a gorgeous golden gown looked at the live feed. Her gaze narrowed slightly. This person was no other than the strongest person in the entire Dragon Kingdom and also the Dragon Kingdom Empress. Changsun Lingxue, go pull up all the information on this student. Also, make arrangements to keep an eye on him for me. But don't interfere too much with him. Let him grow freely. I have a premonition that the second Super Beast Sentinel powerhouse in our Dragon Kingdom, whose strength is no less than mine, is about to appear. Okay, Empress. I'll arrange it now. Hearing this, in between replies, Shangguan Ruoyun, who was the deputy, couldn't help but feel a little envious. White Knight was still the first one to catch the attention of this Empress. You know, even back when Ji Wuxuang showed off his sharpness, it wasn't enough to make the Empress pay this much attention. Luo Du, the White family. Upon seeing the fire-breathing dragon and the Imperial Sea Lion fight evenly, Ji Shizhuan's face was almost twisted. How is this possible? How can it be? It's just a dog born from that. How can it compete with the genius of my Ji family? Bloodshot eyes stared dead at the live feed. Ji Shizhuan clenched her hands tightly, her expression filled with hysterical madness. By what right is the same Baiyu's heir? The White Knights will be able to make a name for themselves. Instead, Baiyu Baiying is a scrapper. Every time he saw White Knight reach a whole new level, Ji Shizhuan only felt that it was worse than killing her. And the entire Bai family, feeling difficult is not only Ji Shizhuan. The same is true for White Rene. This little, how come it's like opening up after leaving the White House? Clenching his teeth, some blood even appeared at the corners of his mouth. It was absolutely impossible to ask Baiyu to admit his educational problems. Therefore, what he seems to be, everything White Knight did was intentional. It's all about being deliberately angry with him. It's all about getting back at him. Damn this little. Damn it. Growling, in a fit of rage, the entire living room was smashed to pieces by Baiyu. Chapter 58, Thunder Lightstone. The Bayhive Eagle metamorphosed. Yang City Arena. The battle became more and more anxious, and gasping for air. The fire-breathing dragon was covered in massive frostbite. Not only that, but the body had been chiseled out with several holes, and the wings were already in tatters. Plus, turning on the flames of wrath, for a long time was just too much of a drain on its physical energy. If it wasn't for the fact that it had multiple talents, I'm afraid that by now, the fire-breathing dragon would have already collapsed, right? And compared to the fire-breathing dragon, the Imperial Sea Lions are in similarly poor form. The massive body, which had taken on a light blue color, was now charred and blackened in most places, badly burned. A pair of long, sharp fangs had been broken off. The long horns at the top of his head had several cracks vaguely appearing at the roots, and blood continued to flow out along the wounds. From the initial game of skill, to the subsequent close-quarters combat, the aesthetics of violence are staged to perfection. This is not only true of the Imperial Beasts. As an Imperial Beast Master, you constantly provide the fire-breathing dragon with psychic power boosts. White Knight was just as bad. His face turned slightly pale. Fortunately, as a reborn person, White Knight had also paid attention to his own enhancement. If it were any other Beastmaster, I'm afraid that they would no longer be able to control their beasts and would have fainted completely. Looking towards the battlefield, White Knight also gave orders to the fire-breathing dragon once again. Gale, use Inferno Fury, then Dragon's Fury, roar. Just as White Knight's words fell, letting out a growl, the fire-breathing dragon moved again. It was White Knight that gave it everything it had now. In the eyes of the fire-breathing dragon, death is something it doesn't understand. It only knew that since White Knight wanted to win, it couldn't lose. Even now it is exhausted. Trying to unleash the dragon's wrath once more would surely bring irreversible damage to the body. Then it too will be as blind as a moth to a flame. The rolling flames were monstrous. The spiritual energy in his body was running wild. A dragon's shadow enveloped the fire-breathing dragon. Immediately afterward, a dragon's roar resounded through the entire arena. It was a voice that made the soul seem to tremble. One could only watch as the dragon's shadow impacted towards the Imperial Sea Lion. Under the Covenant backlash, Ji Wuxuang, who had already lost the power to reinforce his own Imperial beasts, had despaired inwardly. So what if the fire-breathing dragon kills 1,000 enemies and loses 800 of its own? Once the Emperor Sea Lion loses, under her hand was just a 6th-ranked Imperial beast. What to fight against the Shadow Tyrant and the Aqua Phoenix Eagle? As the Imperial Sea Lion's wailing gradually ended. Since then, the winner has been decided. Initially set for a fight to the death. In the end, that's just a self-inflicted wound. She even buried the Imperial beast that she could have saved. All the Imperial beasts are dead. reduced to an invalid by the backlash of the contract. At this moment, Ji Wuxiang fainted. The knot fades and the fight is over. And just as the crowd was lost in thought because of this, a silence fell over the entire scene. The referee also blew his whistle, signaling the end of the summit match. The life and death fight is over. Next, I announce that the winner is Divine Mansion Academy, White Knight. With the referee's words falling, the live camera gave White Knight a close-up. For a while, the internet, White Knight's name directly dominated the headlines. Young and golden with unlimited potential. After defeating Ji Wuxiang, anyone could see that as long as there were no surprises, Bai Yi would definitely stand at the apex of the Dragon Kingdom in the future, becoming one of the top stream of beast masters in the Dragon Kingdom. This is totally the existence of the dream man, the ideal boyfriend. White Knight is awesome. I want to give you a monkey. I am a female, with a great deal of charm, and I am seeking a son, and I require a male, no older than 25 years old, with at least 2 legendary imperial beasts under his command. Brother White Knight, I am only 400 pounds, so I can be well-bred. If you marry this fairy, you can wait to enjoy your happiness. No, upstairs, why are you all a bit abstract? Abstract? You're the one who's abstract. I'm straight up family, who gets it? Just as the internet is swarming, below the line, exchange match site, Panhao's back teeth were about to be clenched. Principal Lu, you've taken in a great student. Likewise to each other. Principal Pan, your academy students aren't bad either. Took the dragon's tooth handed to him by the other party. Ruyan Lu had a smirk on her face. She just loved to see Pan Hao look at herself with displeasure. But there was nothing she could do about it. Time flies. With the awards ceremony over, when the 3 imperial beasts finished their treatment and were taken out of the Yangcheng Imperial Beast Hospital by night, the time had come 3 days later, and returned to Lodu, Divine Mansion Academy, private training ground, facing the 3 props stored in the storage ring, even if it has been 2 lives. However, White Knight's mood still couldn't help but be a bit agitated. In addition to the dragon crystals rewarded by the exchange tournament, Ruyan Lu also privately rewarded him with a dragon's tooth and a thunder light stone. The former is a key prop for tapping into the dragon bloodline. The latter allows the imperial beast to awaken the thunder attribute. With these 3 props, his imperial beast lineup, it's going to see a qualitative change. Without hesitation, the first 2 props were distributed to the fire-breathing dragon by White Knight. The thunder light stone, on the other hand, was given to the Bi-Phoenix Eagle by White Knight. One could only see that just the moment he absorbed the power contained in the Thunderbolt stone, a harsh eagle cry came. In an instant, the Bi-Phoenix Eagle's entire body was filled with thunderous light, accompanied by the acquisition of the thunder attribute. The appearance of the Bijou Eagle changed with it. The original intertwined green and crimson feathers morphed into a golden and red gradient. At this moment, the Bi-Phoenix Eagle, it looked slightly similar to the legendary Phoenix. At the same time, the wings that had unfolded to 2 meters had now grown to 3 meters. As for the entire eagle body, compared to before, it had likewise become about twice as large. Flying in the sky, it is like a small airplane, facing the advancement of the imperial beasts. Thoughts. White Knight also checked out the information on the Bi-Phoenix Eagle. Name, Phoenix Eagle, Red Flame. Attribute, Wind, Fire, Thunder and Lightning. Bloodline, Epic. Level, 6th Order. Talents, Flaming Fire. Phoenix Blood, Gliding Wings, Aerial Domain. Weakness Insight. Skills, Electric Lightning Flash, Wings of Steel, Hurricane Blade, Flame Shock, God Bird Special Attack, Gale Wind, Thunder Ball, 100,000 volt. Introduction, a mutated Bichon Eagle with 3 types of elemental attributes, containing the bloodline of the Phoenix. Once it awakens, it will usher in a complete metamorphosis. The rank was raised to the middle of the 6th Order. He also gained 2 lightning-related skills, Thunderball and 100,000 volts, despite being the newest Imperial Beast to join the team. But the strength of the Bijou Eagle wasn't much weaker than the Shadow Tyrant and the Fire-Breathing Dragon. Looking at the information presentation of the Bichon Eagle, White Knight was thoughtful. If we can make it awaken the Phoenix bloodline and have the bloodline of a king, then, under his command, he will have a 3rd Imperial Beast of legendary class bloodline, right? Just as White Knight thought this way. Roar! Letting out a loud roar. On one side, the evolution is similarly over, with the flames that surrounded it gradually dispersing. The transformed fire-breathing dragon also appeared before White Knight's eyes. The originally crimson dragon scales were now faintly emitting a faint golden luster. The 2 dragon horns on top of his head looked even more remarkable. The sharp, vertical eyes were no longer scarlet, but took on a golden color. That extremely strong sense of oppression and the almost materialization of the dense spiritual energy around them. It made a piece of space around it as if it was distorted. With the link of the contract, White Knight could clearly sense a qualitative change in the fire-breathing dragon's strength. with the strength and cooperation of the three imperial beasts. Even when facing someone like Lu Ruyan, who was truly a seventh-order powerhouse, he can barely fend off one or two, right? While thinking in this way, with a thought, White Knight also opened the attribute panel of the fire-breathing dragon. Chapter 59, Phoenix Feather. The news of the Bayhide Eagle's advancement. Name, Fire-breathing dragon. Attributes, dragon, fire, wind. Level, 7th order. Talents, dragon's blood, destructive power, flames of wrath, mega power. Skills, dragon's fury, dragon's claw, flame tooth, jet flame, inferno explosion, inferno fury, flame claw. Introduction, the fire-breathing dragon with high potential and qualification. Once the bloodline is completely awakened, its strength will usher in a qualitative leap. In addition to raising his strength to the same height as the Shadow Tyrant and breaking through to the 7th rank, this progression also allows the fire-breathing dragon to unlock a brand new skill, Dragon's Claw. This sends the fire-breathing dragon's combat power skyrocketing, and just to the side of the White Knight, looking at his two little brothers, both of their strengths had increased by leaps and bounds. The sense of crisis in the Shadow Tyrant's heart also grew stronger. No, it's the boss. As a result, the speed of cultivation enhancement is even slower than my little brother's? Is it going to be so solid or what? At this moment, it also sensed what was going on in the Shadow Tyrant's mind. White Knight stroked its wolf head and comforted it. Shadow, don't worry too much. You just don't have an awakened bloodline. When the bloodline awakens, maybe you'll be more powerful than them and improve faster? Face the comfort of your master. The Shadow Tyrant just felt as if he was walking again. Yeah, the fire-breathing dragon and the turquoise eagle broke through so quickly. Isn't it just because one has a dragon bloodline in his body and the other has a phoenix bloodline in his body? When it awakens in the future, it will have to prove it. He himself was the #1 imperial beast under White Knight. Just as it thought so, it instantly threw a look at the fire-breathing dragon. Kid, don't think you're good now. Your big brother, I'll always be your big brother. Seeing this, he didn't want to pay any attention to the stupid dog. The fire-breathing dragon could barely hide the dislike between his expressions, and that didn't sit well with Shadow Tyrant. What are you looking at? The fire-breathing dragon said. What's wrong with just looking at you? Just as the two imperial beasts were about to quarrel, White Knight's cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at it, it was from Yuan Shangan. Mr. Bai, I have some information here that I believe will be of interest to you, accompanied by a phone call. As soon as he came up, Yuan Shangan went straight to the point. Recently in the Valley of Despair, a mutated green lawn bird appeared over there. Mutant green lawn bird? Hearing this, White Knight frowned slightly. Memories of his past life came to mind at this moment. White Knight vaguely guessed something, and Yuan Shangan's next words. It caused White Knight's suspicions to be verified. According to the information I've received, on the body of that green lawn bird, there is a phoenix feather. Just as Yuan Shangan's words fell, White Knight couldn't help but feel ripples in his heart. In a time when gods and mythological creatures have all but disappeared, everything related to it, props or items, are hard to find for thousands of dollars. White Knight was certainly aware of the importance of the phoenix's feather. If we can get the phoenix feather, the Bayhide eagle is likely to metamorphose because of this. He was worried about how to breed the bijou eagle up. Unexpectedly, the opportunity actually came to my door. If you can get it, then, under his command, there will be one more imperial beast of legendary level bloodline. How could White Knight not be moved by this? Alright, I know, Boss Yuan. Bai Yi, owe you another favor. Ha ha, Mr. Bai, you are too polite. This way, if you need my help on your end, just say so, but whatever Yuan, can do, I will do without fail. After a few polite words from both sides, accompanied by a phone hang-up, White Knight was also ready to depart immediately. Word travels fast. In the face of the phoenix's feather, countless imperial beast masters must have been dumbfounded. White Knight remembered clearly. Just in his previous life, more than 100 royal beast masters had died in the Valley of Despair in order to fight for this phoenix feather. Battles between the great families. It caused a furor at the time. Had it not been for the reminder of Lord Yuan Shangan, it was estimated that in the face of this opportunity, it was highly likely that he would miss it, right? Just as White Knight was thinking this way, White Knight wasn't the only one who had gotten the news and launched into action. At this moment, the Wang family residence, when it was learned that the phoenix feather had appeared in the Valley of Despair, Wang Zhongtian couldn't help but blossom a trace of essence between his gazes. If we can get the phoenix feather, then, it was highly likely that he would be able to go even further and break through to the 8th ranked Imperial Beast Master. At that time, the entire Wang family was under his leadership. Definitely will go to the next level. Thinking of this, he immediately instructed his subordinates, go get Seijayun. If not for the recent restlessness of the beasts over the abyss. Plus, the officials are watching so closely, there's no way to get out of it. Guess now. For insurance purposes, Wang Zhongtian had long ago chosen to go there himself. However, in Wang Zhongtian's opinion, setting this up for Wang Shijun, that's not so bad, is it? As the talented royal beast master of the Wang family, at only 30 years old, Wang Shijun became a 7th-ranked beast royalist and joined the Holy Light Guild to be promoted. Therefore, to Wang Shijun's ability and strength, Wang Zhongtian was still more trusting, and just as Wang Zhongtian fantasized, the occasion when he himself had trampled under the feet of the rest of the several great clans of Luodu, Kyoto, Ji family, with Ji Wuxuan reduced to an invalid, the entire Ji family's ambition to unify the capital was also buried. However, just as the entire Ji family was enveloped in a cloud of gloom as a result, the appearance of the phoenix feather, but it showed the quartermasters a turnaround. Shrine, facing a group of direct collateral members of the Ji family, Ji Changsheng, who was the head of the family, also spoke up. Gentlemen, you should have heard about it. It is rumored that in ancient times, the phoenix had the power of nirvana and rebirth, and it held power over life and death, and being part of the phoenix, even if it was just a feather, that had unimaginable healing and restoring abilities. If we could get the phoenix feather, then the child Wuxuan would be saved. She was not only able to regain her previous talent of the sentinel beast, it's even highly likely to go further. You guys should know what that means, right? As Ji Changsheng's words fell, between the crowd's glances at each other, they couldn't help but get excited. In itself, Ji Wuxuan's talent was extremely terrifying. If one could do so by virtue of the magical power contained in the phoenix's feather, one would be able to first break and then build. Then the entire Ji family will be led by Ji Wuxuan to a whole new level. At the moment, among the crowd, as part of the Ji family, also as Ji Wuxuan's suitor, only Ji Wui stepped forward at this moment. Grandpa, why don't you leave this matter to me? How about it? After saying that, Ji Wui hurriedly assured again, don't worry, I will definitely bring back the phoenix feather and won't let you down. Grandpa, hearing this from Ji Wui, Ji Changsheng also cast an approving glance at it. Not bad for his grandson. There is responsibility and accountability. If he could take this opportunity to get Ji Wuxuan to marry his own grandson, then his voice in the Ji family will be raised another notch. And so the thought came to mind. Ji Changsheng also spoke up. Fine. Then in that case, I'll leave this matter to you. Speechless, and make sure to bring back the phoenix feather. I will not dishonor my mission. Seeing that his initiative was agreed to, Ji Wui answered in a hurry. He could not stop a hint of joy from appearing in his expression. How could he not realize that this was the rhythm of being raptured? Chapter 60, Traveling to the Valley of Despair. Breaking through to the 4th Order Imperial Beast Master. At this moment, riding the Shadow Tyrant, White Knight had gone deep into the Valley of Despair. This is a special territory near the abyss. Everywhere you look, you see torn up space, lurking in the depths, connected to the abyss, the secret realm of the ever-changing void. There was also the group of high-ranked foreign beasts that lurked here. Faced with this extremely treacherous environment, even in 2 lifetimes, even as a royal beast master, his comprehensive strength had already received a qualitative change. But White Knight didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. With the memory of his previous life, he vaguely remembered that green Luan bird's nest seemed to be in some secret realm deep within the Valley of Despair. Therefore, as long as that secret place connected to the abyss is found, that was half the distance to finding that green Luan bird with the phoenix's feather, and White Knight would be halfway there. Shadow, how is it? Can you sense the location of the secret realm? While riding a royal beast through the dense forest. At this moment, White Knight also inquired towards the Shadow Tyrant. Ow, letting out a wolf howl in response, connected by virtue of a contract. Upon learning that the Shadow Tyrant had determined the approximate direction of the secret realm, a hint of joy couldn't help but appear between White Knight's expression as well. More than an hour had passed since entering the Valley of Despair. It wasn't a waste of the hour or so of searching and effort he'd put into it. Just thought so. Just then, suddenly, only the ground shook among the dense forest ahead. Immediately afterward, a roar resounded throughout the Valley of Despair. Shadow, come on, let's go to the front. Ow! Just as White Knight's words fell, letting out a wolf howl in response, the Shadow Tyrant's speed suddenly increased by a few points. Soon, more than 10 minutes later, accompanied by proximity, 2 extremely strong auras then pounced on them. Only a 9-tailed spirit fox and a spectral rhinoceros whose entire body looked like a blazing flame were seen in the area ahead. The 2 giant beasts that were fighting over something, thus engaging in an exchange of blows, then appeared in White Knight's eyes. That strong aura from a 10th order foreign beast was unmistakable. For a moment, White Knight was appalled. What in the world was it that was worth 2 10th ranked foreign beasts fighting to the death? With curiosity, look along, only to see that in front of them, a delicate flower with a demonic scarlet color that looked similar to a mandala was swaying in the wind, and on the side of that flower, A shadow silver lotus that vaguely sprinkled faint silver light was close by, looking at the two spirit grasses that were almost all fused into one. For a while, White Knight had trouble holding down the agitation in his heart. The flowers on the other side of the river bloomed, and a silver lotus appeared. As a spiritual herb that was only born in the depths of the abyss, possesses the legend of being able to bring people back from the dead. Not sure why it's here though, but the value and rarity of the Pisces speaks for itself. If it can be absorbed, perhaps he would break through the current realm and become a fourth-ranked beast master? White Knight had originally come for the phoenix feather. I didn't expect to come across such a surprise. In response to this pishy flower that was being fought over by two 10th-rank imperial beasts, for a moment, a bold idea surfaced in White Knight's mind. Of course, it was also clear that a 10th-ranked foreign beast was not something that the current him could fight against. White Knight didn't act rashly. Instead, they were waiting for a time to strike. Soon, along with the passage of time, the battlefield centered on the two foreign beasts. The fight became even more tragic. Both sides are killing each other. Various skill moves were thrown at the opponent. The surrounding giant and ancient trees kept collapsing with a bang. It looked like both sides would never stop until they killed each other. White Knight also realized that his chance had come. Without hesitation, he immediately gave orders to the Shadow Tyrant. Shadow, use Shadow Sneak and go bring me back the pigeon flower and silver lotus. The words fell, and just as the Shadow Tyrant acted, White Knight wasn't idle either. He summoned the Bijou Eagle and prepared his retreat in advance. The two beasts fight, totally not expecting anyone to be so bold. Facing the Shadow Tyrant, they can't help but stare, and it was precisely by seizing the gap between the nine-tailed spirit fox and the underworld rhinoceros out of their minds. The Biphoenix Eagle had already spread its wings and flew high into the sky. Regardless of whether it was the nine-tailed spirit fox or the underworld rhinoceros, neither of them possessed the ability to fly. Therefore, all they can do is watch him leave and then rage impotently. Pick up a leak for nothing. White Knight was cool. However, it was bitter for Ji Wui and the others who arrived behind them, facing two 10th-ranked alien beasts that were furious for some reason. Ji Wui, who had just passed by, was instantly confused. No, how come these two alien beasts looked at them with killing intent? Ji Breathless suspected that something appeared to be wrong, but the problem is that he doesn't have proof, and there was no knowledge of this. While riding the Blue Phoenix Eagle towards the secret realm, utilizing the talent to purify the medicinal effects contained in the spirit herb, White Knight also entered cultivation. With the passage of time, as the spiritual energy in his body grew denser, finally, until the current shackles were broken, White Knight had successfully advanced to the 4th rank. At the same time, the number of imperial beasts that could be contracted in his hand had also added a new position. And, not only that, right at the moment of breaking through to the 4th order imperial beast master, the accompanying beat came. White Knight had also gained a brand new imperial beast master talent. Hint, you've gained the talent, Pain Equalization. Pain Equalization, you will be bound to the imperial beasts, and any damage you take will be shared by the imperial beasts under you. Just as soon as he saw the second sentinel talent he had acquired, White Knight's eyes lit up. Damage taken by the imperial beastmaster will be transferred to the imperial beast, and it was still divided equally among all the imperial beasts in total. That's not to say that as long as the imperial beasts under them don't die, then, theoretically, is White Knight no different from being immortal? And just as White Knight was lamenting over this talent, only to hear the Bijou Eagle suddenly let out an eagle cry. The destination is here. White Knight's consciousness was also brought back to reality at this moment. He looked down below. Only in a clearing. There was a ripple in the air from time to time. There, it was as if there was an invisible door. Come on, Red Flame, let's wear it in. The so-called secret world. In fact, it was just a small alien space located in the gap between the abyss and the present world. And with the crossing, as far as the eye could see, there were sharp rocky cliffs all over the place, and the nest of the green lawn bird is right on a cliff. Chirp, with a bird song. Intruder detected. A green-colored figure came right at White Knight's side. Compared to the normal green lawn bird, it was about twice the size. At the same time, just above the head of the green lawn bird, the feathers of the phoenix, which were as orange and red as the sun and seemed like dull hair, were especially noticeable. The ground is incapable of combat. Hence, this tussle from the air. The only thing White Knight could rely on was the fire-breathing dragon and the Bayou Wang Eagle. Come out, Gale. And just as the imperial beast was summoned, use identification. White Knight also checked the information on this Bijou Eagle. Name, Green Lawn Bird. Attribute, Wind. Level, 8th Order. Bloodline, Epic. Talent, Clairvoyance. Perception increased by 200%. Spellcasting speed increased by 50%. Phoenix Blood. Skill resistance increased by 500%. Skill effect increased by 200%. Skills, Crosscut, Gale Wind, Hurricane Blade, Godbird Special Attack. Introduction: a special species of green lawn bird that possesses the feathers of the phoenix. If it can absorb the feathers of the phoenix, then its strength will usher in a qualitative change. Not all Fey imperial beasts could be like White Knight's imperial beast, which could directly absorb the power in the treasured spirit grass with the help of the imperial beast master's talent. Get the treasure and want to absorb it. The whole process is relatively long, especially for the Fey, and right along the way, danger and surprises are everywhere. For this green lawn bird, let's say it's now, one before the other. The phoenix eagle and the fire-breathing dragon presented an encirclement to him. Chapter 61, Imperial Beast Advancement. Devouring Fire Phoenix. Gale. Use jet flame. Red flame. Use fiery stormwind. In a flash. Wind and fire. Intersected. A fire dragon scroll was constructed in midair and impacted towards the green lawn bird. At this moment, accompanied by White Knight's command, the green lawn bird was similarly unwilling to show any weakness. White light surged forth, constructing a phoenix silhouette around it. No good. Seeing this, White Knight's expression changed slightly. No, who taught this green lawn bird to come up and zoom around? Red flame, use 100,000 volts, and then a flash of electricity. Along with White Knight's words, only an eagle cry was heard. The blue phoenix eagle rose into the air. The only thing that could be seen was a flash of electricity. For a moment, with the green lawn bird as the center, thunder wove a net that enveloped it. However, regardless, the green lawn bird, continued to impact straight towards By Night and the By Phoenix Eagle. Under the enchantment of the divine bird's special attack, it had a great deal of power to give up its life and forget about death. You know, this is 10,000 meters up. Once the imperial beast is injured and falls, what awaited White Knight then would be to be dropped to pieces along with the bijou eagle. The fire-breathing dragon was roaring. That gust of gusty wind was lashing. White Knight rode tightly on the back of the By Phoenix Eagle, only feeling that the exposed skin was painfully cut by the wind like a knife. However, no matter how much dodging is done, carrying the phoenix shadow, the green lawn bird nevertheless approached closer and closer, until it almost completely enveloped him and the By Phoenix Eagle. At the same moment, outside the secret realm, fight the nine-tailed spirit fox and the underworld rhino at the same time. The group of people led by Ji Wui, the imperial beasts under their command, were all dead and crippled, if it were not for the superiority of numbers. Plus, earlier on, if the nine-tailed spirit fox and the underworld rhinoceros were both defeated, I guess by now, they would have been wiped out long ago, wouldn't they? Looking at the nine-tailed spirit fox, all white fur dyed red, as if the great power was gone. The spectral rhino on one side was also exhausted and dying. A hint of greed also flashed between Ji Wui's eyes. You have to know, this is a 10th order foreign beast. If it could be taken in, as a gift to Ji Wuxuang, then, I'm sure, she'll be very happy, won't she? Thought to a group of his men. Ji Wui also gave the order. Just severely injure the nine-tailed spirit fox. Be careful not to kill it. I want to subdue it. Okay, young Ji. Between replies, the imperial beastmasters who had followed them were also helpless for a while. It's okay if it's a kill, but want to subdue. Only afraid they will also pay a heavy price for this. But there was no way around it. Ji Wui was their employer. The group of imperial beastmasters could only give orders to their imperial beasts one after another, changing their battle strategy. The situation, which had been crushing, began to become difficult. This, in turn, bought the nine-tailed spirit fox some time to catch its breath. Roar! Right here and now. Just as White Knight was about to be hit by the divine bird special attack, only the roar of the fire-breathing dragon was the first to have arrived. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The green bird is fast, but the fire-breathing dragon was faster. In the nick of time, with the dragon's wrath unleashed, the dragon and the phoenix, the same great move, the collision of the two. The instantaneous outbreak of power is no less than a small nuclear explosion. Countless mountains and rocks collapsed. The blast swept in all directions. It stood between White Knight and the green lawn bird. This moment turned on the flames of wrath. The fire-breathing dragon seems like a fire god descending into the world. White Knight was both its royal beast master, but at the same time, it was also its benefactor. As such, the fire-breathing dragon would never allow any person or imperial beast to put his master in harm's way. Don't say it's just a head-on, hard-hitting god-bird special attack with no defense, even in the face of mythical creatures. That fire-breathing dragon was undaunted. If they wanted to harm White Knight, they would have to cross over its body, use the dragon's claw, blast wind, and kill it. At this moment, the stalemate, along with the fall of White Knight's words, the fire-breathing dragon's muscles bulged, and the sharp claws of his right arm were vaguely shrouded in a greenish glow. With its wings flapping behind it, it impacted towards the green lawn bird. The speed is windy, and with a bird chant, facing the fire-breathing dragon, the green lawn bird was undaunted, enhanced by the phoenix feather. There was no shortage of spiritual energy. Cygnus attempts to score twice with the Godbird special. Boom! The collision between the two sides once again caused an explosion of spiritual energy. Dust flew up in mid-air, and right in the center of that explosion, a figure suddenly fell dramatically. Bang! Smashing hard against the ground. The green lawn bird was too dead to die. For a moment, when that flying dust cleared, only the fire-breathing dragon's entire body was a blur of all flesh. In particular, the right arm that had executed the dragon's claw was almost nothing more than a ghastly white bone. The severity of the injuries is simply unbearable. Come back, Gale. I'll take care of the rest. It is also known that it is almost out of the fight. White Knight hurriedly took the fire-breathing dragon back into the Imperial Beast space. Afterwards, the ride on the Bijou Eagle landed on the ground, while acquiring the Phoenix Feather. The pillaging of the talent was also unleashed. You have plundered the Green Lawn Bird's talent, Clairvoyance. You have plundered the Green Lawn Bird's talent, Phoenix Blood, along with talent looting, together with the Phoenix Feather. While absorbing it all, that golden spiritual energy almost turned into substance, completely enveloping the Bi-Phoenix Eagle. At this moment, the Bijou Eagle realized a metamorphosis in the true sense of the word. An eagle's cry rang out. With the spiritual power dispersed, only a bird-like imperial beast that resembled a fire phoenix, but yet resembled an eagle, appeared in front of White Knight. The feathers of the whole body show a golden color fading to ruddy red. The two wings were spread out and the platoon was more than 10 meters long. In bird royalty, today's red flame definitely belonged to the hegemonic level of existence. A faint pressure emanating intentionally or unintentionally. It makes one's mind tremble. I'm afraid that only an imperial beast, exotic beast of the same class as Blast Wind would be able to defeat it, right? The heart sighed in this way at the same time. Thoughts. White Knight also checked Red Flame's information. Name Fire Phoenix. Attribute, Wind, Fire, Thunder and Lightning. Lineage, Legendary. Level, 7th Order. Talents, Weakness Insight. Phoenix Blood. Wings of Gliding. Aerial Domain. Clairvoyance. Skills, Lightning Flash. Wings of Steel. Hurricane Blade. Flame Shock. Godbird Special Attack. Gale Wind. Thunder Ball. 100,000 volt. Flaming Meteor. Introduction. Awakening a certain Phoenix bloodline. The Bi-Phoenix Fire Phoenix possesses terrifying strength, and as an aerial overlord, it is an existence that has the hope of advancing into a mythological creature. Hands down 3 imperial beasts of legendary bloodline. Moreover, the strength had all reached the 7th rank, which could not be described as not terrifying. 2 other sentinels. With such a godly lineup, one will probably die without a shake in this life. However, for White Knight, he was only now merely constructing a prototype of his ideal imperial beast formation. For the 4th imperial beast that he wanted to take in next, White Knight expected an existence similar to the 9-tailed spirit fox that he had encountered before, which was proficient in spirit-based attacks, with 2 front rows, fire-breathing dragon and shadow tyrant. It also has the Bi-Phoenix Fire Phoenix to make up for the lack of air-to-air. Now, it was time to go in search of an extreme output, similar to a mobile turret. Imperial Beast. Chapter 62, 9-tailed spirit fox. This was worthy of being a fox spirit. Time passed quietly, and just as White Knight left the secret realm, the devastation that met his eyes made him stare. The spiritual energy that permeates the air. That's no doubt informing. It was only a short time ago that this place went through a vicious battle. For a moment, something seemed to come to mind as White Knight pondered. Ow! However, just then, only to hear the 9-tailed spirit fox's roar suddenly coming from not far away. Also sensed a disturbance in the distance. White Knight rolled over and mounted Shadow Tyrant. Come on, Shadow, let's go over there. As his words fell, a man and a wolf also rushed towards the direction where the strange movement came from. At this moment, a nest. It was surrounded by dozens of imperial beasts led by Jiwui and a group of imperial beast masters. The 9-tailed spirit fox was covered in wounds. It looked dying. Heck, it was at the end of its rope. Stinky fox, running away? Why don't you run away? Seeing that the 9-tailed spirit fox was already cornered, Jiwui couldn't help but show a trace of grimace between his features as well. And just as the two sides were facing each other, the 9-tailed spirit fox was about to burn its lifespan, preparing to fight with its back to the ground. Right here and now, a voice suddenly came, but it instantly disrupted the situation at the scene. Red Flame, use Flaming Meteor. The command has just dropped and the bird cries will arrive. In a flash, only a golden figure could be seen soaring in the sky. Half the sky was rendered crimson. Brought to you by that golden figure. That's a shooting star consisting of a ball of fire. In the face of this calamity-like scene, the smile on Ji Wuxie's face gradually solidified. Boom! With the first fireball falling, countless fireballs followed. The forest was set ablaze. Smoke is rising from everywhere. Looking at the group of people dressed in clothing with the logo of the Ji family, White Knight's expression was cold and indifferent, not bringing the slightest bit of mercy. 2 lifetimes ago, how could he not know? The entire G family is full of goods that are on par with Ji Sherwan. Knowing that the phoenix feather is in his hands, Seasonal Invincible and the others would surely step in to fight for it, wouldn't they? Rather than inviting unnecessary trouble to follow, it's better to make the first move. Not only will the problem be nipped in the bud, one could also take the opportunity to try to contract the nine-tailed spirit fox to be subjugated. In White Knight's opinion, this was totally killing 2 birds with 1 stone, okay? And just the moment he saw White Knight, the nine-tailed spirit fox couldn't help but despair. If anything, by fighting to the death, it could still barely fight against Ji Wui and the others if it could. Then face White Knight. With its current state, there's no way to break the game off. Seeing the other side gradually approaching, it also seems to have made up its mind of some sort. Only the nine-tailed spirit fox changed into human form. A long, snow-white hair flowed all over. She was naked, with white, smooth skin that made it almost impossible to take your eyes off of her. A cold face but all the contrasting flirtation. If there is a beauty in the world that can be so beautiful that it takes your breath away, there was no doubt, then, that the fox lady before her carried such an aesthetic. Not bad for a vixen. White hair, beast ears, royalty. Good lord, whose XP is this poking at? The corner of his mouth twitched, just as White Knight spat in his mind. That fox-eared beastess spoke up as well. Human, I am willing to submit to you. I'll slave for you, or even, whatever you do to me, said the man, while the delicate lips were gently pursed. Her words took a sudden turn. But I also have a request. I want you to let my child go. If not, even if you die, I will make you pay. Turning to White Knight, she threatened viciously. Child? And upon hearing that, White Knight froze first, but soon, he too reacted. Good lord, I didn't realize that the beast-eared lady in front of me was still a young woman. Nodding, White Knight replied in return. I can promise you that, from this day forward, you and your child will follow me. Don't worry, follow me. I will never treat you guys poorly. Though it felt a little weird for White Knight to say that, but got his assurances, while not being able to help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the taut heartstrings are soothed, the support is lost. She suddenly collapsed and fell into White Knight's arms. I only felt a softness on my face accompanied by a light fragrance. As his eyes went black, White Knight couldn't help but be confused. No, which cadre can stand this kind of test? And just as White Knight assisted him, suddenly, only a strange movement was heard from the cave. Immediately after that, a white-furred fox demon Loli ran out of the cave with her little feet. Just when he saw his mother transform into a human form, she fell into White Knight's arms in an extremely ambiguous position, and it's still in a moment of nakedness. Lori was stunned. She hastily covered her eyes with her hands and pretended she didn't see it. However, the open slit between those fingers and the reddened ears had betrayed her viciously. Big brother, you guys go on. I didn't see anything. Eyeing Lori with a twisted look, and on one side, the dog's head was skimmed toward the side as if he were whistling. The corners of White Knight's mouth couldn't help but twitch. No, he really just wanted to treat her a little. So, that's why you want a different house? In the apartment. Looking at the high-cooled beast girl imperial sister in a black and white maid outfit to the left of White Knight, a Lolita legal triple Lolita on the right, with a soft little beastie in his arms. At this moment, Luo Shuei's eyes that wanted to knife people could barely hide anymore. She had expected to live with White Knight. However, what the hell is wrong with these unsavory women? Is it her inconsiderate personality? Is she out of shape? Or does she not smell good enough? It's Beastie and Loli again. At this moment, Luo Shuei suspected that By Night had some kind of fetish, but the problem is she has no proof.